Chapter 11. The Battle of Wind City. A dawn of reversal after the Nets triumphed over the 76ers. Their spirits soared, and the entire team basked in the joy of victory. However, they had little time to celebrate, as their next opponent, the formidable Chicago Bulls, loomed on the horizon. This season, the Bulls boasted a well-rounded roster, with the triumvirate of Levine, DeRozan, and Vucevic wielding a potent defensive arsenal and exhibiting seamless teamwork. Marking them as a formidable force in the Eastern Conference on the day of the match, the United Center was a cacophony of excitement, filled to capacity with fans clad in the Bulls' iconic red jerseys, their cheers and chants coalescing into an electrifying home-court atmosphere. Li Hao and his teammates stepped onto the court. They felt the palpable pressure, but remained resolute, their eyes gleaming with determination. When the opening whistle blew, the Bulls initiated the game. Levine dribbled past half-court and executed a simple pick-and-roll with Vucevic. Utilizing his robust physique to shield off defenders, Vucevic allowed Levine to accelerate and drive towards the basket. In the face of Durant's defensive efforts, Levine leaped high into the air, deftly scoring the first 2 points for the Bulls. The Nets responded with an attack of their own as Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying his teammates' movements. Spotting Lillard in the corner, he swiftly passed the ball. Without hesitation, Lillard launched a three-pointer, successfully leveling the score for the Nets. The ensuing exchanges saw both teams engage in an intense offensive battle. DeRozan showcased his formidable mid-range scoring prowess, repeatedly outmaneuvering defenders with his footwork and fakes, consistently hitting shots from the perimeter. Vucevic dominated inside, exhibiting exceptional rebounding skills and finishing ability, securing multiple second-chance opportunities for the Bulls. Unwilling to be outdone, Harden, Durant, and Lillard for the Nets fought back. Harden, employing his Euro step and passing finesse, incessantly breached the Bulls' defense, creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Durant, with his unguardable mid-range jumpers, answered the Bulls' onslaught time and again. Lillard, on the other hand, sought opportunities beyond the arc, his long-range shooting leaving the Bulls' defenders scrambling. As the second quarter commenced, Bulls head coach Donovan called for a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They adopted a full-court press, aiming to disrupt the Nets' rhythm. Under this intense defensive pressure, the Nets faltered, allowing the Bulls to surge ahead with a 102 run, extending their lead to 12 points. Observing the unfolding situation, Li Hao felt a surge of urgency. He recognized the need for someone to stabilize the team and began to move more actively, seeking offensive opportunities. During one possession, Li Hao received a pass from Harden, faked out a defender, and quickly surged into the paint. However, Vucevic swiftly rotated over to contest his shot. In midair, Li Hao spotted Kyrie open on the perimeter and decisively passed the ball. Kyrie caught it and sank a three-pointer, helping the Nets regain composure. Following the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash made further adjustments, emphasizing the need for precision and speed in their passing to avoid turnovers. He instructed Harden and Lillard to take on more ball-handling responsibilities, leveraging their individual skills and vision to dismantle the Bulls' pressing defense. Under the guidance of Harden and Lillard, the Nets gradually rediscovered their offensive rhythm. Through rapid ball movement and strategic positioning, they began to exploit gaps in the Bulls' defense. Li Hao played a crucial role in this resurgence, actively seeking three-point opportunities with his speed and agility in one offensive sequence. Li Hao received a pass from Lillard, dribbled a few times, then swiftly launched a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to single digits. However, the Bulls were relentless. Levine and DeRozan intensified their offensive efforts, their coordination leaving the Nets' defense vulnerable in a fast break. Levine caught a pass from DeRozan, leaping high to deliver a thunderous dunk that ignited the crowd. By halftime, the Bulls led the Nets 58-50. Back in the locker room, Coach Nash addressed the players with a serious demeanor, stating, in the second half, "We must amplify our defensive intensity and resilience, ensuring they do not score easily. Offensively, we need to emphasize teamwork, focusing on pick-and-rolls and cuts. Li Hao, maintain your aggressive offensive approach and use your speed to penetrate their defense. Harden, Durant, and Lillard, you must play pivotal roles in leading the team back into contention." As the second half commenced, the Nets adhered to their coach's directives, amplifying their defensive efforts. They intensified their rotations, closely marking the Bulls' star trio. Harden and Durant began to assert themselves, relentlessly attacking the Bulls' interior and drawing multiple fouls. Li Hao sought opportunities on the perimeter, often receiving passes after drawing defenders away from Harden and Durant. During one possession, Li Hao received a pass from Harden, taking a moment to assess before noticing Durant's open position beneath the basket. He quickly delivered the ball to Durant, who soared high for a dunk, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. As the game progressed, the lead changed hands frequently. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Li Hao caught a pass from Lillard beyond the arc. He dribbled a few times before accelerating past the defender, executing a fadeaway jumper that cut the deficit to 3 points. The final quarter began with the score still tightly contested. In critical moments, Levine and DeRozan rose to the occasion, their three-pointers preserving the Bulls' lead. Yet, the Nets refused to relent, bolstering their defense while seeking offensive openings. With 3 minutes remaining, Li Hao received a pass from Harden on the perimeter, recognizing the importance of the moment. He dribbled a few times and launched a three-pointer, equalizing the score. Subsequently, the Bulls initiated their offense, with Levine driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Kyrie. Levine approached the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, giving the Bulls a narrow lead of 9,897. With only a minute left, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled past half-court and passed to Lillard, who, utilizing his speed and agility, penetrated the lane. Drawing multiple defenders, he dished the ball to the open Durant. Durant caught it and leapt high, delivering a game-winning jumper that swished through the net, giving the Nets a dramatic 99-98 victory over the Bulls. As the game concluded, Li Hao and his teammates joyfully embraced one another. They had once again achieved a remarkable comeback in adversity, and this victory further solidified their belief in the strength of their team. Li Hao's synergy with his teammates had grown, and his confidence soared as a result of this exhilarating match. Chapter 12. A fiery clash. Nets vs. Clippers. Following a grueling marathon-like encounter with the Bulls, the players of the Nets found their muscles still aching, their spirits worn down by the relentless intensity of competition. Yet, before they could sufficiently recover and alleviate their fatigue, they were thrust into the spotlight of a highly anticipated showdown against the formidable Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers, a powerhouse team boasting the explosive forward duo of Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, presented a formidable challenge. Leonard, renowned for his unerring mid-range shooting and impenetrable defensive pressure, has earned the moniker Kawhi the Grim Reaper among fans. George, with his sharpshooting three-pointers that strike like daggers, is equally adept at attacking from mid-range and beneath the basket, causing relentless headaches for opposing scorers. Together, this dynamic duo has forged one of the toughest front lines in the league. This clash between the Eastern and Western Conference Titans resembled a meticulously orchestrated basketball extravaganza, igniting a fervent anticipation among fans long before the first tip-off. On game day, the Staples Center was engulfed in a sea of blue. Clipper supporters donned matching blue jerseys, their faces radiating fervent excitement as their rallying props clashed rhythmically, merging into a passionate cacophony that surged towards the Nets like an overwhelming tide. Li Hao and his teammates stepped onto the daunting court. The weight of pressure bore down upon them like lead. Yet, their eyes sparkled with fierce determination, proclaiming to the world, "We shall not be defeated by this burden." With the sharp whistle of the referee signaling the commencement, the Clippers seized the initiative. Leonard advanced with purposeful strides, each step imbued with strength and confidence. Engaging in a complex and intricate pick-and-roll with George, their chemistry mirrored that of longtime friends, requiring little verbal communication, a mere glance or gesture sufficed. Utilizing George's screen, Leonard darted towards the basket like a bolt of black lightning, undeterred by Durant's formidable defense. With agile finesse, he spun and executed his signature mid-range jumper, the ball tracing a beautiful and lethal arc through the air before swishing through the net, securing the first points for the Clippers and igniting a thunderous eruption of cheers from their fans. The Brooklyn Nets swiftly orchestrated a counterattack as Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, his keen gaze perpetually scanning the court for any offensive opportunity. He could see that moment. He executed a concise and efficient handoff with Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard surged forward like a lithe cheetah, his speed and agility momentarily bewildering the Clippers' defenders, who converged upon him in droves. However, Lillard remained unperturbed with remarkable court vision. He deftly passed the ball to the perimeter, where Li Hao waited. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Hao raised his hand with unwavering determination and confidence, releasing a three-pointer that arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net, leveling the score. In that instant, the Nets fans erupted into a fervent cheer, celebrating the team's spectacular display. The ensuing match morphed into a fierce offensive duel. Paul George unleashed his full arsenal, transforming into a veritable scoring machine. Beyond the three-point line, he unleashed shot after shot, each one crashing into the Nets basket like artillery fire. His mid-range jumpers were executed with impeccable form and fluidity, each release imbued with confidence and a high success rate. As he penetrated the paint, he moved as if unchallenged, leveraging his exceptional physical prowess and basketball finesse to score effortlessly. On the defensive end, he manifested formidable strength, acting as an impenetrable wall that stifled the Nets' offensive efforts, leaving their players under immense pressure. Leonard continued to assert his dominance on both ends of the court. His mid-range shooting, characterized by a steady hand, left the Nets' defenders in disarray, each shot akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. When driving to the basket, his power and speed blended seamlessly, rendering the Nets' defense vulnerable on defense. His acute awareness and exceptional skills rendered him an insurmountable barrier to the Nets' offensive maneuvers. On the Nets' side, Harden was equally relentless, employing his remarkable passing skills to create open shooting opportunities for his teammates. During one possession, he penetrated the lane like a phantom, drawing multiple defenders to him. Amidst the throng, he calmly assessed his teammates' positions and delivered a perfectly timed pass to the baseline, finding Irving. Without a moment's hesitation, Irving launched a three-pointer, sending the atmosphere into a frenzy once more. Durant, the superstar with an unanswerable mid-range shooting ability, consistently countered the Clippers' offense with his scoring prowess. Every shot he took seemed to proclaim his dominance, as he adeptly found opportunities to score against any defense, maintaining an impressively high shooting percentage. Lillard, too, sought opportunities beyond the arc, his extraordinary long-range shooting prowess proving to be a persistent headache for the Clippers' defenders. He often managed to release shots in seemingly impossible situations, frequently finding the mark and leaving the Clippers' defense scrambling. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the head coach of the Clippers, Tyronn Lue, astutely perceived the dynamics on the court and decisively called for a timeout. Standing before the tactical board with a serious and focused demeanor, he swiftly devised a new defensive strategy for his players. He resolved to implement a zone defense, aiming to stifle the Nets' opportunities for three-point shots and drives with this tight-knit defensive approach. This tactical adjustment yielded immediate results, plunging the Nets' offense into a quagmire. The players found themselves tightly marked by the Clippers' defenders on the perimeter, struggling to create any shooting opportunities. Attempts to penetrate the defense were frequently thwarted, either being blocked or forced into errant passes, thus completely disrupting their offensive rhythm. Observing the stalemate on the court, Li Hao felt an urgent sense of anxiety. He understood that the team needed to make a change, otherwise they would find themselves in an even deeper predicament. Therefore, he resolved to leverage his speed and agility to attempt to breach the Clippers' zone defense. During one offensive play, upon receiving a pass from Harden, Li Hao refrained from hastily shooting. Instead, he remained grounded, calmly surveying the Clippers' defensive alignment with a gaze as sharp as that of a falcon, missing no detail. Suddenly, he spotted a gap in the defense and, like an arrow released from its bow, surged forward with astonishing speed toward the basket. Confronted by Leonard's defense, he exhibited no trepidation. Leaping high, he engaged in a fierce contest in midair with Leonard, ultimately forcing the ball into the hoop while drawing a foul from Leonard. Li Hao confidently converted the ensuing free throw, successfully breaking the Nets' scoring drought and injecting a surge of energy into his team. Following the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash promptly made adjustments of his own. Standing amidst his players with a resolute and confident demeanor, he vocally conveyed his tactical intentions. He urged his players to enhance ball movement and positioning, continuously shifting to exploit the vulnerabilities in the Clippers' zone defense. Simultaneously, he instructed Harden and Lillard to take on more ball-handling responsibilities, fully utilizing their individual talents and vision to dismantle the Clippers' defensive scheme. Under the leadership of Harden and Lillard, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. The players, through rapid ball movement and agile positioning, consistently tore through the Clippers' zone defense. Li Hao also played a pivotal role in this process, utilizing his speed and agility to actively seek three-point shooting opportunities from the perimeter. In one offensive sequence, upon receiving a pass from Lillard, Li Hao dribbled a few times, feigning a drive to attract the attention of the Clippers' defenders. Then, he abruptly launched a shot, sinking a three-pointer that narrowed the score gap to single digits. This three-pointer invigorated the Nets' morale, prompting a renewed chorus of cheers from the fans. However, the Clippers did not afford the Nets much respite. Leonard and Paul George once again intensified their offensive efforts, their synergy becoming increasingly harmonious, leaving the Nets' defense in disarray. In a swift counterattack, Leonard received a pass from Paul George and soared into the air like a fierce beast, executing a thunderous dunk that instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. The Clippers fans erupted in wild cheers, their exuberant shouts reverberating as if they could lift the entire Staples Center off its foundations. At the conclusion of the first half, the Clippers held a slender lead over the Nets, 55-50, as they retreated to the locker room. The atmosphere among the Nets was tinged with tension yet brimming with determination. Coach Nash, with a serious yet confident demeanor, addressed his players. In the second half, we must enhance our communication and rotations on defense. Each defensive position must seamlessly connect, ensuring they are not afforded easy scoring opportunities. On the offensive end, we shall prioritize teamwork, employing pick-and-roll and passing strategies, constantly collaborating to forge superior scoring chances. Li Hao, maintain your aggressive approach to offense in the second half. Utilize your speed to penetrate their defense and create havoc. Harden, Durant, and Lillard as the core of our team. It is imperative that you embody your leadership roles and guide the team in our pursuit of points. We are a united front. As long as we stand together, we shall triumph over our adversaries. As the second half commenced, the Nets diligently executed the coach's directives, with active rotations on defense, closely marking the Clippers' front line. Harden and Durant began to intensify their efforts, relentlessly attacking the Clippers' interior, leveraging their exceptional athleticism and basketball acumen to draw multiple fouls from their opponents. Meanwhile, Li Hao sought opportunities from the perimeter, capitalizing on the defensive attention drawn by Harden and Durant, frequently receiving passes to take his shots. During one offensive sequence, Li Hao received a pass from Harden. Rather than rushing to shoot, he astutely observed Durant finding space beneath the basket. Swiftly, he delivered the ball to Durant, who leapt high and executed a thunderous dunk, narrowing the score gap to just 2 points. This electrifying play rejuvenated the Nets' morale, eliciting jubilant cheers from the fans, who reveled in the team's remarkable performance. As the game progressed, the score oscillated between the two teams, escalating the intensity of the contest. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Li Hao received a pass from Lillard at the three-point line. He dribbled a few times, attuning himself to the palpable tension in the arena and the eager gazes of his teammates. Suddenly, he accelerated past the Clippers defender, executing a graceful fadeaway jumper. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, sinking a crucial two-pointer that leveled the score. At that moment, the entire Staples Center erupted, with Nets fans exuberantly celebrating, proud of Li Hao's splendid display. As the match approached its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with every point proving to be of utmost significance. The Clippers' Leonard and Paul George emerged once more during this pivotal moment, their three-point shots sustaining a slender lead for their team. However, the Nets players refused to yield. They gritted their teeth and intensified their defense, while actively seeking opportunities on the offensive end. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, Li Hao received a pass from Harden beyond the arc. He glanced at the time, acutely aware that this was a decisive moment for the game. His heart raced, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He dribbled a few times to find his rhythm, then suddenly released the ball. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net, allowing the Nets to reclaim the lead. In that moment, the Nets fans erupted in jubilant celebration, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Subsequently, the Clippers initiated their offense. Paul George drove towards the basket, showcasing his remarkable individual prowess and drawing a foul from Irving. Approaching the free throw line, a hint of tension flickered in Paul George's eyes. Yet he endeavored to steady his mindset. He confidently sank the first shot. The second, however, danced precariously on the rim before ultimately nestling into the net, propelling the Clippers to a 97-96 lead once again. With but a minute remaining in the contest, the Nets held possession of the ball. Harden dribbled past the half-court line, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. He passed the ball to Lillard, who, upon receiving it, utilized his speed and agility to penetrate the paint. Attracting the attention of multiple defenders, he calmly assessed the positions of his teammates before delivering the ball to the open Durant. Upon receiving the pass, Durant soared into the air and released a jump shot, the basketball tracing a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net, clinching a dramatic victory for the Nets at 98-97. The final whistle of the match echoed through the arena as Li Hao and his teammates embraced each other with unrestrained excitement, their faces illuminated by the joy of victory. The cheers and shouts reverberated throughout the entire stadium. This triumph not only marked a significant conquest over a formidable opponent, but also significantly bolstered the team's confidence. In this match, Li Hao's synergy with his teammates reached new heights, showcasing his prowess further. As the season progresses, the Brooklyn Nets are poised to face more challenges. However, they firmly believe that as long as the team remains united and perseveres, they will achieve even greater success and create more of their own illustrious moments. Chapter 13: Conflict and Reconciliation. Tactical refinement. Following consecutive victories against the Bulls and the Clippers, the momentum of the Brooklyn Nets was soaring. Yet, they were about to confront another formidable Eastern Conference contender, the Miami Heat. Renowned for their robust defense and team-oriented play, the Heat boasted players like Butler and Adebayo, who excelled on both ends of the court, presenting a stern test for the Nets. The match commenced at the Heat's home ground, the American Airlines Arena, where the atmosphere was electric. Fans clad in vibrant team jerseys unleashed thunderous roars in an effort to intimidate the Nets. As Li Hao and his teammates took to the court, their eyes reflected determination and confidence, eager to continue their victorious journey. The game began with both teams swiftly finding their rhythm. Butler of the Heat launched the first offensive, leveraging his formidable physique and exceptional ability to penetrate, consistently challenging the Nets' interior defense and causing chaos. Adebayo also played a crucial role in the paint, his rebounding prowess and screen-and-roll tactics leaving the Nets' defense vulnerable. On the Nets side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard endeavored to stabilize the situation. Harden, while orchestrating the offense, meticulously observed his teammates' movements, seeking opportunities for attack. He frequently utilized his passing skills to create open shooting chances for his teammates. However, the intensity of the Heat's defense hampered the Nets' offensive efficiency. As the second quarter unfolded, the score remained tightly contested. At this juncture, Nets head coach Steve Nash implemented a tactical adjustment, urging the team to accelerate their offensive tempo and engage in rapid counterattacks and perimeter shooting. As the core facilitator, Harden began to push the pace more aggressively. In one particular fast break, Harden advanced the ball, with Li Hao sprinting to keep pace. Upon noticing Li Hao in a prime position beyond the arc, Harden passed the ball. However, after receiving the pass, Li Hao hesitated instead of decisively taking the shot, as per the coach's strategy, attempting to seek a better opportunity. This moment of indecision resulted in the ball being intercepted by a Heat defender, who swiftly propelled a counterattack that culminated in a score. Harden, visibly displeased, approached Li Hao and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You should have taken the shot when you were open. That was the coach's plan." Li Hao, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "I simply wanted to find a more secure opportunity. I didn't want to squander this possession." The volume of their exchange rose, drawing the attention of their teammates, and the atmosphere on the court grew tense. During the pause, Coach Nash called the two players over and patiently remarked, "Do not be agitated, both of you. We are a team, and it is natural for problems to arise. However, we must communicate and resolve them promptly." Harden, Li Hao also aims to manage the ball effectively. This time, it was merely a misjudgment. Li Hao, our strategies are formulated after careful consideration, and in such situations, adhering to the tactics is more advantageous for the team. We must trust one another and have faith in our strategies. Under the coach's mediation, both Harden and Li Hao recognized their shortcomings and exchanged apologies, thereby resolving their conflict. Upon returning to the court, the Nets regained their synergy. Harden continued to showcase his organizational skills, while Lillard and Durant consistently contributed on the offensive end. Li Hao, on the other hand, was more proactive in his positioning, strictly following the tactical plan. During one offensive play, Li Hao received a pass from Harden. This time, he did not hesitate and decisively made a three-point shot. In the second half, the Heat intensified their defensive efforts, employing a zone defense strategy to limit the Nets' perimeter shooting. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly adjusted the tactics, instructing Harden and Lillard to exploit their individual abilities to penetrate the Heat's defense, drawing in defenders before distributing the ball to open teammates. Under this tactical execution, the Nets gradually found their offensive rhythm. Harden and Lillard frequently penetrated the interior, creating numerous scoring opportunities for their teammates. Li Hao also actively sought opportunities from beyond the arc, capitalizing on the defensive attention drawn by Harden and Lillard to make several crucial three-pointers. As the game entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Heat led the Nets by 2 points, 90-88. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Harden driving in and attracting multiple Heat defenders. He passed the ball to Li Hao on the perimeter, who, after receiving the pass, calmly launched a key three-pointer, turning the tide in favor of the Nets. Subsequently, during the Heat's offensive, Butler drove in and drew a foul from Irving. Butler stepped to the free-throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thereby leveling the score once again. With only 1 minute left in the game, the Nets held possession. Harden dribbled past half-court and passed to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard broke through to the inside and then passed to an open Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant leapt high and executed a game-winning jump shot. The basketball swished through the net, leading the Nets to a 93-91 victory over the Heat. After the game, Li Hao and his teammates embraced in exhilaration. This victory not only propelled them further up the standings, but, more importantly, through this conflict and subsequent reconciliation, The team's cohesion was significantly strengthened, and the players' understanding and execution of the tactics improved markedly. Chapter 14. The Challenge of Dallas. The tactical duel following their triumph over the Heat, the Nets faced a rigorous schedule ahead, with their next opponent being the Dallas Mavericks from the Western Conference. The Mavericks boast the supernova Luka Doncic, whose passing ability, scoring prowess, and composure in clutch moments render him one of the most formidable players in the league. Furthermore, the tactical framework of the Mavericks is exceptionally refined, with their pick-and-roll combinations and three-point strategies often leaving opponents bewildered. The match took place in the Mavericks' home arena, the American Airlines Center, where the atmosphere was both fervent and tense. Luka Doncic led the Mavericks with an air of determination, while Li Hao and his Brooklyn Nets teammates remained vigilant, fully aware of the significance of this encounter. As the opening whistle blew, the Mavericks initiated their attack. Doncic dribbled past half-court and executed an exquisite pick-and-roll with a teammate. Utilizing the screen, he penetrated the lane and, facing Durant's defense, deftly passed to the open Brunson on the perimeter. Brunson seized the moment, launching a decisive three-pointer that gave the Mavericks an early lead. On the Nets' offensive turn, Harden advanced the ball to the top of the arc and engaged in a pick-and-roll with Lillard. After receiving the ball, Lillard drove to the basket, drawing the Mavericks defenders into a double team. He then passed to Li Hao on the perimeter, who responded with a three-pointer, leveling the score. The ensuing phases of the game saw both teams engage in a fierce offensive exchange. Doncic showcased his comprehensive offensive prowess, scoring independently while also creating opportunities for his teammates through precise passing. His Euro-step drives and mid-to-long-range shooting left the Nets defenders scrambling. Other Mavericks players frequently found their rhythm from beyond the arc, achieving an impressive three-point shooting percentage that momentarily widened the score gap. Meanwhile, Harden, Durant, and Lillard endeavored to close the gap for the Nets. Harden, with his exceptional passing skills, continually crafted open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Durant responded to the Mavericks' advances with his virtually unguardable mid-range shots. Lillard sought opportunities from beyond the arc, his long-range attempts causing considerable distress for the Mavericks' defense. As the second quarter commenced, Mavericks head coach Kidd called a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They focused on tightly marking the Nets trio, employing a double-team approach in an effort to stifle their offensive flow. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets struggled, with players finding it exceedingly difficult to pass and shoot. Observing the predicament, Coach Nash promptly adjusted the tactics. He instructed the team to enhance their off-ball movement, utilizing constant cuts and positional exchanges to exploit gaps in the Mavericks' defense. Simultaneously, he encouraged Li Hao and Irving to engage more in orchestrating the offense, leveraging their speed and agility to navigate the Mavericks' double teams. With the new strategy in action, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. Li Hao and Irving began to penetrate aggressively, drawing Mavericks defenders and subsequently passing to open teammates. Harden and Lillard also sought opportunities from the perimeter, using their passing finesse to create numerous scoring chances. As the second half progressed, the Mavericks intensified their defensive efforts, exerting immense pressure on the Nets players. In one offensive play, Harden attempted to drive the lane, but was met with a double team from two Mavericks defenders. He sought to pass to a teammate, but Doncic intercepted the ball. Luka Doncic swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Confronted by the Brooklyn Nets defense, he soared high into the air, sinking an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, thus widening the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout, reconfiguring the team's strategy on the tactical board. He instructed his players to intensify their defensive efforts against Doncic, employing a strategy of multiple rotations to exhaust his stamina. On the offensive end, they aimed to exploit the height advantage of Durant and Griffin by attacking the Mavericks' interior. Under the new tactical execution, the Nets' defensive intensity surged, successfully curbing Doncic's offensive maneuvers. Offensively, Durant and Griffin exerted their prowess within the paint, their aggressive plays and rebound protection gradually narrowing the score disparity. As the game entered the final quarter, both teams remained locked in a tight contest. With only 3 minutes remaining, the Mavericks led the Nets by 2 points, 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets commenced their offense. Harden dribbled past half-court and passed to Lillard, utilizing his speed and quick directional changes. Lillard penetrated the interior and found the open Li Hao. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao decisively shot a three-pointer, taking the lead. Subsequently, the Mavericks launched their offense, with Doncic driving to the basket, drawing a foul from Irving. Doncic stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which leveled the score once more. With just 1 minute left in the game, the Nets held possession. Harden brought the ball past half-court and passed it to Durant, leveraging his height advantage. Durant aggressively attacked the basket, drawing a foul from the Mavericks. He stepped up to the free throw line and made both shots, putting the Nets ahead 98-96. In the dying moments, the Mavericks unleashed a frantic offensive, with Doncic attempting a layup. However, Li Hao swiftly provided defensive support, successfully blocking Doncic's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound and quickly passed to Lillard. Lillard dribbled into the front court, consuming precious time before taking a shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim. But Durant promptly grabbed the rebound and passed it back to Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard hit a crucial three-pointer, leading the Nets to a 101-96 victory over the Mavericks. After the game, Li Hao and his teammates erupted in jubilant celebration. This hard-fought victory was a testament to their tactical adjustments in the face of the Mavericks, culminating in their triumph. Through this match, the team's ability to respond to various opponent strategies was enhanced, igniting their anticipation for the forthcoming games, with a firm belief that their collective efforts would yield even greater achievements. Chapter 15. Battling in Phoenix. The power of teamwork following their successful defeat of the Mavericks. The Nets players had little time to bask in the glory of victory before embarking on their journey to face the formidable Phoenix Suns. The Suns' performance this season has been nothing short of spectacular, with a string of impressive victories. The cornerstone of their team, Chris Paul, a seasoned maestro of ball control, has, with his unparalleled organizational skills and acute game perception, orchestrated the team's offense with clarity and precision. As long as Paul wields control over the ball, the entire team's offensive rhythm operates like a finely tuned machine, flowing seamlessly. Devin Booker, as the team's scoring linchpin, possesses a diverse array of scoring techniques that render him nearly indefensible. Whether executing a pull-up jumper with exceptional rhythm from mid-range or launching a stylish, precise shot from beyond the arc, he consistently delivers crucial points for the team in pivotal moments. Meanwhile, the formidable DeAndre Ayton stands as an impenetrable fortress in the paint, exhibiting remarkable rebounding prowess and tenacious finishing ability, thereby establishing a robust barrier for the Suns and generating a continuous stream of second-chance opportunities. For the Nets, this away game against the Suns undoubtedly presents an arduous challenge. The match officially commences at the Footprint Center, the home of the Suns, where the atmosphere is electric, almost igniting the arena itself. Dressed in vibrant team colors, Suns fans rally in unison, their deafening cheers seeming to engulf the Nets, striving to exert immense pressure on the visiting squad through their formidable home court advantage. Li Hao and his teammates stride onto the court, invigorated, each gaze reflecting unwavering conviction and intense focus. They fully comprehend the significance of this match as it pertains to team morale and standings, and they must exert themselves to the fullest in pursuit of victory. With the sharp sound of the opening whistle, the Suns gain possession first. Paul skillfully dribbles past half-court and immediately embarks on a classic pick-and-roll with Ayton. Ayton, leveraging his bull-like strength, serves as a moving wall, effectively shielding defensive players and crafting an excellent lane for Paul's breakthrough. Seizing the moment, Paul accelerates past the defense like a bolt of lightning, driving straight to the basket. At that instant, confronted by Durant's swift help defense, Paul coolly and cleverly passes the ball to the open Booker on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Booker rises for the shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air, successfully sinking a three-pointer and securing the Suns' initial 3 points. When it comes time for the Nets to attack, Harden confidently dribbles to the top of the arc, his keen eyes constantly surveying his teammates' movements. Soon, he spots Lillard breaking free from his defender in the corner, seizing an open opportunity and promptly delivers the ball with precision. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard executes a convincing feint, effortlessly evading his defender before swiftly penetrating the paint, instantly drawing multiple Suns defenders into his orbit. In this critical moment, Lillard reacts deftly, delivering the ball perfectly to Griffin beneath the basket. Griffin leaps high, executing an emphatic dunk that reverberates throughout the arena, successfully equalizing the score for the Nets. In the ensuing contest, both teams quickly plunge into an intense exchange of offensive firepower. The Suns' offensive rhythm is masterfully orchestrated, with Paul maintaining unwavering focus as he navigates the ball, meticulously observing the ever-changing dynamics on the court and continuously creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates with his pinpoint passing. Booker unleashed a torrent of offensive prowess, skillfully exploiting his remarkable speed and agile movements to weave through the formidable defenses of the Nets. Whether executing mid-range shots or launching from beyond the arc, he consistently found the mark, placing immense pressure on Brooklyn's defense. Ayton, too, commanded the paint with formidable presence, leveraging his exceptional rebounding instincts and tenacious finishing ability beneath the basket to secure numerous second-chance opportunities for the Suns, thereby steadily amplifying the team's scoring advantage. Meanwhile, the Nets' trio of core players, Harden, Durant, and Lillard, refused to relent, fiercely rallying to keep the scoreline within reach. Harden, with his signature Euro step and masterful passing finesse, repeatedly dissected the Suns' defense, crafting scoring opportunities for his teammates. Durant, steadfast on the perimeter, delivered his devastating mid-range shots, responding robustly to Phoenix's offensive advances. Lillard remained vigilant beyond the three-point line, his long-range effort striking like a bolt from the blue, often catching the Suns' defenders off guard. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, the head coach of the Suns, Monty Williams, recognizing the intense stalemate, decisively called for a timeout to meticulously devise a fresh defensive strategy centered around full-court pressure. Under this high-intensity, oppressive defense, the Nets players found themselves momentarily disoriented, leading to several passing errors. Seizing this opportunity, the Suns orchestrated a swift 8-2 surge, stretching their lead to a 10-point advantage. At this juncture, the situation appeared dire for the Nets, and Li Hao, observing the growing chasm in the scoreline, felt an urgent pang of anxiety. He understood that the team desperately needed someone to rise to the occasion and stabilize the situation. Thus, Li Hao swiftly recalibrated his mindset, adopting a more proactive approach to positioning himself, leaving no offensive opportunity unexploited. In a critical offensive play, Li Hao successfully received a pass from Harden. Faced with the Suns' tightly knit defense, he executed a convincing feint, skillfully shifting the defender's focus, and then surged towards the paint with lightning speed. However, Ayton reacted promptly, rushing to provide defensive support in an attempt to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao quickly assessed the surrounding dynamics and astutely noticed that Irving had found space beyond the arc. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise pass, enabling Irving to sink a steady three-pointer, momentarily stabilizing the Nets' position. Following the timeout, Nets coach Steve Nash made timely adjustments in response to the unfolding scenario. He emphasized the necessity for his players to enhance the accuracy and speed of their passes, thereby avoiding turnovers to the Suns. Additionally, he instructed Harden and Lillard to handle the ball more frequently, leveraging their exceptional individual skills and expansive court vision to dismantle the Suns' pressing defense. Under the leadership of Harden and Lillard, the Nets gradually rediscovered their offensive rhythm. Through rapid, fluid passing and agile movement, the players began to tear apart the Suns' defensive line. Li Hao played a pivotal role in this resurgence, capitalizing on his speed and agility to actively seek three-point shooting opportunities from the perimeter. In a particularly impressive offensive sequence, Li Hao received a pass from Lillard, quickly dribbled a few times, and then, seizing the moment, released his shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding its mark in the hoop, as he successfully narrowed the score deficit to single digits. Nevertheless, the Suns were not inclined to grant the Nets any respite. The offensive linchpins, Paul and Booker, intensified their efforts, their seamless synergy rendering the Nets' defense vulnerable. In a fast break, Paul received a pass from Booker, leaping high to execute a breathtaking floater, igniting the crowd's fervor and elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As the first half concluded, the Suns held a temporary lead over the Nets with a score of 55-48. Upon returning to the locker room, the ambience was notably tense. Coach Nash, with a serious expression, imparted tactical guidance to the players. In the second half, we must intensify our defensive strength and resilience, and we cannot afford to allow them easy scoring opportunities. The offensive strategy must place greater emphasis on teamwork, incorporating more pick-and-roll and give-and-go tactics. Li Hao. In the second half, maintain your aggressive approach on offense, leveraging your speed to penetrate their defense. Harden, Durant, and Lillard as the core of the team. You must play a pivotal role in leading the charge to close the gap. As the second half commenced, the Nets adhered strictly to the coach's directives, showcasing tenacity on the defensive end. The players engaged in more active defensive rotations, focusing intently on the Suns trio, denying them easy scoring opportunities. Harden and Durant also entered a formidable mode on offense, relentlessly attacking the Suns' interior, utilizing their robust physical attributes and exquisite basketball skills to draw multiple fouls from their opponents. Meanwhile, Li Hao patiently sought opportunities from the perimeter, adeptly capitalizing on the defensive attention drawn by Harden and Durant, often receiving passes and decisively taking shots. In one offensive sequence, Li Hao received a pass from Harden. Instead of rushing his shot, he calmly assessed the situation on the court, keenly noticing Durant's open position beneath the basket. Li Hao swiftly delivered a precise pass to Durant, who leapt high and executed a thunderous dunk, instantly narrowing the score gap to 4 points. As the intensity of the game escalated, both teams exchanged leads in a thrilling contest. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Li Hao received a pass from Lillard on the perimeter. He composedly dribbled a few times before suddenly accelerating to break through. Facing the Suns' defensive player, he executed a stunning fadeaway jump shot, the ball swishing through the net, marking a crucial two-pointer that further reduced the deficit to 2 points. As the match entered the exhilarating final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with both teams locked in a fierce struggle. At this crucial juncture, the Suns' Paul and Booker rose to the occasion, sinking consecutive three-point shots to temporarily preserve their lead. However, the Nets players exhibited no signs of relinquishing hope. They encouraged one another, intensifying their defensive efforts while actively seeking opportunities to break through on offense. With just 3 minutes left in the game, Li Hao received a pass from Harden beyond the arc, aware of the significance of this shot. He glanced at the game clock, took a deep breath, dribbled a few times, and decisively released the ball. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, finding the net with precision and leveling the score, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Subsequently, the Suns launched an offensive, with Booker driving to the basket, drawing a foul from Irving amidst fierce contact. Approaching the free throw line, Booker converted one of 2 attempts, allowing the Suns to regain the lead at 96-95. With merely 1 minute remaining in the contest and time running out, the Brooklyn Nets held possession of the ball. Harden swiftly dribbled past half-court and passed to Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard, utilizing his remarkable speed and agile maneuvering skills, penetrated the paint. After drawing the attention of multiple defenders, Lillard composedly passed the ball to the unmarked Durant. Upon receiving the pass, Durant leaped high into the air and, under the watchful gaze of all, executed a decisive jump shot. The basketball swished through the net, leading the Brooklyn Nets to a thrilling comeback victory over the Suns, finishing at 97-96. As the final whistle blew, Li Hao and his teammates embraced each other with exuberance, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. Through sheer determination and cohesive teamwork, they had successfully orchestrated a remarkable comeback in this arduous contest. This hard-won victory not only invigorated the team's morale, but also deepened the synergy among Li Hao and his companions, significantly boosting his confidence. Chapter 16. The grueling battle in Boston. Tactics and trust having triumphed over the Suns, the Nets surged with renewed vigor, returning to the Eastern Conference with an unyielding momentum as they prepared for a climactic showdown against their long-standing rivals, the Boston Celtics. The Celtics boasted the dazzling talents of young stars Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, whose offensive prowess was formidable, and their seamless collaboration often resulted in breathtaking offensive surges on the court. Furthermore, the Celtics' proud defensive framework was as impenetrable as a fortress, consistently placing their adversaries in challenging predicaments through meticulous teamwork. Undoubtedly, this match represented a rigorous test of the Nets' comprehensive capabilities. The match commenced grandly at the fervent TD Garden, the home of the Celtics, where the atmosphere was charged with an electrifying intensity, tinged with a hint of tension. The Celtics fans, adorned in their iconic green jerseys, waved an array of cheering paraphernalia in unison, their thunderous roars cascading through the arena like a tidal wave, fervently rallying behind their team. Li Hao and his teammates from the Nets stepped onto this challenging court with heads held high, acutely aware of the unprecedented pressure engulfing them. Yet, their gaze was resolute, embodying a determination reminiscent of a do-or-die commitment, seemingly declaring to their adversaries their unwavering belief in victory. As the crisp sound of the opening whistle echoed, the Celtics swiftly launched a fierce offensive. Tatum, with unshakable poise, dribbled past half-court and executed a seamless pick-and-roll with Brown. Harnessing Brown's sturdy screen, Tatum surged towards the paint like an arrow released from a bow. Undeterred by Durant's staunch defense, he leapt gracefully, completing a clean layup that marked the Celtics' first score, putting them in the lead. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, engaging in a clever pick-and-roll with Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard utilized his remarkable speed and agility to penetrate the defense, drawing multiple Celtics defenders to him. In this crucial moment, Lillard, with keen awareness, delivered a precise pass to Li Hao, who, without hesitation, took a decisive shot from beyond the arc. The ball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net, successfully leveling the score for the Nets. The ensuing contest devolved into a fierce struggle, with both teams fiercely vying for dominance. Tatum and Brown from the Celtics unleashed their offensive prowess, showcasing exceptional skill. Tatum's penetrative drives were incisive, often tearing through the Nets' defense, while Brown's shooting touch was scorching, consistently sinking shots from mid-range and beyond the arc, leaving the Nets' defenders scrambling. Simultaneously, the Celtics' defense was impenetrable as they devised a meticulous strategy against the Nets trio, employing a multiplayer trapping tactic in an attempt to severely curtail their offensive capabilities. On the Nets side, the core trio of Harden, Durant, and Lillard refused to relent, wholeheartedly rallying their team in pursuit of a comeback. Harden, with his masterful passing skills, operated as the floor general, ceaselessly creating prime shooting opportunities for his teammates. Durant, methodical in his approach, utilized his unguardable mid-range and long-range shooting to deliver powerful counters to the Celtics. Lillard remained vigilant beyond the three-point line, his long-range shots akin to lethal weapons, consistently perplexing the Celtics defenders. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, Celtics head coach Udoka, recognizing the tense stalemate, promptly called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against the Nets' perimeter shooting, aiming to sever the source of the Nets' proficiency in three-point scoring. Under this highly targeted defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire. Players struggled to find viable shooting opportunities from the outside, and even attempts to penetrate were staunchly thwarted by the Celtics defenders. Observing this predicament, Nets head coach Nash swiftly made tactical adjustments. He instructed the team to enhance their off-ball movement, employing frequent and agile interchanges to keenly exploit the subtle vulnerabilities in the Celtics defense. Concurrently, Nash strategically involved Li Hao and Irving more in the offensive orchestration, leveraging their speed and agility to breach the Celtics' double teams. With the effective implementation of this new strategy, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. Li Hao and Irving actively initiated assaults on the interior, using their nimble footwork and exceptional breaking skills to successfully draw significant defensive attention from the Celtics. They adeptly passed the ball to open teammates, thus creating numerous scoring opportunities. Harden and Lillard also contributed from the perimeter, utilizing their superior passing abilities to consistently generate open shots for their teammates, helping to stabilize the situation. In the second half, the Celtics, riding on their momentum, continued to amplify their defensive intensity, instilling a palpable sense of pressure akin to a mountain upon the Nets players. During a fierce offensive exchange, Harden, while attempting to breach the defense, found himself ensnared by the tight coverage of two Celtics defenders. In an effort to extricate himself, Harden sought to pass to a teammate, only for the quick-reacting Tatum to execute a successful steal. Upon gaining possession, Tatum launched a rapid counterattack, skillfully dribbling past half-court, and, facing the Nets' defense, leaped high to sink a breathtakingly distant three-pointer, instantly extending the score gap to 8 points. In this critical juncture, Coach Nash once again called for a timeout. Re-strategizing on the tactical board, he emphasized the need for the team to intensify their restrictions on Tatum and Brown, employing a strategy of multiple defensive rotations to gradually deplete their stamina through sustained high-intensity confrontations. Offensively, he clearly directed the team to launch robust assaults towards the interior, fully utilizing the height advantages of Durant and Griffin to aggressively challenge the Celtics' front line. With resolute adherence to the new tactics, the Nets significantly heightened their defensive intensity, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Tatum and Brown. On the offensive front, Durant and Griffin showcased their prowess in the paint, frequently scoring through their formidable physique and exceptional interior skills, while steadfastly securing rebounds to create numerous second-chance opportunities, steadily narrowing the score gap. As the match reached its exhilarating final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with both teams locked in a fierce struggle. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Celtics held a slender lead over the Nets, 90-88. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offensive, with Harden skillfully dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Lillard, capitalizing on his speed and agility. Lillard deftly maneuvered into the paint and swiftly delivered a pass to the open Li Hao, Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao took a shot, sinking a three-pointer and propelling the score to 91-90 in favor of the Nets. In response, the Celtics launched a vigorous counterattack. Brown, possessing the ball, forcefully penetrated the defense, drawing a foul from Irving amidst the intense confrontation. Brown approached the free throw line, converting one of his two attempts, resulting in a tie once more, intensifying the atmosphere on the court. With merely a minute remaining in the match, the Brooklyn Nets seized possession of the ball. Harden swiftly dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Durant. Utilizing his height advantage, Durant forcefully attacked the basket, drawing a foul from the Celtics. Calmly, Durant approached the free throw line and converted both attempts, allowing the Nets to regain the lead at 93-91. In a desperate final push, the Celtics launched a frenzied offensive. Tatum, with the ball in hand, made a bold drive towards the basket in an attempt to score. At this crucial moment, Li Hao swiftly positioned himself for defense, demonstrating exceptional awareness and leaping ability, successfully blocking Tatum's shot. Subsequently, Harden, with remarkable quickness, secured the rebound and instinctively passed the ball to Lillard. Lillard advanced rapidly into the frontcourt, skillfully managing the clock before decisively shooting. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, but Durant, displaying sharp reflexes, leaped high to retrieve the rebound and passed it back to Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard composed himself and expertly sank a pivotal three-pointer, leading the Nets to a narrow victory over the Celtics with a final score of 96-91. As the final whistle blew, Li Hao and his teammates erupted in jubilant cheers. This hard-won victory was a testament to their perseverance, having faced numerous challenges in a fierce battle against the Celtics. They adeptly adjusted their tactics in response to the unfolding dynamics of the game, and through unwavering trust and relentless effort among the team members, they ultimately triumphed. This match further elevated the cohesion within the team, instilling in them an unbounded anticipation for the upcoming games. They firmly believe that through their collective endeavor, they will create even more glorious moments that belong to them. Chapter 17. The Turbulence of the Bay Area. A pinnacle showdown of small ball tactics having successfully triumphed over the Celtics, the Nets soared with morale, basking in the joy of their victory. However, they exhibited no signs of complacency, swiftly directing their focus towards their next adversary, the Golden State Warriors. This formidable team, renowned for their small ball strategy, has reclaimed their former dominance under the leadership of Curry, Thompson, and Green. Their games are consistently filled with passion and creativity, captivating countless fans. For the Nets, this forthcoming match is not merely an ordinary regular season game. It represents an exceptional opportunity to demonstrate their prowess, and the players are eager to embrace the challenge. On the day of the match, the Chase Center was filled to capacity well in advance. The Warriors fans, clad in their vibrant blue and yellow uniforms, radiated excitement and anticipation. They waved an array of meticulously crafted glow sticks and placards, engaging in animated discussions about the team's strategies and player performances for the day. As the game time approached, the atmosphere became increasingly electric, with the cheers and shouts of the fans intertwining, as if they could lift the entire arena. This fervent and somewhat oppressive home ambience instilled an unprecedented pressure upon Li Hao and his Nets teammates, who were new to the court. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao endeavored to steady himself. Gazing at the fervent fans around him, he mused, "This is the stage for elite competition. Today, we must give our all and showcase the prowess of the Nets to everyone." The expressions of his teammates reflected a similar blend of tension and excitement. They all understood that this match would be a grueling battle, yet the desire and fighting spirit within them had been ignited. At last, the opening whistle sounded, and the Warriors initiated the play. Curry glided across the court like a nimble sprite, skillfully dribbling past half-court, engaging in that iconic pick-and-roll with Green. Green stood firm like an unyielding fortress, providing Curry with impeccable cover. Harnessing this momentum, Curry accelerated from beyond the arc, slicing through the defense with the speed of lightning, charging toward the basket. Observing this, Harden swiftly moved to provide support, his mind fixated on a single thought: Curry must not score easily. However, Curry opted not to force his way through. His keen eyes scanned the court, swiftly locating Thompson, who had found himself unmarked on the perimeter. Almost simultaneously, Curry flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring through the air in a beautiful arc, landing perfectly in Thompson's hands. Without hesitation, Thompson raised his arm and launched a three-point shot. As the ball soared through the air, time seemed to freeze, and the entire audience held their breath. With a swish, the ball found the net, erupting the arena into a cacophony of cheers as the Warriors took an early lead. At this moment, a subtle smile crept upon Curry's lips, his heart brimming with confidence. Our strategy is unfolding seamlessly, each offensive move laden with threat. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, his gaze meticulously scanning every corner of the court as his mind raced to devise a countermeasure. The Warriors' defense was indeed formidable. We must find their vulnerabilities, Harden mused. Soon, he spotted Lillard successfully shaking off his defender at the corner, creating an opening. Without a moment's hesitation, Harden swiftly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Lillard refrained from shooting immediately, fully aware of the Warriors' rapid defensive rotations. Instead, he executed a convincing feint, attempting to elude the defender. Just as he anticipated, the Warriors' defender reacted swiftly. Lillard thought to himself, this is it. A breakthrough is the opportunity. In an instant, he altered his strategy, surging forward with remarkable speed and agility to penetrate the paint. Green quickly moved to provide support, and Lillard felt immense defensive pressure in midair, yet he remained composed, calmly assessing the positions of his teammates. Durant is under the basket. Lillard felt a surge of joy in his heart and unhesitatingly passed the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the pass, Durant's eyes gleamed with determination as he leapt high, exerting every ounce of strength to execute a thunderous dunk. The basketball crashed into the hoop, successfully leveling the score for the Nets. In that moment, Durant was driven by a singular belief: no matter how formidable the opponent, we shall never retreat. As the game progressed, both teams became enmeshed in an intense offensive exchange. The Warriors' small ball strategy was executed to perfection, with Curry and Thompson operating on the perimeter like two artillery pieces, launching three-point shots in rapid succession. Each successful basket was met with the roaring cheers of the crowd, amplifying the pressure on the Nets defenders. Green, playing the pivotal role of facilitator, showcased his exceptional passing skills and expansive court vision, continuously creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. On the defensive end, the Warriors' active rotational defense left the Nets' offensive players somewhat bewildered. Their seamless cooperation made it exceedingly difficult for the Nets to find scoring chances. On the Nets side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard were tirelessly leading the team to maintain their competitive score. Harden employed his Euro step and passing finesse to penetrate the Warriors' defense time and again. Throughout his drives, he strategized, I must disrupt their defensive rhythm to create better opportunities for my teammates. Durant, meanwhile, responded to the Warriors' assaults with his unanswerable mid-range shooting, each shot infused with unwavering confidence. No matter what, I can make this basket. Lillard sought opportunities beyond the arc, his long-range three-pointers rendering the Warriors' defenders utterly helpless. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the tension on the court intensified. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, sensing the precarious situation, decisively called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. We must enhance our double-team defense on the Nets trio, particularly cutting off Harden's passing lanes, Kerr shouted from the sidelines. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets' offense faltered. Harden, feeling a sense of urgency, thought to himself, this cannot continue. We must swiftly find a solution. He diligently searched for passing opportunities, his mind racing with strategies to break the deadlock. Observing the predicament, Coach Nash promptly made tactical adjustments. He commanded from the sidelines, everyone, increase your off-ball movement. Through constant cuts and positional exchanges, seek out their defensive vulnerabilities. Li Hao, Kyrie, you possess speed and agility. Get more involved in the offensive organization to penetrate their double teams. Upon hearing the coach's directives, Li Hao felt a surge of determination. All right, I must seize this opportunity and contribute to the team. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. Li Hao and Kyrie began to aggressively penetrate the defense, resembling two sharp blades slicing through the Warriors' line. As Li Hao advanced, he remained vigilant, contemplating, I must draw enough defenders to create opportunities for my teammates. They successfully attracted the Warriors' defenders before passing the ball to open teammates. Harden and Lillard, too, sought opportunities from the perimeter, utilizing their passing prowess to create numerous scoring chances. In the second half, the Warriors continued to intensify their defense, exerting immense pressure on the Nets players. In one offensive sequence, Harden drove with the ball, only to be met by a double team from two Warriors defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Curry. Elated, Curry seized the opportunity. This is it. He launched a fast break, dribbling swiftly beyond half court. And faced with the Nets defense, leapt high to sink a long-range three-pointer. As the ball swished through the net, a wave of accomplishment washed over Curry. This shot was crucial. It will surely boost our team's morale. At that moment, the score gap widened to 10 points. Nash called another timeout, his expression serious as he restructured the tactics on the board. On defense, we must bolster our containment of Curry and Thompson, employing a strategy of multiple rotations to exhaust them. Offensively, we should focus on the interior, leveraging Durant and Griffin's height to dominate their paint. Upon hearing the coach's instructions, Durant and Griffin felt a renewed sense of purpose. All right, we will open up the inside for our team. With the implementation of the new tactics, the Nets enhanced their defensive intensity, successfully restraining Curry and Thompson's offensive efforts. On the offensive end, Durant and Griffin made significant impacts in the paint, utilizing their robust physiques and refined interior skills to score repeatedly while securing rebounds. As the score gap gradually narrowed, hope ignited within the Nets players. As the match entered its final quarter, the scores remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Golden State Warriors held a slender lead of 100-98 over the Brooklyn Nets. At that moment, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint and then passed to the open Li Hao. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao felt a surge of excitement and anxiety. This shot must go in. It's a crucial moment. He decisively released the ball, sinking a three-pointer. At the instant the basketball swished through the net, Li Hao's heart swelled with joy and pride. I did it. The Nets successfully reversed the score to 101-100. Subsequently, the Warriors launched their offense. Curry, with the ball, drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Irving. Curry stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thereby tying the game once more. With just a minute left on the clock, the Nets regained possession. Harden brought the ball across half court and passed to Durant. Durant thought to himself, "This time, I must score to secure victory for the team." Leveraging his height advantage, he powered through the paint, resulting in a foul from the Warriors. Durant approached the free throw line and confidently made both attempts, putting the Nets ahead at 103-101. In the final moments, the Warriors mounted a frantic offensive. Curry, with all his might, surged towards the basket in an attempt to score. Li Hao, witnessing Curry's drive, shouted internally, "He cannot score." He swiftly provided defensive support and successfully blocked Curry's shot. Immediately, Harden seized the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Lillard. As Lillard advanced into the front court, he reminded himself, "I must manage the time wisely and take a steady shot." After consuming a few seconds, he released his shot. The basketball bounced off the rim, but Durant, quick to react, snatched the rebound and passed it back to Lillard. Receiving the ball, Lillard calmly adjusted and executed a critical three-pointer. As the basketball swished through the net, the Nets triumphed over the Warriors with a final score of 106-101. As the final whistle blew, Li Hao and his teammates embraced each other with exuberance, their cheers and shouts resonating throughout the arena. In this pinnacle clash against the Warriors, they secured victory through exceptional tactical adjustments, unwavering determination, and mutual trust. This triumph not only elevated their standing in the league, but also instilled an unprecedented confidence in their abilities. They understood that as long as they remained united, they could conquer any formidable opponent and achieve even greater glory. Chapter 18. The Reunion in Los Angeles, a tactical duel between the paint and the perimeter following their resounding conquest of the Golden State Warriors. The Nets surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a high-speed train racing towards its next destination, an away challenge against the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers roster this season is nothing short of extravagant, featuring the superstars LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook, all shining brightly together. James, a legendary figure in the basketball realm, possesses unparalleled versatility. His robust physique makes him an unstoppable force on the court, while his exceptional passing vision orchestrates the team's offense. Davis stands tall in the paint, akin to a majestic mountain, intimidating opponents with his formidable rebounding prowess and refined finishing skills. Westbrook, known for his explosive athleticism and fervent playing style, injects boundless energy into the team. They excel both inside and outside, boasting a powerful interior presence and a formidable perimeter scoring capability, undeniably a team that commands respect from all adversaries. For the Nets, this match undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge. Yet, for Li Hao, it holds even greater significance, as it is a contest against his former team. Recollections of his time with the Lakers flood back, the sweat of training, the passion of competition, each memory vivid and poignant. Returning to this familiar ground stirs a complex array of emotions within him. As he grapples with nostalgia for the past, while fiercely yearning to prove himself before his old teammates, a blend of anxiety and anticipation intertwining in his heart. On the day of the match, the Staples Center was already brimming with fervent Lakers fans, the atmosphere as electrifying as a volcano poised to erupt. The supporters donned the team's iconic purple and gold jerseys, wielding an array of meticulously crafted cheering paraphernalia, including flags emblazoned with the faces of star players and glowing light sticks. They chanted in unison, their thunderous cheers seemingly threatening to shatter the arena's roof, creating wave after wave of encouragement for the Lakers, hoping to exert immense pressure on the Nets. Li Hao and his teammates from the Nets strode onto the court with resolute steps. Despite feeling the overwhelming pressure from the home crowd, their eyes reflected an unwavering determination, as if proclaiming to the world that no matter the challenges ahead, they would forge ahead without retreat. As the opening whistle pierced the air, the Lakers launched the first offensive. LeBron James, with poise, dribbled past half-court and engaged in a seemingly simple, yet intricately strategic pick-and-roll with Anthony Davis. Utilizing Davis's impenetrable screen, James surged into the paint with the swiftness of a cheetah. Kevin Durant quickly moved to defend, but LeBron, with his formidable physique and exceptional hang time, leapt high, adjusting his posture mid-air to execute a breathtaking layup that swished through the net, marking a triumphant start for the Lakers. At that moment, a spark of confidence glimmered in James's eyes. He was acutely aware of his team's formidable strength and was resolute in leading them to victory in this pivotal clash. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, James Harden skillfully dribbled to the top of the arc, initiating a seamless pick-and-roll with Damian Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard, with his lightning-fast speed, penetrated the lane, quickly attracting a swarm of defenders from the Lakers. In this critical moment, Lillard displayed remarkable quickness, delivering a pinpoint pass to the open Li Hao beyond the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao took the shot. A graceful arc traced through the air as the ball swished through the net, successfully leveling the score for the Nets. After sinking the three-pointer, Li Hao exhaled deeply, feeling the tension ease slightly within him. He silently encouraged himself to maintain his form and give his all in the match to prove his worth. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in an intense and heated battle. The Lakers' LeBron James and Anthony Davis fully showcased their superstar dominance. James, with his robust physique and exquisite basketball skills, became like a razor-sharp blade on offense, capable of slicing through the Nets' defense with powerful drives to score and utilizing his exceptional passing ability to create prime scoring opportunities for his teammates. Each time he breached the defense and stormed towards the basket, the Nets defenders felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meanwhile, Davis wreaked havoc in the paint, leveraging his astonishing wingspan and remarkable leaping ability to dominate the boards, repeatedly dismantling the Nets' interior defense. Each of his relentless attacks beneath the basket left the interior defenders of the Nets feeling increasingly strained. On the other side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard stood undaunted, fervently leading their team in a tight contest. Harden functioned as the cerebral core of the team, utilizing his extraordinary passing skills to consistently create open shooting opportunities for his teammates. As he executed his passes, his keen eyes meticulously observed the Lakers' defensive positioning, contemplating how to cleverly manipulate their defense to forge more advantageous offensive spaces for his allies. Meanwhile, Durant confidently stationed himself on the perimeter, responding to the Lakers' offensive efforts with his unanswerable mid-range and long-range shooting. His self-assurance and his shooting prowess radiated with an air of dominance, as if to declare to his opponents, "No matter how you defend, I shall find a way to score." Lillard, ever vigilant beyond the three-point line, sought opportunities like a hawk. His long-range shots struck like arrows, often catching the Lakers' defenders off guard and leaving them defenseless. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, Lakers head coach Frank Vogel, sensing the intensity of the competition, decisively called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. He urged his team to intensify their perimeter defense against the Nets, particularly focusing on closely marking their three-point attempts, aiming to sever the source of the Nets' long-range offensive prowess. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in a quandary. Players struggled to locate suitable shooting opportunities from beyond the arc, and even their attempts to penetrate were fiercely thwarted by the Lakers' defenders. Faced with this high-pressure defense, James Harden felt a surge of anxiety but understood that maintaining composure was paramount in critical moments. He continuously pondered strategies to counter the Lakers' defense, seeking a means to unravel their tactics. Coach Nash, perceptive to the shift in dynamics on the court, promptly adjusted his tactics, vociferously instructing everyone, enhance your off-ball movement. Utilize agile interchanges and positional switches to exploit their defensive vulnerabilities. Li Hao and Irving, with your speed and agility, immerse yourselves more in the orchestrating of our offense, leveraging your strengths to breach their double teams. Upon hearing their coach's directives, Li Hao and Irving's eyes ignited with fierce determination. They exchanged glances, silently resolving to harness their advantages and contribute to the team's success in this match. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets gradually rediscovered their offensive rhythm. Li Hao and Irving, akin to two agile daggers, aggressively attacked the interior. Utilizing his exceptional speed and nimble footwork, Li Hao repeatedly pierced through the Lakers' defense, drawing considerable attention from defenders. As he penetrated, he keenly observed his teammates' movements, contemplating the necessity of creating open opportunities for them. Irving, equally resolute, launched his own incisive attacks, compelling the Lakers' defenders to scramble. They adeptly passed the ball to teammates in open positions, with Harden and Lillard actively responding from the perimeter, showcasing their remarkable passing abilities to generate numerous scoring opportunities and stabilize the situation for their team. In the second half, the Lakers continued to amplify their defensive efforts, escalating the intensity of their pressure, which left the Nets players gasping for breath. During a fierce offensive exchange, Harden attempted to breach the defense while in possession of the ball, only to be ensnared by the tight double team of two Lakers defenders. In an effort to extricate himself and his team, Harden sought to pass to a teammate, yet the ball was deftly intercepted by the quick-reacting LeBron James. Upon gaining possession, a spark of excitement flickered in James' eyes as he recognized a prime opportunity for a counterattack. He swiftly propelled into action, dribbling at breakneck speed. Upon crossing half-court and confronting the Nets' defense, he soared into the air, executing an astonishingly distant three-point shot that swished through the net. Witnessing the ball find its mark, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within James, for he knew that his steal and subsequent score significantly bolstered his team's morale and granted the Lakers a scoring advantage, widening the gap to 8 points. In this moment of urgency, Coach Nash called another timeout to reassess and recalibrate the tactical layout on the board. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the players. On the defensive front, we must intensify our efforts to contain both LeBron James and Anthony Davis, employing a strategy of multiple rotations to exhaust their stamina at all costs. Offensively, we should penetrate the paint, fully leveraging the height advantages of Durant and Griffin to challenge the Lakers' interior defense. Upon hearing the coach's directives, Durant and Griffin clenched their fists, a fierce determination igniting within them. They exchanged a resolute glance and affirmed, "All right, we will undoubtedly create opportunities in the paint for our team." Under the resolute implementation of the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity markedly improved. The players united in purpose, successfully curbing the offensive threats posed by James and Davis. Offensively, Durant and Griffin showcased their prowess in the paint. With his exceptional height and delicate touch, Durant relentlessly scored, each offensive play imposing immense pressure on the Lakers' interior defense. Meanwhile, Griffin, utilizing his robust physique, fought tirelessly for rebounds, securing critical boards and generating numerous second-chance opportunities for the team. Through their concerted efforts, the Nets gradually narrowed the scoring gap. As the match approached its exhilarating climax, the score remained perilously close, with both teams locked in an intense standoff. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Lakers held a slender lead of 93-91 over the Nets. At that moment, the Nets initiated their offensive, and Harden confidently dribbled past the half-court line before passing the ball to Lillard. Harnessing his exceptional speed and agility, Lillard deftly maneuvered into the paint and swiftly delivered a pass to the open Li Hao. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao felt his heart race. He was acutely aware of the gravity of this shot. It had to go in. Li Hao urged himself silently, decisively taking the shot and sinking a three-pointer. The instant the basketball swished through the net, Li Hao's fist clenched in exhilaration, his heart swelling with pride. "I did it." The Nets successfully surged ahead, now leading 94-93. In response, the Lakers launched a fierce counterattack, with Davis driving aggressively into the lane, drawing a foul from Irving amidst the fierce competition. Davis stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, resulting in the score being tied once again, the atmosphere on the court growing increasingly tense. With just 1 minute remaining in the match, the Nets held possession of the ball. Harden swiftly dribbled past half-court and passed to Durant. Gazing at the hoop, Durant thought to himself, this shot must count to secure victory for the team. Utilizing his height advantage, he aggressively attacked the basket, drawing a foul from the Lakers. Steadily, Durant approached the free throw line, sinking both shots, thereby propelling the Nets to a 96-94 lead once more. In the dying moments, the Lakers launched a desperate offensive, with LeBron driving hard to the basket in an attempt to score. Li Hao, witnessing LeBron's advance, felt a surge of determination. I cannot allow you to score in my presence. He swiftly moved to provide support, and with exceptional defensive instincts and leaping ability, he successfully blocked LeBron's shot. Almost instantaneously, Harden, displaying remarkable reflexes, grabbed the rebound and passed it to Lillard. Lillard rapidly advanced the ball into the front court, skillfully consuming precious time before decisively taking a shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, but Durant, quick to react, soared to secure the rebound and passed the ball back to Lillard. Once in possession, Lillard calmly adjusted and nailed a pivotal three-pointer that determined the outcome. As the ball swished through the net, the Nets emerged victorious with a narrow 99-94 win over the Lakers. As the final whistle blew, Li Hao and his teammates erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another tightly. After a tumultuous battle against the Lakers, they had continually adapted their strategies, and through unwavering trust in one another and a spirit of tenacious perseverance, they ultimately emerged victorious. This hard-won triumph further elevated the team's cohesion, deepening the bonds of trust among the players. They looked forward to future competitions with great anticipation, firmly believing that through their collective efforts, they would achieve even greater accomplishments. For Li Hao, his outstanding performance against his former team undeniably solidified his position within the squad. He proved his worth through skill, earning the respect and trust of his teammates. At that moment, gazing at his celebrating comrades, Li Hao was filled with emotion, brimming with confidence about his professional future, eager to continue crafting his own remarkable narrative on the basketball court. Chapter 19, The Return to the Windy City. Irving's moment of brilliance following consecutive victories over the Warriors and the Lakers, the Nets' morale soared to its zenith. They ventured into Chicago, armed with fervent determination, to challenge the Bulls. Under the leadership of Levine, DeRozan, and Vucevic, the Bulls possessed formidable strength, boasting a fierce offensive arsenal and tenacious defense, making this contest destined to be a fierce clash. On the day of the match, the United Center was filled to capacity, with Bulls fans clad in red jerseys, their cheers and chants intertwining to create an overwhelming home court atmosphere. As Li Hao and his teammates stepped onto the court, they felt the palpable pressure. Yet their eyes were resolute, brimming with confidence. With the opening whistle, the Bulls initiated the game. Levine dribbled past half-court, executing a pick-and-roll with Vucevic. Vucevic used his robust physique to shield off defenders, allowing Levine to accelerate and break through. Facing Harden's defense, he leapt high, executing a beautiful reverse layup, scoring the first 2 points for the Bulls. His body twisted in midair like a spring, evading Harden's block, and with a deft flick of his fingers, the ball swished through the net, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. The Nets initiated their offense, with Harden bringing the ball to the arc, engaging in a simple passing play with Durant. After receiving the ball, Durant attempted a shot from beyond the arc, but DeRozan's defense was impeccable, disrupting his attempt. In that moment, Irving swiftly cut into the paint. Harden, quick-witted, passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Irving deftly maneuvered around the defender with agile footwork, effortlessly laying the ball in to equalize the score. His footwork was almost ghostly, with successive directional changes leaving the defender off balance. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated inward, leapt, and released the ball in a fluid motion, the basketball finding its mark as it swished through the net, prompting the Nets bench to rise in exuberant celebration. In the ensuing moments, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange of offenses. DeRozan of the Bulls exhibited his formidable mid-range isolation skills, repeatedly using his footwork and fakes to shake off defenders, then consistently sinking shots from the mid-range area. With each shot he takes, he leans back slightly, his gaze locked onto the hoop, as the basketball arcs through the air in a perfect trajectory, swishing through the net. Vucevic dominates the paint, showcasing his exceptional rebounding skills and finishing prowess, consistently seizing second-chance opportunities for the Bulls. He leaps high, his hands gripping the rim like a vice, then pivots gracefully to slam the ball emphatically into the basket, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. On the other end, the Nets trio of Harden, Durant, and Lillard refuses to be outdone. Harden employs his Euro step and passing finesse to continually breach the Bulls' defense, creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. His lateral movements are so elusive that defenders struggle to keep pace, and he always manages to deliver the ball perfectly to his teammates after penetrating the defense. Durant, from beyond the arc, responds to the Bulls' attacks with his unanswerable mid-range shooting. He soars, arms outstretched, as the basketball rockets towards the hoop, igniting cheers from the Nets fans with every score. Lillard, too, seeks opportunities from the three-point line, his long-range shots bewildering the Bulls' defenders. The atmosphere freezes as he raises his hand, the ball soaring through the air until it finally swishes through the net, erupting the crowd into a chorus of jubilant cheers. As the game transitions into the second quarter, Bulls head coach Donovan calls for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensify their double-team defense on the Nets star trio, attempting to curtail their scoring. Under this high-pressure defense, the Nets offense struggles, with players finding it exceedingly difficult to pass and shoot. Just as the team's offensive efforts falter, Irving steps up. Utilizing his exceptional ball handling skills, he weaves in and out beyond the three-point line, searching for a breakthrough. At last, he identifies a gap in the Bulls' defense, accelerating into the paint. Faced with Vucevic's defense, he lofts the ball high in the air, banking it in. Like a flash of lightning, Irving slices through, and even as he loses balance in midair due to Vucevic's quick rotation, his impeccable touch allows him to release the ball perfectly, which bounces off the backboard and falls into the net. This spectacular play not only ignites his team's spirit, but also heightens the intensity in the arena, with his teammates erupting in applause. After the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash makes adjustments, urging his players to enhance their passing movement and positioning to exploit the Bulls' defensive lapses. He encourages Irving to dominate the ball more, leveraging his individual prowess to disrupt the Bulls' defensive rhythm. Under Irving's leadership, the Nets gradually regain their offensive tempo. Irving continuously penetrates the Bulls' defense, drawing multiple defenders before dishing the ball to open teammates. Harden and Lillard, positioned beyond the arc, capitalize on the opportunities created by Irving, sinking crucial three-pointers. As Irving accelerates through the defense, he moves like a streak of black lightning, leaving defenders trailing in his wake. After attracting the double team, he consistently delivers the ball to his open teammate in a timely manner. Harden and Lillard, upon receiving the pass, seize the moment without hesitation, sinking three-point shots repeatedly, which elevates the atmosphere to a crescendo with each basket. In the second half, the Bulls intensified their defense, exerting immense pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden, while driving the ball, found himself surrounded by two Bulls defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by LaVine. LaVine swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half court, and confronted by the Nets defense, he leaped high to make an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, extending the lead to 8 points. As LaVine jumped, his body elongated, arms raised high, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. The Bulls fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, their voices seemingly capable of lifting the roof. Coach Nash called for a timeout once again, meticulously rearranging strategies on the tactical board. He instructed the team to enhance their defensive constraints on LaVine and DeRozan, employing a strategy of multiple rotations to deplete their stamina. Offensively, he advised them to maximize pick-and-roll plays, leveraging player synergy to create scoring opportunities. With the implementation of the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity surged, successfully limiting LaVine and DeRozan's offensive efforts. On the offensive end, the pick-and-roll collaboration between Irving and Harden flourished. Irving, utilizing Harden's screen, consistently penetrated the Bulls' defense, either passing to Harden or opting for his own shot. Following one such pick-and-roll, Irving drove into the paint, faced with Vucevic's defense. He chose not to force a shot, but instead passed to Durant on the perimeter. Durant, upon receiving the ball, confidently sank a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 3 points. As Irving maneuvered, he continually changed direction, leaving Vucevic disoriented. Seizing the moment, he passed to Durant, who, without a moment's hesitation, launched a three-pointer that arched beautifully through the air, swishing through the net, igniting the Nets fans once again. As the game entered the final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes left, the Bulls led the Nets by 2 points, 95-93. At that juncture, the Nets advanced on offense. Irving dribbled past half court, assessing the situation on the court for an opportunity. Suddenly, He noticed Lillard in the corner, wide open, and swiftly delivered the ball. Lillard received the pass and decisively shot a three-pointer, reclaiming the lead. With unwavering focus, Irving passed the ball to Lillard, who took a moment to steady his breath before confidently shooting, the three-pointer finding its mark, sending the Nets bench into a frenzy. Subsequently, the Bulls responded on offense. DeRozan drove the ball and drew a foul from Durant. DeRozan stepped to the free throw line, converting one of two attempts, once again leveling the score. With only a minute remaining, the Nets held possession. Irving brought the ball to the arc, utilizing his speed and agility to penetrate the paint. Drawing multiple defenders, he passed to the open Harden. Upon receiving the ball, Harden refrained from hastily shooting, instead keenly observing that Irving had found space near the baseline. He swiftly passed the ball to Irving, who, upon receiving it, leaped high into the air to execute a decisive jump shot. The basketball swished through the net, securing a 98-96 victory for the Nets over the Bulls. As Irving ascended, his body momentarily suspended in midair. It seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill for him. He gently released the ball, which soared through the air, captivating the attention of all until it gracefully descended into the net. The players of the Nets erupted in jubilation, racing towards Irving, enveloping him in a celebratory embrace for this hard-fought triumph. Following the conclusion of the match, Irving emerged as the hero of the team, with teammates gathering around him to celebrate. His pivotal performance in the game, particularly his courage in the face of offensive adversity and the clutch shot at the final moments, enabled the team to secure victory. A radiant smile of excitement and pride illuminated Irving's face as he recognized that this win was a product of collective effort, while also affirming his significance within the team. Chapter 20. A rematch in Los Angeles. Lillard's defining battle following their successful conquest of the Bulls. The Nets pressed on with their Western journey, facing their next challenge from city rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers boasted formidable prowess this season, highlighted by the presence of superstars Leonard and Paul George, who formed an elite forward duo in the league. Leonard, known for his steady style of play, excelled in both offense and defense, with his mid-range shooting resembling a textbook example of precision and his drives being exceptionally sharp. Paul George, on the other hand, possessed a comprehensive offensive skill set, effortlessly executing everything from long-range threes to mid-range pull-up jumpers and formidable drives to the basket. The duo's presence elevated the Clippers' defensive intensity and offensive firepower to the pinnacle of the league, rendering this matchup a significant test for the Nets. For Lillard, it represented an extraordinary opportunity to prove himself. He yearned to showcase his strength and value in the face of formidable adversaries. On the day of the match, the Staples Center was filled to capacity, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily vibrant. The fans of the Clippers donned matching blue jerseys, wielding various meticulously crafted cheering props emblazoned with the team's emblem and the names of their stars. Their enthusiasm was palpable, with cheers and shouts echoing throughout the arena, transforming it into a dedicated battleground for the Clippers, the resounding encouragement nearly deafening. As Li Hao and his Brooklyn Nets teammates stepped onto the court, they were instantly engulfed by the immense pressure emanating from the home crowd. The overwhelming momentum made it clear to everyone the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in their eyes. Instead, they radiated determination and resolve. Lillard gazed at the opposing Clippers players, silently vowing, "Today, I shall lead my team to victory and showcase our prowess to all." As the opening whistle blew, the Clippers initiated the offense. Leonard, composed, dribbled past half court and engaged in a complex and intricate pick and roll with Paul George. George's screen was perfectly timed, allowing Leonard to surge through the defense like a cheetah darting toward the basket. Durant swiftly moved to defend, but Leonard, undeterred, executed a seamless spin, seemingly becoming one with the basketball. He launched his signature mid-range shot, the ball tracing an elegant arc through the air before swishing through the net, securing the first points for the Clippers. In that moment of shooting, Leonard felt assured, against Durant's defense, "I will make this shot and set a positive tone for my team." The Clippers fans erupted in jubilant cheers, intensifying the already electric atmosphere. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden advanced the ball to the top of the arc, executing a pick with Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard's eyes glimmered with resolve. He was acutely aware of the Clippers' formidable defense, but felt no fear. Like a bolt of lightning, he broke through to the paint, drawing the attention of multiple defenders. In that critical instant, Lillard's mind raced through his teammates' positions. Quick as lightning, he passed the ball to Li Hao on the perimeter, Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao took the shot and sank a three-pointer. During Lillard's drive, his singular thought was to breach their defense and create opportunities for his teammates. Meanwhile, Li Hao, upon receiving the pass, reminded himself, "This shot must go in. I cannot betray Lillard's trust." The basketball swished through the net, eliciting cheers from Nets fans, further heightening the tension on the court. The ensuing match saw both teams engaged in fierce competition. Paul George of the Clippers showcased his exceptional offensive prowess. Seizing fleeting opportunities beyond the arc with crisp precision, the basketball soaring towards the hoop like a meteor. With each shot, he brimmed with confidence. This angle, this timing, it will surely go in. From mid-range, his quick stop-and pop jumpers left the Nets defenders scrambling underneath the basket. His agile footwork and remarkable ability to withstand contact allowed him to score repeatedly. Not only that, but his defensive prowess is equally remarkable, having successfully curtailed the offensive efforts of the Nets on numerous occasions. When defending, he remains wholly focused, resolutely thinking, "I shall not allow you to score with ease." Leonard plays a pivotal role on both ends of the court. His mid-range shooting is akin to a lethal poison, causing considerable distress for the Nets defenders. His drives to the basket are as formidable as a tank, relentlessly breaching the Nets defensive line. With each penetration, he psychologically encourages himself, "I will surge in and disrupt their defense." On the side of the Nets, Harden, Durant, and Lillard are all giving their utmost. Harden, leveraging his exceptional passing ability, continually creates open shooting opportunities for his teammates. His passing vision is as sharp as that of an eagle, constantly surveying the court and calculating, "I must find the teammate with the greatest chance to score." His passes are as precise as a scalpel, invariably locating the open player at just the right moment. Durant responds to the Clippers' attacks with his unanswerable mid-range shooting from beyond the arc. His shooting form is graceful, with the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. With each release, he is steadfast in his belief, "My shot is unstoppable." Lillard, too, seeks opportunities from beyond the three-point line, his long-range shots causing significant headaches for the Clippers' defenders. Whenever he holds the ball, the Clippers' defenders dare not relax, fearing his sudden release. Lillard contemplates, "The more you defend, the more I shall seek opportunities to break the deadlock." As the match progressed into the second quarter, the head coach of the Clippers, Tyronn Lue, recognized the tense situation and promptly called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They implemented a zone defense, aiming to comprehensively restrict the Nets' three-point shots and penetrations. Under such defensive pressure, the Nets found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Their players struggled to find opportunities beyond the arc, while any attempts to penetrate were staunchly thwarted by the Clippers' defenders. Damian Lillard observed the unfolding scenario with mounting anxiety. He was acutely aware that the team urgently needed to break the deadlock. Otherwise, the game would only grow more arduous. "I cannot be confined like this. I must take action," Lillard contemplated. Thus, he began to exploit his speed and agility to breach the Clippers' zone defense. During one offensive play, Lillard received a pass from James Harden. Instead of hastily attempting a shot, he calmly assessed the Clippers' defensive positioning. His gaze was as keen as that of a predator, quickly identifying a chink in the Clippers' armor. "Now is the moment," Lillard silently declared, accelerating with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt towards the basket. Undeterred by Leonard's defense, he leaped high, engaging in a fierce confrontation midair. Lillard harbored a singular conviction: "I must score." Ultimately, he succeeded in making the basket while simultaneously drawing a foul from Leonard. Lillard converted the free throw, thus shattering the scoring drought for the Nets. After the sequence, he exhaled in relief, realizing they had breached the Clippers' defense, instilling hope in the team. The morale of the Nets soared with this pivotal score. Following the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash adjusted the strategy. He instructed his players to enhance their passing movements and positioning, perpetually weaving and switching to uncover vulnerabilities in the Clippers' zone. Additionally, he encouraged Lillard to take on more ball-handling responsibilities, leveraging his individual prowess and passing vision to dismantle the Clippers' defense. Under Lillard's leadership, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. Lillard continually penetrated the Clippers' defenses, his dribbling skills dazzling and confounding the defenders. With each drive, he attracted multiple defenders and, utilizing his exceptional passing abilities, accurately delivered the ball to open teammates. Harden and Durant actively sought opportunities beyond the arc, capitalizing on the chances created by Lillard to sink crucial three-pointers. Each score sent the atmosphere into a crescendo, significantly boosting the players' spirits. In the second half, the Clippers intensified their defensive efforts, applying pressure that weighed heavily on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden drove to the basket but was met with a double team from two Clippers defenders, attempting to pass to a teammate. His attempt was sharply intercepted by Paul George. A surge of excitement coursed through George as he recognized the opportunity. He swiftly launched a counterattack, dribbling the ball across half-court with remarkable speed. Rising high against the Nets' defense, he unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. As Paul George leaped, his body extended, arms fully outstretched. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. The fervent fans of the Clippers erupted in exuberant cheers, their voices resonating with such intensity that it seemed as if the very arena might tremble. At that moment, the score gap had widened to 10 points. Coach Nash called for a timeout once again, meticulously reconfiguring the strategies on the tactical board. With a serious demeanor, he addressed his players. On the defensive end, we must intensify our restrictions on Leonard and Paul George, employing a strategy of multiple rotations to exhaust their stamina at all costs. Offensively, we shall focus on pick and rolls and fluid passing, leveraging our players' synergy to create scoring opportunities. With the implementation of the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity surged, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Leonard and Paul George. On the offensive front, the collaboration between Lillard and Harden in executing pick and rolls was remarkable. Lillard, utilizing Harden's screens, repeatedly penetrated the Clippers' defense, either passing to Harden or opting to take the shot himself. After one such screen, Lillard surged into the paint, confronted by the formidable Clippers' defense. He calmly surveyed the positions of his teammates. Durant is under the basket, Lillard thought, decisively passing the ball to Durant below. Upon receiving the ball, Durant's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leapt high, slamming the ball down into the hoop with a thunderous dunk. This electrifying play reduced the score gap to 5 points. As Lillard advanced, he continually calculated the positions and timing of the defensive players, determined to find the optimal passing opportunity. Meanwhile, Durant, at the moment of receiving the ball, was imbued with a sense of power. I will make this dunk and uplift our spirits. The Nets fans in attendance erupted in a fervent cheer, celebrating the team's spectacular performance. As the game progressed into the final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With only 3 minutes left on the clock, the Clippers held a slender lead of 100-98 over the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled past half-court, his eyes swiftly scanning the court in search of an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in an open position on the perimeter, a spark igniting within him. Li Hao, it's your moment. He swiftly delivered the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao took a deep breath, reminding himself, this is a crucial shot. I must make it. With resolute determination, he released the ball, and the three-pointer found its mark. In that exhilarating moment, as the basketball swished through the net, Li Hao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. I did it. The Nets successfully surged ahead, altering the score to 101-100. Shortly thereafter, the Clippers responded with their own offensive play. Leonard, with the ball in hand, drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Irving. Leonard stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once more. With only a minute remaining in the match, the Brooklyn Nets held possession of the ball. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. He fully understood that this was the pivotal moment that would determine the outcome of the game, and seizing the opportunity was imperative. Utilizing his speed and deft maneuvers, Lillard penetrated the paint. After attracting the attention of multiple defenders, he swiftly surveyed the positions of his teammates. Harden was open. Without hesitation, Lillard passed the ball to Harden. Upon receiving it, Harden did not rush to shoot. Instead, he carefully assessed the situation and noticed Lillard had found space near the baseline. This opportunity is yours, Lillard, Harden thought, quickly delivering the ball to him. Lillard caught it and leaped high, releasing an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. At the moment of takeoff, confidence surged within Lillard. This shot will surely find its mark. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, as everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed upon the ball. It swished through the net, and the Nets players erupted in jubilation, rushing towards Lillard, embracing one another in celebration of this hard-won victory. Ultimately, the Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 104-100. After the conclusion of the match, Lillard emerged as the focal point of the team. His pivotal performance during the game, particularly his composure and decisiveness in moments of adversity, along with a breathtaking long-range three-pointer at the final moments, led the team to a triumphant victory. Lillard's face radiated confidence and pride, fully aware that this victory was not merely a testament to his own prowess, but a culmination of the collective effort of the team. He gazed at his teammates, his heart brimming with gratitude. Without the support and cooperation of everyone, my achievements would have been unattainable. Looking ahead, he aspired to forge even greater glories together. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to continue collaborating with his teammates in future matches, crafting more remarkable narratives. Chapter 21. The Showdown in Milwaukee. Li Hao's ascendance following consecutive victories against the Bulls and the Clippers. The Nets' winning streak remained unbroken as they faced off against the formidable Eastern Conference rivals, the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks boasted the presence of Giannis, an MVP-caliber superstar whose physical attributes were nothing short of extraordinary. His impact on the interior offense and defensive intimidation was immensely potent. Additionally, Middleton and Holiday were both exceptional players, their synergy rendering the Bucks' offensive and defensive strategies highly threatening. This match posed a formidable challenge for the Nets, and Li Hao was eager to demonstrate his worth in this contest. On game day, the Fiserv Forum was filled to capacity, with Bucks fans donned in deer-colored jerseys, waving their cheering flags and producing thunderous roars, attempting to use the home court advantage to overwhelm the Nets. As Li Hao and his teammates stepped onto the court, their eyes reflected a mix of tension and excitement, nervous about facing such a formidable opponent, yet exhilarated by the opportunity to showcase their talents on such a grand stage. As the opening whistle blew, the Bucks initiated the play. Giannis dribbled across half-court, engaging in a simple pick-and-roll with Middleton. Utilizing Middleton's screen, Giannis, with his astonishing speed and explosiveness, barreled toward the basket like a tank. Rising high to confront Durant's defense, he emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop, securing the first points for the Bucks. As Giannis landed, his gaze exuded confidence and dominance, as if declaring that this paint area was his territory. The Nets responded on offense, with Harden bringing the ball to the top of the arc, executing a pick-and-roll with Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard penetrated the lane, drawing the Bucks defenders into a double team. With remarkable quickness, he passed the ball to Li Hao, who received it, thinking, "This is a prime opportunity, I must make this shot." He took a moment to steady his breath, then decisively released the ball, sinking a three-pointer to level the score for the Nets. Witnessing the basketball swish through the net, Li Hao felt a surge of accomplishment, knowing he had set a positive tone for the team. In the ensuing play, both teams engaged in a fierce contest. Giannis wreaked havoc in the paint, with each of his offensive moves placing immense pressure on the Nets' interior defense. He relentlessly attacked the rim, leveraging his robust physique and exceptional leaping ability to execute thunderous dunks and follow-up rebounds time and again. Middleton and Holiday sought opportunities beyond the arc, their three-pointers and mid-range shots rendering the Nets' defense vulnerable. Meanwhile, for the Nets, Harden, Durant, and Lillard endeavored to maintain the scoreline, utilizing his exceptional passing prowess. Harden continuously crafted open shot opportunities for his teammates, contemplating how to disrupt the Bucks' defensive schemes to create better offensive spaces. Durant, with his indefensible mid-range shooting, consistently responded to the Bucks' advances, exuding confidence with each release of the ball. Lillard, ever vigilant behind the three-point line, unleashed his long-range shots, leaving the Bucks defenders scrambling. As the game progressed into the second quarter, Bucks head coach Budenholzer called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their double team on the Nets trio while placing particular emphasis on guarding the perimeter. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets offense found itself in turmoil, with passing and shooting becoming exceedingly challenging. Li Hao, observing the unfolding situation, felt a pang of urgency within. He silently resolved that the team needed him to step up. Retreat was not an option. Consequently, he became more proactive in his movement, leveraging his speed and agility to seek offensive opportunities. During one offensive play, Li Hao received a pass from Harden. Faced with a Bucks defender, he executed a feint to shake off the defense before accelerating into the paint. However, Giannis swiftly rotated over, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao quickly spotted Kyrie in the corner, wide open, and without hesitation, he delivered the ball. Kyrie caught it and sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the situation for the Nets. Li Hao exhaled in relief, knowing his assist had contributed to the team's efforts. After the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash implemented adjustments, urging players to enhance their off-ball movement through continuous cuts and positional exchanges. They aimed to exploit the weaknesses in the Bucks' defense. He also encouraged Li Hao and Kyrie to take a more active role in orchestrating the offense, leveraging their speed and agility to penetrate the Bucks' double team. As the new strategy took effect, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. Li Hao and Kyrie began to aggressively drive to the basket, drawing the Bucks defenders before passing to open teammates, Harden and Lillard. Seizing the opportunities created by Li Hao and Kyrie, repeatedly sank crucial three-pointers. As Li Hao drove, he thought, "I must utilize my speed to disrupt their defense and create chances for my teammates." His drives were akin to lightning, leaving the Bucks defenders bewildered. In the second half, the Bucks ramped up their defensive intensity, exerting immense pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden, while driving, found himself trapped by two Bucks defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but Giannis intercepted the ball. Giannis quickly ignited a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Confronted by the Nets' defense, he leapt high and executed a thunderous dunk, extending the score gap to 8 points. At this moment, Giannis felt a profound sense of accomplishment, believing he had seized control of the game's rhythm. Coach Nash called for another timeout, re-strategizing on the tactical board. He instructed the team to bolster their defensive efforts against Giannis, employing a strategy of multiple defensive rotations to deplete his stamina. On the offensive front, he emphasized the use of screens and passing plays to create scoring opportunities through player synergy. With the implementation of the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity surged, successfully curtailing Giannis's offensive prowess. On offense, Li Hao and Harden executed their pick-and-roll strategy with exceptional finesse. Li Hao, utilizing Harden's screens, repeatedly penetrated the Bucks' defense, either passing to Harden or opting for a personal attack. Following one such screen, Li Hao drove into the paint, confronted by Giannis's defense. Instead of forcing a shot, he passed the ball to Durant on the perimeter. Durant caught the ball and confidently sank a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. Li Hao's heart swelled with joy, knowing his assist had contributed to closing the gap. As the game advanced into the final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes left, the Bucks led the Nets by 2 points, 98-96. The Nets initiated their offense, and as Li Hao dribbled past half-court, he thought, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He scanned the court, searching for an offensive opening. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard unguarded in the corner and swiftly passed the ball to him. Lillard received the pass and decisively launched a three-pointer, taking the lead. Li Hao was overwhelmed with excitement, recognizing that his pass could potentially be the turning point of the match. Subsequently, the Bucks responded with an offensive play, as Middleton drove in and drew a foul from Irving. Middleton stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, leveling the score once more. With just 1 minute remaining, the Nets held possession. Li Hao dribbled to the top of the arc, utilizing his speed and agility to penetrate the lane. Attracting the attention of multiple defenders, he passed to the open Harden. Harden, instead of rushing to shoot, noticed Li Hao had found space near the baseline. He quickly delivered the ball back to Li Hao, who, with a singular focus on making the shot, leapt high and released a long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net as the Nets triumphed over the Bucks with a score of 101-99. Upon landing, Li Hao was filled with elation and pride, understanding that he had played a pivotal role in securing the victory for his team. After the game, Li Hao became the center of attention. His crucial performance, particularly his resilience during the team's struggles and the last-minute long-range dagger, had led the team to success. A confident and proud smile adorned Li Hao's face, as he recognized that this victory was not only a testament to his abilities, but also a reflection of the collective effort of the team. He eagerly anticipates the opportunity to continue creating more brilliance alongside his teammates in the upcoming matches. Chapter 22. The Challenge of Philadelphia. Griffin's pillar in the paint following their victory over the Bucks. The Nets are riding high on a wave of momentum as they head to Philadelphia to face the formidable 76ers. Within the ranks of the 76ers, the duo of Embiid and Simmons stands as the backbone of the team. Embiid wreaks havoc in the paint, exhibiting a commanding presence, while Simmons, with his versatile skill set, serves as the pivotal link in the team's transition between offense and defense. Together, they ensure the 76ers maintain a solid position in the Eastern Conference. Furthermore, the meticulously constructed defensive system of the 76ers is a potent weapon, With the impenetrable defense in the paint coupled with their cohesive team defense often leaving opponents struggling to mount effective attacks. This match represents an exceptional opportunity for the Nets to gauge their own strength. Griffin, in particular, is filled with anticipation to showcase his value as a pillar in the paint during this clash of titans. The game commenced at the Wells Fargo Center, the atmosphere electric, akin to a blazing fire, yet tense enough to steal one's breath away. Dressed in their iconic white and blue jerseys, the 76ers fans waved their cheering props in unison, their thunderous roars seemingly threatening to lift the roof off the arena, creating a relentless wave of support for their team. Upon stepping onto this challenging court, Li Hao and his Nets teammates instantly felt the weight of immense pressure. However, there was no hint of retreat in their eyes. Instead, they exuded a touching resolve and determination. As the opening whistle pierced the air, the 76ers initiated the first offensive play. Simmons, like a nimble cheetah, swiftly dribbled past half-court and executed a concise and effective pick-and-roll with Embiid. Utilizing the fortress built by Embiid, Simmons successfully breached the defense, driving towards the basket. Undeterred by Durant's staunch guarding, he leaped high and, with a textbook layup, scored the first points for the 76ers. Upon landing, Simmons' eyes sparkled with confidence, clearly pleased with the auspicious start he had provided for his team. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Lillard. After receiving the ball, Lillard swiftly penetrated the paint, drawing multiple defenders into a tight embrace. In this critical moment, he acted quickly, delivering a precise pass to Li Hao, who stood unguarded beyond the arc. Without hesitation, Li Hao elevated for a three-point shot, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Li Hao secretly encouraged himself, "This is a perfect start, and we must seize this momentum and press forward." As the game progressed, both teams found themselves locked in an intense stalemate. Embiid, resembling an immovable mountain in the paint, repeatedly capitalized on his robust physique and exceptional skills to score through powerful drives, while also dominating the boards like a rebounding beast, securing numerous critical rebounds. With each offensive assault, the Nets' interior defense teetered on the brink of collapse, and a singular thought consumed his mind: I must utterly dismantle their defense within the paint and lead my team to victory. Simmons showcased his prowess on both ends of the court. His penetrative drives were incisive, and his passing was elusive, causing the Nets' defense to falter and reveal gaping holes. On the other side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard exerted themselves fully, striving to narrow the score gap. Harden, with his masterful passing skills, consistently crafted impeccable opportunities for his teammates to take open shots, his mind tirelessly strategizing ways to unravel the impenetrable fortress of the 76ers, thereby creating broader avenues for offensive maneuvers. Durant illuminated the perimeter with his unanswerable mid to long-range shooting ability, each shot exuding confidence as if an invisible force bound the basketball to the hoop. Lillard lurked beyond the three-point line. His ultra-long-range shots posed a formidable challenge for the 76ers defenders, leaving them in a state of perplexity. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, Philadelphia 76ers head coach Rivers decisively called for a timeout, meticulously devising a new defensive strategy on the tactical board. They significantly intensified their perimeter defense against the Brooklyn Nets, attempting to sever the lifeline of their three-point shooting. Under this stringent defensive approach, the Nets' offense became mired in difficulty. Players struggled to find quality shooting opportunities from beyond the arc, while their drives were staunchly curtailed by the 76ers defenders. Griffin, observing the adverse circumstances on the court, felt a surge of urgency. Deep within, he vowed that the team desperately needed him to create openings in the paint, and he could not let his teammates down. Consequently, he began to assertively position himself inside, leveraging his robust physique to aggressively challenge the 76ers' interior defense. During one offensive sequence, Griffin received a pass from Harden and backed down against Embiid. He repeatedly used his strong frame to create space, and seizing the moment, he swiftly spun around and executed a beautiful hook shot, successfully breaking the scoring drought for the Nets. In that instant, a weight was lifted from Griffin's shoulders. He understood the significance of this score in stabilizing the team's situation. Following the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash quickly made adjustments. He instructed the team to enhance their off-ball movement, utilizing continuous cuts and positional exchanges to exploit the 76ers' defensive vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, he emphasized allowing Griffin to showcase his skills more frequently in the paint, capitalizing on his extensive experience and physical strength to challenge the 76ers interior. As the new strategy unfolded seamlessly, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. Griffin thrived in the paint, frequently exerting his strength, while his remarkable rebounding provided a solid foundation for the Nets' offense. He harbored a singular thought: to create more opportunities for his teammates in the paint, elevating their offensive threat. Harden and Lillard also sought opportunities from the perimeter, skillfully exploiting Griffin's ability to draw defenders, and they repeatedly sank crucial three-pointers. In the second half, the 76ers continued to amplify their defensive intensity, their impenetrable defense imposing unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden attempted to drive, but was effectively double-teamed by two 76ers defenders. He sought to pass to a teammate, but the quick-witted Simmons intercepted the ball. After securing possession, Simmons ignited a fast break, racing down the court like a whirlwind. Faced with the Nets' defense, he leaped high and launched an ultra-long three-pointer that swished through the net, instantly extending the score gap to 8 points. At that moment, Simmons was filled with a sense of accomplishment, as if he had seized control of the game's tempo. Seeing this, Coach Nash called another timeout, re-evaluating the tactical approach. He instructed the team to bolster their defensive efforts against the two core players, Embiid and Simmons, employing a strategy of multiplayer rotations to exhaust their stamina. On the offensive end, he advocated for increased pick-and-roll and passing cut strategies, relying on the players' synergy to create scoring opportunities. With the execution of this new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity markedly improved, successfully restricting the offensive efforts of Embiid and Simmons. Offensively, Griffin and Harden's pick-and-roll collaboration flowed seamlessly. With the assistance of Harden's screen, Griffin relentlessly attacked the interior, either executing deft passes to Harden or decisively opting for the offensive play himself. Following a splendid pick-and-roll, Griffin received a pass from Harden and, confronted by Embiid's staunch defense within the paint, soared high to deliver a breathtaking slam dunk that narrowed the score gap to 3 points. In that moment, Griffin's heart swelled with joy, for he understood that his offensive prowess had sounded the clarion call for his team's resurgence. As the match reached its final quarter, the score remained closely contested, with neither side able to pull ahead. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Philadelphia 76ers held a slender 2-point lead over the Brooklyn Nets at 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offensive play. Harden, dribbling past the half-court line, passed the ball to Lillard. With his blistering speed and deft changes of direction, Lillard penetrated the paint and, with a keen awareness of his surroundings, delivered the ball to the unmarked Griffin. Upon receiving the pass, Griffin was fueled by a singular conviction. This was a pivotal moment that could determine the outcome of the game, and he was resolute in his intent to score. He aggressively attacked Embiid in the paint, successfully drawing a foul. Subsequently, Griffin confidently stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts to level the score. In quick succession, the 76ers launched their offensive, with Embiid driving towards the basket and drawing a foul from Durant. Embiid approached the free throw line, making one of 2 attempts, thus granting the 76ers a narrow lead of 96-95. With just 1 minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden advanced the ball past half-court once more, feeding it back to Griffin. In the post, Griffin executed a strong isolation play. Driven by an unwavering determination, he was intent on securing victory for his team. He bulldozed through defenders with his robust physique before decisively pivoting and sinking a jumper, allowing the Nets to reclaim the lead at 97-96. In the dying moments of the game, the 76ers launched a frenzied offensive effort. Simmons charged towards the basket, seeking to score with a layup. At this critical juncture, Griffin swiftly rotated over, soaring high to successfully block Simmons' shot. Following this, Harden seized the rebound, and as the final buzzer resounded, the Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a nail-biting score of 97-96. At the moment the game concluded, Griffin emerged as the undisputed hero of the team. His pivotal performance, particularly his formidable assaults within the paint and a crucial block in the dying moments, proved to be the key factors in securing victory for the team. A radiant smile of excitement and pride illuminated Griffin's face, as he understood that this triumph was the result of collective effort and unwavering teamwork. Simultaneously affirming his indispensable role within the squad, he brimmed with anticipation, eager to continue battling alongside his teammates in forthcoming matches, striving for the honor of the team and inscribing further glorious chapters. Chapter 23. The contest of the Denver Highlands, Li Hao's continued brilliance. Following consecutive victories against the Bucks and the 76ers, the Nets were buoyed by an unprecedented surge of morale. With confidence shimmering in the eyes of the players as they embarked on their journey to Denver, ready to face the formidable Nuggets on their home court. The two-time MVP, Jokic, undoubtedly served as the core spirit of the Nuggets. He resembled a commander on the court, possessing not only robust inside scoring capabilities, but also an extraordinary vision for passing, consistently delivering the ball to his teammates at the most opportune moments, allowing the Nuggets' offensive system to function with the precision of a well-oiled machine. With Murray returning from injury in formidable form, he sliced through defenses like a razor, his incisive drives and accurate three-pointers rendering opponents helpless. Meanwhile, the young Michael Porter was ever ready on the perimeter, providing potent firepower to support the team, and together, this trio ensured the Nuggets maintained a significant standing in the Western Conference. For the Nets, this matchup was not merely a stringent test of their own capabilities, but also a splendid opportunity for Li Hao to continue his stellar performance. On the day of the game, the Ball Arena was filled to capacity, with Nuggets fans donning blue and gold jerseys, their flags fluttering in the wind. And the deafening cheers seemed poised to lift the entire arena, creating an exhilarating home atmosphere. As Li Hao and his teammates stepped onto the court, their eyes reflected both respect for their formidable adversaries and an ardent desire for victory. As the opening whistle blew, the Nuggets initiated play. Jokic, dribbling steadily across half-court, executed a classic pick-and-roll with Murray. Using his imposing physique as a shield against defenders, he resembled a mobile fortress. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the screen, Murray burst through like lightning. Facing Harden's defense, he executed a sudden stop and pop, the basketball tracing a flawless arc through the air, swishing through the net, granting the Nuggets an early lead. Upon landing, Murray exuberantly waved his arms and exchanged a celebratory high-five with Jokic, internally resolving that, given his splendid form today, he would secure this match alongside his team. The Nets swiftly launched their counteroffensive, with Harden dribbling to the arc, his gaze sharp and focused on his teammates' movements. He astutely discerned that Lillard had acquired an excellent opportunity beyond the three-point line and, without hesitation, delivered a precise pass. Lillard, upon receiving the ball, faked a shot to cleverly deceive the defender, then decisively released his shot, sinking the three-pointer cleanly and effortlessly, leveling the score for the Nets. After Lillard scored, he cast a determined glance at his teammates, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence, fully aware that every point in this contest held the weight of victory or defeat. As the game progressed, both teams entered a frenzied phase. Jokic displayed immense dominance in the paint, employing his exceptional footwork and soft touch to repeatedly score with force under the basket. Moreover, he utilized his remarkable passing ability to create a plethora of open shooting opportunities for his teammates beyond the arc. In one offensive play, Jokic backed down Griffin, skillfully faking his defender, then pivoted for a hook shot that found its mark while simultaneously drawing a foul from Griffin. After converting the ensuing free throw, a wave of fulfillment surged within Jokic as he felt he had discovered an effective strategy against the Nets' interior defense. Meanwhile, Murray was equally relentless from the perimeter, with his drives and three-point shots leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. Michael Porter Jr. lay in wait beyond the arc like a stealthy cheetah, ever ready to receive the ball and shoot, instilling a sense of caution in the Nets' defenders. On the other side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard were tirelessly leading their team to stay close on the scoreboard. Harden, with his signature Euro step and masterful passing skills, continually penetrated the Nuggets' defense, crafting open shooting opportunities for his teammates. His mind was perpetually engaged in devising ways to dismantle the Nuggets' defensive scheme and create more scoring chances for his team. Durant responded to the Nuggets' advances with his unanswerable mid-range shooting, each release infused with confidence, as if an unspoken bond existed between the basketball and the hoop. Lillard, lurking beyond the three-point line, was poised for action, his deep-range shots proving to be a source of great frustration for the Nuggets defenders. As the match entered the second quarter, the Denver Nuggets head coach, Michael Malone, decisively called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy on the tactical board. They intensified their double-team defense against the Brooklyn Nets trio of stars, particularly focusing on obstructing Harden's passing lanes. Under such stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself in dire straits, as players struggled with both passing and shooting. Li Hao observed the unfolding situation with mounting urgency. He silently vowed to himself, "The team needs me to step up. I must create opportunities for my teammates." Consequently, he began to move with greater urgency, leveraging his speed and agility to seek out offensive chances on the court. During one offensive play, Li Hao received a pass from Harden, faced with a defender from the Nuggets. He initially executed a feint to evade the guard before swiftly accelerating towards the paint. However, Jokic rapidly rotated over, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao keenly noticed Irving finding space on the perimeter and, without hesitation, delivered the ball to him. Irving caught the pass and confidently sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the situation for the Nets. Li Hao exhaled in relief, knowing his assist had contributed to the team's efforts. Following the timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash made adjustments. He instructed the players to enhance their off-ball movement, weaving in and out to exploit the Nuggets' defensive lapses. Additionally, he encouraged Li Hao and Irving to take a more active role in orchestrating the offense, utilizing their speed and agility to break through the Nuggets' double team. With the implementation of this new strategy, the Nets gradually rediscovered their offensive rhythm. Li Hao and Irving began to penetrate aggressively, drawing the Nuggets defenders before passing to open teammates. Harden and Lillard also sought opportunities from the perimeter, capitalizing on the chances created by Li Hao and Irving, frequently hitting crucial three-pointers. As Li Hao broke through, he thought to himself, "I must use my speed to disrupt their defense, creating better offensive space for my teammates." His drives were like lightning, leaving the Nuggets defenders struggling to respond. In the second half, the Nuggets continued to bolster their defense, creating an impenetrable barrier that placed immense pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive possession, Harden drove the ball, only to be double-teamed by two Nuggets defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by Murray. Murray swiftly launched a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and faced with the Nets defense, he leapt high to make an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 8 points. At that moment, Murray was exhilarated, believing his steal and score could significantly elevate the team's morale. Coach Nash called another timeout, reconfiguring the tactics on the board. He emphasized the need for the team to strengthen their defense against Jokic and Murray, employing a strategy of multiple defensive rotations to wear them down. Offensively, he encouraged more pick-and-roll and passing cut strategies, aiming to create scoring opportunities through player collaboration. With the execution of these new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity increased, successfully limiting Jokic and Murray's offensive contributions. On the offensive end, the collaboration between Li Hao and Harden in pick-and-roll situations was exceptionally effective. Li Hao utilized Harden's screens to repeatedly breach the Nuggets' defense, either passing to Harden or opting to take the shot himself. After a screen, Li Hao penetrated into the paint. Faced with Jokic's defense, he opted not to force a shot but instead passed the ball to Durant on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Durant confidently sank a three-pointer, narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Li Hao's heart swelled with joy, knowing that his assist had contributed to closing the deficit for the team. As the match approached its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Denver Nuggets held a slender lead over the Brooklyn Nets, 98-96. At this crucial juncture, the Nets initiated their offensive play. Li Hao dribbled past half-court, his mind racing with determination. "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He surveyed the court, seeking a chance to strike. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard in the corner, unmarked, and swiftly delivered the ball to him. Lillard, receiving the pass, took decisive aim and sank a three-pointer, reversing the score in favor of the Nets. Li Hao felt a surge of exhilaration, believing that this assist might very well become the turning point of the game. Subsequently, the Nuggets retaliated with their own offense. Murray, in possession of the ball, penetrated the defense and drew a foul from Irving. He approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once again. With merely 1 minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Li Hao dribbled to the top of the arc, employing his speed and agility to break through to the paint. However, the ball was deftly intercepted by Jokic, ricocheting off Li Hao's leg and out of bounds. The baseline referee promptly blew the whistle and signaled, awarding the Nuggets possession for an inbounds play. With just 40 seconds remaining in the match, the Denver Nuggets called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, the ball found its way into Murray's hands, who began to orchestrate the game. As the 24-second shot clock neared its expiration, the ball was abruptly passed to the interior, where Jokic drew a foul and earned 2 free throw opportunities. At this moment, the Nets had exhausted their timeouts and initiated play from the backcourt, while the Nuggets employed full-court pressure defense. Li Hao dribbled the ball into the front court, but with time running short, he hastily took a shot. With a resounding clang, the ball hit the rim and failed to score. Ultimately, the Nets faced a heartbreaking defeat, finishing with a score of 99-101. The sound of the final whistle reverberated through the arena, leaving the Brooklyn Nets players standing motionless on the court, their faces etched with disappointment and frustration. Li Hao gazed at the scoreboard, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had hoped to maintain his excellent form in this match and aid his team in securing victory. Yet reality dealt him a crushing blow. Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere was stifling, heavy with unspoken tension. Head coach Steve Nash broke the silence, refraining from reprimanding the players. Instead, he calmly stated, "We may have lost this game, but it serves as a valuable lesson. We must thoroughly analyze the reasons for our defeat and identify the issues at hand." Harden furrowed his brow and spoke first. "Their defensive schemes against our trio were remarkably effective, severely limiting my passing options." Durant nodded in agreement, adding, "Jokic's dominance in the paint was indeed formidable. Our interior defense was insufficient." Li Hao felt a pang of self-reproach, contemplating whether his decision-making in crucial moments could have been improved. "Coach, was my passing choice in the final moments a bit hasty? If I had taken more time to observe, perhaps I could have discovered a better opportunity." Nash placed a reassuring hand on Li Hao's shoulder, saying, "This is not solely your fault. We are a team. This loss serves as a wake-up call for us. And moving forward, we must intensify our targeted training." In the ensuing days, the Nets engaged in rigorous training sessions. Nash devised new tactics based on the weaknesses exposed during the game. He emphasized the need for more vigorous off-ball movement among the players, advocating for continuous interchanging positions to counteract the opponent's defensive traps. Additionally, he focused on strengthening their rebounding protection and the collaborative defense of their interior players to address their vulnerabilities. Li Hao dedicated himself to the training, persistently honing his passing skills and ability to penetrate defenses, determined to excel in the next game. He silently vowed to lead his team to victory against such formidable opponents in the future. Chapter 24. The heatwave of Miami and Kyrie's spectacular performance at Miami's American Airlines Arena, an eagerly anticipated clash, was about to unfold. Following their defeat to the Nuggets, the Nets' morale had dipped slightly, yet they refused to be disheartened by the loss. Instead, they swiftly regrouped, preparing to face their next adversary, the Miami Heat. Known for their tenacious defense and cohesive team play, the Heat boasted Jimmy Butler, a formidable forward with exceptional breaking and defensive skills. His leadership qualities and scoring ability in clutch moments made him the cornerstone of the team. Bam Adebayo excelled in interior defense and rebounding, and his synergy with Butler, along with the relentless hustle of the Heat's other players, rendered them a formidable force in the Eastern Conference. This match represented a significant challenge for the Nets, and Kyrie was eager to showcase his prowess on this stage. The match took place at the American Airlines Arena in Miami, where the atmosphere was extraordinarily vibrant. The fervent fans of the Heat donned striking red jerseys, waving their cheering paraphernalia and emitting deafening roars to support their team. Li Hao and his teammates from the Nets stepped onto the court, acutely aware of the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected unwavering resolve and determination. As the opening whistle blew, the Heat initiated the offense. Butler dribbled past half-court and executed a simple pick-and-roll with Adebayo. Utilizing Adebayo's screen, Butler penetrated the paint. And facing Durant's defense, he soared high to complete a splendid layup, giving the Heat an early lead. Upon landing, Butler's gaze radiated confidence. He recognized that he had set a positive tone for his team. The Nets commenced their offensive play as Harden brought the ball to the arc, collaborating with Irving for a screen. After receiving the pass, Irving drove into the lane, drawing the Heat's defenders into a double team. Quick thinking, he passed the ball to Li Hao on the perimeter. Li Hao, catching the ball, launched a three-pointer that found its mark, leveling the score for the Nets. In his mind, Li Hao mused, "This is a promising start, and we must maintain our momentum." However, the Heat's defensive intensity gradually escalated, as they employed staunch defense and fervent hustle to disrupt the Nets' offensive rhythm. Butler showcased formidable prowess on the offensive end, leveraging his robust physique and exceptional driving ability to repeatedly challenge the Nets' defense. His mid-range shooting and clutch performance left the Nets defenders floundering. Adebayo also played a crucial role in the paint, as his rebounding prowess and finishing ability placed immense pressure on the Nets' interior defense. For the Nets, Harden, Durant, and Lillard endeavored to close the gap. Harden, with his exceptional passing skills, consistently created open shooting opportunities for his teammates. He pondered how to dismantle the Heat's defense to forge better offensive chances for his allies. Durant, from the perimeter, countered the Heat's attacks with his unguardable mid-range shooting, each attempt exuding confidence in his abilities. Meanwhile, Lillard sought opportunities beyond the arc, his deep three-pointers proving to be a significant headache for the Heat's defenders. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the head coach of the Miami Heat, Erik Spoelstra, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their perimeter defense, aiming to curtail the Brooklyn Nets' three-point shooting. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets' offense found itself in disarray, with players struggling to create shooting opportunities beyond the arc, while their attempts to penetrate were thwarted by the Heat's defenders. Observing the unfolding situation with growing anxiety, Kyrie Irving silently resolved that the team needed him to step up and break through their defense. He began to leverage his exceptional ball-handling skills, executing a series of dribble maneuvers beyond the three-point line in search of a breakthrough opportunity. At last, he identified a flaw in the Heat's defense, accelerating towards the paint. Confronted by Bam Adebayo's help defense, he lofted the ball high into the air, successfully banking it in while drawing a foul from Adebayo. After sinking the ensuing free throw, a sense of accomplishment washed over Irving. He recognized that he had shattered the team's scoring drought. Following the timeout, Nets coach Steve Nash made adjustments, instructing his team to enhance their off-ball movement. Through relentless cuts and positional exchanges, they sought to exploit the vulnerabilities in the Heat's defense. Additionally, he encouraged Irving to take on more ball-handling responsibilities, utilizing his individual prowess to disrupt Miami's defensive rhythm. Under Irving's leadership, the Nets gradually regained their offensive cadence. He continually penetrated the Heat's defense, drawing multiple defenders before distributing the ball to open teammates. James Harden and Damian Lillard also sought opportunities from the perimeter, capitalizing on the openings created by Irving to sink several crucial three-pointers. As he maneuvered through the defense, Irving was determined to utilize his speed and finesse to forge more opportunities for his teammates. His drives were as swift as lightning, leaving the Heat's defenders struggling to keep pace. However, the Heat remained unfazed. They continued to amplify their defensive efforts in the second half, applying pressure that left the Nets players feeling immense strain. During one offensive possession, Harden drove to the basket, but was met with a double team from two Heat defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Jimmy Butler. Swiftly initiating a counterattack, Butler dribbled past half-court, and with the Nets defense closing in, he soared high to sink a long-range three-pointer, extending the lead to 8 points. At that moment, excitement surged within Butler. He believed that his steal and score could invigorate his team's morale. Coach Nash called another timeout, reconfiguring the team's tactics on the whiteboard. He emphasized the need to intensify their defensive restrictions on Butler and Adebayo, employing a strategy of multiple player rotations to exhaust their stamina. Offensively, he advocated for increased pick-and-roll plays and passing cuts, encouraging synergy among the players to create scoring opportunities. With the implementation of the new strategy, the Nets significantly heightened their defensive intensity, successfully containing Butler and Adebayo's offensive efforts. On the offensive front, the collaboration between Irving and Harden in the pick-and-roll was outstanding. Utilizing Harden's screens, Irving repeatedly breached the Heat's defense, either passing to Harden or opting to take the shot himself. After a screen, Irving penetrated into the paint. Confronted by Adebayo's defense, he leapt high and executed a thunderous dunk, narrowing the score gap to just 3 points. A surge of joy filled Irving's heart, as he recognized that his offensive prowess had significantly diminished the deficit for his team. As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With merely 30 seconds left on the clock, the Miami Heat held a slender lead of 95-93 over the Brooklyn Nets. At this critical juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. With Irving dribbling past the half-court line, his mind racing. This is the pivotal moment. I must seize the opportunity. He surveyed the court intently, searching for an opening. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard in the corner, unguarded, and swiftly delivered the ball to him. Lillard, receiving the pass, took decisive action, landing a three-pointer that flipped the score in their favor. Irving's heart swelled with excitement, for he knew that this assist could very well be the turning point of the game. Shortly thereafter, the Heat responded offensively, with Butler driving to the hoop and drawing a foul from Irving. Butler stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, bringing the score to 99-96 in favor of the Heat. With just 8 seconds remaining, Coach Nash of the Nets called for a timeout, strategizing anew as they prepared to inbound the ball. Irving received the pass at the top of the arc. His mind fixated on a singular thought: if I make this shot, we will triumph. He leapt high, launching an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball arched beautifully through the air, hitting the rim as the red light flashed, signifying the end of the game, with the Heat emerging victorious at 99-96. Upon landing, Irving was enveloped by a wave of disappointment. In their encounter with the Heat in Miami, the Nets faced yet another defeat, this time with a score of 96-99. Standing on the court, he gazed at the jubilant Heat players, his heart heavy with regret. He had anticipated showcasing his prowess and leading his team to victory. Yet the outcome was far from his expectations. Back in the locker room, he struck the locker with his fist, lamenting, "I could have performed better. I should have remained composed in crucial moments." Harden approached him, offering solace. "Do not be too hard on yourself. This is a collective issue for our team." The Heat's defense was formidable, disrupting our offensive rhythm. Coach Nash gathered the players together to analyze the game. "We committed too many errors on the offensive end, and we failed to adequately contain Butler and Adebayo defensively. Changes are necessary." Consequently, in the upcoming training sessions, the Nets focused on enhancing offensive stability and targeted defensive strategies. They engaged in extensive tactical drills tailored to counter the Heat's defensive characteristics, fostering better synergy among the players. Irving continually reflected on his performance, realizing that he sometimes displayed impatience when faced with tough defenses. Thus, he incorporated mental fortitude training into his regimen, simulating high-pressure scenarios to maintain composure during critical moments. Furthermore, he strengthened communication with his teammates to ensure a better understanding of each other's intentions during games. Following these two defeats, the players of the Nets gained a profound awareness of their shortcomings. Instead of wallowing in the agony of failure, they transformed their setbacks into motivation for progress. They eagerly anticipate the forthcoming match, hoping to reaffirm their worth and embody the essence of teamwork and an indomitable spirit through their actions. Chapter 25. The redemption battle in Oklahoma City. After enduring two disheartening defeats against the Nuggets and the Heat, the Nets players found their spirits dampened, as if shrouded in a heavy veil of gloom. With a somber demeanor, they embarked on their journey to Oklahoma City, where they are set to confront the youthful and dynamic Thunder. Within the Thunder's ranks, the multifaceted offensive prowess of Alexander, the expansive court vision of Giddey, and the boundless potential of Holmgren in the paint have garnered significant attention this season. For the Nets, this contest transcends the realm of a mere regular season game. It represents an exceptional opportunity to prove themselves. They yearn to rediscover the taste of victory and restore their confidence in this pivotal encounter. On the day of the match, the Chesapeake Energy Arena was filled to capacity. The Thunder fans donned their blue jerseys, fervently waving flags and vociferously cheering for their team. The fervent atmosphere surged like a tidal wave, imposing tremendous pressure on the players of the Nets. However, their eyes betrayed a resolute determination, silently vowing to give their utmost in this contest. As the opening whistle blew, the Thunder initiated the game. Alexander moved with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly dribbling across half court, executing a masterful pick-and-roll with Holmgren. Utilizing his height advantage, Holmgren stood like an impenetrable wall, effectively shielding Alexander from defenders. With the cover in place, Alexander darted into the paint like an arrow released from a bow. Faced with Durant's defense, he executed a sudden stop and jump shot, the basketball tracing a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net, giving the Thunder an early lead. Upon landing, Alexander jubilantly high-fived his teammates, thinking to himself, "Today, we will seize this game at home and showcase our prowess." The Nets commenced their offense, with Harden dribbling to the top of the arc to engage in a pick-and-roll with Lillard. After receiving the ball, Lillard feigned a drive, drawing the Thunder defenders into a double team while keenly observing the positions of his teammates beyond the arc. Seizing the moment, Harden swiftly cut to the baseline, creating a fleeting opening. Lillard, with remarkable quickness, passed the ball to the perimeter where Li Hao waited. Upon receiving the pass, memories of intense training moments flashed through Li Hao's mind, and he reminded himself to remain composed. He steadied his breath and decisively released the ball, sinking a three-pointer to equalize the score. Watching the ball swish through the net, a surge of confidence welled within Li Hao. He knew he had set a positive tone for his team. In the ensuing match, both sides fiercely contested every possession. Alexander unleashed a torrent of offensive prowess, his drives cutting through the defense like lightning, complemented by accurate mid-range shooting that left the Nets' defense scrambling. Thunder coach Mark Daigneault orchestrated a strategy focusing on pick-and-rolls from the perimeter, with Giddey as the facilitator, continually creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Holmgren, not to be outdone, showcased his exceptional rebounding and shot-blocking abilities, posing significant challenges to the Nets' interior offense. By the end of the first quarter, the Thunder held a 30-25 lead. As the second quarter commenced, Thunder coach Mark Daigneault called a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They adopted a zone defense, intensifying their focus on the Nets' trio of stars, particularly scrutinizing Harden's passing lanes. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared once more. With players struggling to pass and shoot effectively, the Thunder seized the opportunity, embarking on a 15-5 run, widening the gap to as much as 15 points. At this juncture, Li Hao recalled his coach's emphasis on off-ball movement and tactical synergy during practice. He became increasingly proactive in his positioning, leveraging his speed and agility to seek offensive opportunities. During an offensive play, Li Hao received a pass from Harden. Confronted by the Thunder's defenders, he executed a deceptive move to shake off his opponent before swiftly accelerating to penetrate the paint. However, Holmgren quickly arrived to provide help defense, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely noticed Irving had found an open spot beyond the arc, and without hesitation, he delivered the ball. After receiving the pass, Irving made a slight adjustment and sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the Nets' position. A sense of relief washed over Li Hao, as he recognized that his assist had contributed to the team's success and validated the fruits of his training. Following a timeout, Nets head coach Steve Nash implemented strategic adjustments. He instructed the players to persist in enhancing their off-ball movement, continuously weaving and switching positions to exploit the Thunder's defensive weaknesses. Simultaneously, he urged the interior players to strengthen their synergy with the perimeter shooters, employing pick-and-roll tactics to create more scoring opportunities. Nash devised a horns offense, positioning Harden and Lillard on either side of the free-throw line, orchestrating a series of passes and cuts to dismantle the Thunder's defense. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets gradually regained their offensive rhythm. The players exhibited greater cohesion, and their off-ball movement became increasingly vigorous. Harden and Lillard relentlessly sought opportunities from the perimeter, capitalizing on their teammates' screens to consistently knock down crucial three-pointers. Durant showcased remarkable prowess both inside and outside, his mid-range shots and drives perplexing the Thunder's defenders. By halftime, the Nets had narrowed the deficit to 5 points. As the second half commenced, the Thunder refused to surrender easily. Alexander re-emerged in the latter stages of the third quarter, repeatedly penetrating the Nets' defense with his speed and agility, executing a series of challenging layups and mid-range jumpers to help the Thunder regain the lead. The Thunder shifted their tactics, applying full-court pressure which forced the Nets into mistakes. Holmgren demonstrated formidable dominance in the paint, his blocks and rebounding prowess thwarting the Nets' offensive attempts. At the end of the third quarter, the Thunder led 75-68. As the fourth quarter began, the Nets players recognized the gravity of the situation. It was a battle for survival. They could afford no further mistakes and were determined to give their all. In one offensive play, Irving, faced with Alexander's defense, leveraged his speed to forcefully penetrate the paint, executing a high-difficulty layup that narrowed the score to a mere 3 points. Subsequently, Durant successfully blocked Holmgren's attempt on the defensive end, prompting a swift counterattack from the Nets. Lillard received a pass during the fast break and unhesitatingly launched a deep three-pointer, leveling the score. As the match approached its final 3 minutes, the score remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes left, the Thunder led the Nets by a narrow 2 points, 98-96. At that moment, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard broke through to the paint, drawing multiple defenders from the Thunder. He swiftly passed the ball to the unmarked Li Hao. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He leapt high and launched a deep three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, reversing the score. This remarkable three-pointer not only invigorated the Nets, but also rendered the Thunder fans in attendance momentarily silent. Subsequently, the Thunder launched their offensive. Alexander drove the ball and drew a foul from Irving. Alexander stepped to the free-throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, once again leveling the score. With only 1 minute remaining, the Nets held possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Irving open near the baseline and quickly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Irving utilized his speed and deft footwork to penetrate the paint. Facing Holmgren's defense, he elevated gracefully, cleverly using his body to shield the ball, scoring while also drawing a foul from Holmgren. Irving completed the and-one free throw, putting the Nets ahead 102-99. This critical 2-1 opportunity illuminated the path to victory for the Nets. In the final moments, the Thunder launched a frantic offensive. Giddey drove to the basket, attempting a layup. However, Durant swiftly arrived for the defensive stop, leaping high to successfully block Giddey's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound. And as the game time expired, the Nets triumphed over the Thunder with a final score of 102-99. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets embraced each other with exuberance. They had endured numerous challenges and setbacks during the game, yet ultimately, through their collective effort and exceptional tactical execution, they emerged victorious. Li Hao wore a confident and proud smile, aware that this triumph was not only a reward for his diligent training, but also a testament to the shared growth of the team. He looked forward to continuing to create more brilliance alongside his teammates in the forthcoming matches. Chapter 26. The Challenge in Toronto. The transformation of the team following their victory over the Thunder. The Nets cast aside the shadows of their previous struggles, their spirits soaring as they journeyed to Toronto, eager to confront the formidable Raptors. The Raptors boasted remarkable talents such as Siakam and Van Vliet, whose defense was impenetrable and whose offense was characterized by unwavering resilience, never conceding defeat easily. This match represented a formidable test for the Nets, as well as an excellent opportunity to demonstrate their genuine transformation. The players yearned to showcase their enhanced capabilities and unbreakable team cohesion in this critical encounter. Before the match, an air of tension and excitement enveloped the Brooklyn Nets locker room. Harden, with a serious demeanor, firmly patted Durant on the shoulder and spoke in a low tone. KD, this game will not be easy. We must maintain the momentum from the last match and drive everyone forward without a hint of relaxation. Durant, with a confident smile gracing his lips, nodded resolutely. Rest assured, we are determined to win this game and showcase our strength to everyone. Meanwhile, Irving swiftly approached Li Hao, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and encouragingly said, "Hao, you performed exceptionally well in the last game. Continue to play freely in this one without any pressure. We all believe in you." A warm surge filled Li Hao's heart as he stood a little taller, meeting their gazes with unwavering determination. "All right. I will give my all and contribute everything I have for the team." The match unfolded with fervor at the Scotiabank Arena. The atmosphere electric and vibrant as if ignited by an inferno. Dressed in vivid red jerseys, the Raptors fans waved an array of cheering paraphernalia, their thunderous roars echoing in waves, striving to overwhelm the Nets with the sheer force of home court advantage. As Li Hao and his teammates stepped onto the court, the overwhelming clamor enveloped them, instilling an unprecedented pressure, yet their eyes reflected unwavering resolve and determination, as if declaring to their opponents, "We shall not be easily vanquished." With the crisp sound of the opening whistle, the Raptors launched their offensive. Siakam, akin to a nimble leopard, propelled the ball swiftly across half-court, executing a succinct and efficient pick-and-roll with Van Vliet. Utilizing Van Vliet's screen, Siakam dashed through the defense like a bolt of black lightning and faced by Griffin's staunch guarding. He leaped high, his body soaring through the air like a majestic bird, completing a beautiful floater with exceptional hang time and a soft touch, thereby scoring the first points for the Raptors. Upon landing, Siakam radiated confidence and pride, aware that he had set a perfect tone for his team. As the Nets took their turn on offense, Harden maneuvered the ball to the top of the arc, engaging in a seamless pick-and-roll with Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving, like a swift predator, adeptly penetrated the paint, instantly attracting the Raptors' defensive attention. Quick-witted and precise, he passed the ball to the open Li Hao on the perimeter. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao's heart raced within his chest, flashes of the coach's instructions and his teammates' trusting gazes coursing through his mind. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he adjusted his focus and decisively released the ball, a three-pointer that swished through the net. The crisp sound of the ball finding its mark resonated like a clarion call of victory. Elated, Li Hao clenched his fist and raised his arm high. As Irving approached with a beaming smile to high-five him, "Splendid, keep it up." In the ensuing contest, both teams engaged in a fierce battle. The score ascending in alternating fashion, the tension palpable. Siakam unleashed his offensive prowess, his drive sharp and his mid-range shooting astonishingly accurate, leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. Van Vliet played a pivotal role from beyond the arc, his three-pointers and clutch performances keeping the Nets' defenders on high alert, unable to afford a moment's respite. On the other side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard relentlessly pursued points for the Nets. Harden, with his extraordinary passing finesse, continually crafted open shooting opportunities for his teammates. His mind functioned like a sophisticated algorithm, perpetually analyzing the Raptors' defensive formations, contemplating strategies to breach their lines and secure better offensive chances for his comrades. Meanwhile, Durant, from the perimeter, responded to the Raptors' advances with his unassailable mid-range shooting, his confidence unwavering, as if the entire arena lay within his grasp. Lillard positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, his remarkable long-range shots causing considerable distress for the Raptors' defenders. Each attempt he made elevated the atmosphere in the arena to a state of palpable tension. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, the dynamics on the court shifted dramatically. The head coach of the Raptors, Nick Nurse, sensing the tightly contested score, wore a serious expression as he called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy on the tactical board. They implemented an aggressively oppressive zone defense, striving to comprehensively restrict the Nets' three-point shooting and penetration. Under such stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire. The players struggled to locate suitable shooting opportunities from beyond the arc, while their attempts to penetrate were staunchly thwarted by the Raptors' defenders. The atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense, with the Nets players displaying signs of anxiety upon their faces. At that moment, Kyrie Irving recalled the coach's persistent emphasis on teamwork and tactical execution during training. Gritting his teeth, his eyes radiated determination as he resolved to leverage his exceptional ball-handling skills to break the deadlock. He deftly maneuvered the ball beyond the three-point line, his movements flowing like water, leaving the defenders bewildered. After a series of exploratory dribbles, he finally identified a gap in the Raptors' defense. With a sudden burst of speed, he drove towards the paint. As he faced Siakam's defensive challenge, he skillfully lofted the ball high into the air, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc as it kissed the backboard and fell through the net, simultaneously drawing a foul from Siakam. Following the successful free throw, Irving erupted with excitement, and his teammates rushed to celebrate, with Durant patting him on the back. "Well done, Kyrie. That's the crucial shot we needed." This pivotal three-pointer significantly bolstered the Nets' morale. After the timeout, the Nets head coach, Steve Nash, swiftly made adjustments. He instructed the team to enhance their passing and positioning, utilizing constant movement and exchanges to exploit the vulnerabilities in the Raptors' zone defense. Additionally, he emphasized tighter collaboration between the interior and perimeter players, employing pick-and-roll and pass-and-cut strategies to create more scoring opportunities. Nash elaborated on the tactics, with the players gathered around him, attentively listening, their eyes reflecting focus and resolve. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets gradually rediscovered their offensive rhythm. The passing among players became more fluid, and their movements more dynamic. Harden and Lillard incessantly sought opportunities from the perimeter, capitalizing on their teammates' screens to sink critical three-pointers. Each successful shot ignited cheers and applause from the Nets fans. Durant showcased his prowess both inside and outside, his mid-range shooting and driving abilities proving formidable against the Raptors' defenders. Each of his offensive plays landed like a heavy blow against the opposition. In the second half, the Raptors intensified their defensive efforts, their pressure instilling a palpable sense of urgency in the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden drove towards the basket, only to be ensnared by a double team from two Raptors defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was swiftly intercepted by VanVleet. Seizing the moment, VanVleet launched a counterattack, dribbling past half court. Facing the Nets' defense, he leaped high, akin to an eagle soaring in flight, and nailed a deep three-pointer, extending the score gap to 8 points. At that moment, VanVleet was brimming with a sense of accomplishment, raising his arms triumphantly and shouting, as if declaring to the Nets, "This game is ours to win." Coach Nash, sensing the gravity of the situation, called for another timeout, his demeanor grave as he meticulously restructured the game plan on the tactical board. He urged his team to intensify their defensive efforts against Siakam and VanVleet, employing a strategy of multiple rotations to deplete their stamina. Offensively, he advocated for a focus on fast breaks and pick-and-roll plays, leveraging the team's speed and synergy to disrupt the Raptors' defensive rhythm. The players listened intently to the coach's tactical directives, silently vowing to execute the game plan with precision. Under the implementation of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity markedly improved, successfully constraining the offensive efforts of Siakam and VanVleet. On the offensive front, the Nets' fast breaks and pick-and-roll tactics flourished. Harden and Irving, while advancing the ball, continuously sought opportunities, either opting for their own shots or passing to open teammates. In one swift fast break, Harden dribbled past half-court, and like a seasoned general, he astutely noticed Durant finding space beneath the basket and swiftly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Durant soared high, reminiscent of a fierce beast, executing a thunderous dunk that narrowed the score gap to 3 points. Elated, Harden shouted, "KD," just like that. After landing, Durant celebrated with a high five from Harden, their eyes reflecting resolute determination and confidence. As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with each possession pivotal to the outcome. The atmosphere was charged with tension. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Raptors trailed the Nets by 2 points, 95-93. In that moment, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled past the half-court line, his demeanor exuding calmness and decisiveness as he passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint, drawing multiple defenders from the Raptors before swiftly delivering a pass to the open Kyrie Irving. Heart racing. Irving recognized the gravity of the moment. This was a decisive juncture that could alter the fate of the game. He resolved to seize the opportunity, not to betray his teammates' trust. Ascending with fervor, he launched an audacious long-range three-pointer. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air, swishing through the net and reversing the score. In a moment of exuberance, Harden gave Irving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Kyrie." The Nets fans erupted in a cacophony of cheers, their excitement palpable. Subsequently, the Raptors took possession, with Siakam driving towards the basket, drawing a foul from Durant. Siakam approached the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once more. With only a minute remaining, the Nets held the ball. Harden maneuvered to the top of the arc, assessing the court for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao unguarded along the perimeter and promptly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao exploited his speed and agility to penetrate the lane. Confronted by the Raptors' defense, he soared into the air, scoring while simultaneously drawing a foul from his opponent. Li Hao converted the free throw, propelling the Nets ahead 99-96. His teammates erupted in cheers, and Kyrie rushed over to embrace him, declaring, "Well done, Hao. You are our hero." A proud smile illuminated Li Hao's face, knowing he had made a significant contribution to the team. In a frenzied final push, the Raptors launched an aggressive offense, with Van Vliet driving to the hoop in an attempt to score. However, Kyrie swiftly rotated over, leaping like a formidable barrier to successfully block Van Vliet's shot. Subsequently, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Raptors with a score of 99-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another tightly as they expressed their exhilaration and joy. They exhibited remarkable team cohesion and exceptional tactical execution throughout the game, with Irving and Li Hao's outstanding performances at critical moments proving pivotal to the team's victory. This triumph served as a testament to the Nets' resurgence, demonstrating that they had fully recovered from their previous defeats and undergone a true transformation. They eagerly anticipated maintaining this momentum in the forthcoming games as they aspired to reach even greater honors. Chapter 27. The Flames of Vengeance in Miami. Following consecutive victories against the Thunder and the Raptors, the morale of the Nets soared to unprecedented heights, their indomitable spirit seemingly capable of piercing the very heavens. They were set to face the Heat once more, a clash that undoubtedly represented a highly charged quest for revenge. The memory of their previous encounter, marked by a bitter defeat, ignited a fierce desire within each player, akin to a roaring flame that grew ever more intense in their hearts. They harbored a resolute determination to redeem themselves in this matchup. Before the game, the atmosphere in the locker room was taut as a drawn bowstring, yet it was infused with a fervent spirit of competition. Head coach Steve Nash wore a serious expression, his gaze piercing. He approached Harden with deliberate intent, speaking earnestly. "Harden, the trajectory of this game largely hinges on your organization and passing. The Heat will undoubtedly focus their defense on you, striving to sever your passing lanes. Thus, you must remain composed at all times, keenly aware of your teammates' movements, and deliver that decisive pass at the most opportune moment to orchestrate our offensive rhythm." Harden's eyes reflected unwavering resolve as he nodded vigorously, his tone steady and assured. "Coach, you can count on me. I am fully prepared to lead the team in executing a beautiful offense." Nash then moved with a light step to Li Hao's side, kindly patting him on the shoulder and beaming with encouragement. "Li Hao, your recent performances have been nothing short of spectacular, showcasing your formidable prowess. In this game, maintain your rhythm, Continue to be aggressive, and when the opportunity arises, do not hesitate. Take your shot decisively. We all believe in you." Li Hao's eyes sparkled with confidence as he responded without hesitation. "Rest assured, Coach, I will not let anyone down." The game unfolded fiercely at the Heat's home court. The FTX Arena, where every seat was filled. The Heat's fans, adorned in vibrant red jerseys, created a tumultuous sea of crimson. Their deafening cheers echoed throughout the arena, attempting to overwhelm the Nets with the formidable energy of their home crowd. However, the players of the Nets remained resolute, their gazes as steadfast as iron. Undeterred by the cacophony around them, they strode onto the court with the poise of warriors heading to battle, exuding an aura of fearlessness. As the sharp sound of the opening whistle pierced the air, the Nets initiated the game. Harden danced across the court with the grace of a skilled performer, adeptly dribbling past half court, collaborating with Irving in a brilliantly executed pick-and-roll maneuver. Upon receiving the pass, Irving, with his agile and versatile footwork, surged through the defense like a bolt of black lightning, instantly drawing the attention of multiple defenders from the Miami Heat. In this critical moment, Irving, with remarkable quickness, delivered the ball to the open Lillard on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Lillard elevated and launched a three-pointer, the basketball tracing a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net. The Brooklyn Nets took the lead. After scoring, Lillard's face flushed with excitement as he raised his arms high, celebrating with his rushing teammates. Irving, smiling, gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Beautiful. That's the rhythm. Keep it going." The Heat quickly initiated their offense as Butler advanced the ball past half court, executing a seamless pick-and-roll with Adebayo. Utilizing Adebayo's screen, Butler charged into the paint like a fierce cheetah, undeterred by Durant's towering presence and tight defense. He leaped high, adjusting his body mid-air to complete a stunning layup, the ball sinking steadily into the hoop, leveling the score for the Heat. Upon landing, Butler exuded confidence and dominance, pounding his chest to declare his authority over the court. As the game intensified, both teams engaged in a fierce battle. Butler erupted offensively, his drives piercing through the Nets' defense like a sharp dagger, repeatedly exploiting their vulnerabilities. His mid-range shooting was equally menacing, instilling apprehension in the Nets' defenders with each release. Adebayo played a pivotal role in the paint, resembling a formidable mountain, steadfastly guarding the basket. His exceptional rebounding and tenacious finishing abilities placed immense pressure on the Nets' interior defense, leaving their players in dismay. On the Nets' side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard exerted every effort to maintain their lead. Harden operated like a seasoned commander, utilizing his superb passing skills to keenly observe the court dynamics, swiftly calculating the optimal passing routes to create open shooting opportunities for his teammates. While dribbling, he contemplated how to better manipulate the Heat's defense, deciphering their tactical schemes. Durant showcased his unanswerable mid-range shooting prowess from beyond the arc, each shot radiating confidence, as if an invisible force connected the ball to the hoop. He trusted in his abilities, believing he could find shooting opportunities regardless of the defensive pressure, consistently delivering the ball to the net. Meanwhile, Lillard lurked beyond the three-point line, akin to a concealed bomb ready to detonate. His long-range shooting posed significant challenges for the Heat's defenders. Whenever he had the ball, they were on high alert, wary of any lapse in focus. As the second quarter commenced, Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra astutely recognized the shifting dynamics on the court and decisively called a timeout to quickly devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against the Nets' trio of stars, with particular focus on monitoring Harden's passing lanes. Under such relentless pressure, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in a struggle. Each pass became exceedingly arduous, and every shot was met with immense strain. Observing this predicament, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly approached the tactical board, sketching strategies while addressing his players with a resolute voice. "Stay composed and do not panic. Their defense may be stronger, but we must exercise patience in our ball movement, continuously passing and executing off-ball runs to uncover opportunities. Emphasize off-ball movement and leverage screens to create open shots. If we remain patient, we will undoubtedly discover a means to dismantle their defense." Harden attentively regarded his coach, nodding affirmatively and resolutely declaring, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy to ensure success." Upon returning to the court after the timeout, the Nets players adhered to the coach's instructions, enhancing their off-ball movement and passing dynamics. Li Hao fully utilized his speed and agility, darting across the court like a nimble deer, seeking offensive opportunities. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden, Confronted by the Heat's close defense, he executed a convincing feint, shifting the defender's weight, before accelerating as swiftly as a gust of wind, penetrating the paint. However, Adebayo reacted swiftly, closing in to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely assessed the unfolding scenario, swiftly discerning that Irving had found space beyond the arc. Without hesitation, he delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Irving steadied his breath, leaped high, and released a three-point shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing an exquisite arc before finding the net, stabilizing the net's position. Li Hao exhaled a sigh of relief as Irving exuberantly approached him, emphatically high-fiving him while exclaiming, "Great shot, Li Hao. Keep this momentum. You are exceptional." In the second half, the Heat continued to bolster their defense, their intensity akin to an impenetrable fortress, subjecting the Nets players to unprecedented pressure. During one offensive sequence, Harden drove to the basket, tightly encircled by two Heat defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was deftly intercepted by Butler, swiftly initiating a counterattack. Butler surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, dribbling past half-court. Confronted by the Nets' defense, he leapt high, releasing a contested shot while off balance, netting a long-range three-pointer that widened the scoring gap to 5 points. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout, looking into the eyes of his players, his gaze imbued with trust and encouragement. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our abilities and the results of our training. Execute the strategy, focusing on limiting Butler and Adebayo's influence, severing their connections with teammates. Offensively, we should emphasize fast breaks, utilizing our speed to disrupt their defensive rhythm. As long as we unite in purpose, no challenge is insurmountable." The players nodded vigorously, their eyes rekindled with an ardent determination. They exchanged high fives and words of encouragement, as if infused with boundless energy. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity was markedly enhanced, successfully curtailing the offensive maneuvers of Butler and Adebayo. On the offensive front, the Nets' fast breaks flourished. Harden and Irving, while advancing the ball, operated with the precision of sharp surgical blades, relentlessly probing for weaknesses in the Heat's defense, whether opting to attack themselves or deftly passing to open teammates. During one notable fast break, Harden crossed half-court and keenly observed Durant securing an open position beneath the basket. Without hesitation, he delivered the ball. Upon receiving it, Durant soared high, akin to a fierce lion, executing a thunderous dunk that narrowed the score gap to just 2 points. Filled with exhilaration, Harden shouted, "KD, that's it. Well done." After landing, Durant and Harden exchanged jubilant high-fives, their faces radiating confidence. As the game progressed into the final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with every point holding immense significance. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Heat led the Nets by 2 points at 92-90. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an attack. Harden advanced the ball and passed it to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the interior, skillfully delivering the ball to an open Irving. In that critical moment, Irving thought to himself, "This is pivotal. I must seize this opportunity and not betray my teammates' trust." He inhaled deeply, leaped high, and launched a long three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and reversing the score. Harden, brimming with excitement, gave Irving a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Incredible, Kyrie. You are our hero." Subsequently, the Heat countered with an offensive thrust. Butler drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Durant. Butler stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once more. With only a minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, meticulously analyzing the situation on the court for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao wide open on the perimeter and swiftly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Li Hao employed his speed and footwork to penetrate the lane. Facing the Heat's defense, he leaped high, scoring amidst physical contact while drawing a foul from his opponent. Li Hao converted the ensuing free throw, putting the Nets ahead 96-93. In the final moments, the Heat launched a frantic offensive. Butler, driving to the basket, attempted a layup, but Irving swiftly rotated over, leaping high to successfully block Butler's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound, and as the game time expired, the Nets triumphed over the Heat with a score of 96-93. After the match, the Nets players erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with tears of joy brimming in their eyes. This victory in their quest for revenge validated their prowess and further solidified their team cohesion. Li Hao and Irving emerged as pivotal figures for the team, Their remarkable performances and decisive actions during critical moments led the team to a well-deserved victory. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a gratifying smile, aware that the team had not only triumphed in this match, but had also gained invaluable experience and confidence, which would serve as a formidable impetus on their path forward. Chapter 28. Post-match joy and new challenges following their victory against the Heat. The Nets locker room was instantly filled with laughter and cheer, the jubilant atmosphere seeming to envelop the entire space. Players exchanged high fives and embraces, each face radiating happiness and pride as they celebrated this hard-won triumph. Harden, grinning, remarked to Durant, "KD, your performance in this game was pivotal. Those mid-range shots were simply unanswerable. The moment you got the ball, the Heat's defenders were visibly tense." Durant humbly replied, "This is a collective effort. Without your passing and teamwork, I would not have had the opportunity to shoot. The victory is the result of our entire team's collaboration. Every contribution matters." Irving, with a buoyant step, approached Li Hao, praising, "Hao, your performance during crucial moments today was outstanding. That drive and foul draw was incredibly assertive, securing our victory. You were the heartbeat of our team." Li Hao, slightly bashful, scratched his head and offered a shy smile. "It's all thanks to everyone's trust and the opportunities you've created for me. Without your support, I couldn't have achieved this." Coach Nash entered the locker room, surveying the exhilarated players, his face reflecting satisfaction. He clapped his hands, signaling for silence. "Gentlemen, this victory is well-deserved. You have demonstrated tenacity and exceptional teamwork during the game, which is precisely what we strive for. You have proven your worth through your actions and showcased our team's strength. However, we must not grow complacent. More significant challenges lie ahead. We must maintain this momentum, continually striving for improvement." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing anticipation and determination for the forthcoming matches. In the following days, the Nets engaged in routine training. Coach Nash made some tactical adjustments based on the recent game, emphasizing the importance of cohesive defense and diverse offensive strategies. He instructed the players to focus more on cooperative defense and rotations, advising them not to fixate solely on their assigned opponents, but to remain vigilant regarding their teammates' defensive situations and to provide timely support. During training, Coach Nash consistently communicated with the players. He addressed Harden, saying, "Harden, your passing vision and organizational skills are core strengths of our team. However, against high-intensity defenses, it is crucial to be more mindful of the timing and force of your passes to avoid turnovers. Sometimes, a minor error can alter the course of the game. Therefore, you must exercise caution and closely observe the dynamics on the court." Harden attentively absorbed the coach's guidance, nodding in acknowledgement, pledging to enhance his practice in this area during training and striving to elevate his passing consistency. As for Li Hao, Coach Nash encouraged him to continue showcasing his unique attributes. "Li Hao, your speed and ability to penetrate are formidable assets to our offense. While maintaining your aggressiveness, it is imperative to cultivate your passing awareness to better engage your teammates. When driving to the basket, do not solely focus on your own scoring. Pay heed to your teammates' positions and distribute the ball timely, ensuring our offense flows more seamlessly." Li Hao humbly embraced the coach's advice, dedicating himself to diligently practicing the synergy of passing and penetration, continuously enhancing his basketball skills and awareness. As the next game approached, the players of the Nets began preparing for the new challenge. They understood that each match represents a rigorous test, and only through relentless effort and progress can they achieve superior results in the fiercely competitive NBA. The players eagerly anticipated the forthcoming game, yearning to once again showcase their collective strength and fighting spirit on the court, battling for the honor of their team and striving towards loftier goals. Chapter 29. The rivalry battle in Boston following their triumph over the Heat. The Nets were buoyed by high spirits, with their next adversary being the formidable Eastern Conference rivals, the Celtics. The Celtics boasted all-stars Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, whose offensive prowess was formidable and defense tenacious. The deep-rooted history and fervent home atmosphere of the Celtics rendered this matchup particularly challenging. For the Nets, this was not merely a regular season game, but rather an opportunity to prove themselves against a formidable opponent. Before the match, the atmosphere in the Brooklyn Nets locker room was one of tension and focus. Head coach Steve Nash stood before the tactical board, his demeanor serious as he addressed the players. The Boston Celtics are formidable, exhibiting distinct characteristics in both offense and defense. We must pay particular attention to Tatum and Brown, whose scoring abilities are exceptional. Simultaneously, we must leverage our own strengths. enhancing the fluidity of our offense and the cohesiveness of our defense. Harden listened intently, memories of his youth spent honing his passing skills on street courts flooding his mind. Those nights of sweat were dedicated to moments like this, where he could lead the team forward. He stated, "Coach, we will give our all. I will ensure effective organization and inspire our offensive efforts." Durant, equally resolute, recalled his relentless dedication to enhancing his shooting consistency, practicing thousands of shots each day. "I will maintain aggression on the offensive front and share the burden with the team." The match took place at the TD Garden in Boston, with every seat occupied. Dressed in green jerseys, the Celtics fans waved flags and let out deafening cheers, aiming to overwhelm the Nets with their home court fervor. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, their gazes were resolute and unyielding. When the opening whistle blew, the Celtics initiated the game. Tatum dribbled across half-court, executing a pick-and-roll with Brown. Utilizing Brown's screen, Tatum penetrated the paint and, facing Durant's defense, leapt high to execute a beautiful layup, scoring the first 2 points for the Celtics. Upon landing, Tatum joyfully high-fived his teammates, determined to secure a victory at home and establish dominance over the Nets. The Nets commenced their offense, with Harden bringing the ball to the top of the arc and collaborating with Irving on a pick-and-roll. Irving received the ball and drove inside, drawing the Celtics defenders to him before swiftly passing to Lillard on the perimeter. Lillard caught the ball and launched a three-pointer, successfully leveling the score for the Nets. After the shot, Lillard jubilantly celebrated with his teammates, while Irving smiled and said, "Beautiful. That's the rhythm. Keep it up." Observing this moment, Harden felt a wave of nostalgia. Recognizing that every successful collaboration stemmed from countless hours of unspoken understanding among players, reminiscent of his own experiences training on street courts with friends, developing a silent synergy. As the game progressed, both teams fiercely competed. Tatum showcased his offensive prowess, with his drives and mid-range shots leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. Brown also played a pivotal role from the perimeter, his three-point shooting and driving ability making it difficult for the Nets defenders to keep pace. The other Celtics players actively collaborated, executing a vibrant team offense. For the Nets, Harden, Durant, and Lillard worked diligently to keep the score close. With his passing skills, Harden consistently created open shooting opportunities for his teammates. While passing, he reminisced about his childhood on makeshift courts, where he had to intuitively explore the angles and force of his passes without any coaching guidance. Those rigorous training sessions enabled him to make swift judgments in the midst of complex game scenarios today. Durant, with his unguardable mid-range shooting, repeatedly answered the Celtics' advances. Each shot transported him back to the training court, where he diligently adjusted his shooting form and reinforced muscle memory. It was those monotonous repetitions that instilled in him the confidence he possesses now. Meanwhile, Lillard sought opportunities beyond the arc, his long-range three-pointers proving to be a significant headache for the Celtics defenders. As the match progressed into the second quarter, Celtics head coach Ime Udoka called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against the Nets' formidable trio, particularly focusing on obstructing Harden's passing lanes. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets' offense faltered, making it increasingly arduous for players to pass and shoot. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called another timeout, swiftly sketching out tactics on the board, urging his players, "Do not panic." As they tighten their defense, we must exhibit patience in ball movement and seek out opportunities. Emphasize off-ball movement and utilize screens to create open shots. Simultaneously, enhance our defensive rotations to prevent them from scoring easily. Harden attentively nodded at his coach. "We understand, coach, and we will execute the strategy." He reminisced about his early days in the league, where he too learned and evolved gradually while facing an array of complex defensive schemes. Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. The players adhered to the coach's directives, amplifying their off-ball movement and ball transfer. Li Hao leveraged his speed and agility, actively maneuvering to seek offensive opportunities. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and, facing a Celtics defender, executed a deceptive move to shake off his guard before rapidly accelerating to penetrate the paint. However, Horford swiftly rotated to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao keenly observed Kyrie finding space beyond the arc and unhesitatingly delivered the pass. Kyrie caught the ball and sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the net situation. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Kyrie approached him for a high five, exclaiming, "Well done, Li Hao, keep it up." In the second half, the Celtics continued to amplify their defensive intensity, exerting tremendous pressure on the Nets players. In one offensive sequence, Harden drove to the basket, but was encircled by two Celtics defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, his ball was intercepted by Tatum. Tatum quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and, confronted by the Nets' defense, leaped high to sink a long-range three-pointer, extending the point differential to 8. Coach Nash called for another timeout, looking into the eyes of his players, encouraging them, "Stay calm. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our abilities and the fruits of our training. Execute the strategy, fortifying our defense against Tatum and Brown. Severing their connections with teammates. On offense, prioritize fast breaks, leveraging our speed to disrupt their defensive rhythm. United, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." The players nodded in agreement, their spirits rekindled with renewed determination. With the new tactics in place, the Nets heightened their defensive intensity, successfully curtailing Tatum and Brown's offensive efforts. Offensively, the Nets thrived in their fast breaks. As Harden and Kyrie pushed the ball up the court, they continually sought opportunities, either attacking themselves or passing to open teammates. In one fast break, Harden crossed half-court, spotting Durant in the paint with an open lane, and swiftly passed the ball. Durant caught it and soared high to execute a thunderous dunk, narrowing the point gap to 3. Harden exuberantly shouted, "KD, that's the way." After landing, Durant celebrated with a high five with Harden. As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained fiercely contested. With merely 3 minutes remaining, the Boston Celtics held a slender lead of 95-93 against the Brooklyn Nets. At that moment, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard sliced through the defense and delivered a pass to the unmarked Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He leapt gracefully into the air and launched an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a splendid arc through the air, swishing through the net and reversing the score. Harden, brimming with excitement, gave Irving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Irving." Subsequently, the Celtics responded with an offensive play. Brown drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Durant. Brown stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once again. With merely 1 minute remaining in the match, the Brooklyn Nets held possession of the ball. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, keenly assessing the dynamics on the court in search of an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao positioned at the perimeter, unmarked, and swiftly passed the ball in his direction. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao utilized his speed and deft maneuvering to penetrate the paint. Confronted by the Celtics' defense, he soared into the air, executing a flawless shot while simultaneously drawing a foul from his opponent. Li Hao converted the subsequent free throw, granting the Nets a 99-96 lead. In the dying moments, the Celtics launched a fervent offensive, with Tatum driving towards the basket, aiming for a layup. However, Irving swiftly arrived to provide assistance, successfully blocking Tatum's attempt. Shortly thereafter, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final whistle blew, the Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Boston Celtics with a score of 99-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, joyously embracing one another. This victory served as a testament to their prowess in the face of formidable adversaries, further enhancing their team cohesion. Li Hao and Kyrie Irving emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and decisive contributions during critical moments securing the team's triumph. Coach Nash gazed upon his elated players, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that beyond merely claiming victory, the team had amassed invaluable experience, laying a solid foundation for their forthcoming contests. Chapter 30. The pinnacle showdown in Los Angeles. Following their triumph over the Celtics, the morale of the Nets soared, and they soon faced off against the Lakers in a highly anticipated clash. The Lakers boasted the dynamic duo of LeBron James and Anthony Davis, two titans of the basketball realm, complemented by their rich championship pedigree and the ever-vibrant atmosphere of the Staples Center. This confrontation undeniably became the focal point of the entire league. For the Brooklyn Nets, it represented not only a formidable challenge but also an exceptional opportunity to transcend their limits and achieve personal breakthroughs. On the eve of the match, the locker room of the Brooklyn Nets was permeated with a palpable blend of tension and anticipation. Head coach Steve Nash, his countenance serious, stood before the players and solemnly declared, "The Los Angeles Lakers possess formidable strength, with LeBron James and Anthony Davis being premier stars of the league. This match represents a tremendous challenge for us, yet it is also an exceptional opportunity. We must bring forth our utmost performance, showcasing the essence of team basketball." and triumph over them through our skill and determination. Harden reflected on his arduous journey through the league, having faced countless challenging games, each one serving as a stepping stone for his growth. At this moment, his gaze was resolute, and his tone resolute. "Coach, we are prepared. We will give it our all and secure this victory." Durant also recalled his past experiences of remaining composed under immense pressure during the finals, and he stated earnestly, "In this match, we must not relent for a moment. Our execution on both offense and defense must be flawless." The match commenced grandly at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, with every seat occupied. Enthusiastic Lakers fans donned their iconic purple and gold jerseys, fervently waving their cheering paraphernalia, their thunderous roars cascading in waves, rallying with all their might for the Lakers. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they instantly felt the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their gazes were resolute, their determination unwavering. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Lakers initiated the game. LeBron James swiftly dribbled past half-court, executing a masterful pick-and-roll with Anthony Davis. Utilizing Davis's screen, James surged into the paint like a bolt of lightning. Facing the staunch defense of Kevin Durant, he leapt high, delivering a powerful dunk that marked the Lakers' first score. Upon landing, James let out a triumphant roar, asserting his regal dominance over the arena. As the Nets took their turn on offense, James Harden advanced the ball to the top of the arc, seamlessly coordinating with Kyrie Irving for a pick-and-roll. After receiving the ball, Irving adeptly penetrated the lane, drawing multiple Lakers defenders to him. With quick reflexes, he swiftly passed the ball to the wide-open Damian Lillard beyond the arc. Lillard, with no hesitation, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, quickly leveling the score. Following his successful shot, Lillard celebrated with enthusiastic high-fives to his teammates, while Irving chuckled and encouraged him, saying, "Beautiful, keep this rhythm going." Harden, witnessing this moment, was reminded of a critical game from his past where a single passing error had left him filled with regret. Since then, he had devoted countless hours to practice, determined never to repeat that mistake. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in a fierce contest. James unleashed his offensive prowess, his drives penetrating fiercely, while his passing was elusive, leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. Davis stood as a pillar in the paint, his rebounding and finishing abilities imposing tremendous pressure on the Nets' interior defense. The other Lakers players exhibited exceptional synergy, executing their team offense with fluidity. On the Nets side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard were diligently holding their ground. Harden, with his exquisite passing skills, consistently created open shooting opportunities for his teammates. As he orchestrated the offense, he reminisced about his impoverished childhood, practicing with a worn-out basketball on rough surfaces. Those arduous times had forged his indomitable spirit. Durant showcased his unguardable mid-range shooting from the perimeter, each release reminiscent of the dreams he once chased on the court, never yielding despite the obstacles. Lillard lingered beyond the three-point line, poised for action, his long-range shots posing a formidable challenge for the Lakers defenders. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, Los Angeles Lakers head coach Frank Vogel decisively called for a timeout. Meticulously devising a new defensive strategy, they significantly intensified their defensive pressure on the Brooklyn Nets' formidable trio, particularly focusing on monitoring Harden's passing lanes. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense became stagnant, with players finding it exceedingly challenging to pass and shoot. Sensing the precarious situation, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly sketched out strategies on the tactical board, urging his players, "Remain calm. As they bolster their defense, we must exercise patience in ball movement and seek opportunities. Increase off-ball movement and utilize screens to create open shots. Meanwhile, our defensive rotations must be reinforced. We cannot allow them easy scoring chances." Harden listened intently, nodding emphatically, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." He recalled the early days of his career, reflecting on how he overcame external doubts and criticism through continuous learning and improvement, gradually evolving into the team's core player. As the timeout concluded, the Nets returned to the court. The players adhered strictly to the coach's directives, enhancing their off-ball movement and ball transmission. Li Hao leveraged his speed and agility, actively positioning himself across the court. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden, and faced with the Lakers' defense, he executed a convincing hesitation move to elude his opponent before accelerating towards the paint. Just as he prepared to shoot, Davis swiftly rotated over, attempting to block him. In midair, Li Hao quickly assessed the situation, spotting Irving in a prime position beyond the arc, and without hesitation, delivered the ball. Irving caught it and confidently sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Irving approached him for a vigorous high five. "Great shot, Li Hao. Keep it up." In the second half, the Lakers' defense escalated further, enveloping the Nets players in an oppressive pressure akin to a mountain. In one offensive sequence, Harden attempted to drive the ball but was enveloped by two Lakers defenders. He endeavored to pass to a teammate but was intercepted by LeBron James, whose quick reflexes proved decisive. Immediately, James ignited a counterattack, dribbling with remarkable speed. Upon crossing half-court, confronted by the Nets' defense, he leapt high, executing a long-range three-pointer that swished through the net, instantly widening the score gap to 8 points. Once again, Coach Nash called for a timeout, his gaze resolutely scanning each player as he encouraged, "Do not panic. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our abilities and the fruits of our rigorous training. Stick to the strategy, focus on limiting James and Davis defensively, severing their connections with teammates. Offensively, we should emphasize fast breaks and utilize our speed to disrupt their defensive rhythm. As long as we unite, no obstacle is insurmountable." The players nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited with fervent determination. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets significantly elevated their defensive intensity, successfully constraining the offensive efforts of James and Davis. On the offensive end, their fast breaks surged with vigor. As Harden and Irving advanced the ball, they alternated between decisive attacks and precise passes to open teammates. During one fast break, Harden crossed half-court and spotted Durant in an advantageous position beneath the basket. He swiftly delivered the pass. Durant caught it, soaring high for a powerful dunk that narrowed the score gap to 3 points. Harden exclaimed with exhilaration, "KD, just like that." As Durant landed, he and Harden shared an enthusiastic high five. As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With merely 3 minutes remaining, the Lakers held a slender lead over the Nets, 98-96. In that moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Harden dribbled past half-court before distributing the ball to Lillard. Harnessing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint and delivered a pass to the unmarked Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving contemplated the gravity of the situation. "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize the opportunity." He leaped high into the air and launched a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air, swishing through the net, thus reversing the score in an instant. Harden, filled with excitement, gave Irving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Irving." Subsequently, the Lakers regrouped for their offensive drive. Davis, with the ball in hand, made a bold move towards the basket, drawing a foul from Durant. Davis approached the free throw line and converted one of his 2 attempts, leveling the score once more. With only a minute left on the clock, the Nets regained possession. Harden, stationed at the top of the arc, meticulously assessed the unfolding dynamics on the court. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in a prime position beyond the arc and swiftly passed the ball. Li Hao, upon receiving it, utilized his speed and direction changes to breach the defense, rising above the Lakers' defenders to score while also drawing a foul. Li Hao converted the ensuing free throw, propelling the Nets ahead 101-99. In the waning moments, the Lakers launched an all-out offensive. James, possessing the ball, drove towards the basket in an attempt to score. However, Irving swiftly arrived to provide defensive support, successfully blocking James' shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound as the clock wound down, sealing the victory for the Nets at 101-99 over the Lakers. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, leaping and embracing one another with fervor. This hard-won victory allowed them to substantiate their prowess against formidable opponents, elevating the team's cohesion to unprecedented heights. Li Hao and Irving's dazzling performances, particularly their remarkable displays during critical moments, were pivotal to the team's triumph. Coach Nash, observing the exhilarated players, wore a beaming smile, his heart brimming with aspirations for the team's future. He understood that this victory was merely a beginning. On their forthcoming journey, they would advance with renewed vigor. Chapter 31. The battle against the Warriors of Golden State. Following consecutive victories over the Celtics and the Lakers, the Nets' morale soared as they set off to Golden State, preparing to challenge the Warriors, a team boasting the talents of Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, renowned for their exceptional three-point strategy and seamless teamwork. The Warriors have clinched multiple championships in the league, establishing themselves as a formidable and legendary squad. This match represented not only a valuable opportunity for the Nets to assess their capabilities, but also a formidable challenge against a storied franchise. Before the match, The atmosphere in the Brooklyn Nets locker room was both tense and filled with anticipation. Harden reminisced about his intense playoff battles against the Warriors during his time with the Rockets, where the scores were often closely contested and the crucial moments were heart-stopping. These memories fueled his determination for the impending game. He addressed his teammates, stating, "Competing against the Warriors is never an easy task. We must exert every ounce of our strength." Durant reflected on his championship days with the Warriors, fighting alongside Curry and Thompson, granting him profound insight into the Warriors' tactics and player characteristics. He earnestly remarked, "Their three-point shooting poses the greatest threat. Our defense must be impeccable to prevent them from shooting freely." Irving was also lost in recollections, remembering the pivotal three-pointer he made in Game 7 of the Finals during his championship season with the Cavaliers, a defining moment in his career. This memory instilled in him a greater sense of confidence when facing formidable teams. He encouraged his teammates, saying, "We have the capability to overcome any opponent, as long as we trust one another." At that moment, veteran Griffin shared with the younger players the history of the Nets. He recounted the team's first season after relocating to Brooklyn, when the facilities were inadequate and the fanbase sparse, facing numerous challenges. Yet, the team persevered and gradually established itself in Brooklyn. He solemnly stated, "If our predecessors could endure such hardships, we, with our current strong roster and favorable conditions, have even less reason not to give our all." The match commenced at the Chase Center in Golden State, with the venue filled to capacity. Warriors fans donned their blue jerseys, brandishing flags and vociferously cheering to rally their team. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they immediately felt the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their gazes remained resolute, betraying no hint of trepidation. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Warriors initiated play. Curry dribbled past half-court and executed a pick-and-roll with Green. Utilizing Green's screen, Curry swiftly maneuvered to the perimeter and, facing Harden's defense, took his shot without hesitation, sinking a three-pointer to score the first points of the game. Following his successful basket, Curry leapt in exhilaration, high-fiving his teammates, and thought to himself, "Today, the Nets shall witness the prowess of our three-point shooting." As the Nets took their turn on offense, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, executing a pick with Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving drove toward the paint, drawing several Warriors defenders to him. Quick-witted, he passed to Lillard on the perimeter, who shot immediately, also making his three-pointer, thus leveling the score for the Nets. After his successful shot, Lillard celebrated with a high five to his teammate, while Irving smiled and encouraged him, saying, "Excellent, let us maintain this momentum." The ensuing game was fiercely contested, with both teams exchanging blows. Curry displayed his remarkable scoring ability through both three-pointers and drives, causing the Nets' defense to struggle to keep pace. Thompson proved to be a formidable asset from the perimeter, shooting on the catch and leaving the Nets' defenders in disarray. Green excelled in orchestrating both offense and defense, with his passing and rebounding significantly aiding the Warriors' efforts. On the Nets' side, Harden, Durant, and Lillard vigorously worked to keep the score close. Harden's exceptional passing skills consistently created open shooting opportunities for his teammates. As he passed, he reminisced about past encounters with the Warriors, recalling how his clever passes had dismantled their defenses. Durant, with his nearly unguardable mid-range shooting, repeatedly countered the Warriors' advances. Each shot he took seemed to transport him back to the pivotal moments of his championship-winning days with the Warriors, fueling his determination and confidence. Meanwhile, Lillard sought opportunities beyond the arc, his long-range shooting proving to be a significant headache for the Warriors' defenders. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their focus on the Brooklyn Nets trio of stars, particularly honing in on James Harden's passing lanes. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets found their offensive flow severely hampered, with players struggling to pass and shoot effectively. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout as well. He swiftly sketched out tactics on the board, instructing his players to remain composed. "Do not rush. They are tightening their defense, so we must exercise patience in our passing and seek opportunities. Move without the ball and utilize screens to create open shots. We must also enhance our defensive rotations to prevent easy scores." Harden attentively nodded, affirming, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." With the timeout concluded, the Nets returned to the court, implementing the coach's directives by increasing their off-ball movement and ball circulation. Li Hao, displaying remarkable speed and agility, darted across the court in search of offensive opportunities. On one occasion, he received a pass from Harden, faked out a Warriors defender, and then accelerated towards the paint. However, Draymond Green quickly rotated over to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao scanned the court and spotted Kyrie Irving in a vacant position beyond the arc. Promptly delivering the ball to him, Irving caught the pass and sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the Nets' momentum. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Irving approached him for a celebratory high five, exclaiming, "Great play, Li Hao. Keep it up." In the second half, the Warriors maintained their defensive intensity, placing immense pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden attempted to penetrate but was met with a double team from two Warriors defenders. As he sought to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Thompson. Thompson immediately ignited a fast break, dribbling past half court, and, facing the Nets defense, leapt high to sink a long three-pointer, extending the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash called for yet another timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players, he encouraged them, "Stay calm. This is merely a temporary setback. We must trust in our abilities and believe that our training has not been in vain. Execute the strategy, focusing on limiting Curry and Thompson during defense, and severing their connections with teammates. Offensively, we should capitalize on fast breaks, leveraging our speed to disrupt their defensive rhythm. As long as we unite as one, no challenge is insurmountable." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindling with determination. Adhering to the new strategy, the Nets' defense strengthened, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Curry and Thompson. On the offensive end, their fast breaks became exceptional. During one such sequence, as Harden advanced the ball, he spotted Kevin Durant in an open position beneath the basket and swiftly passed it to him. Durant received the ball, soared high, and executed a thunderous dunk, narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Harden joyfully shouted, "KD," just like that. After landing, Durant celebrated with a high five with Harden. As the match approached its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes left, the Warriors led the Nets by a mere 2 points, 96-94. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled across half court and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the lane, subsequently delivering a pass to the open Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving, aware of the gravity of the moment, resolved to seize the opportunity. He leaped high and launched an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, swishing through the net, allowing the Nets to take the lead. Harden, exhilarated, gave Irving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Irving." The Warriors then retaliated with their own offense as Curry drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Durant. Curry stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, which brought the score back to a tie. With only a minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao open on the perimeter and swiftly passed the ball to him. Li Hao, upon receiving the ball, capitalized on his speed and agility to break through the defense, soaring high to make the shot and drawing a foul in the process. Li Hao converted the ensuing free throw, putting the Nets ahead 100-97. In the dying moments, the Warriors launched a frantic offensive. Curry drove towards the basket, aiming for a layup. However, Irving quickly arrived to provide defensive support, successfully blocking Curry's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final seconds ticked away, the Nets triumphed over the Warriors with a score of 100-97. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets were jubilant, leaping with joy and embracing one another in excitement. This victory allowed them to demonstrate their prowess against a legendary team, further strengthening their sense of unity. Li Hao and Irving excelled in their performance, playing pivotal roles at critical moments to secure the win for their team. Coach Nash observed the elated players with a satisfied smile, understanding that this victory not only brought triumph, but also invaluable experience that would be beneficial for future contests. Chapter 32. The glory of victory and prospects for the future. Following their triumph over the Warriors, the locker room of the Nets erupted in celebration. The players exchanged high fives and hugs, reveling in this hard-fought victory. Harden smiled at Durant, saying, "KD, your performance was crucial today. Those mid-range shots and dunks truly ignited our spirit." Durant humbly replied, "This is a collective achievement. Without your passes and teamwork, I couldn't have performed as I did." Irving approached Li Hao, praising him once more. "Li Hao, your performance at critical moments today was exceptional. That drive and drawing of the foul was truly impressive." Li Hao, slightly bashful, scratched his head and responded, "It's all thanks to the trust everyone has in me, creating opportunities for me." Amidst the joyous atmosphere, the team's management entered the locker room to extend their congratulations to the players. General Manager Sean Marks stated, "This victory is monumental. Not only have you triumphed over a formidable opponent, but you have also showcased the prowess and spirit of the Brooklyn Nets to the entire league." He further reflected on the team's journey from obscurity to becoming a powerhouse in the league, noting that each step was fraught with challenges and hardships. When the team sought to bring in superstars and build their roster, they faced numerous difficulties and skepticism. Yet the management remained steadfast in their vision and relentless in their efforts, leading to the current glory. Subsequently, the players began to reminisce about the thrilling moments of the match. Harden recalled a particularly exquisite pass he made that assisted Lillard in sinking a three-pointer. "At that moment, I was reminded of my childhood days playing on the streets, the seamless synergy with my friends. No matter the pressure faced, as long as you trust your teammates, opportunities can be created." Durant shared his insights on defending against Curry, stating, "When guarding a player like Curry, one must maintain unwavering focus and vigilance. During my time with the Warriors, I was acutely aware of his threat, hence I couldn't afford to relax on defense today." Irving reflected, "This match reminded me of the championship season with the Cavaliers. We faced immense pressure then as well, yet through the power of teamwork and our desire for victory, we achieved a comeback. Today's game was no different. We did not surrender despite being behind, ultimately securing the win." Li Hao expressed that this victory served as a tremendous source of encouragement for him, stating, "I have dreamed of playing on the NBA stage since childhood. To have made a significant impact in such an important game today fills me with immense pride. I will continue to strive to contribute even more to the team." As Coach Nash gazed into the future, he conveyed to his players, "This victory is merely a beginning. We have a long journey ahead. The forthcoming matches will be increasingly arduous, yet as long as we remain united and committed to our training, we shall undoubtedly achieve even greater success." He further emphasized that the team would engage in targeted training to address the issues unveiled during this match, thereby enhancing the team's strength. Over time, the players of the Brooklyn Nets gradually emerged from the euphoria of this victory, turning their focus to preparing for the next game. They understand that in the fiercely competitive arena of the NBA, each match presents a new challenge, and only through relentless effort can they establish their footing within the league. The players eagerly anticipate the arrival of the next game, yearning to once again showcase their collective strength and fighting spirit on the court, battling for the honor of the team and striving towards loftier aspirations. Chapter 33. The tactical duel in Salt Lake City following consecutive victories against the Bulls and the Suns. The Nets ventured into Salt Lake City with high spirits to challenge the Utah Jazz. The Jazz boast formidable talents such as Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, whose synergy in both offense and defense is exemplary, and their home arena, the Energy Solutions Arena, is renowned for its vibrant atmosphere and daunting home advantage. For the Nets, this match represents not only a stern test of their capabilities, but also a dual contest of tactics and psychology. Prior to the match, the atmosphere in the Nets training facility was charged with tension and focus. Coach Nash engaged in an earnest discussion with his assistants regarding strategic arrangements to counter the Jazz. He was acutely aware that the Jazz's defensive framework revolved around Gobert, rendering the paint a formidable fortress, while Mitchell on the perimeter possessed an explosive scoring prowess. Meanwhile, Harden conversed with Lillard about offensive strategies, recalling his past encounters with similar defensive setups, where he had successfully altered the rhythm and passing techniques to break the stalemate. He generously shared these insights with Lillard, hoping they would prove beneficial during the game. In a quiet corner, Irving practiced his dribbling and shooting, reminiscing about the skills he honed during his time at a European basketball training camp, silently motivating himself for the challenge ahead. The match commenced as scheduled at the Energy Solutions Arena, with every seat occupied. The Jazz fans, donned in their blue jerseys, waved their rally flags exuberantly, creating a cacophony of cheers in an attempt to overwhelm the visiting Nets. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, their eyes conveyed determination and composure, showing no signs of being swayed by the home crowd's fervor. At the sound of the opening whistle, the Jazz initiated the play. Mitchell dribbled past half-court, executing a classic pick-and-roll with Gobert. Utilizing Gobert's substantial screen, Mitchell swiftly altered his direction and penetrated the lane. Confronted by Harden's defense, he leaped high into the air, artfully evading Harden's block to complete a challenging floater, thus putting the Jazz ahead. Upon landing, Mitchell joyfully high-fived his teammates, contemplating the day's intention to showcase their home court prowess to the Nets. The Nets launched their offense with Harden bringing the ball to the top of the arc. Rather than rushing into a conventional pick-and-roll with Irving, he surveyed the court's dynamics. Suddenly, with a deceptive move, he shook off his defender and promptly passed to Li Hao, who had cut into the lane. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao, leveraging his speed and agile footwork, sought to breach Gobert's defense. Gobert quickly tightened his defensive stance, preparing to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely noticed Irving had found space beyond the arc, and without hesitation, delivered the ball to him. Irving, upon receiving the pass, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, equalizing the score. Following his successful shot, Irving excitedly high-fived Li Hao, exclaiming, "Great teamwork, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum." As the game progressed, both teams engaged in fierce competition. Mitchell unleashed his offensive prowess, with his drives and mid-to-long-range shooting perplexing the Nets' defense. Gobert, exploiting his height and wingspan, not only dominated the boards but also executed several spectacular blocks and offensive rebounds. The other Jazz players actively collaborated, their collective defensive efforts ensnaring the Nets' offensive plays in a quagmire. Meanwhile, Harden, Irving, and Lillard from the Nets were diligently seeking scoring opportunities. Harden attempted to disrupt the Jazz's defensive rhythm through swift passing and off-ball movement, continuously scanning the court for defensive lapses. Irving showcased his nimble dribbling skills, aiming to penetrate the Jazz's perimeter defense. Lillard remained poised beyond the three-point line, ever ready to receive the ball for a shot, his long-range capabilities consistently capturing the Jazz's defensive focus. As the match entered the second quarter, the Utah Jazz's head coach, Quinn Snyder, called for a timeout to devise a more stringent defensive strategy. They implemented a full-court press, applying intense pressure on the ball handlers of the Brooklyn Nets in an attempt to induce errors. Under this defensive scheme, the Nets found their offensive plays increasingly arduous, resulting in numerous passing mishaps. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly sketched new tactics on the board, reassuring his players, "Do not panic. While their full-court press exerts pressure, we must remain composed. Accelerate our passing and utilize off-ball movement to evade the defense. Simultaneously, we must intensify our own defense to prevent them from scoring easily." Harden, attentively nodding at the coach, replied, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, implementing the coach's directives by quickening their passing rhythm and frequently moving without the ball to seek offensive opportunities. Li Hao leveraged his speed advantage, successfully evading Jazz defenders multiple times to create open shooting chances for his teammates. In one offensive sequence, after receiving a pass from Harden, Li Hao swiftly penetrated the lane, drawing Gobert's defensive attention. He then passed the ball to Lillard on the perimeter, who, upon receiving it, launched a three-pointer that found the bottom of the net, stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached him for a high five, exclaiming, "Great play, Li Hao. Keep it up." In the second half, the Jazz intensified their defense, applying pressure that the Nets players felt acutely. During one offensive play, Harden, while driving to the basket, was double-teamed by two Jazz defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Mitchell. Mitchell quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and, facing the Nets defense, left high to sink a long-range three-pointer, widening the score gap to 6 points. Coach Nash called another timeout. Looking into his players' eyes, he encouraged them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our capabilities and our tactics. On defense, focus on restricting Mitchell and Gobert while severing their connections with teammates. On offense, maintain patience and seek opportunities. As long as we unite, we can certainly turn the tide." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindling with determination. With the new strategy in effect, the Nets' defensive intensity saw a marked improvement. They successfully curtailed Mitchell and Gobert's offensive efforts, disrupting their connections with teammates. On the offensive end, the synergy between Harden, Irving, and Lillard flourished as they engaged in relentless passing and off-ball movement, searching for gaps in the Jazz's defense. In one offensive maneuver, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving broke into the lane, attracting the attention of the Jazz defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Lillard on the perimeter, who, instead of hastily shooting, assessed the unfolding situation on the court. Suddenly, he noticed Harden positioned in the corner, unguarded, and swiftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Harden launched a three-point shot that found its mark, narrowing the score gap to a mere 3 points. Filled with excitement, Harden exclaimed, "That's it. We can definitely win." As the match entered its final quarter, the scores remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, The Jazz held a slender lead of 90-88 against the Nets. At this critical juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Harden dribbling the ball past half-court before passing it to Irving, utilizing his agility and speed. Irving penetrated the paint and subsequently delivered the ball to the unguarded Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He leaped into the air, launching an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, turning the tide of the game. Harden, elated, gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible job, Lillard." Following this, the Jazz sought to reclaim the lead, with Mitchell driving towards the basket and drawing a foul from Irving. Mitchell approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which once again leveled the score. With only a minute remaining, the Nets regained possession of the ball. Harden advanced to the top of the arc, assessing the situation on the court for potential offensive opportunities. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in a favorable position beyond the arc and quickly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao utilized his speed and dexterity to break through the defense. Rising high amidst the Jazz's defense, he scored while simultaneously drawing a foul from his adversary. Li Hao successfully converted the additional free throw, allowing the Nets to take a 94-91 lead. In the dying moments of the game, the Jazz launched a frantic offensive, with Mitchell driving towards the basket in an attempt to score. However, Irving swiftly provided defensive support, successfully blocking Mitchell's shot. Subsequently, Harden secured the rebound as the game time expired, leading the Nets to a triumphant victory over the Jazz with a final score of 94-91. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with palpable excitement. This hard-won victory was a testament to their collective strength and indomitable spirit, as they triumphed against the formidable Jazz and the daunting home court advantage. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their outstanding performances and decisive contributions at critical moments illuminating the team's potential. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a satisfied smile, fully aware that this victory was not merely a win on the scoreboard, but a significant enhancement of the team's tactical and psychological fortitude, laying a robust foundation for their forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 34. The fiery duel in Milwaukee in a fierce contest against the Bucks. The Nets staged a remarkable comeback to seize the championship. Following their triumphant conquest over the Jazz, the Nets were buoyed by their elevated morale. Facing their next challenge from the Eastern Conference rivals, the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks boasted an impressive roster featuring superstars such as Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday, with their interior strength regarded as among the league's elite. Particularly, Giannis's explosive prowess instilled trepidation in numerous teams. For the Nets, this match represented not only a splendid opportunity to assert their prowess in a high-stakes Eastern Conference showdown, but also a crucial test of their defensive capabilities against diverse interior styles. On the eve of the match, the atmosphere in the Brooklyn Nets locker room was charged with fervor and anticipation. In an interview, Harden resolutely stated that the Milwaukee Bucks are undoubtedly a formidable team, with Giannis's prowess being widely acknowledged. However, we remain undaunted, firmly believing in our ability to showcase our strength in this contest. Meanwhile, Irving shared defensive insights from his past encounters with Giannis, vividly reminiscing about those battles and emphasizing the importance of being particularly vigilant against Giannis's drives and passes. Although Durant is still recuperating from injury, he rallied his teammates through a video call, inspiring them to unite and have faith in their capabilities. The match commenced grandly at the Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The fans of the Bucks, adorned in their distinctive green jerseys, waved flags while producing thunderous cheers, wholeheartedly rallying behind their team. As the players of the Nets stepped onto the court, the palpable pressure from the home crowd was evident, yet their eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. The opening whistle pierced the air, and the Bucks initiated the play. Giannis swiftly dribbled past half-court, engaging in an exquisite pick-and-roll with Middleton. Utilizing Middleton's screen, Giannis surged into the paint like an unstoppable tank, rising high to complete a thunderous dunk over Li Hao's defense, thus securing the initial points for the Bucks. Upon landing, Giannis excitedly thumped his chest, showcasing his dominance to the crowd. As the Nets took their turn on offense, Harden maneuvered to the top of the arc, executing a pick with Irving. After receiving the pass, Irving adeptly penetrated the lane, successfully drawing the attention of multiple Bucks defenders. With swift reflexes, he passed the ball to the open Lillard on the perimeter, who, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer that found its mark, leveling the score for the Nets. Following his shot, Lillard celebrated exuberantly with his teammates, while Irving cheerfully remarked, "Beautiful. That's the rhythm. Keep it up." The ensuing contest saw both teams fiercely vying for supremacy. The battle tightly contested. Giannis showcased his formidable prowess on offense, with his drives and finishing ability causing considerable strife for the Nets' defense. Middleton played a pivotal role beyond the arc, his precise mid-range shooting and clever passing leaving the Nets defenders scrambling. Holiday excelled on the defensive end, applying relentless pressure on Harden, significantly hindering his offensive and playmaking efforts. On the Nets side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard tirelessly led their team to keep pace with the score. Harden's exceptional passing skills constantly created open shooting opportunities for his teammates, all the while he meticulously assessed the unfolding dynamics on the court, contemplating how to effectively contain Giannis's offensive onslaught. Meanwhile, Irving responded to the Bucks' advances with his agile ball handling and accurate shooting, repeatedly challenging their defense with his drives and three-point shots. Lillard, lurking beyond the arc, posed a constant threat with his long-range shooting, ensuring the Bucks defenders remained on high alert. As the game entered the second quarter, Milwaukee Bucks head coach Mike Budenholzer decisively called for a timeout, meticulously devising a new defensive strategy. He animatedly illustrated his points on the tactical board, explaining that the Brooklyn Nets trio of stars served as the scoring nucleus. "We must employ a zone defense, constricting the paint and severing their passing lanes, particularly targeting Harden's distribution, ensuring he cannot easily orchestrate their offense." Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offensive efforts became ensnared in difficulties, with players struggling to pass and shoot effectively. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. Furrowing his brow, he rapidly sketched tactical diagrams on the board. "Look, they have intensified their zone defense. We will utilize off-ball movement to stretch the space. Kyrie and Lillard should engage in cross movements to create mismatches. Harden should exploit mid-range opportunities following screens or distribute the ball to cutting teammates. Defensively, we must switch quickly, preventing Giannis from receiving easy passes in the paint. Once he gets the ball, our double team must be ready." Harden attentively nodded in response, assuring, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, adhering strictly to their coach's directives, amplifying their off-ball movement and ball circulation. Li Hao, leveraging his speed and agility, actively sought offensive opportunities. In one offensive sequence, he received a pass from Harden and, faced with a Bucks defender, executed a convincing feint to break free before swiftly accelerating into the paint. However, Giannis quickly rotated to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely noticed Kyrie, securing an open look on the perimeter and unhesitatingly passed the ball. Kyrie, upon receiving it, confidently sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the Nets' momentum. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Kyrie approached him, exchanging a high five for encouragement. "Great play, Li Hao. Keep it up. This is our opportunity." In the second half, the Bucks intensified their defense, exerting immense pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden drove to the basket but was met with a double team from two Bucks defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, only to be intercepted successfully by Holiday. Holiday quickly initiated a fast break, dribbling past half-court, and, facing the Nets defense, left high to make a deep three-pointer, widening the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout, locking eyes with his players and encouraging them firmly. "Stay calm. This is only temporary. We have practiced extensively against the Bucks defense. Trust in your abilities and the fruits of your training. Offensively, we must quicken our pace. Harden and Kyrie need to push rapidly, while Lillard positions himself for three-point opportunities. Defensively, we must be resolute in limiting Giannis, Middleton, and Holiday, severing their connections with teammates and preventing them from executing their tactical plays. As long as we stand united, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." The players nodded in agreement, their spirits rekindled with determination. Harden clapped his teammates on the shoulder. "Brothers, let's get it done." Under the execution of a new tactical approach, the Brooklyn Nets' defensive intensity has markedly increased, successfully restraining the offensive prowess of Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday. On the offensive front, the Nets' fast breaks were executed with remarkable flair. During ball progression, James Harden and Kyrie Irving incessantly sought opportunities, either opting for personal attacks or delivering passes to open teammates. In one notable fast break, Harden dribbled past half-court and, spotting Damian Lillard in a vacant position beyond the arc, swiftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard leaped high and unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, narrowing the score gap to 3 points. In a moment of exhilaration, Harden exuberantly shouted, "Lillard, that's it. This is the rhythm we need." After landing, Lillard and Harden joyfully celebrated with an enthusiastic chest bump. As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Milwaukee Bucks held a slender lead over the Brooklyn Nets, 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the lane and subsequently delivered the ball to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He leaped high and launched a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net and reversing the score. In a moment of exhilaration, Harden gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible job, Lillard. We rely on you in crucial moments." Subsequently, the Bucks took their turn on offense. Giannis drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Irving. Giannis approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thereby leveling the score once more. With only 1 minute left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying the court for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in a favorable position beyond the arc and swiftly passed the ball to him. Li Hao, upon receiving the ball, exploited his speed and agility to break into the lane, soaring high to score while drawing a foul from the Bucks defense. Li Hao converted the ensuing free throw, giving the Nets a 99-96 lead. In the final moments, the Bucks launched a frantic offensive. Giannis drove towards the basket, seeking to score. However, Irving swiftly provided defensive support, successfully blocking Giannis' shot. Subsequently, Harden secured the rebound, and as the game clock expired, the Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Milwaukee Bucks, 99-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another with palpable excitement. This victory not only validated their prowess against formidable Eastern rivals, but also further solidified their team cohesion. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures. Their outstanding performances and crucial contributions at decisive moments propelled the team to triumph. Coach Nash observed the exhilarated players, a gratifying smile adorning his face. Fully aware that the team had not merely secured a win, but had also garnered invaluable experience in confronting a formidable interior presence, which would infuse their future endeavors with robust motivation. They eagerly anticipate maintaining this momentum in the forthcoming matches, striving for the honor of their team and advancing towards loftier aspirations. Chapter 35, The Fractured Brotherhood and United Front in Philadelphia. Following this victory, the Nets' record soared, positioning them as a hot contender for the championship within the league. Their next destination is Philadelphia, where they are set to challenge the 76ers, led by Joel Embiid, James Harden, and Tyrese Maxey. This encounter is not merely a routine regular season clash. It represents a reunion for Harden with his former team, generating significant buzz. Before the match, a subtle atmosphere enveloped the Brooklyn Nets training facility. Lillard exhibited a touch of impatience during practice, missing several consecutive three-point attempts, which dampened his spirits. Observing Lillard's unease, Irving approached and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Hey, Lillard, don't rush. We all recognize your prowess. Adjust your mindset. The next one will surely find its mark. You are a clutch player. This situation cannot daunt you." Lillard managed a faint smile in response, confessing, "I don't know what's happening. I've been feeling somewhat out of sorts lately." In a comforting tone, Irving reassured him, "Don't overthink it. Just follow the rhythm of your usual training, relax, and trust yourself." Meanwhile, Harden and Li Hao engaged in a tactical discussion that revealed some differences of opinion. Harden advocated for focusing on perimeter ball movement to exploit the Philadelphia 76ers' interior defense, seeking opportunities for three-point shots. Conversely, Li Hao believed in leveraging his speed to penetrate the defense, disrupting the opponent's rhythm. Their disagreement escalated, raising the tension in the air. At that moment, Coach Nash approached, patiently listening to both perspectives before responding. "Both of your ideas hold merit. We can adapt our tactics flexibly based on the circumstances of the game. Harden, your passing and organizational skills are vital assets for our team. Emphasizing perimeter movement can draw the defense away, creating openings. Li Hao, your speed and ability to drive are equally crucial. Attacking the inside at opportune moments can generate more chances, drawing the defense inward and creating better shooting space for the perimeter. We are a team. We must trust and support one another. Upon hearing this, Harden and Li Hao recognized their narrow viewpoints, exchanged apologies, and committed to cooperating fully during the game. Harden clapped Li Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, I was too hasty just now. Let us work together to excel in this match." Li Hao responded with a smile, "Absolutely, Brother Harden, I'm all in." The match unfolded at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, where an electrifying atmosphere enveloped the venue. The devoted fans of the 76ers, clad in white jerseys, fervently waved their supportive paraphernalia, creating a cacophony of cheers to rally behind their team, while simultaneously expressing a complex array of emotions towards Harden, a former cornerstone of the franchise. As the players from the Nets stepped onto the court, they were acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from the home crowd. Yet their gazes exuded unwavering determination. With the sound of the opening whistle, the 76ers initiated the game. Embiid received a pass from Harden in the paint, leveraging his formidable physique and exceptional footwork to back down Li Hao, pivoting gracefully to execute a shot that found its mark, placing the 76ers ahead. Upon landing, Embiid exuberantly pounded his chest, showcasing his dominance to the audience. The Nets launched their offensive, with Harden dribbling to the top of the arc. Unfazed by his prior disagreement with Li Hao, he maintained his tactical focus, keenly observing the dynamics on the court. Noticing Li Hao's swift cut towards the basket, he promptly delivered the ball to him. Li Hao, upon receiving the pass, utilized his speed to elude Embiid's defense, drawing the attention of the other 76ers defenders. In midair, he adeptly passed to the open Kyrie on the perimeter, who, after catching the ball, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Following his successful shot, Kyrie gleefully high-fived Li Hao, exclaiming, "What a beautiful play, Li Hao. Just like that. Let's keep this synergy going, and we shall prevail." As the game progressed, both teams engaged in a fierce contest. Embiid showcased his formidable prowess on the offensive end, his relentless attacks in the paint and mid-range shooting causing the Nets' defense to falter. Harden, facing his former team, exhibited no restraint, his passing and three-point shooting exerting significant pressure on the Nets' defense. Meanwhile, Maxey leveraged his speed and penetration skills to repeatedly assault the Nets' defensive line. On the Nets' side, Harden, Kyrie, and Lillard diligently endeavored to maintain parity on the scoreboard. Harden played a pivotal role in both offense and organization, consistently creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Kyrie responded to the 76ers' advances with his nimble dribbling and precise shooting from beyond the arc. Lillard, despite earlier struggles, sought opportunities from the three-point line, gradually regaining his confidence with the encouragement of his teammates. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the Philadelphia 76ers head coach, Rivers, called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. He elucidated on the tactical board, "The Nets trio of superstars are our primary defensive targets. We must employ man-to-man defense, applying relentless pressure on Harden to sever his connections with teammates. Regarding Irving and Lillard, we must always maintain our defensive positions to disrupt their shooting attempts." Under this defensive scheme, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in difficulty as players struggled with both passing and shooting. Observing this predicament, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly sketched strategies on the tactical board, advising the players, "Do not rush. They have intensified their defense, and we must be more patient in ball circulation to seek opportunities. Lillard, trust in your abilities and take bold shots. Li Hao, continue to leverage your speed to penetrate their interior. We are a team, and as long as we remain united, we shall break through their defense. Harden, utilize your drives to attract defenders and then dish the ball to open teammates. Irving, seek opportunities on the perimeter, using your agility to create shooting space." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. The players adhered to the coach's directives, enhancing their off-ball movement and ball transfer. Li Hao capitalized on his speed and agility, successfully breaching the 76ers' defense multiple times, creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Lillard gradually regained his touch. Upon receiving a pass from Harden beyond the three-point arc, he decisively launched a long-range shot, sinking a remarkable three-pointer that steadied the Nets' momentum. Following his successful shot, Lillard exuberantly high-fived Harden, exclaiming, "Thank you for your trust, Harden. I've found my rhythm. Let us continue this and disrupt their defense." In the second half, the 76ers intensified their defense, applying pressure that weighed heavily on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden, while driving, was double-teamed by two 76ers defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by Maxey. Maxey quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Confronting the Nets' defense, he leapt high and nailed a long-range three-pointer, widening the score gap to 6 points. Coach Nash called another timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players, he encouraged, "Stay calm. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and our team. On defense, we need to tighten our restrictions on Embiid, Harden, and Maxey, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, we should execute plays, leveraging our advantages to disrupt their defensive rhythm. United, we can overcome any challenge." The players nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited with determination. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets improved their defensive intensity, successfully limiting the offensive efforts of Embiid, Harden, and Maxey. On the offensive end, the synergy among Harden, Irving, and Lillard flourished. Through continual passing and off-ball movement, they sought out vulnerabilities in the 76ers defense. In one offensive sequence, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Irving, leveraging his speed and agility, penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the 76ers defenders who converged upon him. In a swift motion, he dispatched the ball to Lillard stationed beyond the arc. Lillard, instead of hastily releasing a shot, took a moment to assess the unfolding dynamics of the game. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in the corner, unguarded, and promptly passed the ball to him. Li Hao caught it and, with precision, launched a three-pointer that narrowed the deficit to 3 points. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Hao exclaimed, "We can do this. Come on, brothers." As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With only 3 minutes left, the Philadelphia 76ers held a slender lead of 92-90 over the Brooklyn Nets. At this moment, the Nets initiated their offense, with Harden dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the lane and delivered a pass to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He leaped high into the air and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and turning the tide of the score. Harden, filled with excitement, gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible." Lillard. Subsequently, the 76ers took possession, with Embiid driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Li Hao. Embiid stepped up to the free-throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thereby equalizing the score once more. With just 1 minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, assessing the situation on the court in search of an offensive opportunity. Time seemed to freeze. The atmosphere within the arena grew tense as everyone held their breath. Fixated on this decisive final play, Harden's gaze was resolute as he silently communicated with his teammates, seeking a flaw in the opponent's defense. Suddenly, he spotted Irving open in the right corner and unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. After catching the ball, Irving wasted no time, executing a feint to shake off his defender before leaping for a shot. However, the 76ers defense reacted swiftly, jumping to block the attempt. In that critical moment, Irving deftly passed the ball to Li Hao, who was cutting into the lane. Understanding the situation perfectly, Li Hao caught the pass and pivoted, facing Embiid's defense. With his speed and nimble footwork, he skillfully evaded Embiid's block, scoring while simultaneously drawing a foul from the center. Li Hao approached the free-throw line, inhaling deeply before calmly sinking the shot, granting the Nets a 99-96 lead. The 76ers called their final timeout to strategize their last offensive play. Once the timeout concluded, Harden advanced past half-court, searching for an opportunity. He first drove into the paint, attracting the Nets defenders, before swiftly passing the ball to Maxey on the perimeter. Maxey took a three-point shot, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Irving swiftly grabbed the rebound as the game clock expired, securing a 99-96 victory for the Nets. The players erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another and releasing their pent-up joy. Irving leaped into the air, waving his arms and exclaiming, "We did it. We are the best." Harden found himself surrounded by teammates, all patting his shoulders in a display of their shared elation and excitement. Lillard and Li Hao embraced tightly, their faces radiant with pride. Coach Nash observed the exuberant players, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He recognized that the team had not only secured victory in this match, but had also achieved a transformative leap in emotional cohesion and teamwork. This triumph held profound significance for the Nets, as they had demonstrated their prowess against formidable adversaries and bolstered their unity after resolving internal conflicts. Li Hao, Lillard, and Irving emerged as pivotal figures, their exceptional performances and critical contributions during decisive moments leading the team to success. Harden also showcased his capabilities as the team's core, exhibiting leadership through his passing and organizational skills, which created numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates. With this victory, the Nets' record continued to ascend, positioning them as one of the most formidable contenders for the championship in the league. They are poised to face further challenges ahead, yet they remain confident that, united in spirit, no obstacle is insurmountable. They eagerly anticipate maintaining this momentum in forthcoming matches, fighting valiantly for the honor of their team and striving towards loftier aspirations. In the subsequent games, they will encounter even more formidable opponents, such as the star-studded Golden State Warriors and the defensively tenacious Boston Celtics. Would you like me to continue crafting narratives about their exhilarating confrontations with these teams? Chapter 36. The life and death speed of Denver and deep brotherhood following their victory over the 76ers, the Nets' morale soared, their momentum unstoppable. Their next challenge awaits in Denver, where they will face the Nuggets, led by Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Michael Porter Jr., renowned for their exceptional teamwork and formidable interior strength. The Nuggets' home at the Pepsi Center presents a daunting test for visiting players, not only due to the rigorous physical demands imposed by the high altitude, but also because of the fervent crowd that generates an overwhelming atmosphere during games. This undoubtedly poses a comprehensive and formidable challenge for the Nets. On the eve of the match, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped the Brooklyn Nets locker room. After the conclusion of practice, Harden approached Lillard, and the two sat side by side on the sidelines, embarking on a heartfelt exchange. With sincere eyes and earnest tone, Harden stated, "Lillard, I recognize the significant pressure you have been under lately, yet your prowess is indisputable. In this game, we need you to embrace your confidence and unleash your utmost strength." Lillard, filled with gratitude, nodded solemnly in response, "Harden, I truly appreciate you. You have profoundly enlightened me on the critical importance of teamwork. I will certainly adjust my mindset and dedicate myself to contributing to the team." Meanwhile, not far away, Irving and Li Hao were intently discussing strategies to defend against Jokic. With a slight furrow in his brow, Irving focused intently, analyzing. "Jokic's passing and playmaking abilities are exceptionally remarkable. We must not only work tirelessly to limit his scoring, but also devise ways to sever his connections with teammates, thereby dismantling their offensive system." Li Hao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, his footwork in the paint is agile and versatile. I must remain completely vigilant in my defense." Leaving no room for complacency, the two engaged in a fervent exchange, deepening their understanding of each other's thoughts and laying a solid foundation for their synergy in the upcoming match. The match commenced at the Pepsi Center as scheduled. With every seat occupied, the fans of the Nuggets, adorned in matching blue jerseys, fervently waved vibrant Nuggets flags and shouted hoarsely, attempting to overwhelm the Nets with the formidable energy of their home crowd. However, the moment the players of the Nets stepped onto the court, their unwavering determination and composure in their eyes seemed to declare to all that they would not be swayed by the fervent atmosphere of the home arena. As the crisp sound of the opening whistle rang out, the Nuggets took the first possession. Jokic received a pass from Murray in the paint, utilizing his imposing stature and robust physique to back down Li Hao. With a graceful spin, he executed a hook shot that arched beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and securing the first 2 points for the Nuggets. Upon landing, Jokic celebrated with his teammates, inwardly vowing that today, the Nets would surely witness the prowess of their home court. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, engaging in a clever pick-and-roll with Irving. After receiving the ball, Irving burst through to the paint like a streak of black lightning, instantly drawing the attention of multiple Nuggets defenders. With quick reflexes, he unhesitatingly passed to the open Lillard on the perimeter. Without a moment's hesitation, Lillard adjusted his breath and leaped high, releasing a three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, capturing the gaze of the entire arena before swooshing through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Following his successful shot, Lillard celebrated enthusiastically with his teammates, while Irving flashed him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent. Keep this rhythm, and we shall triumph in this match." As the game progressed, both teams quickly plunged into an intense battle. Jokic showcased a domination-level performance on the offensive end. His powerful drives to the basket were forceful, his passing vision was expansive and precise, and his mid-range shooting posed a significant threat, leaving the Nets' defense scrambling to respond. Murray also shone on the perimeter. His drives were as sharp as a blade, and his three-point shooting was remarkably accurate, causing the Nets' defenders to struggle. Meanwhile, Michael Porter Jr. leveraged his height and exceptional shooting ability to frequently launch shots from beyond the arc, exerting immense pressure on the Nets' defense. On the Nets' side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard were relentlessly striving to keep pace with the score. Harden played a pivotal role in offense and organization, employing his keen insight and exceptional passing skills to consistently create outstanding open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Irving, with his agile ball handling and precise shooting, repeatedly delivered powerful counters to the Nuggets. Each dribble was akin to a graceful dance on the court, his nimble footwork and swift changes of direction confounding defenders. Lillard patiently sought opportunities beyond the three-point line, and after communicating with Harden, his mindset grew increasingly composed, leading to more decisive and confident shooting. As the match progressed into the second quarter, Denver Nuggets head coach Michael Malone decisively called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. They implemented a zone defense, endeavoring to comprehensively restrict the Brooklyn Nets' perimeter shooting and drives. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in a quandary, with players frequently thwarted in their passing attempts and their shots rendered exceedingly arduous. Observing this plight, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly sketched tactical diagrams on the board, gazing resolutely at his players, and earnestly advised, everyone, remain composed. Although their zone defense poses a challenge, we must keep our cool, accelerate our passing, and seek open spaces through relentless off-ball movement. Simultaneously, we must intensify our defensive efforts, allowing them no easy baskets. Harden attentively regarded the coach, nodding vigorously, "Coach, we understand and will adhere strictly to the strategy." With the timeout concluded, the Nets returned to the court rejuvenated. The players adhered rigorously to the coach's directives, hastening their passing and actively seeking offensive opportunities through frequent off-ball movement. Li Hao, exploiting his speed advantage, darted like a nimble cheetah, successfully evading the Nuggets defenders multiple times to create open shooting chances for his teammates. During one offensive play, after receiving a pass from Harden, Li Hao swiftly accelerated into the paint, drawing in Jokic's defense. He deftly adjusted his body mid-air and passed to Lillard on the perimeter. Lillard, upon receiving the ball, decisively launched a three-pointer, successfully stabilizing the situation for the Nets. Li Hao exhaled deeply, and Lillard exuberantly approached him for a hearty high-five, exclaiming, "Great play, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum, and victory will be ours." In the second half, the Nuggets intensified their defensive efforts, subjecting the Nets players to unprecedented pressure. During one offensive sequence, Harden, while driving, found himself ensnared by two Nuggets defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate but was swiftly intercepted by Murray. Murray quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling with remarkable speed. Upon crossing half-court, he leapt high against the Nets' defense and, in an impressive display of elevation, nailed a long-range three-pointer, extending the lead to 8 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, his gaze penetrating each player's eyes, infused with encouragement and trust. "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must have faith in our abilities and our strategy. On defense, we need to enhance our containment of Jokic, Murray, and Michael Porter Jr., severing their connections with teammates. Offensively, let us maintain patience and seek opportunities. Together, united in purpose, we shall turn the tide." The players nodded in affirmation, their spirits rekindled, as if declaring their resolve to the world. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly heightened. They successfully curtailed the offensive efforts of Jokic, Murray, and Michael Porter Jr., disrupting their connections with teammates. On the offensive end, the synergy between Harden, Irving, and Lillard flourished, as they relentlessly passed and moved without the ball, akin to astute hunters, probing for vulnerabilities in the Nuggets' defense. During an offensive play, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving deftly maneuvered into the paint, drawing the attention of the Nuggets defenders. He swiftly relayed the ball to Lillard on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard, rather than hastily taking a shot, calmly surveyed the unfolding situation on the court. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, wide open, and promptly passed the ball to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Harden launched a three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. Filled with exhilaration, Harden raised his arms in triumph, exclaiming, "That's it. We will surely prevail." As the match approached its final quarter, the score remained fiercely contested. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Denver Nuggets held a slender 2-point lead over the Brooklyn Nets at 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the lane before delivering a pass to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard contemplated, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." Taking a deep breath, he leaped high into the air and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, reversing the score. Harden, brimming with excitement, gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible job, Lillard. In critical moments, we depend on you." Subsequently, the Nuggets mounted their attack, with Jokic driving towards the basket, resulting in a foul by Irving. Jokic stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which leveled the score once more. With just 1 minute remaining, the Nets gained possession. Harden advanced to the top of the arc, his focus unwavering as he scanned the court for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he noticed Li Hao stationed at the perimeter, unmarked, and swiftly passed him the ball. Li Hao, upon receiving it, leveraged his speed and agility to break through the defense. Facing the Nuggets defenders, he soared high, deftly evading the shot blocker's reach, and scored while drawing a foul. Li Hao completed the three-point play, putting the Nets ahead 99-96. In the closing moments, the Nuggets launched a frantic offensive, with Murray driving towards the basket in an attempt to score. However, Irving swiftly arrived to provide assistance, leaping high with outstretched arms, his hands acting as a shield, successfully blocking Murray's shot. In the ensuing chaos, Harden displayed quick reflexes, securing the rebound as the final seconds expired. The Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Denver Nuggets with a score of 99-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another with fervent excitement, liberating their inner joy and exhilaration. This hard-won victory was a testament to their resilience, achieved against the formidable Nuggets and the challenges posed by the high-altitude home environment. Li Hao, Lillard, and Irving emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and decisive plays at critical junctures revealing the immense potential of the team. Coach Nash observed the elated players, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride, understanding that this arduous victory would foster a deeper sense of unity and indomitable spirit within the squad. Chapter 37. The contradictions and reconciliation of Los Angeles in a fierce battle against the Clippers. The Nets showcased their collective strength in adversity. Following a series of triumphs over formidable opponents, the Nets' morale soared, rendering them an unstoppable force. Their next adversary was the Los Angeles Clippers, a team boasting an impressive lineup including Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, whose formidable frontcourt is considered among the best in the league. With an impenetrable defense characterized by intense pressure and a diverse, unpredictable offensive strategy, the Clippers left no room for complacency. This match represented not only an excellent opportunity for the Nets to reaffirm their prowess against strong adversaries, but also a crucial test of their teamwork under high-pressure conditions. In the training ground prior to the match, an unusual heaviness enveloped the atmosphere, as if a dense fog had settled in. During a tactical drill, Lillard and Irving found themselves at an impasse due to a disagreement over positioning. Lillard's brow furrowed deeply in frustration, his eyes brimming with anxiety and dissatisfaction as he spoke in a hurried tone. "Irving, your positioning has completely disrupted my rhythm. I can't find the optimal moment to take the shot. If this continues, how can we hope to compete effectively?" Irving, equally defiant, tilted his head slightly back, raising his voice in response. "I was following the coach's tactical instructions, and I believe my choices were better at creating opportunities. You need to consider more than just your own rhythm." The two stood their ground, their voices escalating, drawing astonished glances from their teammates. The air on the training court seemed to freeze, thick with tension. Observing this altercation, Harden swiftly approached, placing his hands firmly on their shoulders, gently pulling them apart. His expression was grave, and his unwavering gaze conveyed undeniable resolve as he spoke earnestly. "Gentlemen, we are a team. Any disagreements on the court should be resolved calmly during a timeout or off the field. Our singular objective is to triumph over the Clippers, not to bicker amongst ourselves. We must unite as one cohesive entity. Only through solidarity can we unleash our fullest potential. If we allow ourselves to become disorganized, how can we hope to confront formidable opponents?" Coach Nash soon joined them, slightly bending forward as he patiently analyzed the tactical issues at hand, underscoring the critical importance of flexibility and teamwork in competition. He encouraged them to foster mutual understanding and to adopt a collective perspective. As Lillard and Irving absorbed his words, they felt a flush of shame wash over them, recognizing their impulsiveness and narrow-mindedness. Lillard was the first to extend his hand, sincerely stating, "Irving, I was too hasty just now. I apologize." Irving quickly grasped Lillard's hand, smiling as he replied, "I was at fault too. Let us put this behind us and rally together for the game." Gradually, the atmosphere began to ease. The match took place as scheduled at the Cryptocurrency Center in Los Angeles, with a full house buzzing with excitement. The fans of the Clippers, donned in vibrant red jerseys, waved their multicolored team flags and shouted hoarsely, attempting to completely overshadow the presence of the Nets. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, despite having recently endured internal strife, their eyes still radiated a resolute and indomitable spirit, as if proclaiming to all that no obstacle could impede their progress. The sound of the opening whistle rang clear, and the Clippers took the first possession. Paul George skillfully dribbled past half court, engaging in a succinct yet efficient pick-and-roll with Kawhi Leonard. Utilizing Leonard's imposing physique as a shield, George surged through the defense like a streak of black lightning. Facing Li Hao's staunch guard, he slightly bent his knees and leaned back, leaping high into the air to adjust his body mid-flight, executing a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper. The basketball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net, granting the Clippers an early lead. Upon landing, George jubilantly celebrated with his teammates, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he silently vowed to assert the Clippers' prowess against the Nets on their home court. The Nets quickly retaliated with an offensive surge. Harden maneuvered the ball to the top of the arc, his keen gaze scanning the rapidly changing dynamics of the game. Akin to a hawk on the hunt for the optimal scoring opportunity, he then delivered a precise pass to Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard did not rush his shot. Instead, he exchanged a brief yet harmonious glance with Irving. The two, in perfect sync, began to engage in frequent off-ball movements, continuously stretching the Clippers' defensive formation. Utilizing Irving's screen, Lillard deftly broke through to the three-point line. As a defender closed in, he adjusted his breath, slightly bent his knees, and decisively took the shot. The basketball soared with a whoosh, sailing through the air before finding the net, successfully leveling the score for the Nets. Following his successful shot, Lillard shared a knowing smile with Irving, the previous discord seemingly forgotten in that moment. Irving clapped Lillard on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brilliant. That's the synergy we need. Let us keep this up, and victory will be ours." As the game progressed, both teams plunged into fierce competition. Leonard showcased his formidable dominance on the offensive end, his mid-range shots landing with the precision of guided missiles, unwavering despite any defensive pressure. He lowered his body slightly, focused intently while dribbling, always on the lookout for the perfect moment to strike. Once he identified a weakness, he executed his shot with fluidity and confidence. His drives were unstoppable, akin to a heavy tank, easily breaching the Nets' defense and leaving them scrambling. Paul George also played a crucial role from the perimeter, his three-point shot striking like cold arrows, perpetually a threat that left the Nets defenders scrambling. His passes bore remarkable creativity, often crafting exceptional scoring opportunities for his teammates at pivotal moments. The other players of the Clippers are actively collaborating, employing a cohesive team defense that poses significant challenges to the Nets' offense. On the Nets side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard are exerting every effort to maintain their team's competitive score. Harden plays a pivotal role in both offense and organization, functioning as the cerebral core of the team, consistently creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. His passes are as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, invariably finding teammates in open positions at the most opportune moments. Standing at the arc, he calmly surveys the court, the basketball in his hands seemingly imbued with life. Nimbly dancing at his fingertips, once he spots a teammate in space, he delivers the ball without hesitation. Meanwhile, Irving responds to the Clippers with powerful retorts through his agile dribbling and accurate shooting from beyond the arc. His ball-handling skills resemble a mesmerizing dance, dazzling onlookers as he effortlessly breaks through defensive barriers. His footwork is light and nimble, weaving seamlessly between defenders, with each change of direction pulsating with rhythm. Lillard, ever vigilant beyond the three-point line, continuously seeks opportunities. His synergy with Irving grows increasingly harmonious, as they execute a series of screens and off-ball movements that leave the Clippers' defense scrambling, riddled with vulnerabilities. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the head coach of the Clippers, Tyronn Lue, decisively called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. With a furrowed brow, he swiftly gestured on the tactical board, addressing his players. The trio of superstars on the Nets serves as their scoring nucleus. We must intensify our defensive efforts, particularly by closely monitoring Harden's passing lanes to sever his connections with teammates. Simultaneously, we will implement a zone defense to restrict their perimeter shooting, thereby ensnaring their offensive flow. Under such stringent defense, the Nets' offense indeed became exceedingly challenging, with players' passing and shooting options severely constrained, leading to an increase in turnovers. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. Rapidly sketching new tactics on the board, he spoke to his players with a serious yet confident demeanor. Do not panic. Although their defense is highly targeted, we must remain composed. We need to enhance our off-ball movement and disrupt their zone through penetrating passes. Remember, we are a team. And as long as we collaborate, no challenge can hinder us. Additionally, we must elevate our defensive intensity to prevent them from scoring easily. Harden, looking at the coach, nodded resolutely and declared, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy. Let us go, brothers." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, with players swiftly amplifying their off-ball movement and ball distribution as per the coach's directives. Li Hao leveraged his speed and agility, darting across the court like a nimble cheetah, seeking offensive opportunities. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden. Faced with the Clippers defenders, he executed a convincing feint to evade the defense, then accelerated like a bolt of black lightning into the paint. However, Leonard quickly rotated over, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely noted that Lillard had found an open spot beyond the arc and unhesitatingly passed the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Lillard launched a decisive shot, sinking a three-pointer. This pivotal shot helped the Nets stabilize their position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard rushed over for an exuberant high-five, exclaiming, "Great shot, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum. Your performance today has been outstanding. Let us secure this game together." In the second half, the Clippers intensified their defensive efforts, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden drove the ball, only to be tightly double-teamed by two Clippers defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by George. George quickly initiated a fast break, dribbling past half-court, and despite being confronted by the Nets' defense, leaped high, maintaining his balance just enough to launch a long-range three-pointer. This shot ignited the crowd, extending the score gap to 6 points. Coach Nash called for another timeout, gazing into his players' eyes with encouragement and trust, stating, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our abilities and the fruits of our training." Adhering to tactical discipline, we fortified our defense to restrict Leonard and George, severing their connections with teammates. Offensively, we maintained our composure, diligently seeking opportunities. United in purpose, we were resolute in our quest for victory. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindled with determination, as if infused with a formidable strength. Harden rose, proclaiming with fervor, "Brothers, we can do this. Let us give it our all." Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly escalated, successfully curtailing Leonard and George's offensive efforts. On the offensive front, the synergy among Harden, Irving, and Lillard flourished. Their incessant passing and off-ball movement resembled a finely tuned machine, diligently probing for cracks in the Clippers' defense. During one particular offensive play, Harden advanced the ball across half-court and delivered a pass to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the paint, drawing the Clippers' defenders into a tight embrace. Swiftly, he dispatched the ball to Lillard on the perimeter. Lillard, displaying the poise of a calculated hunter, refrained from rushing his shot, instead surveying the unfolding dynamics on the court. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, unguarded, and swiftly passed the ball to him. Without hesitation, Harden unleashed a three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. Harden, exhilarated, shouted, "That's it. We will triumph. Let us keep pushing." As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with each point holding immense significance. With merely 3 minutes remaining, the Clippers held a slender lead of 92-90 over the Nets. At this crucial juncture, the Nets initiated their offense, with Harden skillfully dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Irving. Harnessing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the lane and subsequently delivered the ball to the unmarked Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard contemplated the gravity of the moment, resolutely determined to seize the opportunity and honor the trust bestowed upon him by his teammates. He inhaled deeply, slightly bent his knees, steadied his breath, and leapt high into the air, launching an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a magnificent arc before swishing through the net, flipping the score in their favor. Elated, Harden enthusiastically gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Lillard. You are our hero." Shortly thereafter, the Clippers mounted their offense, with Leonard driving towards the basket, resulting in a foul by Irving. Leonard approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once more. With just 1 minute left on the clock, the Nets regained possession. Harden maneuvered to the top of the arc, intently surveying the court for opportunities. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao positioned outside the arc, quickly delivering the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Li Hao utilized his speed and agility to penetrate the defense. Facing the Clippers' defenders, he soared high, skillfully evading their attempts to block, and scored while drawing a foul from the opponent. Li Hao completed the free throw, placing the Nets ahead at 96-93. In the waning moments, the Clippers unleashed a frenzied offensive effort, with George attempting a layup. However, Irving swiftly closed in, leaping with precision and extending his arm, his hand forming a shield that successfully blocked George's shot. In the ensuing chaos, Harden displayed remarkable quickness, seizing the rebound as the game clock expired, securing a triumphant victory for the Nets at 96-93 against the Clippers. After the match concluded, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, their excitement palpable as they embraced one another. Irving leaped into the air, his arms waving enthusiastically, exclaiming, "We did it! We are the best!" Harden found himself encircled by his teammates, who enthusiastically patted his shoulders, expressing their elation. Lillard and Li Hao shared a tight embrace, their faces beaming with pride. Coach Nash observed the exuberance of his players, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He understood that the team had not only secured victory in this match, but had also achieved a significant leap in teamwork and emotional connection. This triumph not only reaffirmed their prowess in the face of formidable opponents, but also bolstered their cohesion after resolving internal conflicts. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their remarkable performances and critical contributions during the match leading to their success. As they embark on future endeavors, they are likely to encounter even more formidable adversaries and daunting challenges. However, after the purification of this contest, the Nets are thoroughly prepared, ready to advance towards loftier aspirations, propelled by their united team spirit and indomitable fighting spirit. Would you like me to continue enriching the narrative about their subsequent matches? For instance, envisioning their encounters with other strong teams in the Eastern Conference. Chapter 38. The Toronto Comeback following their victory over the Clippers. The Nets wasted no time and continued their journey. Their next destination was Toronto, where they were set to challenge the Raptors, led by Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, and Gary Trent Jr. Although the Raptors had undergone roster changes, they maintained their tenacious style of play and exceptional team defense. The atmosphere at Toronto's home court was always electric, with the fervor of the fans akin to a blazing fire, presenting yet another formidable challenge for the Nets. Before the game, in the Brooklyn Nets locker room, Harden and Lillard were engaged in a serious discussion regarding their preparations. With a solemn expression and a measured tone, Harden remarked, "The Raptors' defense is remarkably resilient. We must not let our guard down. On the offensive front, we must emphasize teamwork, meticulously analyze their defensive tendencies, identify their vulnerabilities, and deliver a decisive blow." Lillard nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and their counterattacks are exceptionally swift. We must be vigilant in our defense, ensuring we do not grant them any opportunities for fast breaks." Their dialogue instilled clarity among their teammates, who gathered around to listen intently, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. However, during practice, Li Hao appeared somewhat distracted, committing errors on several straightforward passes. Kyrie, noticing his unusual demeanor, approached him with concern and inquired, "Li Hao, what's troubling you? You seem off your game." Li Hao sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice, replied, "There have been some issues at home recently that have divided my focus. I struggle to concentrate." Kyrie placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not worry. We are a team, and we will face any challenges together. On the court, leave those concerns behind and focus solely on the game. We believe in your abilities. With your concentration, you will undoubtedly play a vital role." Harden also stepped forward to encourage him. "Exactly. We are like family. You are not alone in this battle. Channel all your energy into the game, and together we shall secure this victory." With the support of his teammates, Li Hao gradually regained his composure, his gaze once again filled with resolve and confidence. The match took place punctually at the Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, where the atmosphere was electrifying, as if ready to ignite the entire venue. Dressed in vibrant red jerseys, The Raptors fans waved flags and erupted in thunderous cheers to rally their team. The players of the Nets stepped onto the court, acutely aware of the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected unwavering determination, as if proclaiming to all that no challenge would intimidate them. As the opening whistle blew, the Raptors initiated the game. Fred VanVleet dribbled past half-court and executed a masterful pick-and-roll with Pascal Siakam. Utilizing Siakam's screen, VanVleet surged into the paint like a bolt of black lightning. With James Harden defending him, he leaped high, adjusting his body mid-air to execute a splendid layup. The basketball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net, giving the Raptors an early lead. Upon landing, VanVleet jubilantly celebrated with his teammates, his eyes sparkling with confidence, as he resolved to triumph over the Nets at home, demonstrating the Raptors' prowess. The Nets swiftly launched their offense, with Harden dribbling to the top of the arc and coordinating a seamless pick-and-roll with Kyrie Irving. After receiving the ball, Irving, leveraging his agile dribbling skills, penetrated the lane, drawing the Raptors defenders into a double team. He quickly passed to Damian Lillard on the perimeter, who, without hesitation, unleashed a three-point shot. The ball soared through the air with a whistling breeze, finding nothing but net, leveling the score for the Nets. Following his shot, Lillard enthusiastically celebrated with his teammates, while Irving smiled and encouraged him, saying, "Brilliant. Keep this rhythm. We can definitely win." As the game progressed, both teams engaged in an intense battle. Siakam displayed formidable strength on the offensive end, his drives resembling an unstoppable heavy tank, while his mid-range shooting proved remarkably accurate, leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. VanVleet also played a crucial role on the perimeter. His three-pointers struck like cold arrows, catching the Nets' defenders off guard, while his imaginative passing often created golden opportunities for his teammates at critical moments. Gary Trent Jr. utilized his speed and shooting prowess, significantly pressuring the Nets' defense. On the Nets side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard endeavored to maintain their competitive edge. Harden played a pivotal role in both offense and organization, constantly creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. His passes were akin to precision-guided missiles, consistently finding teammates in ideal positions. Irving countered the Raptors' advances with his agile dribbling and accurate shooting, dazzling observers with his skills and frequently breaching the opponent's defense. Lillard sought opportunities from beyond the arc, his long-range shooting evoking trepidation among the Raptors' defenders, who remained vigilant whenever he possessed the ball. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, the Toronto Raptors head coach, Nick Nurse, called for a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. They implemented a full-court press, applying intense pressure on the Brooklyn Nets ball handlers, aiming to induce errors. Under this defensive onslaught, the Nets found their offensive rhythm severely disrupted, resulting in a series of errant passes. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly sketched new tactics on the board, his demeanor serious yet brimming with confidence as he addressed his players. "Stay composed. Although their full-court press is daunting, we must remain calm, accelerate our passing, and utilize off-ball movement to elude their defense. Simultaneously, we must intensify our defensive efforts to prevent them from scoring easily. Remember, we are a team. United, we can overcome any obstacle." Harden looked at the coach, nodding resolutely, and affirmed, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, their players adhering to the coach's directives, quickening their passing and employing frequent off-ball movements. In Chapter 39, the battle for Atlanta, the Nets, displaying unwavering determination and remarkable teamwork, secured a victory at the Clippers' home ground. As the final whistle blew, the players erupted in jubilant celebration, their sweat and smiles intermingling on their youthful faces. This triumph was not merely a victory, it stood as a testament to their team cohesion. At this moment, the Nets' morale blazed like an inferno, fierce and unstoppable. After a brief regrouping, they set forth with haste to their next destination, Atlanta, where they were poised to engage in a fierce confrontation against the Hawks, led by formidable players Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, and Clint Capella. The Hawks were renowned across the league for their formidable offensive prowess, particularly their three-point shooting, which instilled trepidation in numerous opponents. The electrifying atmosphere of their home court, the State Farm Arena, combined with the overwhelming support of their passionate fans, provided the Hawks with yet another formidable advantage, undoubtedly rendering the upcoming match a blend of uncertainty and challenge for the Nets, who were acutely aware that a tough battle lay ahead. On the eve of the match, the Nets training facility buzzed with focus as players immersed themselves in rigorous tactical drills. However, during a simulated offense, A divergence of opinion arose between Harden and Irving regarding the execution of their strategy. Furrowing his brow, Harden, with unwavering resolve, pointed towards the paint and earnestly analyzed. Li Hao's speed is exceptionally advantageous. We must exploit him to penetrate the interior. This will disrupt the Hawks' defensive formation and draw their interior defense, thus creating more opportunities for easier perimeter shots while also gaining chances for free throws. Irving, arms crossed and slightly shaking his head, countered, Harden, our three-point shooting ability ranks among the best in the league. Focusing on the perimeter will stretch their defense thin and create greater offensive opportunities. The two individuals held steadfastly to their perspectives, their debate escalating in intensity, with a palpable tension permeating the air. At that moment, Coach Nash approached with measured steps, standing quietly to the side, attentively listening to both arguments. Once the two paused, he began to speak slowly. Both of your insights hold merit. A basketball game is indeed a contest rife with unpredictability, necessitating a flexible adjustment of tactics based on the ever-changing circumstances on the court. We must fully leverage Li Hao's penetrating advantage to breach the opposing defense, while also skillfully utilizing our external firepower to deliver a comprehensive assault on our adversaries. Throughout the game, it is imperative that we maintain close communication, promptly adapting to the shifts in the opponent's defense. After hearing this, Harden and Irving nodded thoughtfully, acutely aware of the significance of teamwork and tactical flexibility in determining the outcome of the match. On the day of the game, the State Agricultural Arena was filled to capacity, the atmosphere as fervent as a blazing inferno. The Hawks fans donned black and red uniforms, their faces adorned with the team's colors, and their flags waved vigorously in the air. The deafening cheers surged and ebbed like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on overturning the entire arena, as they endeavored to exert their formidable home court advantage over the Nets. In contrast, as the Nets players stepped onto the court, their eyes conveyed unwavering conviction and confidence. Despite the immense pressure they faced, deep within, they remained steadfast in their belief that the strength of their team could overcome any adversity. As the whistle sounded crisply to signal the start of the game, the Hawks initiated the ball. Trae Young dribbled swiftly past half-court, engaging in a masterful pick-and-roll with Capella. His footwork was akin to a graceful dance, first feigning left to draw the defender off balance, then, with Capella's screen, he accelerated rapidly to break through on the right side. In the face of Harden's staunch defense, he elegantly twisted his body mid-air to evade the block, soaring high to execute a stunning floater, scoring the first 2 points for the Hawks. Upon landing, Trae Young celebrated exuberantly with his teammates, a glint of pride in his eyes, secretly vowing to assert their dominance over the Nets on home turf. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden confidently advanced to the top of the arc, his gaze sharp as he meticulously assessed the unfolding scenario, ready to implement his tactical vision. He swiftly passed the ball to Li Hao, who was cutting into the lane. Li Hao, utilizing his lightning speed, effortlessly broke through Capella's defense, drawing the attention of the Hawks' other defenders. Calmly surveying his teammates' positions in midair, he deftly passed to the open Irving on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Irving launched a three-point shot, the ball tracing a perfect parabola through the air before swishing through the net, successfully equalizing the score for the Nets. After the basket, Irving exchanged a knowing smile with Li Hao, their synergy shining brilliantly in that moment. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in a breathtaking and fiercely contested battle, neither side willing to concede an inch. Trae Young operates on the offensive end like an unstoppable blade, demonstrating formidable individual prowess. His penetrative drives are incisive, and his three-point shooting is exceptionally precise, leaving the Brooklyn Nets defense scrambling to cope. Meanwhile, Murray showcases his skills from beyond the arc, exhibiting remarkable accuracy in mid-range shots and a broad passing vision, frequently creating outstanding scoring opportunities for his teammates, rendering the Nets defenders helpless. Capella, with his towering stature and impressive wingspan, stands like a majestic iron tower in the paint, relentlessly securing rebounds and executing efficient second-chance opportunities. On the other side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard are exerting themselves to keep the score close. Harden plays a pivotal role in both offense and organization, acting as the team's cerebral nucleus, continuously generating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Irving, with his agile dribbling skills and precise shooting ability, consistently responds to the Hawks' offensives, becoming a lethal weapon from the perimeter. Lillard, ever vigilant for opportunities beyond the arc, possesses a long-range shot akin to a bomb ready to detonate, instilling fear in the Hawks' defenders. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, Hawks head coach Nate McMillan promptly called a timeout, swiftly devising a new defensive strategy. They significantly intensified their defensive measures against the Nets trio, particularly focusing on disrupting Harden's passing lanes in an attempt to sever his connections with teammates. Employing a zone defense, they wove a tight web of defensive coverage across the court, aiming to restrict the Nets' perimeter shooting and penetration. Under this targeted defensive pressure, the Nets' offense found itself in a quagmire. Passing became exceptionally challenging, and shots were frequently contested, leading to a widening score gap. Observing the situation, Coach Nash immediately called a timeout. Standing before the tactics board, he quickly sketched out strategies, resolutely informing his players, "Stay composed. Their defense may be highly focused, but we must maintain our calm. Emphasize off-ball movement, constantly interweaving to find offensive openings, and utilize penetration to break their zone. Simultaneously, we cannot relax our defensive intensity. We must not allow them easy scores." Harden nodded earnestly at the coach, resolutely affirming, "Coach, we understand, and we will adhere strictly to the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the players began to enhance their off-ball movement and the transfer of the ball. Li Hao capitalized on his speed and agility, moving across the court like a nimble cheetah, actively seeking offensive breakthroughs. During one offensive sequence, he received a pass from Harden. Faced with the Hawks defenders, he executed a convincing fake to evade the defense, then rapidly accelerated, piercing through to the interior like a bolt of lightning. However, Capella, quick to react, rushed to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao swiftly noted Lillard had found space on the perimeter and unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard executed a steady three-point shot, the basketball swishing through the net, thereby stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao let out a sigh of relief as Lillard approached him for a celebratory high-five, exclaiming, "Well done, Li Hao, keep up that momentum." In the second half, the Hawks intensified their defense, their pressure akin to an insurmountable mountain, imposing unprecedented strain on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden, with the ball in hand, attempted a breakthrough only to be tightly encircled by two defenders from the Hawks. He sought to pass to a teammate, but alas, the ball was intercepted by Murray. Following the steal, Murray swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling with remarkable speed across half-court. Faced with the Nets' defense, he leaped high and landed a remarkable long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 6 points. Coach Nash called for a timeout once more, his gaze resolutely fixed on the players' eyes as he encouraged them loudly. "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our abilities and in the strategies we meticulously crafted. On defense, we must enhance our restrictions on Trae Young, Murray, and Capella, severing their connections with teammates and isolating their offensive efforts. On offense, we need to remain patient, seeking the optimal shooting opportunities without rushing. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely turn the tide." The players nodded vigorously, their spirits rekindled, the indomitable spirit igniting within them. Under the strict adherence to the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly improved, successfully curbing the offensive prowess of Trae Young, Murray, and Capella, severely limiting the impact of these three core players of the Hawks. On the offensive front, the synergy among Harden, Irving, and Lillard blossomed further. Through continuous passing and off-ball movement, they danced across the court like agile performers, seeking to exploit the weaknesses in the Hawks' defense. In one offensive sequence, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving surged towards the paint like a whirlwind, drawing in the Hawks' defenders. He quickly relayed the ball to the open Lillard, who, upon receiving it, refrained from hastily shooting. Instead, he calmly assessed the unfolding situation. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, wide open, and swiftly passed the ball. Without hesitation, Harden launched a three-pointer, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Harden exuberantly shouted, "That's it, we can definitely win," as the game entered the final quarter. The score remained tightly contested, the situation palpably tense. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Hawks led the Nets by 2 points at 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offense. Harden dribbled past half-court and passed to Irving, utilizing his speed and deft movements. Irving broke into the paint before passing the ball to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard's heart raced. He was acutely aware of the gravity of this shot. Sweat trickled down his forehead, blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixed intently on the hoop, silently praying for the ball to find its mark and alter the course of the game. He leaped high into the air, delivering an astonishing long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net, successfully reversing the score. Harden, filled with excitement, gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Lillard." Subsequently, the Hawks launched an offensive, with Trae Young driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Irving. Young stepped to the free throw line, converting one of two attempts, bringing the score back to a tie. With only a minute remaining, the Nets held possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, his gaze sharp as he meticulously assessed the unfolding dynamics on the court, seeking the optimal opportunity for an offensive strike. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in an open position beyond the arc and swiftly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Li Hao utilized his speed and agility to penetrate the paint, soaring above the Hawks' defense to score while drawing a foul. Li Hao converted the free throw, putting the Nets ahead 99-96. In the closing moments, the Hawks mounted a frantic offensive, with Murray driving to the basket in an attempt to score. However, Irving quickly arrived to provide support, acting as a formidable barrier that successfully blocked Murray's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 99-96. After the game, the Nets players erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another as tears of joy streamed down their faces. This victory not only affirmed their prowess against a formidable opponent, but also strengthened their team cohesion after resolving internal tactical disagreements. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and crucial contributions at decisive moments serving as the cornerstone of the team's success. Coach Nash observed the exhilarated players, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, aware that the team had not just secured victory but had also achieved a breakthrough in collaboration and tactical comprehension, laying a more solid foundation for their upcoming matches. This triumph would become a cherished memory, inspiring them throughout the lengthy season, reinforcing their belief that united, there are no insurmountable challenges or unbeatable foes. Chapter 40. The blood-boiling comeback in Miami following their victory over the Hawks. The Nets' momentum surged, with their next adversary being the Miami Heat. Renowned for their tenacious defense and resilient team spirit, the Heat, led by Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Tyler Herro, make their home at the American Airlines Arena, a place often considered a nightmare for visiting teams, where fervent fans provide unwavering support. This matchup posed a significant test for the Nets as they sought to advance within a challenging environment. Before the match, the atmosphere in the Brooklyn Nets locker room was tinged with tension. During a post-training stretch, Lillard engaged in conversation with Li Hao about the impending game. Lillard remarked, "The Miami Heat's defense is formidable. We must be thoroughly prepared. I have heard that their home crowd creates an intimidating atmosphere, and we must withstand the mental pressure." Li Hao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, their players are filled with determination, especially Butler. His tenacious style will pose significant challenges for us." Harden approached, overhearing their exchange, and chuckled, "There's no need for concern. We have our own advantages. Our offensive firepower is sufficiently robust, and as long as we remain focused and execute our strategy, we will undoubtedly uncover weaknesses in their defense." Irving chimed in, "Absolutely, we are a team. No matter the obstacles we face, we must confront them together." The players' dialogue fortified their confidence and further strengthened the team's cohesion. The match took place at the American Airlines Arena, where the atmosphere was nothing short of electrifying. The fervent fans of the Miami Heat donned the team's iconic crimson uniforms, brandishing their cheering paraphernalia and unleashing thunderous roars to rally their beloved team. As the Brooklyn Nets players stepped onto the court, they felt the immense pressure emanating from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected a resolute and dauntless spirit. With the opening whistle, the Miami Heat initiated the game. Butler dribbled past half court, executing a pick and roll with Adebayo, lowering his center of gravity. He surged forward like a cheetah, leveraging Adebayo's formidable screen to force his way into the paint. Harden swiftly closed in, using his body to obstruct Butler's path. Undeterred, Butler exerted his strength, colliding shoulder first with Harden in an attempt to carve out space. Though Harden momentarily lost his footing, he quickly regained his stance, reaching out to disrupt Butler's offensive maneuver. Butler soared high, twisting midair under Harden's block to complete a powerful layup, putting the Heat ahead. Upon landing, he exuberantly high-fived his teammates, his gaze brimming with a thirst for victory. As the Nets launched their offensive, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, collaborating with Irving on a pick. After receiving the pass, Irving accelerated toward the paint, only to find Adebayo rising before him like a formidable wall. With a deft change of direction, Irving sought to circumvent Adebayo, but the latter maintained close contact, their bodies locked in a fierce struggle, muscles taut and sweat flying. Utilizing his agile footwork and exceptional dribbling skills, Irving managed to squeeze through a narrow opening, drawing the attention of other Heat defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Lillard on the perimeter, who, upon receiving it, launched a three-pointer that found the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Following his successful shot, Lillard celebrated exuberantly with his teammates, while Irving, smiling, encouraged him, saying, "Brilliant. That's the rhythm. Keep it up." In the ensuing competition, both teams engaged in a fierce struggle. Butler showcased formidable prowess on the offensive end, repeatedly breaching the Nets' defenses. Each incursion resembled that of a heavyweight tank, as he bulldozed through defenders with his robust physique. Harden and Li Hao, among others, were often sent reeling by Butler's relentless force, yet they valiantly resisted. Adebayo also played a pivotal role in the paint, engaging in intense physical battles for rebounds with Nets players. He consistently asserted his strength, securing the boards and executing second-chance opportunities. Meanwhile, Harrow applied significant pressure on the Nets' defense with his three-point shooting and driving ability. As he penetrated the lane, Irving and Lillard intensified their defensive efforts, resulting in continuous physical contact between players, escalating the intensity of the match. On the Nets side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard persevered in their efforts to maintain the score. While orchestrating the offense, Harden frequently encountered tight defensive pressure from Heat players, who clung closely to him in an attempt to disrupt his passing and driving lanes. However, Harden, with his exceptional ball-handling skills and remarkable court vision, repeatedly alleviated crises, creating open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Meanwhile, Irving, with his agile dribbling and precise shooting from beyond the arc, consistently responded to the Heat's offensive advances. When penetrating the defense, he often engaged in fierce physical confrontations with defenders, yet he skillfully adjusted his body in midair, successfully executing shots or passes. Lillard, on the other hand, sought opportunities from beyond the three-point line, his long-range shooting instilling a sense of caution among the Heat's defenders. Each time he received the ball, the defensive players from Miami would swiftly close in, attempting to disrupt his shooting rhythm. Nevertheless, Lillard consistently managed to find the perfect moment to release his shot, even amidst intense defensive pressure. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the head coach of the Miami Heat, Erik Spoelstra, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against the Nets' formidable trio, employing a combination of full-court pressure and zone defense in an attempt to disrupt the Nets' offensive rhythm. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets found themselves in a predicament, with players making numerous passing errors. Each pass was met with fierce harassment from the Heat players, resulting in a cacophony of physical confrontations, falls, and collisions on the court. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He swiftly sketched strategies on the tactical board and urged his players, "Do not panic. Although their defense is relentless, we must remain composed, increase the speed of our passing, and utilize off-ball movement to evade their defense. Simultaneously, we must enhance our defensive intensity and not allow them easy scoring opportunities." Harden nodded earnestly at the coach, affirming, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. The players adhered to their coach's directives, accelerating their passing and utilizing frequent off-ball movement to seek offensive opportunities. Li Hao leveraged his speed and agility, actively positioning himself to create scoring chances. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden, and facing the Heat's defenders, he executed a feint to evade the defense before swiftly accelerating to penetrate the paint. Adebayo quickly rotated over, leaping high to contest Li Hao's shot. Engaging in a vigorous physical confrontation in midair, Li Hao was pushed backward by Adebayo's impact, yet he steadfastly clutched the ball. In the air, he quickly discerned that Irving had found space beyond the arc and unhesitatingly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Irving launched a three-pointer, successfully stabilizing the situation for the Nets. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Irving approached him for a high five, exclaiming, "Great job, Li Hao. Keep it up." In the second half, the Heat continued to bolster their defense, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Harden, while driving with the ball, was double-teamed by two Heat defenders. Butler and Harrow closely shadowed him, and as Harden attempted to pass to a teammate, Butler swiftly intercepted the ball. Butler quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Confronted by the Nets' defense, he soared into the air and, amidst the dual contest from Irving and Lillard, forcefully released a long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout, looking into the eyes of his players, encouraging them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our capabilities and our strategy. On defense, we need to intensify our containment of Butler, Adebayo, and Harrow, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, let us maintain patience and search for opportunities. As long as we stand united, we shall surely turn the tide." The players nodded in unison, their eyes rekindled with determination. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Brooklyn Nets' defensive intensity escalated, successfully restraining the offensive prowess of Butler, Adebayo, and Harrow. On the offensive front, the synergy between Harden, Irving, and Lillard flourished as they incessantly passed and moved without the ball, seeking the vulnerabilities in the Heat's defense. During one offensive play, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the paint, drawing the Heat's defenders into a double team. Swiftly, he passed the ball to Lillard on the perimeter, who, instead of hastily shooting, surveyed the unfolding situation on the court. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, wide open, and promptly delivered the ball. Upon receiving it, Harden launched a three-pointer that traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net. The Nets bench erupted in jubilation, players rising to cheer for Harden's pivotal three-point shot. At that moment, the score was narrowed to a mere 5-point deficit, heightening the suspense of the match. Observing the situation, the Heat promptly called for a timeout to strategize. Upon resuming play, the Heat inbound the ball, with Butler dribbling past half-court, attempting once more to breach the Nets' defense with a drive. However, this time, the Nets defenders were well prepared, as Harden and Li Hao closely shadowed Butler, preventing an easy breakthrough. Butler attempted to pass to Adebayo, but Lillard, with quick reflexes, intercepted the pass, executing a successful steal. Following the steal, Lillard ignited a fast break, racing toward the Heat's basket like a bolt of black lightning. Irving and Harden swiftly trailed behind, creating a 3-on-2 situation. Faced with the Heat's defenders, Lillard opted not to take the shot himself, instead cleverly passing to the advancing Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving leaped high, executing a magnificent dunk that reduced the score difference to a mere 3 points. The Heat fans gasped in astonishment, while the Nets players were invigorated, their spirits soaring. As the game entered its final quarter, both teams exerted every ounce of effort, with each possession proving crucial. The Miami Heat intensified their defense, creating significant challenges for the Brooklyn Nets offense. However, the Nets players remained undeterred, matching the Heat's defensive intensity and persistently disrupting their offensive plays. In a pivotal offensive moment, Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for optimal scoring opportunities. Meanwhile, Irving and Lillard continuously maneuvered along the perimeter, attempting to draw the Heat's defenders away. In a sudden burst of agility, Harden changed direction and penetrated the lane, prompting Adebayo to swiftly provide help defense. Rather than forcing a shot, Harden opted to pass the ball to the open Lillard beyond the arc. Taking a deep breath, Lillard launched a three-pointer. The ball soared through the air, and the crowd held its breath, fixated on its trajectory. With a resounding swish, the ball found the net, allowing the Nets to take the lead. The Heat called for a timeout, and Coach Spoelstra devised a final strategy. Upon resuming play, the Heat inbound the ball, with Butler bringing it past half-court before handing it off to Harrow, holding the ball on the perimeter and facing Irving's defense. Harrow aimed to regain the lead with a three-pointer. Yet, Irving's defense was impeccable. He closely shadowed Harrow, contesting his shot. In the closing moments, Harrow forced a shot, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. The Nets secured the rebound, with Harden dribbling to run down the clock. As the final buzzer echoed, the Nets triumphed over the Heat. The players embraced in elation, having conquered this critical match through teamwork and unwavering determination in a challenging away environment. Harden, Irving, and Lillard played indispensable roles, delivering stellar performances that led the team to victory. Role players like Li Hao also contributed significantly, with their active defense and positioning creating numerous opportunities. This victory not only bolstered the Nets' momentum but also elevated their stature in the eyes of their fans. For the Heat, despite the disappointment of loss, it illuminated areas for improvement when facing formidable opponents, fostering a belief that they would adjust and emerge stronger in future contests. Chapter 41. Breaking through adversity in the Windy City. Following their successful defeat of the Heat, the Nets' morale soared to unprecedented heights as they continued to overcome obstacles with fervor. Their next challenge awaited them in Chicago, where they would face the Bulls, led by Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Nikola Vucevic. The Bulls boasted a complete roster with a diverse array of offensive strategies, underpinned by a rich basketball heritage. Their home at the United Center served as an unassailable fortress, where the fervent cheers of fans often acted as the team's sixth man, undoubtedly amplifying the challenges the Nets were set to encounter in the upcoming match. The atmosphere at the Nets training facility the night before the game, however, was tinged with a sense of gravity. During a training session, Lillard unexpectedly twisted his ankle. Although the team physician concluded that there was no significant damage, his teammates couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Harden quickly approached Lillard, his face etched with worry, and asked, "Lillard, how are you feeling? Will you be able to play in this game?" Lillard clenched his jaw, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. This game is of utmost importance to us, and I will not back down easily." Irving also stepped forward, gently patting Lillard on the shoulder, saying, "We all believe in you, but if you feel unwell, be sure to speak up." Lillard nodded slightly, warmth flooding his heart. The game commenced promptly at the United Center, with every seat occupied. Fans of the Bulls donned their red and black jerseys, waving flags and emitting thunderous cheers, rallying fervently for their team. The spotlight illuminated the court as three referees, clad in uniform black, stood tall at center court. The head referee raised the basketball high, surveying the arena to ensure everything was in order. The Nets players stepped onto the court, and despite Lillard's injury, their eyes shone with determination and fearlessness. The opening whistle pierced the arena's clamor, and the Bulls took the first possession. LaVine dribbled swiftly past half court, engaging in a clever pick-and-roll with DeRozan. Utilizing DeRozan's screen, LaVine surged into the paint, soaring high against Harden's staunch defense to execute a spectacular layup, securing the first 2 points for the Bulls. Upon landing, LaVine celebrated exuberantly with his teammates, inwardly resolved to make a statement against the Nets in their home court. The United Center erupted in a cacophony of cheers, a symphony of excitement that felt as if it might lift the roof off. Meanwhile, the referees swiftly positioned themselves, signaling the basket was good while monitoring the players' actions to prevent any subsequent infractions. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, coordinating a seamless pick-and-roll with Irving. After receiving the pass, Irving, with remarkable speed, penetrated the lane, drawing the attention of several Bulls defenders. Quick on his feet, he deftly passed the ball to the open Li Hao on the perimeter. Li Hao, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer that arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and leveling the score for the Nets. Following his successful shot, Li Hao celebrated with his teammates, and Irving, grinning, encouraged him, "Well done, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum." Meanwhile, the Nets bench erupted in cheers, waving their towels to rally their teammates on the court. The referees remained vigilant, ensuring that neither side engaged in pushing or fouling during the intense exchanges of offense and defense. As the game progressed, both teams quickly became embroiled in fierce competition. DeRozan showcased his formidable prowess on the offensive end, his unguardable mid-range jumpers and incisive drives leaving the Nets' defense scrambling to keep up. With each shot taken by DeRozan, the basketball soars through the air, prompting the entire audience to hold their breath, their eyes fixated on the ball until it either swishes through the net or clangs off the rim, eliciting a chorus of cheers or sighs. LaVine, unleashing a barrage from beyond the arc, showcases his formidable three-point shooting and fast-break prowess, leaving the Nets defenders utterly confounded. As LaVine races down the court on a fast break, fans leap to their feet, fervently chanting his name in a rousing display of support. In the paint, Vucevic capitalizes on his height and technical finesse, consistently seizing rebounds and executing efficient second-chance opportunities. His fierce physical confrontations with the Nets' interior players resonate with thundering sounds on the court, drawing gasps from the captivated audience. Amidst this intense rivalry, the referees remain acutely observant, meticulously scrutinizing every potential foul. Should a player commit an egregious infraction, the referee promptly blows the whistle, rendering clear and decisive judgments to uphold the integrity and order of the game. On the other side, the Nets trio of Harden, Irving, and Lillard tirelessly strive to keep pace with the scoring. Harden, playing a pivotal role in both offense and playmaking, utilizes his exceptional ball-handling skills and expansive court vision to create splendid open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Irving, with his nimble dribbling and impeccable shooting accuracy from the perimeter, responds powerfully to the Bulls' attacks. Each of his crafty drives leaves defending players stumbling, prompting audible admiration from the crowd. Despite an ankle injury, Lillard remains tenacious, lurking beyond the three-point line for opportunities. His imposing long-range shooting instills a sense of caution in the Bulls' defenders, who dare not let down their guard. Whenever Lillard has the ball, the atmosphere grows palpably tense, with Bulls fans holding their breath, fearful of another deep three-pointer finding its mark. Meanwhile, the referees navigate the charged environment with calm precision, ensuring the game progresses smoothly within the established rules. As the second quarter unfolds, Bulls head coach Billy Donovan decisively calls a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. They intensify their focus on containing the net star trio, particularly monitoring Harden's passing lanes. Employing a zone defense, they aim to comprehensively restrict the Nets' perimeter shooting and drives. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense finds itself in a quagmire, with players struggling to pass and shoot effectively. In the United Center, the cheers from Bulls fans grow louder as they sense the possibility of extending their lead. During the timeout, the referees convene briefly to discuss and review some of the calls made during the first half, ensuring consistency and accuracy in their future rulings. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly calls a timeout. He swiftly diagrams strategies on the board, addressing his players with a serious demeanor. Everyone, stay composed. Their defense is indeed targeted, but we must remain calm, enhance off-ball movement, and utilize drives to break their zone. Additionally, we must intensify our defensive efforts, ensuring they do not score easily. Lillard, should you feel any discomfort, please signal immediately, and we shall make timely adjustments. Lillard met the coach's gaze with unwavering determination. Nodding affirmatively, Coach, I am fine. I am certain I can persist. During the timeout, the Nets players huddled in a circle, encouraging one another with high fives, transmitting trust and strength among themselves. Meanwhile, the referees stood by, vigilantly scanning the court to ensure that no player committed any infractions. Upon resuming play, the Nets returned to the court, executing the coach's strategy with precision by enhancing off-ball movement and ball rotation. Li Hao made the most of his speed and agility, actively positioning himself to seek offensive opportunities. In one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and, facing the Bulls defenders, executed a convincing feint to evade his marker before swiftly accelerating into the paint. However, Vucevic quickly rotated over, leaping high to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely noticed Irving had found space beyond the arc and, without hesitation, passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Irving elevated and released a three-point shot, which swished through the net, stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled with relief as Irving approached him for a high five, praising, "Well done, Li Hao. Keep this momentum." In that moment, the pent-up emotions of the Nets fans erupted as they vociferously chanted the players' names, celebrating the splendid display. The referee swiftly signaled the three-pointer as valid while monitoring both teams for any infractions during the subsequent defensive plays and inbounding. In the second half, the Bulls intensified their defensive efforts, their nearly suffocating pressure imposing unprecedented stress on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden attempted to drive but was tightly double-teamed by two Bulls defenders. He sought to pass to a teammate but was intercepted by DeRozan, who swiftly launched a counterattack. Dribbling rapidly past half-court, DeRozan faced the Nets' defense, leaping high to decisively release a long-range three-pointer, instantly extending the score gap to 6 points. The United Center erupted into chaos, with Bulls fans jumping in exhilaration, waving their flags in celebration of the spectacular basket. After the referees quickly confirmed the validity of the shot, they signaled for the game to continue, maintaining control over the pace of the match. Coach Nash called another timeout, his gaze resolutely fixed on the players' eyes as he passionately encouraged, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and our tactics. On defense, we need to tighten our grip on Levine, DeRozan, and Vucevic, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, we must continue to exhibit patience and diligently seek opportunities. As long as we stand united, we shall surely turn the tide." The players nodded vigorously, rekindling their fierce determination. With the timeout concluded, they returned to the court, their expressions conveying a tenacity that seemed to declare to their opponents, "We shall not concede this match." The referees, too, readjusted their focus, bracing for the intensified competition that lay ahead. Under the stringent implementation of the new tactics, the Brooklyn Nets' defensive intensity has markedly elevated, successfully containing the offensive prowess of Levine, DeRozan, and Vucevic. On the offensive front, the synergy among Harden, Irving, and Lillard has flourished, as they patiently seek the vulnerabilities in the Chicago Bulls' defense through relentless passing and off-ball movement. During one offensive play, Harden advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agile changes of direction, Irving penetrated the paint, drawing the Bulls' defenders into a double team. He swiftly delivered the ball to Lillard on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard refrained from hastily shooting, instead calmly assessing the dynamics of the game. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, unguarded, and promptly passed the ball to him. Harden caught the ball and launched a three-pointer, successfully narrowing the deficit to 3 points. In a burst of exhilaration, Harden exclaimed, "That's the way. We can definitely win." This crucial three-pointer invigorated the Nets' morale, sending the bench players into a fervent jubilation, while the Bulls fans fell into a momentary silence. The referee accurately validated the three-pointer, ensuring the fairness and fluidity of the game. As the match approached its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with both teams evenly matched. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch as each offensive and defensive maneuver captivated the audience. With merely 3 minutes remaining, the Bulls held a slender lead of 95-93 over the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense, with Harden dribbling past half-court before passing to Irving. Irving, leveraging his speed and agility, broke into the paint and subsequently passed the ball to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard contemplated, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He took a deep breath, leaped high, and released an exceptionally long three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, swishing through the net and allowing the Nets to reclaim the lead. Harden, brimming with excitement, gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Lillard." The Nets fans erupted in jubilation, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. The referee promptly signaled the three-pointer as valid, and the game continued with palpable tension. Subsequently, the Bulls commenced their offense, with Levine driving to the basket, resulting in a foul by Irving. The referee decisively blew the whistle, signaling the foul and indicating Levine's free throws. Levine approached the line and made one of 2 attempts, bringing the score back to a tie. With 1 minute left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, fully focused on the unfolding situation, searching for the optimal offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he noticed Li Hao in the perimeter, open, and quickly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao utilized his speed and dexterity to penetrate the paint, soaring high to score amidst the Bulls' defense while drawing a foul. The referee blew the whistle again, indicating the basket was good and awarding Li Hao an additional free throw, which he successfully converted. The Nets surged ahead with a score of 99-96. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the United Center as Bulls fans grappled with disbelief at the score. While the Nets players clenched their fists tightly, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of victory. In the final moments, the Bulls launched a frenzied offensive. DeRozan, with the ball in hand, attempted a layup. However, Irving swiftly arrived to provide defensive support, leaping high to successfully block DeRozan's shot. Shortly thereafter, Harden secured the rebound. And as the final whistle sounded, the referee raised his arms high, signaling the end of the game, with the Nets triumphing over the Bulls by a score of 99-96. Following the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with fervent excitement. This victory not only served as a powerful testament to their strength against formidable opponents, but also highlighted their remarkable team cohesion, particularly in the face of adversity, as Lillard played through injury. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures in the team's success, their outstanding performances and timely heroics propelling the team to triumph in this challenging contest. Coach Nash, observing his elated players, wore a satisfied smile, knowing that the team had not only secured victory, but had also significantly enhanced their collaborative efforts and ability to overcome difficulties, laying a robust foundation for future encounters. Chapter 42. The pinnacle showdown in New York. Following their victory over the Bulls, the Nets' winning streak gained even more momentum, surging forward with indomitable spirit. Their next challenge lay in the form of their city rivals, the New York Knicks. The Knicks boasted a formidable lineup, featuring stalwarts like Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, and R.J. Barrett, each possessing unique talents. Their home ground, Madison Square Garden, renowned as the Mecca of basketball, thrummed with the fervor of passionate fans, all eagerly anticipating this highly publicized clash. On the eve of the match, the atmosphere in the Nets locker room was thick with anticipation and gravity. Harden, with a serious demeanor, gathered his teammates and spoke earnestly. "This game is of utmost importance to us. The Knicks are our long-standing adversaries, and they will surely give their all. We must remain focused and play team basketball, leaving them no opportunities." Irving nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must showcase our strength on their home turf." The players clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for victory. As the game commenced at Madison Square Garden, the atmosphere was electric. As if the arena itself might ignite, Knicks fans, donned in blue and orange jerseys, waved team flags and shouted with all their might, their deafening cheers seemingly threatening to lift the roof off. The Nets players strode onto the court, acutely aware of the immense pressure exerted by the home crowd. Yet their expressions were resolute and brimming with confidence, unperturbed by the challenge. The sharp sound of the opening whistle cut through the clamor. With the Knicks taking the initial possession, Brunson swiftly dribbled across half-court, engaging in a deft pick-and-roll with Randle. Utilizing Randle's screen, Brunson surged toward the basket like a bolt of black lightning, rising high in the air to execute a splendid floater, scoring the first 2 points for the Knicks. As Brunson landed, he exuberantly high-fived his teammates, determined in his heart, "Today, we must defeat the Nets at home and show them our prowess." As the Brooklyn Nets took their turn on offense, Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, executing a seamless pick-and-roll with Irving. Upon receiving the ball, Irving utilized his remarkable speed to penetrate the paint, instantly drawing the attention of multiple Knicks defenders. With keen awareness and swift precision, he passed the ball to the open Lillard on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Lillard elevated for a three-pointer, the basketball tracing a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Following his successful shot, Lillard exuberantly high-fived his teammates, while Irving smiled and encouraged him, "Beautiful shot, Lillard. Keep that rhythm going." The game rapidly escalated into a fierce contest, with both teams fiercely vying for dominance. Randle showcased his prowess on the offensive end, bulldozing through the paint with the force of a tank, while also exhibiting exceptional accuracy with his mid-range shots, leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. Brunson unleashed his firepower from beyond the arc, slicing through the Nets' defense with sharp drives, and his three-pointers were consistently on target, leaving defenders at a loss. Barrett capitalized on his speed and scoring ability, relentlessly attacking the Nets' defense and creating immense pressure on their backline. On the Nets' side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard exerted their utmost to keep the score close. Harden served as the core of both offense and organization, employing his superb ball-handling skills and expansive court vision to create prime shooting opportunities for his teammates like a maestro conducting an orchestra. Irving, with his nimble dribbling and precise shooting from the perimeter, consistently countered the Knicks' advances, his every change of direction leaving defenders scrambling and the audience in awe. Lillard remained vigilant beyond the three-point line, his formidable long-range shooting instilling a palpable tension in the arena each time he received the ball. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau decisively called a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against the Nets trio, employing a combination of full-court pressure and zone defense in an attempt to disrupt the Nets' offensive rhythm. Under this stringent defense, the Nets found themselves in a quagmire, with frequent passing errors leading to multiple turnovers. Observing the shift, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout, swiftly outlining tactical adjustments on the whiteboard, his expression serious as he addressed the players. "Everyone, stay composed. Their defense may exert significant pressure, but we must remain calm. Increase our passing tempo and leverage off-ball movement to shake off their defenders. Simultaneously, we must bolster our defensive intensity. They cannot score easily." Harden attentively nodded at the coach, affirming, "Coach, we understand and will adhere strictly to the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, players meticulously executing the coach's directives, accelerating their passing and utilizing frequent off-ball movement to seek offensive opportunities. Li Hao, exploiting his speed and agility, darted around the court like a nimble deer. During one offensive possession, he received a pass from Harden and, facing a Knicks defender, feigned a move to create separation before rapidly accelerating to penetrate the paint. However, Randle quickly rotated over, leaping to contest the shot. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao spotted Irving open on the perimeter and promptly delivered the ball to him. Irving, catching the pass, raised his hand for a three-pointer, which sailed through the air and found the net, helping the Nets stabilize the situation. Li Hao exhaled deeply as Irving rushed over to give him a high five, praising, "Well done, Li Hao. Maintain this momentum." In the second half, the Knicks intensified their defensive efforts, applying an almost suffocating pressure that overwhelmed the Nets players with unprecedented strain. During one offensive play, Harden drove towards the basket but found himself ensnared by two Knicks defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, he was swiftly intercepted by Barrett. Barrett seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, dribbling quickly past the half-court line. Faced with the Nets' defense, he leaped high and decisively released a long-range three-pointer, instantly extending the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash called for a timeout, his gaze resolute as he encouraged the players passionately. Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and strategies. We need to tighten our defense against Randall, Brunson, and Barrett, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, we must maintain patience and seek opportunities. As long as we unite as one, we can surely turn the tide. The players nodded vigorously, their eyes igniting with fierce determination once more. Under the strict execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly improved, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Randall, Brunson, and Barrett. On the offensive end, Harden, Irving, and Lillard exhibited increasingly harmonious coordination, patiently seeking out the Knicks' defensive weaknesses through continuous passing and off-ball movement. In one offensive sequence, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Irving utilized his speed and agility to penetrate the paint, drawing the Knicks' defensive players to him before swiftly passing to the open Lillard on the perimeter. Lillard, remaining composed, assessed the situation before spotting Harden open in the corner. He quickly delivered the pass. Harden caught the ball and launched a three-pointer, successfully narrowing the score difference to 3 points. Elated, Harden exclaimed, "That's it. We can definitely win." As the game entered the final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with the atmosphere in the arena reaching a fever pitch. Each offensive and defensive play gripping the audience's hearts. With 3 minutes remaining, the Knicks held a slender lead of 98-96 over the Nets. At this moment, the Nets initiated their offense. Harden dribbled across half-court and passed to Irving. Irving, utilizing his speed and change of direction, broke into the paint and then passed to the open Lillard. Lillard, recognizing the critical nature of the moment, resolved to seize the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he leapt high and released an exquisite long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and allowing the Nets to take the lead. Harden, brimming with excitement, gave Lillard a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Lillard." Subsequently, the Knicks launched their attack, with Randall driving towards the basket, drawing a foul from Irving. Randall stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once more. With 1 minute remaining, the Nets gained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, fully focused on the unfolding situation, searching for the optimal offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao open on the perimeter and quickly passed the ball to him. Li Hao, upon receiving the pass, skillfully utilized his speed and agility to penetrate the paint, soaring high to score while simultaneously drawing a foul. Li Hao converted the additional free throw, giving the Nets a narrow lead of 101-100. In the final moments of the game, the Knicks launched a fervent offensive. Brunson, with the ball, attempted a layup, but Irving swiftly intervened, leaping high to successfully block the shot. Shortly thereafter, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final whistle echoed, the Nets narrowly triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 101-100. Following the conclusion of the game, the Nets players erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another in a fervor of excitement. This victory held profound significance. Not only did they conquer their city rivals on their home turf, but they also showcased an indomitable team spirit and unwavering tenacity in the face of immense pressure and adversity. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their stellar performances and heroic contributions at critical junctures ensuring that the team emerged victorious. Coach Nash observed the elated players with a satisfied smile, fully aware that this victory was not merely a win, but also a transformative leap in team cohesion and combativeness, undoubtedly laying a solid foundation for their pursuit of the championship in the forthcoming season. Chapter 43, The Battle of Glory in Boston. On the journey through the realm of basketball, the Nets surged forward with unrelenting momentum, decisively overcoming both the Bulls and the Knicks, their morale igniting like a raging inferno. Now, they were poised to confront their arch-rivals, the Boston Celtics. In a climactic showdown, a fierce clash imbued with glory and dreams. The Celtics, akin to an impregnable bastion of basketball prowess, boasted formidable talents such as Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Derek White, each a master of their craft, akin to elite warriors within their fortress. Their home arena, the TD Garden, resonated with the fervent enthusiasm of fans, transforming it into a daunting fortress. Every inch of the court seemed to narrate tales of victory, and the air was thick with the passion and fervor of basketball. Here, each game resembled a battle devoid of smoke, imbued with palpable tension, imposing an unprecedented burden upon every adversary who dared to step onto this hallowed ground. For the Nets, this contest transcended the realm of a mere regular season game. It was a pivotal clash to defend their honor, a splendid stage upon which to demonstrate their prowess to the world. A week prior to the match, during the team's tactical analysis meeting, Harden's demeanor was noticeably grave. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with the weight of nostalgia. Back then, when I first entered the league, I was green and inexperienced, confronting the Celtics' impenetrable defense. I felt like a lost lamb, perpetually flustered and overwhelmed, committing error after error. As he spoke, a furrow formed on his brow, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness, as if the memories of past defeats resurfaced. However, times have changed. We now possess a more united and formidable team, each teammate harboring a fervent desire for victory. I firmly believe that we can overcome them. Harden's words resonated like a stirring battle anthem, igniting the fervor within his teammates. They clenched their fists, expressing their unwavering commitment to strive with all their might, determined to earn this unparalleled honor for Harden and the team. On the day of the match, the TD North Shore Garden was inundated with an overwhelming tide of spectators, leaving no seat unoccupied. A sea of vibrant green engulfed the arena, a fervent wave formed by the passionate fans of the Celtics. Clad in emerald jerseys, they waved their green flags with exuberance, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle reminiscent of leaves dancing in the wind. Their voices rang out in fervent chants, reverberating like thunder within the venue, attempting to obliterate the confidence of the Nets with an overwhelming home court atmosphere. As the players of the Nets stepped onto this challenging battleground, they were immediately met with an immense pressure, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon their shoulders. Yet, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, they sparkled with unwavering determination, embodying a relentless pursuit of victory and an indomitable spirit. They understood that every possession in this game was crucial, with each offensive and defensive maneuver poised to determine the course of the match. With the sharp blast of the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated contest commenced. The Celtics initiated the play, and Tatum, akin to a swift cheetah, deftly dribbled the ball across half-court. His seamless pick-and-roll with Brown resembled a meticulously choreographed dance. Utilizing Brown's solid screen, Tatum swiftly changed direction, smoothly evading Harden's defense and charging into the paint with exhilarating speed. As he faced Irving's impending block, Tatum leaped high, elegantly twisting in midair like a graceful bird, executing his signature Euro step. His movements were light and agile, artfully sidestepping Irving's challenge and effortlessly depositing the ball through the hoop, granting the Celtics the first 2 points of the game. Upon landing, Tatum exuberantly pounded his chest, a powerful gesture that proclaimed his formidable prowess to the entire arena, eliciting a new crescendo of cheers from the home crowd. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, his demeanor exuding calmness and wisdom, as if he had instantaneously discerned every defensive flaw of his opponents. He and Irving engaged in a complex and intricate tactical interplay. Harden feigned a drive, leaning forward with swift footwork, his convincing fake successfully drawing the Celtics defenders into a double team. In that critical moment, Harden's quick thinking shone through, akin to a skilled magician, as he swiftly passed the ball to Irving, who had cut into the lane. Upon receiving the pass, Irving did not rush his shot. Instead, he showcased his extraordinary ball handling skills, executing a series of behind-the-back dribbles. His hands moved with the grace of an agile sprite, the basketball dancing between them, leaving the defenders off balance, their eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, Irving performed a behind-the-back dribble, a clean and decisive move that evaded his defender. He soared into the air, employing his signature lay-down fake, his body slightly reclined, the ball gently spinning on his fingertips, as if engaging in a psychological duel with the defender. Ultimately, he effortlessly deceived the defenders, securing the ball with precision and leveling the score for the Nets. As Irving landed, he exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, a grin brimming with mutual understanding and trust, as if their bond spoke a silent language of its own. In the ensuing match, both teams engaged in an intense struggle, the score oscillating thrillingly with each possession. Brown showcased his formidable prowess on offense. His drives were akin to a razor-sharp blade, effortlessly slicing through the Nets' defense. His footwork was agile and varied, his speed akin to lightning, rendering the Nets' defenders powerless against his relentless advances. His mid-range shots were equally precise, and whenever the Nets attempted to narrow the score gap, he would invariably rise to the occasion, delivering a stunning shot that served as a robust rebuttal. The arc traced by the basketball in midair resembled a declaration of victory, intensifying the pressure on the Nets players. White played a pivotal role from the perimeter, his three-point shots and exceptional defensive skills proving to be a constant headache for the Nets' offensive players. He resembled a sniper concealed in the shadows, perpetually awaiting the opportune moment to strike. His three-point attempts were decisive and remarkably accurate, often delivering a lethal blow when the Nets' defense faltered. Simultaneously, his defensive acumen was outstanding, allowing him to keenly sense the Nets' passing intentions, frequently intercepting critical passes at crucial moments. He would then swiftly initiate a fast break, like a bolt of black lightning, racing toward the hoop and creating prime scoring opportunities for the Celtics. On the Nets side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard exerted every effort to keep pace with the score. Harden played a central role in both offense and organization. His passes were akin to precision-guided missiles, consistently finding unmarked teammates at the most opportune moments. Each of his passes was infused with wisdom and technique, orchestrating a meticulously crafted symphony. His step-back three-pointer was particularly vexing for the Celtics defenders. Whenever he stood beyond the arc, opponents braced themselves, as if facing a formidable adversary. With a slight lean back, his eyes radiated confidence and resolve, as if the basketball in his hands had been imbued with life, consistently finding its mark within the net. Irving, with his agile and versatile dribbling skills, repeatedly penetrated the Celtics' defense. His butterfly step left defenders bewildered, as if they were lost in a dreamlike sea of blossoms. His movements were light and nimble, and the basketball danced in his hands like an obedient pet, yielding to his command. He frequently breezed into the paint, completing scores or delivering exquisite passes, creating scoring opportunities time and again for his team. Lillard, on the other hand, keenly sought opportunities from beyond the arc. He was like a hunter lurking in the shadows, ever watchful for his prey. His signature deep buzzer beater was a remarkable skill, as long as time remained in the game. He possessed the ability to unleash a devastating shot from virtually any position. His gaze emanated a chilling resolve, and whenever he possessed the ball, the entire arena seemed to plunge into silence, with all eyes eagerly anticipating his release. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla decisively called a timeout, his gaze revealing a blend of cunning and confidence. Rapidly sketching a new defensive strategy on the tactical board, he elaborated to his players, "We shall employ a strategy that combines full-court pressure with a zone defense, applying intense pressure on the ball handlers of the Nets to make them feel the weight of our defense, forcing them into errors. Be vigilant about your defensive positioning and coordination. We must afford them no respite." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with determination. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself in disarray. Miscommunication led to frequent turnovers, disrupting their rhythm entirely. The basketball seemed to grow heavier in their hands, each pass fraught with peril. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. His demeanor was serious yet composed as he quickly diagrammed a new strategy, addressing his players. "Remain calm, despite the pressure of their defense. We must expedite our passing, moving like lightning, and utilize off-ball movement to evade their coverage. Concurrently, we must intensify our defensive efforts to prevent them from scoring easily. Remember, we are a team. United, we can surmount any obstacle." Harden, looking at the coach, nodded resolutely, affirming, "Coach, we understand, and we will adhere strictly to the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, executing the coach's directives with renewed vigor. They quickened their passing tempo, the basketball darting through their hands like a nimble bird flitting across the court. Through frequent off-ball movement, they sought offensive opportunities, with Li Hao displaying his speed and agility, akin to a swift cheetah darting across the arena. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and, confronted by a Celtics defender, executed a convincing feint that momentarily deceived his opponent. With a slight shift of his body and a glint of cunning in his eyes, he successfully evaded the defender before accelerating towards the paint. However, White swiftly rotated to provide help defense, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao quickly spotted Lillard open on the perimeter and, without hesitation, passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Lillard wasted no time and launched a deep three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, reminiscent of a shooting star gracing the night sky, swishing through the net and stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached him for a high five. "Great shot, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum." In the second half, The Celtics continued to amplify their defensive intensity, creating unprecedented pressure for the Nets players. Each offensive possession became exceedingly arduous, and every pass had to be executed with utmost caution. During one offensive sequence, Harden drove to the basket, only to be tightly surrounded by two Celtics defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by Tatum. Tatum swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and faced with the Nets defense, leapt high, attempting to shoot amidst the dual blockade of Irving and Lillard. His body twisted in midair, arms outstretched with fervor, as the basketball soared towards the hoop, propelled by his determination and strength. It struck a remarkable long-range three-pointer, widening the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash called for another timeout. Gazing into the eyes of his players, he encouraged, "Do not be disheartened. This is but a fleeting moment. We must trust in our abilities and believe in our strategy." On the defensive front, we need to amplify our constraints on Tatum, Brown, and White, severing their connections with teammates, akin to cutting off an enemy's supply line. Offensively, let us continue to exercise patience and seek opportunities. As long as we unite as one, we shall surely turn the tide in our favor. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindled with determination, hearts brimming with a fervent desire for victory. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity markedly improved, successfully containing the offensive prowess of Tatum, Brown, and White. The players exhibited heightened defensive actions, with a more precise sense of positioning. Each defensive maneuver infused with strength and resolve. On the offensive end, the synergy between Harden, Irving, and Lillard blossomed, as they engaged in an intricate dance of passing and off-ball movement, probing for vulnerabilities in the Celtics' defense. During one offensive sequence, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the Celtics defenders. Swiftly, he dished the ball out to Lillard on the perimeter. Lillard, upon receiving the pass, refrained from rushing his shot, instead adopting the demeanor of a composed hunter, quietly assessing the unfolding dynamics on the court. Suddenly, he noticed Harden in the corner, unmarked, and promptly delivered the ball his way. Without hesitation, Harden launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net, reducing the deficit to 3 points. Overcome with excitement, Harden exclaimed, "That's it. We are destined to win." As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with every point holding immense significance. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, the Celtics held a slender lead over the Nets at 98-96. At this moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Harden dribbled past half-court, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and composure, as if contemplating the optimal strategy for attack. He passed the ball to Irving, who, employing his speed and agility, penetrated the lane before delivering a pass to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard thought, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity and not betray the trust of my teammates." He leaped high into the air and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced through the air in a magnificent trajectory, resembling a vibrant rainbow spanning the sky, swishing through the net and reversing the score. Harden, overcome with excitement, gave Lillard a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Incredible job, Lillard. You are our hero." Subsequently, the Celtics took possession, with Brown driving towards the basket, resulting in a foul by Irving. Brown approached the free throw line, his expression a blend of tension and focus. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and made one of his 2 free throws, once again leveling the score. With only 1 minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in a prime position on the perimeter and swiftly passed the ball his way. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao exploited his speed and footwork to break into the paint. Confronted by the Celtics' defense, he soared into the air, scoring while drawing a foul from the opponent. His movements in midair were both graceful and powerful, as if showcasing his prowess to the world. Li Hao converted the free throw, giving the Nets a 101-100 lead. In the final moments, the Celtics launched a desperate offensive. Tatum drove towards the basket, attempting a layup. His eyes were filled with resolve and defiance, as if he were determined to turn the tide in this critical moment. However, Irving swiftly rotated to provide help, leaping high into the air like a majestic eagle, successfully blocking Tatum's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 101-100. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration. embracing each other with uncontainable joy and excitement. Their faces radiated victorious smiles, while sweat shimmered under the bright lights. This triumph not only marked a victory on the archrival's home court, but also showcased their formidable team spirit and indomitable will in the face of immense pressure and adversity. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and clutch plays propelling the team to success. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a contented smile, fully aware that the team had not only secured victory in this match, but had also achieved a qualitative leap in cohesion and fighting spirit, laying a solid foundation for their pursuit of the championship in the upcoming season. Chapter 44. The ultimate challenge of Golden State following their successful repulsion of their archrival. The Celtics, the Nets resembled a powerful war chariot, their momentum growing increasingly unstoppable. Their next adversary, however, was the formidable Golden State Warriors. Boasting an impressive roster featuring superstars such as Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins. The Warriors' home arena, the Chase Center, stood as an impregnable fortress, where the fervent enthusiasm of the fans coalesced into a surging force, providing the team with unwavering support. This match represented not only a golden opportunity for the Nets to demonstrate their prowess against one of the league's elite teams, but also a crucial step towards their championship aspirations. A few days before the match, during a break in the team's daily training, Irving and Li Hao sat on the sidelines, sweat trickling down their cheeks. Their gaze was intently fixed on the ongoing simulated confrontation on the court. Irving was the first to break the silence, furrowing his brow slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. The Warriors' offensive prowess is truly formidable, particularly the three-pointers from Curry and Thompson. Their shooting percentage is simply spine-chilling. It feels almost insurmountable. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully, picking up the conversation. Indeed, but we are not to be underestimated. Our teamwork is harmonious, and our individual abilities are equally impressive. As long as we execute our defensive strategy effectively, we stand a viable chance of overcoming them. The key lies in limiting their three-point attempts. We must not allow them to easily find their shooting rhythm. Their exchange provided both a clearer perspective on the impending game and a quiet encouragement for themselves and their team. On the day of the match, the Daitong Center was filled to capacity with enthusiastic fans, the atmosphere pulsating with fervor akin to a raging inferno, ready to erupt at any moment. The Warriors supporters donned radiant gold and deep blue uniforms, their flags dancing wildly in the air amidst fervent cheers, resembling flickering flames. Their cacophonous roars surged like tumultuous waves, threatening to engulf the entire arena as the relentless chant for the Warriors reverberated, attempting to exert immense psychological pressure on the visiting Nets. As the Nets players stepped onto this challenging terrain, they were instantly enveloped by an overwhelming aura, as if an invisible force sought to push them back. Yet, their eyes betrayed no trace of fear. Instead, they sparkled with unwavering determination and courage, a profound yearning for victory and a willingness to embrace any challenge. They understood that each possession and every transition between offense and defense was crucial, directly influencing the trajectory of the game. With the crisp whistle of the referee, this highly anticipated match commenced. The Warriors initiated the play, and Curry, like a nimble cheetah, swiftly dribbled past half-court. He and Thompson executed their classic Splash Brothers pick-and-roll with remarkable synergy, akin to longtime comrades, communicating effortlessly without words. Utilizing Thompson's solid screen, Curry made a rapid directional change, fluidly evading Harden's defense, and surged towards the basket at breakneck speed. Faced with Irving's help defense, Curry leapt gracefully, his body slightly leaning back in midair. Executing his signature floater, the basketball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, securing the first 2 points for the Warriors. Upon landing, Curry jubilantly high-fived Thompson, his gaze radiating confidence and an unwavering belief in victory, as if proclaiming the Warriors' dominance to the world. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, his demeanor calm and sharp, reminiscent of a general commanding a legion on the battlefield. Swiftly discerning the defensive gaps of his opponents, he and Irving orchestrated a remarkable tactical play. Harden feigned a drive, drawing the attention of the Warriors' defenders, and then quickly passed the ball to Irving, who had cut into the lane. Upon receiving the pass, Irving, with his mesmerizing ball-handling skills, executed a series of rapid directional changes, the basketball seemingly imbued with life, darting up and down, disorienting the defenders, who were left bewildered and confused. Suddenly, Irving executed a clean and decisive spin, eluding his defender. He soared into the air, his body twisting artfully, performing his distinctive layup. Crafting a graceful arc as he deftly avoided the defender's block and securely placed the ball into the basket, leveling the score for the Nets. As Irving landed, he exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, a smile imbued with mutual understanding and trust, as though conveying a profound connection that transcended words. The ensuing game saw both teams embroiled in fierce competition, with the score oscillating dramatically, each possession captivating and relentless, leaving spectators breathless. Thompson showcased his formidable prowess on the offensive end, his three-point shots resembling precise projectiles, consistently finding their mark. His corner three-pointer was particularly his signature move. Whenever he positioned himself to receive the ball in the corner, the Nets defenders rushed to guard him, as if faced with an imminent threat. Yet, Thompson, with his exceptional shooting finesse and robust psychological fortitude, managed to maintain composure even under intense scrutiny, regulating his breath before decisively releasing the ball, which arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, intensifying the pressure on the Nets players. Wiggins played a vital role both on the perimeter and inside, his drives and mid-range shots creating defensive dilemmas for the Nets. His Eurostep maneuver resembled a graceful dance, effortlessly penetrating the interior for scores or exquisite passes, thereby continuously widening the Warriors' lead. On the Nets side, Harden, Irving, and Lillard exerted every effort to keep the score close. Harden assumed a central role in both offense and playmaking, his passes akin to precision-guided missiles, always finding open teammates at the most opportune moments. His drive-and-dish strategy left the Warriors' defenders in disarray whenever he penetrated the paint. Opponents found themselves in a quandary, wary of his propensity to distribute the ball to open shooters, making them hesitant to double-team. Irving, utilizing his agile and versatile dribbling skills, repeatedly breached the Warriors' defense from the perimeter. His by-FO crossover and butterfly step left defenders dazzled, as if they were lost in a fantastical maze. Disoriented and unable to respond, he often managed to slip into the paint with ease, scoring or facilitating, creating numerous scoring opportunities for his team. Meanwhile, Lillard astutely sought chances from beyond the arc, akin to a hunter lurking in the shadows, ever vigilant for the appearance of prey. His deep buzzer-beater three-pointer was his lethal asset. As long as time remained in the game, he possessed the capability to deliver a game-altering shot from any position, his demeanor exuding a blend of cold determination and decisiveness. Whenever he held the ball, the entire arena seemed to fall into a hushed anticipation, all eyes fixed on him, awaiting his release. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, the Golden State Warriors head coach, Steve Kerr, decisively called a timeout, his gaze revealing a glimmer of cunning and confidence. He swiftly sketched a new defensive strategy on the tactical board, elaborating to his players, "We must intensify our defense against the Nets trio, employing a combination of full-court pressure and zone defense to disrupt their offensive rhythm. It is imperative that each of you maintain your defensive positions and coordination, leaving them no room to breathe." The players nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with determination as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in turmoil. The players' passes faltered repeatedly, their offensive tempo utterly dismantled. The basketball felt unusually heavy in their hands, each pass fraught with peril. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. His expression was serious yet composed as he quickly devised a new strategy, addressing his players. "Stay calm. Despite the immense pressure of their defense, we must remain collected. We need to accelerate our passing, swift as lightning, utilizing off-ball movement to evade their defense. Concurrently, we must bolster our defensive intensity, ensuring they cannot score easily. Remember, we are a team. United, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." Harden looked at his coach, resolutely nodding as he affirmed, "Coach, we understand and will adhere strictly to the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's instructions, the players hastened their passing, the basketball flitting through their hands like a lively bird, deftly navigating the court. They sought offensive opportunities through frequent off-ball movement, with Li Hao darting about the court like a nimble cheetah, leveraging his speed and agility. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and, confronted by a Warriors defender, executed a convincing feint to shake off the guard. His body swayed slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes, successfully deceiving the defender. He then accelerated towards the paint. However, Wiggins swiftly rotated to help, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao quickly spotted Lillard open beyond the arc and, without hesitation, passed the ball. Lillard, upon receiving it, immediately launched a long-range three-pointer, The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, akin to a shooting star across the night sky, swishing through the net and stabilizing the net's position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached him for a high five. Great shot. Li Hao, keep up this momentum. In the second half, the Warriors continued to amplify their defensive efforts, their intensity imposing unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. Every offensive maneuver became exceedingly arduous, each pass executed with utmost caution. During one offensive sequence, Harden drove to the basket, but found himself ensnared by two Warriors defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Curry. In an instant, Curry launched a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Confronted by the Nets' defense, he leapt high, attempting a shot under the dual blockade of Irving and Lillard. His body twisted in the air, arms outstretched with fervor, as the basketball soared towards the hoop, propelled by his determination and strength, landing an extraordinary long-range three-pointer that extended the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, gazing into the eyes of his players, encouraging them. Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our capabilities and trust in our strategies. On defense, we must intensify our efforts to restrict Curry, Thompson, and Wiggins, severing their connections with teammates as one would cut off an enemy supply line. Offensively, let us maintain our patience and seek out opportunities. United in purpose, we shall surely turn the tide in our favor. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindling with fighting spirit, hearts brimming with a thirst for victory, as though they were prepared to fight with all they had. Under the implementation of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly heightened, successfully curbing the offensive prowess of Curry, Thompson, and Wiggins. The players exhibited greater assertiveness in their defensive maneuvers, their positioning more precise, with each effort infused with strength and resolve. On the offensive front, the synergy among Harden, Irving, and Lillard became increasingly harmonious as they sought the Warriors' defensive weaknesses through relentless passing and strategic off-ball movement. During one offensive play, Harden dribbled past half-court before passing to Irving. Utilizing his speed and agility, Irving penetrated the paint, drawing multiple defenders from the Warriors. He swiftly passed the ball to Lillard on the perimeter, who, instead of rushing his shot, observed the unfolding situation like a poised hunter. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, open for a shot, and quickly delivered the ball. Without hesitation, Harden launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net, narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Filled with excitement, Harden exclaimed, "That's it. We can definitely win." As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with every point proving to be immensely valuable. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, the Warriors held a narrow lead of 98-96 over the Nets. At this moment, the Nets commenced their offensive play. Harden dribbled past half-court, his gaze exuding determination and composure, as if contemplating the optimal strategy for attack. He passed the ball to Irving, who, utilizing his speed and agility, penetrated the lane before delivering the ball to the open Lillard. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity and not betray the trust of my teammates." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he leaped high into the air and launched a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a magnificent arc reminiscent of a vibrant rainbow spanning the sky, and swished through the net. Chapter 45. The tense duel in Dallas. After triumphantly overcoming the Golden State Warriors, the Nets' momentum surged forth like a radiant sunrise. Fierce and blinding, unstoppable by any means, their next adversary was the Dallas Mavericks. Under the leadership of Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, assuming a dramatic twist in the narrative where Irving joins the Mavericks following a trade, and Tim Hardaway Jr., the Mavericks presented a formidable challenge. The American Airlines Center, their home arena, stood as an impregnable fortress, with fervent Mavericks fans whose passionate cheers served as the team's most steadfast support, infusing them with unrelenting strength. This game, for the Nets, transcended the realm of a mere regular season matchup. It evolved into a fierce clash of prowess intertwined with complex emotions. Particularly, the confrontation between Irving and his former team transformed this contest into a focal point of attention, with the excitement surrounding it continuously escalating. On the eve of the match, the atmosphere in the Brooklyn Nets locker room was thick with tension, enveloping everyone like an invisible web. Yet within their eyes sparkled a glimmer of anticipation. Harden, with a serious countenance, summoned his teammates to gather around. His voice resonant and resolute. The Mavericks' prowess should not be underestimated. Doncic's multifaceted performance and Irving's formidable scoring ability will pose significant challenges for us. However, we possess ample confidence and the capability to triumph over them. We must maintain unwavering focus and execute the brand of basketball we excel at. Every possession demands our utmost effort, with no room for complacency. Lillard promptly added, "Indeed, this match is of paramount importance to us. We must demonstrate our strength to the world and showcase our unwavering resolve to seize victory." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting an indomitable conviction, as if they were already prepared to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. The match commenced promptly at the American Airlines Center, with every seat occupied, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary fervor. The Mavericks supporters, adorned in blue and white uniforms, waved their flags vigorously amidst resounding cheers, resembling a surging sea of azure. Their roars echoed powerfully, rising like relentless tides, attempting to completely subdue the Nets' morale with an overwhelming home advantage. As the players from the Nets stepped onto this formidable terrain, they were immediately engulfed by a tremendous pressure, akin to an invisible mountain resting upon their shoulders. Yet, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, they radiated a spirit of fearlessness and confidence, their resolute gazes seemingly proclaiming to the world, "No adversity can impede our advance. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours." With the crisp sound of the referee's whistle, the game officially began. The Mavericks took the first possession, and Doncic darted across the half-court like a nimble cheetah. He and Irving executed a masterful pick-and-roll, their synergy akin to an unspoken bond, requiring little verbal communication. Utilizing Irving's screen, Doncic made a sweeping change of direction, his movements precise and fluid, effortlessly evading Harden's defense before charging towards the basket at breakneck speed. Confronted by Li Hao's help defense, Doncic leaped high, showcasing his exceptional hang time. His body twisting deftly to elude Li Hao's block, and completed a spectacular Euro-step layup, putting the Mavericks ahead. Upon landing, Doncic jubilantly celebrated with a high five from Irving, his eyes sparkling with an intense longing for victory, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of triumph. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden dribbled to the arc, his gaze calm, yet piercing, akin to a general commanding legions on the battlefield, swiftly identifying the defensive gaps. He and Lillard orchestrated a meticulously planned tactical maneuver. Harden feigned a pass, this convincing ruse successfully drawing the Mavericks' defenders' focus, before he deftly delivered the ball to Lillard, who was cutting towards the interior. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard employed his mesmerizing ball-handling skills, executing a series of rapid directional changes. The basketball seemingly imbued with life in his hands, dancing in the air as he bewildered the defenders, their focus faltering in confusion. Suddenly, Lillard executed a smooth pivot, effortlessly shedding his defender. He leaped high, slightly reclining his body in midair, showcasing his signature fadeaway jumper, tracing an elegant arc as he artfully evaded the defense's reach, and sent the basketball securely through the hoop, leveling the score for the Nets. Upon landing, Lillard exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, their expressions brimming with camaraderie and trust, as if conveying a profound understanding that transcended words. In the ensuing moments of the match, both teams engaged in a fierce struggle, the score fluctuating with each possession. Every play laden with suspense, igniting the passion of the spectators. Irving demonstrated formidable prowess on the offensive end, his dribbling skills and scoring ability leaving the Nets' defense in disarray. His butterfly-like footwork and the grace of his movements resemble a dreamlike dance, leaving defenders bewildered and unable to anticipate his next move. He frequently breezes into the paint, effortlessly scoring or delivering exquisite passes, thereby continually extending the lead for the Mavericks. Meanwhile, Hardaway plays a pivotal role on the perimeter. His three-point shots and mid-range strikes leave the Nets defenders in a state of disarray. He embodies a sniper concealed in the shadows, consistently hitting crucial shots at pivotal moments, stabilizing the Mavericks' position and applying pressure on the Nets players. On the Nets side, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao exert every effort to keep the score close. Harden assumes a central role in both offense and organization. His passes are akin to precision-guided missiles, always finding open teammates at the most opportune moments. His tactical ability to penetrate and distribute the ball leaves Mavericks defenders in a quandary whenever he drives to the basket. Opponents find themselves torn between the fear of him passing to an outside shooter and the reluctance to double-team him. Lillard, on the other hand, keenly seeks opportunities from beyond the arc, resembling a hunter lurking in the shadows, ever vigilant for his prey. His long-range buzzer beater is his lethal weapon, As long as time remains in the game, he possesses the capability to alter its course from any position, his gaze exuding a blend of cold determination and decisiveness. Whenever he holds the ball, the entire arena seems to descend into silence, all eyes anticipating his release. Li Hao, leveraging his speed and agility, plays an integral role on both ends of the court. His fast breaks are as swift as lightning, and his rebounding prowess is exceptional, creating numerous invaluable opportunities for his team. As the second quarter commenced, the Mavericks head coach, Jason Kidd, decisively called for a timeout. His gaze reflecting a blend of cunning and confidence. He swiftly illustrated a new defensive strategy on the tactical board, articulating to his players, "We must intensify our defense against the Nets' formidable trio, employing a combination of full-court pressure and zone defense to disrupt their offensive rhythm. Pay close attention to your defensive positioning and coordination. We cannot afford to grant them any respite." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Under this stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in turmoil. Numerous passing errors plagued the players, thoroughly dismantling their offensive tempo. The basketball felt exceptionally burdensome in their hands, with each pass laden with risk. Observing this predicament, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. His demeanor was solemn yet composed as he swiftly sketched strategies on the board, addressing his players. "Remain calm, despite the immense pressure of their defense. We must maintain our composure. Let us quicken our passing, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and utilize off-ball movement to evade their coverage. Simultaneously, we must bolster our defensive intensity, denying them easy scoring opportunities. Remember, we are a cohesive unit. United, we can surmount any challenge." Harden, gazing at the coach, nodded resolutely and affirmed, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy diligently." Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, adhering to the coach's directives. They accelerated their passing, the basketball gliding through their hands like a nimble bird, darting across the floor. They sought offensive opportunities through frequent off-ball movements, with Li Hao showcasing his speed and agility, darting around the court like a swift cheetah. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and, facing the Mavericks defenders, executed a feint that cleverly deceived his opponent. With a subtle shift of his body and a glint of cunning in his eyes, he successfully eluded the defender before rapidly accelerating toward the paint. However, Hardaway quickly rotated to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely spotted Lillard in a vacant position beyond the arc and, without hesitation, delivered the ball. Lillard, upon receiving the pass, wasted no time and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, swishing through the net and stabilizing the Nets' momentum. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached for a celebratory high-five. "Well done, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum." In the second half, the Mavericks intensified their defense, exerting an unparalleled pressure that left the Nets players feeling overwhelmed. Each offensive attempt became exceedingly arduous, with every pass requiring meticulous care. During an offensive sequence, Harden, with the ball, attempted to penetrate but found himself ensnared by two Mavericks defenders. He endeavored to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by Doncic. Swiftly igniting a counterattack, Doncic dribbled past half-court, and as he faced the Nets defense, he leaped high, attempting a shot amidst the dual block of Harden and Lillard. His body twisted in the air, arms outstretched with determination and strength as the basketball soared towards the hoop, landing a remarkable three-pointer from afar, extending the lead to 8 points. Coach Nash once again called a timeout, gazing into the eyes of his players, encouraging them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our abilities and trust our strategy. We need to intensify our defense against Doncic, Irving, and Hardaway, severing their connections with teammates as one would cut off an enemy's supply line. Offensively, we shall maintain our patience and seek opportunities. As long as we unite as one, we can undoubtedly turn the tide." The players nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited with a fervent desire for victory, as if they were prepared to risk everything. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity saw a significant improvement, successfully containing the offensive threats posed by Doncic, Irving, and Hardaway. The players' defensive movements became more vigorous, their positional awareness sharpened. Each defensive effort was infused with strength and resolve. Offensively, the synergy among Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao flourished, as they continuously passed and maneuvered without the ball, probing for gaps in the Mavericks' defense. During one offensive play, Harden dribbled past half court and passed to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint, drawing the Mavericks defenders into a double team. He swiftly passed the ball to Li Hao on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao did not rush his shot. Instead, like a composed hunter, he calmly surveyed the unfolding situation. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, wide open, and quickly fed him the ball. Without hesitation, Harden unleashed a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net, narrowing the gap to 3 points. Harden exuberantly shouted, "That's it. We will surely triumph." As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained closely contested, with each point proving to be exceedingly precious. With just 3 minutes left in the game, the Mavericks held a slender lead of 98-96 over the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offensive play. Harden dribbled across half court, his gaze reflecting determination and composure, as if contemplating the optimal strategy for attack. He passed the ball to Lillard, who, utilizing his speed and agility, penetrated the paint before delivering a pass to the unguarded Li Hao. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity and honor the trust of my teammates." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he leapt high into the air and launched an incredibly long three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, resembling a vibrant rainbow spanning the sky, and swished through the net, tipping the score in their favor. Harden, filled with elation, directed a thumbs up towards Li Hao, exclaiming, "Incredible, Li Hao. You are our hero." Subsequently, the Mavericks mounted an offensive. Irving drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Harden. Approaching the free throw line, a hint of tension and focus flickered in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, recalibrated his stance, and converted one of his 2 free throws, leveling the score once more. With a minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, he noticed Lillard positioned for an open shot beyond the arc and swiftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Lillard exploited his speed and shifting ability to break through the defense of the Mavericks, soaring into the air to score while simultaneously drawing a foul from his opponent. His airborne movement was both graceful and powerful, as if he were showcasing his prowess to the world. Lillard converted the free throw, granting the Nets a 101-100 lead. In the waning moments, the Mavericks launched a frantic offensive, with Doncic driving towards the basket in an attempt to score. His eyes were filled with resolve and defiance, as though he sought to overturn the tide in these final seconds. However, Li Hao swiftly rotated over, leaped high, and like a majestic eagle in flight, successfully blocked Doncic's shot. Subsequently, Harden secured the rebound, and as the final seconds elapsed, the Nets triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 101-100. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with overwhelming joy and excitement. Their faces radiated with victorious smiles, sweat glistening under the bright lights. This triumph not only marked their conquest over the formidable Mavericks on enemy territory, but also showcased their remarkable team spirit and unwavering determination in the face of immense pressure and adversity. Li Hao and Lillard emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their exceptional performances and critical contributions at decisive moments leading the team to a well-deserved victory. Coach Nash observed the exhilarated players with a satisfied smile, fully aware that the team had not only secured a win, but also enhanced their cohesion and fighting spirit, thus laying a more solid foundation for their championship aspirations in the forthcoming season. Chapter 46. The pinnacle encounter in Los Angeles following their successful victory over the Mavericks. The Nets' winning streak grew increasingly robust, advancing with fervor as they continued to pen their own glorious narrative. Their next adversary would be none other than the Los Angeles Lakers. Armed with powerhouse talents such as LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Austin Reeves, the Crypto.Com Arena, a formidable fortress for the Lakers, has always been a challenging venue to conquer. The fervent fans here harbor boundless expectations for their team, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch at every game. For the Nets, this confrontation represents a pinnacle clash on the elite stage of the league, serving as a crucial step in their relentless pursuit of the championship, where every possession, every offensive and defensive maneuver carries the weight of the team's honor and aspirations. In the days leading up to the match, Harden immersed himself entirely in a comprehensive analysis of the Lakers. He meticulously reviewed game footage, scrutinizing every frame like a diligent detective, delving into James's seemingly casual yet intricately crafted passing patterns, discerning when Davis accelerates his offensive rhythm, changes direction, or opts for a forceful attack. As well as Reeves's critical shooting decisions, whether he would take a daring three-pointer or execute a clever drive to the basket. During training breaks, Harden solemnly gathered his teammates and articulated his thoughts. The Lakers roster is nothing short of opulent, formidable to the point of astonishment. James resembles an unceasing basketball machine, exuding an innate regal presence. His court vision is as expansive as the vast sky, and his driving force is akin to a surging tide, impenetrable by any defender. Davis's dominance in the paint is equally formidable. His rebounding prowess and second-chance scoring abilities are like razor-sharp blades, capable of inflicting severe repercussions on our defense. However, we possess our own unique advantages. Our speed and three-point shooting capability are our weapons to penetrate their defense. We must capitalize on these strengths and execute our fast-paced, high-octane style. Upon hearing this, Lillard nodded thoughtfully, adding, "Indeed, we must contain their interior offense defensively, sever the connection between James and Davis, and disrupt their offensive flow. Simultaneously, on the offensive end, we must remain efficient, utilizing our three-point shooting to create space and opportunities for drives." The players sat together, fully engrossed, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, as if declaring to the world their commitment to give their all in this match, striving for the ultimate glory for their team. On the day of the match, the Crinto Arena was transformed into a breathtaking sea of purple and gold, adorned by fervent Lakers fans, clad in the iconic jerseys of the Lakers. These supporters arrived at the venue early, brandishing meticulously crafted banners and flags, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation, harboring unwavering confidence in their team's triumph. As the Nets players alighted from their bus and approached the arena, they were met with an overwhelming wave of pressure emanating from the exuberant crowd. The deafening cheers seemed to pierce the heavens, threatening to overturn the entire stadium. Yet, the Nets players remained undaunted by such intensity. They took a deep breath, calmly organized their gear, and strode into the arena with resolute and powerful steps, their eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit and resilience. The match unfolded magnificently at the Crinto Arena, with an atmosphere so fervent it resembled a roaring flame, every corner infused with a palpable tension and excitement. As the referee's sharp whistle pierced the air, the Lakers commenced the game. LeBron James dribbled past half-court, his gaze radiating an innate dominance, as if proclaiming to the Nets that victory was already secured for the Lakers. He executed a classic pick-and-roll with Anthony Davis, leveraging Davis's formidable screen to perform a powerful change of direction, his speed leaving Harden momentarily unable to keep pace, easily evading the defender. LeBron surged towards the paint, where Li Hao swiftly moved to cut off his path. Yet LeBron soared high, showcasing his astonishing physical prowess, his muscles taut and veins bulging. He resembled a deity of war. Undeterred by Li Hao's attempt to block, LeBron forcefully drove the ball through the hoop, simultaneously drawing a foul from Li Hao. After sinking the ensuing free throw, he emphatically pounded his chest, demonstrating his strength to the home crowd, who erupted in a deafening cheer that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the arena. As the Nets initiated their offense, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, his demeanor exuding calmness and focus, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and the basketball in his hands. He understood the significance of each possession, knowing that even the slightest lapse could prove detrimental. Collaborating with Damian Lillard, they executed a complex and exquisite tactical maneuver. Harden feigned a shot, his movements so realistic that every detail was perfectly timed, prompting the Lakers defenders to leap in an attempt to block. At the very instant the defenders ascended, Harden swiftly passed the ball to Lillard, who was cutting into the lane. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard showcased his exceptional ball handling skills, dribbling between his legs with fluidity, as if the basketball were enchanted, darting effortlessly from side to side. His eyes remained locked on the defender's feet, searching for an opportunity to penetrate, his gaze seemingly able to discern the opponent's intentions. Once he had unsettled the defenders, Lillard executed a behind-the-back dribble, the ball swiftly traversing behind him as he pivoted, successfully evading his guard. He then leaped high, executing his signature floater, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air, akin to a shooting star, deftly avoiding the defender's reach, and swishing through the net for 2 points for the Nets. Upon landing, he exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, their unspoken chemistry perfectly manifested in that moment, as if words were unnecessary for comprehension. In the ensuing contest, both teams engaged in a fierce battle, the score oscillating in a breathless tension. Davis exhibited formidable dominance in the paint, towering like an insurmountable mountain against the Nets' interior defense. His rebounding prowess proved to be a constant headache for the Nets defenders. During each contest for the rebound, he would leap effortlessly, utilizing his height and wingspan to secure the ball with certainty, as if those rebounds were simply his to claim. His second-chance scoring ability is nothing short of terrifying. He often seizes rebounds and swiftly converts them into putbacks or second-chance points, delivering powerful blows to the Nets' defense with every basket. His dazzling footwork resembles that of a graceful dancer, constantly shifting his steps beneath the basket, leaving defenders utterly perplexed about his offensive intentions before effortlessly sinking the ball. Reeves plays a pivotal role on the perimeter, akin to a lethal sniper lurking in the shadows, ever ready to seize opportunities. His three-point shooting and defensive prowess leave the Nets' offensive players in disarray. Frequently, he delivers crucial shots in critical moments, stabilizing the Lakers' performance. Whenever the Lakers find themselves in an offensive quagmire, Reeves consistently rises to the occasion, breaking the deadlock with his three-pointers, illuminating the path forward for the team like a beacon of hope. On the Nets' side, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao endeavor to maintain the score. Harden serves as the core of both offense and organization, functioning as the team's brain, orchestrating the rhythm of the game with precision. Each pass and decision he makes is impeccably timed. His passes are akin to precision missiles, consistently finding open teammates at the most opportune moments, creating outstanding scoring chances. His step-back three-pointers and drive-and-dish tactics leave the Lakers' defenders bewildered. When he stands beyond the three-point arc with the ball, defenders approach with trepidation, wary of any lapse in concentration. As though he wields not a basketball, but a bomb poised to explode. Lillard searches for opportunities from beyond the arc, embodying the demeanor of a cold-blooded assassin. His gaze exuding confidence and decisiveness, always prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries. His long-range buzzer beaters are his signature moves. As long as time remains in the game, he possesses the ability to launch a game-altering shot from any position. Each release of the ball seems to declare to his opponents, the contest is far from over, and anything is possible. Meanwhile, Li Hao utilizes his speed and agility to play a vital role on both ends of the court, darting across the floor like a nimble cheetah, dazzling all in attendance. His fast breaks and rebounding capabilities create numerous opportunities for his team. Whenever the team initiates a fast break, Li Hao is always at the forefront, using his speed to slice through the opponent's defense like a sharp blade, plunging straight into the heart of the adversary. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, Lakers head coach Darvin Ham called for a timeout, meticulously devising a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against the Nets' formidable trio, employing a combination of full-court pressing and zone defense in an attempt to disrupt the Nets' offensive rhythm. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets' offense faltered, with players committing numerous passing errors, completely derailing their tempo. The Lakers' defenders resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, closely monitoring every movement of the Nets players. The moment the ball was passed, they swiftly lunged to intercept and disrupt, inundating the Nets players with immense pressure. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. Rapidly sketching tactics on the board, he reassured his players, urging them to remain calm despite the intense defensive pressure. He advised them to quicken their passing pace and utilize off-ball movement to evade their defenders. Simultaneously, he emphasized the need to bolster their own defensive intensity, insisting that they must not allow their opponents easy scoring opportunities. Remember, we are a team. As long as we stand united, no challenge is insurmountable. Harden looked at the coach, resolutely nodding, declaring, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." The players gathered around the coach, attentively absorbing the tactical instructions, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, as if pledging to their coach and teammates that they would exert every effort in the forthcoming match, sparing no expense for victory. Upon resuming the game, the Nets returned to the court, implementing the coach's directives by accelerating their passing tempo and seeking offensive opportunities through frequent off-ball movement. Li Hao capitalized on his speed and agility, actively positioning himself to find scoring chances. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and facing the Lakers defenders. He executed a feint to shake off the defense before rapidly accelerating to penetrate the paint. However, Davis swiftly rotated over, standing before Li Hao like an impenetrable fortress, attempting to block his shot. In midair, Li Hao quickly spotted Lillard, who had found an open position beyond the arc, and without hesitation, he delivered the ball to him. Lillard, upon receiving the pass, launched a deep three-pointer with no trepidation. The basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air, resembling a rainbow spanning the sky. swishing through the net and stabilizing the situation for the Nets. Li Hao exhaled with relief as Lillard approached him for a high five, exclaiming, "Well done, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum." In the second half, the Lakers continued to amplify their defensive efforts, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden, while driving the ball, found himself ensnared by two Lakers defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by James. Seizing the moment, James launched a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Faced with the Nets' defense, he leapt high, forcing a shot amidst the double team from Harden and Lillard, successfully sinking a deep three-pointer and extending the score margin to 8 points. After James sank a three-pointer, he exuberantly waved his arms, showcasing his prowess to the home crowd, which erupted in a fervent cheer that seemed capable of lifting the very roof of the arena. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout. Gazing into the eyes of his players, he encouraged them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our abilities and trust our strategies." On the defensive end, we need to intensify our restrictions on James, Davis, and Reeves, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, we must maintain our patience and seek opportunities. As long as we unite as one, we can surely turn the tide. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindled with determination. They understood that the game had reached a critical juncture. There could be no retreat, only unwavering commitment to battle for victory. With the implementation of the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly improved, successfully containing the offensive efforts of James, Davis, and Reeves. On the offensive front, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao displayed an enhanced synergy, tirelessly passing and moving without the ball to exploit the Lakers' defensive vulnerabilities. During one offensive sequence, Harden advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Lillard. With his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint, drawing the Lakers' defenders into a double team. He quickly dished the ball to Li Hao on the perimeter, who, instead of rushing to shoot, remained as calm as a seasoned hunter, surveying the unfolding situation. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, wide open, and swiftly passed the ball. Without hesitation, Harden launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Harden shouted with excitement, "That's it. We can definitely win." As the game entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with every point proving crucial, as if each offensive and defensive maneuver dictated the outcome. With merely 3 minutes left in the match, the Lakers trailed the Nets by 2 points, 98-96. At this moment, the Nets initiated their attack. Harden dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Lillard, utilizing his speed and agility. Lillard penetrated the lane and then delivered the ball to the open Li Hao. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity and not betray the trust of my teammates." He leapt high and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced through the air in a splendid trajectory, akin to a firework bursting forth, and swished through the net, reversing the score. Harden, exhilarated, gave Li Hao a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Incredible, Li Hao. You are our hero." Subsequently, the Lakers mounted their offense, and Reeves drove to the basket. Drawing a foul from Harden, Reeves stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus leveling the score once again. With only a minute remaining, the Nets held possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, his heart racing and palms slightly sweating, yet his gaze revealed unwavering determination and composure. He surveyed the court for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard in a vacant position beyond the arc and swiftly passed the ball to him. Lillard, upon receiving it, utilized his speed and directional changes to break into the lane. Confronted by the Lakers' defense, he leapt high, scoring while drawing a foul from an opponent. Lillard converted the additional free throw, putting the Nets ahead 101-100. In the closing moments, the Lakers launched a frenzied offensive. James drove toward the basket, aiming for a layup. However, Li Hao swiftly rotated over, leaping high with a fierce determination in his eyes. Fully aware of the importance of this defensive play, he could not allow James to score. He successfully blocked James' shot. Subsequently, Harden secured the rebound as the game time expired, and the Nets triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 101-100. Chapter 47. The tenacious battle of the Denver Highlands following their victorious conquest over the Lakers. The Nets' winning streak surged forth with the intensity of a relentless tide. Unstoppable in its momentum, the entire team basked in the joy of victory. However, they remained vigilant, fully cognizant that each game presented a new challenge, and a momentary lapse could lead to their downfall. Their next adversary was the Denver Nuggets, a formidable squad boasting powerful players such as Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Michael Porter Jr., whose prowess could not be underestimated. Moreover, the Pepsi Center, situated in the highlands of Denver, with its unique altitude and fervent home crowd atmosphere, undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for the Nets. Prior to the match, on the training grounds of the Nets, the players maintained an intensity in their practice that was palpable. Sweat drenched their jerseys, yet it could not extinguish the fervor for victory burning in their eyes. Coach Nash gathered everyone in a circle, his expression grave and earnest as he articulated, "The strength of the Nuggets must not be underestimated. Jokic's playmaking ability and dominance in the paint are unparalleled within the league. He orchestrates the game like a commander, invigorating the team's offense. Murray's explosive scoring ability can ignite a scoring frenzy in an instant. Porter's three-point shooting can alter the course of the game in critical moments, becoming a decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. Moreover, the high-altitude environment of Denver poses a significant challenge to our stamina. There, even breathing becomes arduous, and every leap, every sprint demands greater exertion. However, we also possess our own advantages. Our team's synergy is impeccable, and our fast-paced style of play is our secret weapon. It is imperative that we remain focused during the game, judiciously allocate our energy, and showcase our unique style, allowing them to witness our true strength." Harden then added, "Indeed, we have secured numerous consecutive victories, bolstering our confidence, yet we must not fall into arrogance. In this match, we must give our all, striving to maintain our winning streak as we pursue even loftier aspirations." The players nodded in agreement, their gazes reflecting unwavering determination, as if declaring their ambitious aspirations to the world. On the day of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Denver by plane. Upon disembarking, they immediately felt the discomfort brought on by the high-altitude environment. Their breaths became short, and their bodies felt as though burdened by lead, weighed down slightly. However, they were not daunted by these challenges. After a brief rest at the hotel, they proceeded to the Pepsi Center for pregame warm-ups. The arena was filled to capacity, with Denver Nuggets fans clad in blue and gold, waving flags and chanting thunderously, creating an electrifying atmosphere that seemed to ignite the entire venue. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they sensed the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, showing no signs of retreat. The opening whistle blew, and the Nuggets initiated the play. Jokic dribbled across half-court, executing a flawless pick-and-roll with Murray. Jokic, with his imposing stature, stood firm like a bastion, providing cover for Murray. Utilizing the screen, Murray made a swift directional change, darting through like a streak of black lightning, evading Harden's defense before charging towards the paint. Facing Li Hao's help defense, Murray leaped high, showcasing his remarkable aerial finesse, twisting his body to evade Li Hao's block, and executed a magnificent floater to score the first points for the Nuggets. Upon landing, Murray exuberantly exchanged high-fives with Jokic, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for victory. As the Nets launched their offense, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, orchestrating a meticulously planned play with Lillard. Initially feigning a pass, Harden's unwavering gaze diverted the attention of the Nuggets defenders. At the moment their focus shifted, Harden swiftly passed the ball to Lillard, who was cutting towards the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard showcased his exceptional ball-handling skills, executing rapid directional changes as the basketball danced in his hands, mesmerizing the defenders and destabilizing their balance. Suddenly, Lillard spun away, akin to a nimble cheetah, shedding his defender before leaping high to deliver his signature step-back jumper, deftly avoiding the defender's attempts to block, effortlessly sinking the ball to equalize the score for the Nets. Upon landing, he shared a knowing smile with Harden, their synergy evident. Throughout the ensuing match, both teams engaged in a fierce contest, with the score oscillating back and forth, creating a tension-filled atmosphere that was almost suffocating. Jokic showcased formidable prowess on the offensive end, not only displaying exceptional scoring ability in the paint, but also orchestrating plays like a point guard. His passing vision was exceptionally broad, consistently identifying open teammates at the most opportune moments. His Eurostep and hook shot left the Nets defenders bewildered, and whenever he received the ball inside, the Nets players approached with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Murray played a pivotal role from the perimeter, his three-point shooting and penetrating capabilities creating defensive dilemmas for the Nets. His sudden stop-and-jump shot and his ability to deliver a quick three-pointer often come through in crucial moments, stabilizing the situation for the Denver Nuggets. Each time he takes a shot, the fans erupt in thunderous applause, as if infusing him with boundless energy. Porter also exhibits remarkable prowess from beyond the arc. His three-point shots slice through the air like blades, ready to inflict devastating damage on the Nets' defense. Standing at the three-point line, his eyes radiate confidence and composure. And with the slightest opportunity, he will not hesitate to release the ball, keeping the Nets' defenders perpetually on alert. On the other side, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao strive to maintain the team's scoring momentum. Harden plays a pivotal role in both offense and organization. His passes are akin to precision-guided missiles, invariably finding open teammates at the most opportune moments. His strategy of penetrating and distributing the ball leaves the Nuggets defenders bewildered whenever he drives into the paint. Opponents fear he might dish out to his perimeter teammates, rendering them hesitant to double-team him. Lillard, on the other hand, seeks opportunities from beyond the arc. His long-range buzzer beater is his lethal weapon, and as long as there is time left in the game, he possesses the ability to alter the course of play from any position. He is like a composed sniper, concealed beyond the three-point line, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Li Hao leverages his speed and agility, making significant contributions on both ends of the court. His fast breaks and rebounding prowess offer the team numerous chances. He tirelessly sprints across the court, giving his all in every offensive and defensive play, contributing his strength to the team. As the game entered the second quarter, Denver Nuggets head coach Michael Malone called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against the Nets' formidable trio, employing a combination of full-court press and zone defense in an effort to disrupt the Nets' offensive rhythm. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets found themselves in a quandary, with players making numerous passing errors and their offensive tempo completely thrown off. Moreover, the effects of the high-altitude environment began to take their toll. As the Nets players displayed evident fatigue, their breathing quickened and their movements appeared sluggish. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He swiftly sketched strategies on the tactical board and addressed his players. Do not panic. Although their defense is intense and the high altitude poses challenges, we must remain composed. Increase the speed of our passing and utilize off-ball movement to evade their defense. Simultaneously, we must manage our stamina wisely, avoiding reckless acceleration. Remember, we are a team. As long as we unite in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable. Let us believe in ourselves and our capabilities. We will triumph in this match. Harden looked at the coach, resolutely nodded, and said, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, following the coach's directives. The players increased their passing speed and actively sought offensive opportunities through frequent off-ball movement. Li Hao, leveraging his speed and agility, positioned himself strategically to create scoring chances. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden, and facing the Nuggets defenders, he executed a feint to shake off the defense before swiftly accelerating to penetrate the paint. However, Jokic quickly rotated to contest Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao astutely noticed Lillard had found space on the perimeter and unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lillard launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arched elegantly through the air, swishing through the net, stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached him for a high five, exclaiming, "Great shot, Li Hao. Keep this momentum. We will win this game." In the second half, the Nuggets maintained their defensive intensity, and the combination of their relentless pressure and the high-altitude environment imposed unprecedented strain on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden drove the ball but was tightly double-teamed by two Nuggets defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Murray. He quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court. Confronted by the Nets' defense, he leaped high and, amidst the dual challenge from Harden and Lillard, launched a long-range three-pointer that extended the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players to encourage them, "Do not be discouraged. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and our strategy." On defense, we must enhance our containment of Jokic, Murray, and Porter, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, let us continue to exercise patience and seek opportunities. We must prevail over the challenges posed by the high-altitude environment. As long as we unite with a common purpose, triumph is assured. We are a team, and we shall fight together until the final moment. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes reigniting with determination as if infused with a formidable force. Under the execution of the new tactics, the Nets' defensive intensity saw a remarkable enhancement, effectively restraining the offensive efforts of Jokic, Murray, and Porter. On the offensive end, The synergy among Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao grew ever more harmonious. Through a series of passes and off-ball movements, they meticulously sought out the vulnerabilities in the Nuggets' defense. During one particular offensive play, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint, drawing the Nuggets defenders into a double team. In a swift motion, he passed the ball to Li Hao on the perimeter. Li Hao, exhibiting the composure of a seasoned hunter, refrained from rushing his shot and instead surveyed the dynamics of the court. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, unguarded, and quickly delivered the ball to him. Without hesitation, Harden unleashed a three-point attempt. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Energized, Harden exclaimed, "That's right. We can definitely win. Let's go, everyone." As the game entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with every point fiercely fought over, as if the air was charged with palpable tension. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, the Denver Nuggets held a narrow lead of 98-96 against the Brooklyn Nets. At this moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Harden dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint and then passed the ball to the open Li Hao. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao thought to himself, "This is a critical moment. I must seize this opportunity and not betray the trust of my teammates. This game is of utmost importance to us, and I am determined to secure victory for the team." He leaped high and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and reversing the score. Harden, filled with excitement, gave Li Hao a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Incredible, Li Hao. You are our hero." Subsequently, the Nuggets mounted an offensive, with Porter driving towards the basket, resulting in a foul by Harden. Porter stepped up to the free throw line, making one of 2 attempts, which once again leveled the score. With just 1 minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Harden dribbled to the top of the arc, his heart racing and palms slightly sweating. Yet his gaze exuded determination and composure. He surveyed the court, searching for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard in an open position beyond the arc and swiftly passed the ball to him. After receiving the pass, Lillard utilized his speed and dexterity to drive into the lane. Confronted by the Nuggets' defense, he soared high and made the shot while drawing a foul from the opponent. Lillard successfully converted the free throw, putting the Nets ahead 101-100. In the final moments, the Nuggets launched a frantic offensive, with Jokic driving to the basket in an attempt to score. However, Li Hao quickly provided defensive support, leaping with resolve in his eyes. Aware of the critical nature of this defense, he could not allow Jokic to score. He successfully blocked Jokic's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound as the game time expired, leading the Nets to a narrow victory over the Nuggets with a final score of 101-100. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with palpable joy and excitement. This victory not only marked a triumph over the formidable Denver Nuggets on their home turf, but also showcased their indomitable team spirit and tenacity in the face of formidable adversaries and challenging circumstances. Li Hao and Lillard once again emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their stellar performances and decisive plays at critical moments leading the team to a well-deserved victory. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a contented smile, fully aware that the team had not only secured a win, but had also made significant strides in cohesion and fighting spirit, bolstering their confidence as they aspired for the championship in the upcoming season. Their future brims with boundless possibilities, and this victory stands as a radiant milestone in their illustrious journey. Chapter 48. The fierce battle in Phoenix following their conquest of the Nuggets. The Nets experienced an exhilarating surge, amassing an impressive winning streak that elevated the team's morale to unprecedented heights. Yet, the players remained acutely aware of the fierce competition that characterizes the NBA, recognizing that formidable opponents abound and complacency is not an option. Their next challenge awaits in Phoenix, where they will face the star-studded Phoenix Suns, led by Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and DeAndre Ayton. The Suns boast a luxurious roster and a well-honed strategy, and their home venue, the Footprint Center, is known for its passionate fans, ensuring that this matchup will undoubtedly be a formidable contest. In the days leading up to the match, the Brooklyn Nets returned to their training facility, engaging in intensive and focused practice. Coach Nash earnestly addressed the team during the tactical analysis session, elucidating the distinctive characteristics of the Phoenix Suns. Their offensive prowess is formidable, with Booker employing a myriad of scoring techniques, excelling in mid-range pull-up jumpers and deep three-point shots. Both with impressively high accuracy, scoring appears as effortless as extracting coins from a pocket. As for Durant, his height and technical prowess present an evident advantage, rendering his offensive game nearly devoid of weaknesses and exceedingly challenging to defend against. Ayton, too, is a formidable presence in the paint, with rebounding and rim protection being pivotal to the Suns' defensive strategy. We must devise a meticulous defensive plan to contain them. Simultaneously, we ought to continue leveraging our strength and teamwork, accelerating our offensive tempo to showcase our distinctive style. Harden nodded in agreement as he listened, further adding, "We must also remain vigilant against the Suns' fast break opportunities. Their transition speed is astonishing, and any mistakes on our part could lead to them launching a swift counterattack, catching us off guard." The players collectively nodded, their eyes reflecting the significance they place on the upcoming game and their fervent desire for victory. On the day of the match, the Nets arrived in Phoenix by plane. Upon disembarking, they were immediately enveloped by the city's warmth. After a brief respite, the team proceeded to the Footprint Center for warm-ups. Inside the arena, Suns fans had already gathered, donned in their purple and orange jerseys, brandishing multicolored flags while fervently chanting slogans, creating an atmosphere that was both electric and tense. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they felt the weight of the home crowd's pressure. However, their eyes were resolute and confident, as if to proclaim that no obstacle could deter them. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Suns initiated the game. Booker swiftly dribbled past half-court, executing a classic pick-and-roll with Durant. Using Durant's screen, Booker made a swift change of direction, evading Harden, and surged into the paint. Li Hao rushed to provide defensive support, but Booker leaped high, twisting his body mid-air to evade Li Hao's block, executing a beautifully crafted layup, scoring the first points for the Suns. Upon landing, Booker exuberantly high-fived Durant, his eyes sparkling with the thirst for victory. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, collaborating with Lillard. Harden feigned a pass, drawing the Suns' defenders' attention away, then swiftly delivered the ball to Lillard, who was cutting into the lane. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard showcased his exceptional ball handling skills, executing a series of rapid directional changes that left the defenders off balance. He then spun away from his marker, leaping high for a fadeaway jumper that sailed effortlessly through the hoop, leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard landed, exchanging a knowing smile with Harden, their synergy palpable. As the game progressed, both teams battled fiercely, with the score oscillating back and forth. Durant was relentless on the offensive end, consistently hitting mid-range jumpers and halting at the three-point line with precision. His height and wingspan made it exceedingly difficult for Nets defenders to contain him. Ayton also proved formidable in the paint, securing rebounds and executing second-chance opportunities that posed significant challenges for the Nets. His alley-oops and powerful dunks elicited roars from the Suns fans, contributing crucial points to the team's tally. On the Nets side, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao fought tenaciously to keep pace with their opponents. Harden served as the offensive and organizational core, delivering pinpoint passes that consistently created scoring opportunities for open teammates. His ability to drive and distribute kept the Suns' defense guessing. Once he penetrated the paint, opponents hesitated to double-team. Lillard sought opportunities beyond the arc, his signature long-range buzzer beaters capable of altering the course of the game at any moment. Li Hao's speed and agility were pivotal on both ends of the court, as his fast breaks and rebounding efforts generated numerous chances for the team. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, Coach Monty Williams of the Suns called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against the Nets' formidable trio, employing a full-court press combined with a zone defense to disrupt the Nets' offensive rhythm. This tactic proved effective, as the Nets found themselves in a quandary, plagued by turnovers and a disorganized offense, rendering them quite passive. Coach Nash quickly called for a timeout, sketching strategies on the tactical board and assuring his players, "Remain calm. Though their defense is formidable, we must stay composed. Quickening our passing and enhancing our movement will help us evade their defense. We must also fortify our defense to prevent them from scoring easily. Remember, we are a team. United, we can overcome any obstacle." Harden, looking resolutely at the coach, affirmed, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." As the timeout concluded, the Nets returned to the court. The players adhered to the coach's instructions, hastening their passes and moving to find opportunities. Li Hao, utilizing his speed and agility, actively repositioned himself. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden, executed a deceptive move to shake off his defender, and accelerated towards the rim. Ayton promptly stepped up to defend, but Li Hao, airborne, spotted Lillard open on the perimeter and unhesitatingly passed the ball. Lillard caught it and, without delay, launched a long-range three-pointer that swished through the net, stabilizing the situation for the Nets. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached him for a high five, exclaiming, "Great play, Li Hao, keep it up." In the second half, the Suns continued to bolster their defense, increasing the pressure on the Nets. During one offensive sequence, Harden, while driving the ball, found himself double-teamed by two Suns players, leading to a steal by Booker. Booker swiftly retaliated, dribbling past half-court, and, confronted by the dual defense of Harden and Lillard, launched a deep three-pointer that widened the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash again called for a timeout, looking into the eyes of his players, saying, "Do not lose heart. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and strategies. We need to enhance our defense against Booker, Durant, and Ayton, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, let's be patient and seek opportunities. United, we shall surely turn the tide." The players nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defense strengthened, effectively limiting the offensive efforts of Booker, Durant, and Ayton. On the offensive front, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao showcased a newfound synergy, continuously passing and moving to exploit the Suns' defensive gaps. In one offensive play, Harden dribbled past half-court and passed to Lillard. Lillard penetrated the interior, drawing a double team before swiftly passing to Li Hao on the perimeter. Li Hao, not rushing his shot, surveyed the court and noticed Harden in the corner, open for a shot, and immediately passed the ball. Harden caught it and shot, sinking a three-pointer that narrowed the deficit to 3 points. With excitement, Harden shouted, "That's it. We can definitely win." As the match entered its final quarter, the score was tightly contested, with every point holding immense significance. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Suns were trailing the Nets by 2 points, 98-96. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Harden dribbling across half-court and passing the ball to Lillard. Lillard penetrated the lane and delivered a pass to the open Li Hao. In that critical moment, Li Hao thought to himself, "I must not betray my teammates' trust." He leapt high and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, which found its mark, flipping the score in their favor. Harden, brimming with excitement, gave Li Hao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible. Li Hao, you are our hero." Subsequently, the Suns mounted an attack, with Durant driving toward the basket and drawing a foul from Harden. Durant stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which leveled the score once more. With only a minute left, the Nets regained possession. Harden, his heart racing and palms sweating, approached the arc with unwavering focus. He assessed the situation on the court and noticed Lillard open on the perimeter, swiftly passing the ball to him. Lillard charged into the paint, scoring while drawing a foul from his opponent. After successfully completing the and-one, the Nets took the lead at 101-100. In the dying moments of the game, the Suns launched a frantic offensive, with Booker driving in for a layup. Li Hao quickly rotated to provide help defense, leaping to successfully block Booker's shot. In the ensuing play, Harden secured the rebound as time expired, sealing a narrow victory for the Nets at 101-100 over the Suns. After the conclusion of the match, the Brooklyn Nets players erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another with overwhelming joy and excitement. This victory not only marked their triumph over the formidable Phoenix Suns on their home turf, but also illuminated the strength of their unity and indomitable spirit. Li Hao and Lillard once again emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their exceptional performances and critical contributions during decisive moments guiding the team to victory. Coach Nash, observing the exhilarated players, wore a contented smile, fully aware that this win not only bolstered their success but also significantly enhanced the team's cohesion and fighting spirit, laying a solid foundation for their pursuit of the championship. Chapter 49. The glorious journey of Milwaukee. Following their successful conquest of the Suns in Phoenix, the Nets' winning momentum surged, their name resonating throughout the league, captivating the attention of all. The team's morale soared, akin to a blazing inferno, relentless and fervent. Yet, each player remained acutely aware of the reality that lies behind victory. Greater and more formidable challenges awaited them, with the road ahead fraught with thorns. In their next contest, they would venture to Milwaukee, facing the formidable Milwaukee Bucks, led by Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday. The Bucks, a powerhouse in the Eastern Conference, commanded immense respect. With the formidable Antetokounmpo anchoring the paint, his almost terrifying athleticism combined with his versatile and unanswerable offensive prowess instilled fear in any opponent. Middleton's mid-range shooting was as reliable as a finely tuned instrument, each release akin to a precision-guided missile, serving as an indispensable offensive asset for the team. Meanwhile, Holiday's defense was as steadfast as a rock, and his organizational skills functioned as the brain of the team, providing robust support for their balance between offense and defense. The Fiserv Forum, historically the Bucks' most stalwart ally, would be the setting for this encounter. Here, fervent fans poured their hearts and souls into every game, offering the team resounding support. The deafening roars of the crowd seemed to penetrate walls, imposing an intangible pressure on the visiting players. Undoubtedly, this made the Nets' upcoming away journey fraught with uncertainty and challenges, each step akin to walking on thin ice. A week prior to the match, the atmosphere at the Nets training facility was charged with tension and focus. Coach Nash gathered the players in a circle, his expression grave, as if he bore the weight of the entire team's aspirations. He commenced a meticulous analysis of the Bucks' tactical attributes. The undeniable focal point of their offense was Antetokounmpo, whose penetrating force was formidable. Once he gained momentum, his power resembled that of a high-speed tank, nearly unstoppable. Moreover, his finishing ability in the paint was exceptional, whether through thunderous dunks or deft hook shots, presenting a significant threat that necessitated our concentrated defensive efforts. Middleton's mid-range shooting served as their standard weapon, each attempt capable of exerting immense pressure on our defensive line. Holiday's passing and defense would also pose considerable challenges, as his defensive prowess could stifle our offense while his passing invigorated his teammates. We must prepare thoroughly and devise effective defensive strategies. Concurrently, on the offensive front, we ought to capitalize on our speed and three-point shooting advantage, creating space to disrupt their defensive rhythm. Harden, in contemplative agreement, added that we must pay particular attention to their pick-and-roll combinations. The interplay between Antetokounmpo, Holiday, and Middleton was intricate and difficult to guard. Our defensive rotations must be timely. Any lapse could provide them with an opportunity. The players listened intently, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, each affirming their commitment to give their all, striving to extend their winning streak and keep the banner of victory soaring high. On the day of the match, the Nets arrived in Milwaukee by plane. As they disembarked, the biting cold enveloped them, starkly contrasting the warm atmosphere of Phoenix. However, the frigid temperatures did little to dampen their fiery spirits. Their determination burned brightly, undiminished. After a brief respite, the team proceeded to the Fiserv Forum for their pre-game warm-up. Inside the arena, Bucks fans were already clad in their green and white uniforms, standing in orderly rows. They waved flags emblazoned with the Bucks insignia, their chants rising and falling like waves, creating an intoxicating home court atmosphere. The cacophony seemed to exert an invisible force, attempting to suppress the Nets' momentum. As the Nets players took to the court, they acutely felt the immense pressure emanating from the home crowd. Yet, their eyes betrayed a resolve and fearlessness, as if declaring to all that no obstacle would deter them. Whatever awaited them ahead, they would forge ahead with unwavering courage. The crisp sound of the opening whistle pierced the air, and the Bucks initiated the game. Antetokounmpo dribbled past half-court, engaging in a powerful pick-and-roll with Holiday. Using his imposing physique as a shield, Antetokounmpo set a formidable screen for Holiday, who deftly maneuvered around it with the agility of a cheetah, eluding Harden's defense and surging toward the paint. As he faced a looming defense from Li Hao, Holiday leapt high, skillfully passing the ball to the cutting Antetokounmpo midair. Upon receiving the pass, Antetokounmpo soared, employing his signature power step to forcefully break through Li Hao's defense, executing a thunderous dunk that seemed poised to shatter the rim. Upon landing, he excitedly pounded his chest, showcasing his prowess to the home fans, as if proclaiming that this was his domain. The Nets launched their offensive, with Harden bringing the ball to the top of the arc, orchestrating a meticulously designed play with Lillard. Initially feigning a drive, Harden's gaze was resolute, and his movements convincing, successfully drawing the Bucks defenders into a double team. In the instant when their focus shifted, he swiftly passed the ball to Lillard stationed at the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard showcased his exceptional ball handling skills, rhythmically changing directions as the basketball seemed to come alive in his hands, dancing and destabilizing the defenders. Then, Lillard suddenly executed a crisp stop, freeing himself from the defense before leaping high and delivering his trademark step-back three-pointer, angling his body just right to evade the defender's reach, effortlessly sinking the shot and leveling the score for the Nets. As he landed, he exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, their chemistry evident, as if they had found solace in each other amidst the fierce competition. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in a fierce struggle, with the score oscillating and the tension palpable. Antetokounmpo displayed formidable dominance on the offensive end. His penetrative drives and aggressive plays in the paint left the Nets defense scrambling to keep up. His Euro step and powerful dunks leave the Brooklyn Nets defenders utterly bewildered. Each time he charges towards the paint, chaos ensues within their ranks. Every point he scores ignites a frenzied roar from the home crowd. A sound so thunderous it seems it could lift the very roof of the arena. Middleton plays a pivotal role beyond the arc, his mid-range shooting both steady and precise, often delivering crucial baskets at pivotal moments to stabilize the Bucks' momentum. He resembles a calm sniper, concealed beyond the three-point line, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. Once he releases the ball, it invariably delivers a significant blow to the Nets' defense. Holiday, too, plays a vital role in both defense and playmaking, his tenacity limiting Harden's passing and offensive maneuvers significantly. He moves like a shadow, closely trailing Harden, making each of his dribbles and passes exceedingly arduous. Simultaneously, his passing creates numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates. His expansive vision ensures he delivers the ball to them at the most opportune moments. On the Nets side, Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao strive to maintain the scoreline. Harden serves as the linchpin in both offense and organization, his passes akin to precise missiles, finding open teammates at just the right moment. His step-back three-pointers and drive-and-dish tactics leave the Bucks defenders in disarray. He embodies the role of the commander, orchestrating the tempo of the game and guiding his team forward. Lillard seeks opportunities from beyond the arc, his long-range buzzer beater a lethal weapon. As long as there is time left in the game, he possesses the ability to launch a game-changing shot from any position. He stands as a lone hero, consistently rising to the occasion in critical moments, using his three-pointers to instill hope in his team. Li Hao leverages his speed and agility, making significant contributions on both ends of the court. His fast breaks and rebounding prowess provide the team with ample opportunities. He tirelessly sprints across the floor, giving his all on every offensive and defensive play, contributing his strength to the team's efforts. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, the Milwaukee Bucks head coach, Mike Budenholzer, called for a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against the Brooklyn Nets' formidable trio, employing a combination of zone defense and double-teaming to curtail the Nets' offensive maneuvers. Under this stringent defense, the Nets found themselves ensnared in a web of difficulties, with players committing numerous passing errors and their offensive rhythm completely disrupted, rendering them momentarily passive. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He sketched tactics on the whiteboard with urgency, his demeanor serious yet brimming with confidence as he addressed his players. Do not panic. Although their defense exerts considerable pressure, we must remain composed. We need to accelerate our passing and utilize off-ball movement to seek open opportunities. Simultaneously, we must bolster our defensive intensity, particularly against Antetokounmpo, ensuring he does not score effortlessly. Remember, we are a team. United, we can surmount any challenge. Each member is vital, and we shall triumph in this game. Harden, gazing at the coach, nodded resolutely and affirmed, "Coach, we understand and will execute the strategy." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, adhering to the coach's directives, and quickened their passing tempo while engaging in frequent off-ball movement to discover offensive openings. Li Hao, leveraging his speed and agility, actively navigated the court like a nimble cheetah in pursuit of scoring chances. During one offensive play, he received a pass from Harden and, confronted by the Bucks defenders, executed a feint to elude his marker before swiftly accelerating to penetrate the paint. However, Antetokounmpo rapidly closed in, towering like a mountain before Li Hao, attempting to block his shot. In midair, Li Hao swiftly noticed Lillard had found space beyond the arc and, without hesitation, delivered the ball to him. Lillard, upon receiving the pass, exhibited no indecision, launching an exceptionally long three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Lillard approached him for a high five. "Great shot, Li Hao. Maintain this momentum. We will surely win this game." In the second half, the Bucks continued to amplify their defensive efforts, applying unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Harden, with the ball, attempted to penetrate but was ensnared by two Bucks defenders. He sought to pass to a teammate, yet the ball was swiftly intercepted by Holiday. Holiday quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling across half-court and facing the Nets' defense, leaped high, forcing a shot over the dual coverage of Harden and Lillard, successfully sinking a challenging long-range three-pointer and extending the score gap to 8 points. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout, looking into the eyes of his players. his gaze filled with encouragement and trust. Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our capabilities and our strategy. On defense, we need to tighten our control over Antetokounmpo, Middleton, and Holiday, severing their connections with teammates. On offense, let us persist with patience in our quest for opportunities. As long as we unite with unwavering determination, we shall undoubtedly transform adversity into triumph. We have endured numerous arduous matches together, and this one shall be no exception. We are destined to create miracles. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindling with fierce resolve, as if infused with a newfound vigor that instilled in them an unwavering belief in their ability to conquer challenges. Under the implementation of the new strategy, the Brooklyn Nets significantly enhanced their defensive intensity, successfully limiting the offensive prowess of Antetokounmpo, Middleton, and Holiday. On the offensive end, the synergy between Harden, Lillard, and Li Hao grew ever more harmonious. Through relentless passing and off-ball movement, they resembled a pack of adept hunters, seeking the vulnerabilities in the Bucks' defense. During one offensive play, Harden dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of multiple Bucks defenders. He swiftly dished the ball out to Li Hao on the perimeter, who, instead of hastily shooting, observed the unfolding dynamics with the calmness of a seasoned sharpshooter. Suddenly, he spotted Harden in the corner, wide open, and quickly delivered the pass. Without hesitation, Harden launched a three-pointer as the basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Elated, Harden exclaimed, "That's it. We will prevail. Let's go, everyone." As the match progressed into its final quarter, the score remained fiercely contested, with every point bearing immense significance, as if each offensive and defensive maneuver dictated the outcome of the game. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Bucks held a narrow lead of 97-95 over the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Harden dribbled past half-court, passing the ball to Lillard. Utilizing his speed and agility, Lillard penetrated the lane and delivered the ball to the open Li Hao. Upon receiving the pass, Li Hao thought to himself, "This is a pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity and not betray the trust of my teammates. This game is crucial for us, and I am determined to secure victory for the team." He leaped high and launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net, thus reversing the score. Harden, filled with excitement, gave Li Hao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Li Hao. You are our hero." Subsequently, the Bucks initiated their offensive. Middleton, with the ball, drove towards the basket, resulting in a foul by Harden. He stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, leveling the score once more. With just a minute remaining, the Nets gained possession. Harden advanced to the top of the arc, his heartbeat quickening and palms slightly sweating. Yet his gaze radiated determination and composure. He surveyed the court, searching for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard in a clear position beyond the arc and swiftly passed him the ball. Upon receiving it, Lillard utilized his speed and deftness to breach the interior, elevating against the Bucks' defense to score while also drawing a foul. Lillard completed the N1, putting the Nets ahead 100-98. In the closing moments, the Bucks launched a frenzied attack. Antetokounmpo, with the ball, attempted a layup. However, Li Hao quickly provided defensive support, leaping high with unwavering resolve. Fully aware of the critical nature of this defense, he could not allow Antetokounmpo to score. He successfully blocked Antetokounmpo's shot. Following this, Harden secured the rebound as time expired, leading the Nets to a triumphant victory over the Bucks with a final score of 100-98. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another with palpable excitement and joy. Their faces radiated victorious smiles, their jerseys drenched in sweat. Yet at that moment, every ounce of effort felt profoundly worthwhile. This triumph not only marked their conquest over the formidable Milwaukee Bucks on their home turf, but also showcased their formidable team spirit and indomitable will in the face of a powerful adversary. Li Hao and Lillard once again emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their remarkable performances and critical contributions at decisive moments securing the victory. Coach Nash observed his elated players, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that this victory not only signified a win, but also indicated a significant enhancement in the team's cohesion and fighting spirit. This newfound confidence would undoubtedly bolster their pursuit of the championship in the upcoming season, with their future brimming with promise. Chapter 50. Sacramento's resilient counteroffensive following their victory against the Bucks in Milwaukee. the Nets continued to extend their winning streak, capturing the attention of the entire league, with each game becoming a focal point of interest. However, the team remained grounded, acutely aware that each match presented a fresh challenge. In their next encounter, they would travel to Sacramento to face the Kings, led by Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and Keegan Murray. Under Sabonis' orchestrations, the Kings excelled in interior offense and rebounding. Fox's speed and penetrating ability served as a sharp blade, capable of slicing through the opponent's defenses. Murray's three-point shooting and defensive prowess provided stable support for the team. The Golden One Center, known for its home court advantage, would be filled with fervent fans, creating an electric atmosphere that posed immense pressure on the visiting Nets, rendering this away game a formidable challenge. Before the match, the Brooklyn Nets engaged in an intensive and targeted training session on the practice court. Coach Nash meticulously replayed footage of the Sacramento Kings games, providing a detailed analysis for the players. The Kings' offensive system revolves around Sabonis, whose passing and formidable inside presence pose a significant threat. Fox's speed is exceptional. Once he penetrates the paint, he becomes exceedingly difficult to contain. Additionally, Murray's three-point shooting serves as a crucial scoring avenue for them. We must enhance our defensive measures to restrict their key players while simultaneously leveraging our teamwork and three-point shooting advantage to establish our rhythm. Harden and Lillard listened intently, occasionally sharing their insights while the players remained fully focused, resolute in their intention to extend their winning streak in this upcoming game. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Sacramento. Despite the fatigue of travel, the players' spirits remained undiminished. As they entered the Golden One Center, the exuberant cheers and chants of the fans engulfed them. Kings supporters, clad in purple jerseys, waved various rallying props, creating an electrifying home atmosphere. As the Nets stepped onto the court, they felt an unprecedented pressure, yet their eyes radiated determination and confidence, as if proclaiming to all that they would fear no challenge. The opening whistle sounded, and the Kings initiated the play. Fox dribbled past half court, executing a deft pick-and-roll with Sabonis. Utilizing Sabonis' screen, Fox made a swift change of direction, evading Harden's defense, and burst towards the paint with remarkable speed. Confronted by Li Hao's help defense, Fox soared into the air, showcasing his exceptional hang-time ability, twisting his body to evade Li Hao's block, and completed a stunning floater, giving the Kings an early lead. Upon landing, Fox exuberantly exchanged high-fives with Sabonis, his gaze reflecting a fervent desire for victory. The Nets launched their offense, with Harden bringing the ball to the top of the arc, orchestrating a well-crafted tactical play with Lillard. Harden feigned a pass, drawing the attention of the Kings defenders, before swiftly delivering the ball to Lillard, who was cutting towards the paint. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard displayed his remarkable ball-handling skills, executing rapid directional changes to destabilize the defenders. Suddenly, Lillard spun away from his defender, leaped high into the air, and with his signature fadeaway jumper, cleverly avoided the defensive block, effortlessly sinking the ball to equalize the score. As Lillard landed, he exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, their chemistry evident. The ensuing match saw both teams engage in a fierce contest. Sabonis showcased formidable prowess on the offensive end, demonstrating not only exceptional scoring ability in the post but also the vision of a point guard in orchestrating plays. His passing vision was remarkably expansive, always finding open teammates at the opportune moment. His hook shots and dream shakes left the Nets defenders bewildered. Meanwhile, Fox played a pivotal role from the perimeter. His three-point shooting and penetrating ability kept the Nets' defense on edge. His quick stop-and-pop jumpers and Euro-step drives often delivered crucial baskets at critical junctures, stabilizing the Kings' momentum. Murray also excelled from beyond the arc, his three-pointers slicing through the Nets' defense like daggers, posing a constant threat. However, midway through the second quarter, an unexpected incident occurred. In a drive to the basket, Harden collided fiercely with a Kings defender, inadvertently twisting his ankle. Harden collapsed to the floor in agony, his expression reflecting intense pain. The team physician rushed onto the court to provide emergency care. Coach Nash and his teammates were visibly anxious, fully aware of Harden's significance to the team's success. After a brief examination, Harden was assisted back to the bench, his ankle swollen and unable to continue the game. This unforeseen circumstance plunged the Nets into turmoil, as Harden's absence significantly impacted the team's offense and organization. Seizing the opportunity, the Kings intensified their attack, stretching their lead to a daunting 15 points at one stage. However, the Nets refused to surrender. Lillard stepped up to shoulder the burden of scoring and orchestrating the offense. He continually encouraged his teammates, "Stay calm, we are a team. With Harden absent, we must unite. Let us believe in our abilities." We can surely make a comeback. Under Lillard's leadership, the Nets players regained their composure. Coach Nash swiftly adjusted the strategy, instructing Li Hao to bolster the interior offense and rebounding protection, while urging other players to increase their three-point attempts. The Nets began to accelerate their offensive tempo, exploiting quick passes and off-ball movements to find opportunities. Lillard unleashed his offensive prowess, with his three-pointers and drives causing the Kings' defense to falter. He persistently attacked the Kings' defensive line, creating numerous open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Li Hao also played a pivotal role in the paint, utilizing his speed and agility to actively contest rebounds and score effectively inside. His stellar performance effectively curtailed Sabonis' impact in the interior. On the defensive front, the Nets heightened their intensity against Fox and Murray, employing a combination of full-court pressure and zone defense to disrupt the Kings' offensive rhythm. They successfully restricted the Kings' scoring, gradually narrowing the gap in the score. As the match approached its final quarter, the scores remained tightly contested. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the Kings led the Nets by a slender margin of 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his speed and agility, Li Hao maneuvered into the paint, drawing the defense of the Kings towards him. In a swift motion, he dished the ball out to the perimeter where Mills awaited. Without the slightest hesitation, Mills launched a spectacular long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, flipping the score in favor of the Nets. Lillard, brimming with excitement, gave Mills a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Incredible job, Mills." Subsequently, the Kings mounted their attack, with Fox driving towards the basket and drawing a foul from Lillard. Fox stepped to the charity stripe and converted one of 2 free throws, bringing the teams back to an even score. With only a minute remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, his heart racing and palms slightly sweaty, yet his gaze exuded determination and composure. He assessed the dynamics on the court, seeking an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao in a prime position beneath the basket and quickly passed the ball to him. Li Hao received the pass, leapt high into the air, and scored while also drawing a foul from his opponent. He successfully completed the free throw, giving the Nets a lead of 99-96. In a frantic final push, the Kings launched an aggressive offense, with Murray driving towards the basket in an attempt to score. However, Mills swiftly came over to provide defensive support, leaping high to successfully block Murray's shot. Lillard then secured the rebound as the final seconds ticked away, sealing the victory for the Nets with a score of 99-96 against the Kings. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with unrestrained excitement. Despite Harden's absence due to injury, they rallied together, demonstrating remarkable teamwork to stage a stunning comeback in adversity. Lillard and Li Hao emerged as the heroes of the team, their stellar performances and pivotal contributions at crucial moments securing the hard-fought victory. Coach Nash observed the elated players with a contented smile, recognizing that the triumph was not merely a win but a testament to their formidable team cohesion and indomitable spirit, which would undoubtedly fuel their pursuit of the championship in the upcoming season. Chapter 51. The grueling breakthrough in Philadelphia on the court in Sacramento. The Nets resembled valiant warriors in dire straits, executing a remarkable turnaround to triumph over the Kings. From that moment, the flames of their winning streak blazed with fervor, gaining momentum as each game sparkled like brilliant stars, captivating the fervent gaze of countless fans. However, the team remained acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with thorns, and behind each victory loomed a series of formidable challenges. Their next battle would take them to Philadelphia, where they would confront the formidable Philadelphia 76ers, led by Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Tobias Harris. The Philadelphia 76ers are undeniably a powerhouse within the league. They boast the league's premier center, Embiid, whose dominance in the paint is nothing short of terrifying. Offensively, he wields an arsenal of techniques, hook shots, post-ups, and jumpers, all executed with finesse. Defensively, he stands as an imposing mountain, steadfast and immovable, deterring opponents with his formidable presence. Maxey, a standout among guards, possesses exceptional speed and explosiveness, darting forward like lightning. His drives are as sharp as a blade, and his three-point shooting poses a significant threat, often delivering decisive blows at critical junctures. Harris's versatility renders the 76ers' offense akin to a kaleidoscope, ever-changing and multifaceted. Their home, the Wells Fargo Center, has long been an impregnable fortress. The fervent home crowd generates a deafening chorus, coalescing into a powerful wave of support, bolstering the team with an unwavering roar. Akin to a heavy mountain pressing down upon the Nets, rendering this contest an arduous and extraordinary battle. Prior to the match, the atmosphere at the Brooklyn Nets training facility was particularly tense, as if the very air had solidified under pressure. Harden, still recuperating from an ankle injury, regrettably could not participate. Coach Nash resembled a strategic commander, meticulously adjusting the lineup throughout practice. With unwavering focus, he addressed the players. Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers is our most formidable adversary. His presence transforms the opponent's paint into a no-fly zone, instilling fear in every offensive and defensive maneuver. Maxi's speed and explosiveness must not be underestimated. Should he find an opening, our defense may falter. Harris's consistent offensive output will also pose numerous challenges for us. However, we are not without our chances. We must continue to showcase the allure of team basketball, exploiting our speed advantage to slice through their defense like lightning, and delivering a lethal blow with our perimeter shooting capabilities. Lillard and Li Hao listened intently, occasionally exchanging thoughts with the coach, as sparks of inspiration ignited in the air. The other players held their breath, fully absorbed, each heart ignited by a fervent desire to extend their winning streak and let the banner of victory continue to soar. On the day of the game, the Nets embarked on their journey to Philadelphia. Despite the fatigue from the long journey crashing over them like a relentless tide, the players' spirits remained undiminished, even soaring higher. As they stepped into the Wells Fargo Center, the roar of the crowd enveloped them like a surging wave, resonating painfully in their ears. The 76ers fans, clad in blue jerseys, formed a vast ocean of color, their synchronized movements and waving team flags creating an exhilarating home court atmosphere, intent on overwhelming the Nets with sheer momentum. Upon entering the court, the Nets players were immediately struck by an unprecedented pressure, as if invisible hands were attempting to drag them down. Yet, in their eyes shone determination and fearlessness, a silent proclamation to all, no matter how thorny the path ahead. They would forge ahead unflinchingly, unafraid of any challenge, for victory was destined to be theirs. As the opening whistle pierced the air like a battle cry, the 76ers took the first possession. Embiid, dominating the paint, stood like a towering iron fortress. After receiving a pass from Maxey, he expertly leveraged his bull-like strength and agile footwork. With a swift pivot, he evaded Li Hao's defense like a whirlwind. Rising high, his body extended in the air. Resembling an eagle in flight, he executed a powerful hook shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net, granting the 76ers an initial 2 points. As Embiid landed, he excitedly pounded his chest, a display of power that seemed to proclaim his unassailable dominance to the home crowd, whose cheers surged to a crescendo. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, his gaze calm yet piercing, as if he could perceive every defensive flaw of his opponents. He executed an exquisitely clever tactical maneuver with Mills, initially feigning a breakthrough, leaning forward with rapid footwork. His convincing deception successfully drew the 76ers defenders into a double team. In that critical moment, he swiftly passed the ball to Mills on the perimeter. Without a hint of hesitation, Mills inhaled deeply, steadied his breath, and launched a three-point shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, swishing through the net and leveling the score for the Nets. Upon landing, Mills exuberantly high-fived Lillard in celebration, their synergy evident in that moment, as if their hearts were already intertwined. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in fierce competition, the score fluctuating with every thrilling possession, each moment captivating and heart-pounding, quickening the pulse and rhythm with the game. Embiid showcased his formidable dominance on offense, his dreamlike footwork resembling a mesmerizing dance, leaving spectators in awe. Coupled with his powerful dunks, which seemed capable of shattering the rim, the Nets' interior defense appeared utterly ineffective, as fragile as paper. He effortlessly scored while also leveraging his keen insight to create exceptional offensive opportunities for his teammates, becoming the pivotal hub of the 76ers attack. Maxey played a significant role on the perimeter, his speed like lightning, making it nearly impossible for the Nets defenders to keep pace. His drives were as sharp as a dagger, piercing the Nets' heart, while his three-point shooting exposed the vulnerabilities in their defense. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Li Hao exerted every effort to keep the score close. Lillard assumed a central role in both offense and organization, his passes akin to precision-guided missiles, consistently locating open teammates at the most opportune moments. His long-range buzzer beaters and drive-in dish strategies left the 76ers defenders at a loss, and whenever he held the ball, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, anticipating his next move. Li Hao utilized his speed and agility to aggressively contest rebounds in the paint, moving with the grace of a swift cheetah. Concurrently, on offense, he effectively scored through his robust physique, effectively limiting Embiid's impact in the paint and establishing a formidable barrier for the Nets. As the game entered the second quarter, 76ers head coach Nick Nurse decisively called a timeout, a glimmer of cunning and confidence evident in his eyes. He swiftly sketched new defensive strategies on the tactical board. Elaborating to the players, we must intensify our defense against Lillard and Li Hao, employing a strategy that combines double-teaming and zone defense to sever their connections with teammates and restrict the Nets' offensive flow. It is imperative that everyone pays attention to their defensive positioning and coordination, leaving them no room to breathe. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination, as if they already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Under such stringent defense, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in turmoil. Errant passes plagued the players, and their offensive rhythm was thoroughly disrupted. The basketball felt burdensome in their hands, each pass fraught with risk, akin to traversing a tightrope. Seizing the opportunity, the 76ers intensified their offense, their teamwork becoming increasingly harmonious, and they gradually extended their lead to as much as 12 points over the Nets. Observing this, Coach Nash immediately called for a timeout. His expression was serious yet composed as he rapidly outlined tactics on the board, addressing the players. Do not panic. Though their defense is imposing, we must remain calm and steady our mindset. We need to accelerate our passing, moving with the swiftness of lightning, leveraging off-ball movement to find open opportunities and break through their defensive encirclement. Simultaneously, we must bolster our defensive intensity, particularly against Embiid, ensuring he does not score easily. Remember, we are a team. As long as we unite, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Lillard looked at the coach, nodding resolutely. Coach, we understand, and we will adhere strictly to the strategy. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the players quickened their passing tempo, the basketball flitting through their hands like a nimble bird, darting across the court. They sought offensive opportunities through frequent off-ball movement, with Li Hao utilizing his speed and agility, resembling a swift cheetah, racing across the floor. In one offensive play, he received a pass from Lillard. Facing the 76ers defenders, he executed a convincing feint to evade them, his body shifting slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he successfully misled the defender. Then, he accelerated towards the paint. However, Embiid swiftly rotated over, attempting to block Li Hao's shot. In midair, Li Hao quickly discerned that Mills had found an open spot beyond the arc, and without hesitation, he passed the ball to him. Mills caught it and immediately launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, swishing through the net and stabilizing the Nets' position. Li Hao exhaled in relief as Mills approached him for a high five. Great shot, Li Hao. Keep up this momentum. In the second half, the 76ers continued to amplify their defensive efforts, their intensity imposing unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. Each offensive attempt became exceedingly arduous, every pass requiring utmost caution, as if any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. During one offensive sequence, Lillard drove with the ball, besieged by two defenders from the 76ers. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by Maxey. Maxey swiftly mounted a counterattack, dribbling past the halfway line. Confronted by the Nets' defense, he leapt high, forcing a shot despite the dual blockade from Lillard and Mills. His body twisted in midair, arms extended with determination, as the basketball soared towards the hoop, culminating in a stunning long-range three-pointer that widened the score gap to 10 points. Coach Nash called for a timeout once more, gazing into the eyes of his players. He encouraged, do not be disheartened. This is but a temporary setback. We must trust in our abilities and our strategy. Enhance our defense against Embiid, Maxey, and Harris, severing their connection with teammates, just as one would cut off an enemy's supply line. On the offensive front, let us remain patient and seek opportunities. United, we shall surely turn the tide. The players nodded in agreement, determination rekindled in their eyes, their hearts brimming with the desire for victory, as if they were ready to fight to the last breath. Under the newly implemented strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly increased, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Embiid, Maxey, and Harris. The players displayed more vigorous defensive maneuvers, their positioning more precise, each defense brimming with strength and resolve. On the offensive end, Lillard, Li Hao, and Mills exhibited seamless coordination, continuously passing and moving without the ball to exploit the weaknesses in the 76ers defense. In one offensive sequence, Lillard dribbled across half-court, passing the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his speed and agility, Li Hao penetrated the paint, drawing the 76ers defenders for a double team. Swiftly, he passed to Mills on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Mills refrained from rushing his shot, embodying the calm of a seasoned hunter, quietly assessing the unfolding situation. Suddenly, he spotted Lillard in the corner, wide open, and quickly delivered the pass. Without hesitation, Lillard launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, swishing through the net, narrowing the score gap to 5 points. Lillard exuberantly shouted, "That's right. We can definitely win." As the game approached its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. Each point incredibly precious, as if they held the weight of life and death. With merely 3 minutes left on the clock, the 76ers held a slight lead of 93-91 over the Nets. At that moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Lillard dribbled across half-court, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and calm, contemplating the optimal offensive strategy. He passed the ball to Li Hao, who, leveraging his speed and agility, broke into the paint before passing to the open Mills. Upon receiving the ball, Mills thought, "This is a crucial moment. I must seize this opportunity and not betray my teammates' trust." He took a deep breath, steadied himself, leapt high, and launched a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air in a dazzling arc, resembling a vibrant rainbow crossing the sky, swishing through the net, allowing them to take the lead. Lillard, filled with excitement, gave Mills a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible, Mills. You are our hero." Shortly thereafter, the 76ers initiated their offensive, with Harris driving to the basket, resulting in a foul by Li Hao. Harris approached the free-throw line, his gaze revealing a hint of tension and focus. He inhaled deeply, centering himself, and managed to sink one of his 2 attempts, leveling the score once again. With only a minute remaining in the game, the Nets held possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, his heartbeat quickening, palms slightly sweating, yet his eyes conveyed a sense of determination and calm. As if reassuring himself to remain steady, he scrutinized the dynamics on the court, searching for an offensive opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted Li Hao open beneath the basket and swiftly passed the ball. Li Hao caught it, leaped high, and scored while drawing a foul from his opponent. His airborne movement was graceful and powerful, as if showcasing his prowess to the world. Li Hao converted the free throw, putting the Nets ahead 97-96. In the dying moments, the 76ers launched a desperate offensive, with Embiid receiving the ball inside, attempting to score with determination and defiance, as if striving to turn the tide in this final moment. However, Li Hao quickly rotated over, leaping high, his body soaring through the air like an eagle, successfully contesting Embiid's shot. Lillard then grabbed the rebound. And as the final buzzer sounded, the Nets secured a narrow victory at 97-96 over the 76ers. After the game, the Nets players erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing each other with palpable joy and excitement. Despite Harden's absence, they triumphed over the formidable 76ers through tenacity and exemplary teamwork. Lillard, Li Hao, and Mills emerged as pivotal figures, their stellar performances at critical junctures leading the team to victory. Coach Nash observed the elated players with a satisfied smile, recognizing that not only had the team clinched a win, but they had also demonstrated remarkable cohesion and resilience, instilling a robust confidence for their pursuit of the championship in the coming season, marking a significant and powerful step on their journey toward glory. Chapter 52. The glory of Boston. Following their nail-biting victory over the 76ers in Philadelphia, the Nets' winning streak grew increasingly resolute, establishing them as the undeniable focus of the league. However, every team member understood that behind their victories lay endless sweat and challenges. Next, they would travel to Boston to face the Celtics, led by Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Derek White. The Celtics boasted a rich historical legacy, and at TD Garden, they had always been a formidable presence that no opponent dared to underestimate. Tatum's versatile offensive capabilities, Brown's powerful drives, and White's steadfast defense made the Celtics a formidable competitor on the court. A week before the game, the atmosphere at the Nets training facility was both vibrant and tense. Harden's injury was still mending, prompting Coach Nash to decide to grant greater opportunities to the rookie players in this crucial match. He gathered the rookies and earnestly conveyed, "This game is of paramount importance to us. The Celtics are formidable opponents, yet it also presents a chance for you to showcase your talents. I urge you to shed any burdens, play in your own style, and trust in your abilities." Rookie center Jack Thompson and guard Alex Chen listened intently, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire for the upcoming contest. During a break in training, Lillard approached Jack and Alex, giving them reassuring pats on the shoulders. Do not be anxious. Treat this game like any ordinary practice. Seize the opportunities boldly. We are all behind you, he encouraged. Li Hao joined in with a smile, adding, Exactly. Move around more, and when the opportunity arises, be decisive. The interior game relies on the two of you to stir things up. The two rookies nodded earnestly, their gratitude evident in their gazes. To counter the Celtics' staunch defense, Coach Nash devised an entirely new strategy. He meticulously outlined his plan on the tactical board. We must exploit quick ball movement and off-ball running to disrupt their defensive rhythm, particularly during offensive transitions. We need to accelerate our pace, leaving them no time to set up their defense. Additionally, in the paint, we must enhance our physical confrontation, refusing to be intimidated by their defensive intensity. Lillard and Li Hao expressed their agreement with the new tactics, actively engaging with the rookies and sharing their game experiences. As Lillard illustrated the passing routes, he told Alex, See, when I drive and attract the double team, you should run to this open spot. I will surely deliver the ball to you. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Boston. The TD Garden was filled to capacity. With fervent Celtics fans clad in green jerseys, waving green and white flags, their cheers resounding throughout the arena. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes conveyed a sense of determination and confidence. The opening whistle blew, and the Celtics initiated the play. Tatum dribbled past half court, executing a deft pick and roll with Brown. Utilizing Brown's screen, Tatum made a quick directional change, eluding Lillard's defense and darting towards the paint at high speed. Confronted by Li Hao's defensive effort, Tatum soared into the air, showcasing his remarkable hang time, and completed a stunning fadeaway jumper, securing the first 2 points for the Celtics. The Nets responded with their offense. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Noticing rookie Jack Thompson in the paint with an open look, he swiftly passed the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Jack leveraged his robust physique to power through the defense, drawing a foul from a Celtics defender. He approached the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus marking the Nets' first point. Lillard rushed over to high-five Jack, exclaiming, Great job. Keep it up. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in a fierce contest. Brown showcased his formidable offensive prowess, with his drives and mid-range shots causing the Nets' defense to falter. White played a pivotal role on defense, his tenacious guarding and steals creating considerable challenges for the Nets' offense. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Li Hao worked diligently to maintain their scoring. Lillard's three-pointers and drives remained sharp, while his passing generated numerous opportunities for his teammates. Li Hao actively contested rebounds in the paint, using his speed and agility to pose a threat to the Celtics' interior defense. Following a successful defensive stand, Li Hao secured a rebound and delivered a long pass to the fast-breaking Alex, who effortlessly finished with a layup. Li Hao shouted, Well done, Alex. Keep up this pace. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, Boston Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Lillard and Li Hao while implementing targeted measures against the Brooklyn Nets rookie players, aiming to curtail their performance. Under this defensive pressure, the Nets offense encountered significant challenges, resulting in a widening score gap. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He reassured his players, urging them not to panic. Although their opponents had altered their defense, they must trust in their own tactics. Rookies, he encouraged, do not be afraid. Play boldly as we practiced. We need to enhance our defensive rotations and prevent them from scoring easily. Lillard chimed in, Stay composed, gentlemen. If we synchronize our efforts, we can certainly close the gap. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team intensified their defensive efforts while placing greater emphasis on teamwork in their offense. Rookie Alex Chun, during one offensive play, received a pass from Lillard and, without hesitation, launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, helping the Nets stabilize the situation. Lillard excitedly rushed over to embrace Alex, exclaiming, I knew you could do it. Keep it up. In the second half, the Celtics continued to amplify their defensive intensity, subjecting the Nets players to unprecedented pressure. During one offensive sequence, Lillard drove the ball only to be tightly encircled by 3 Celtics defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by White. White swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past midcourt, and, faced with the Nets' defense, leaped high to sink a three-pointer, extending the score differential to 8 points. Coach Nash once again called for a timeout. Looking into his players' eyes, he encouraged them, Do not be discouraged. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and our strategy. Focus on limiting Tatum, Brown, and White's contributions while severing their connections with teammates. Offensively, maintain patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we can surely turn the tide. Lillard stood up, declaring, "Brothers, we are a unit. This is just a minor setback. Let us rally together." His teammates nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets significantly enhanced their defensive intensity, effectively limiting Tatum, Brown, and White's offensive capabilities. Offensively, the synergy between Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies flourished. Lillard utilized his penetrating ability to draw defenders, creating open shooting opportunities for Li Hao and the rookies. In one offensive sequence, Lillard attracted 3 defenders and swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter, where Jack successfully converted a three-pointer. Lillard jubilantly rushed over to celebrate with him, exclaiming, "Well done, Jack. Keep it going." As the game reached its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With merely 3 minutes left, the Boston Celtics trailed the Brooklyn Nets by a mere 2 points, 95-93. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled across half court and passed the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his agility and deft changes of direction, Li Hao penetrated the paint, drawing the Celtics defenders into a double team. He swiftly dispersed the ball to the perimeter where Alex Chen awaited. Upon receiving the pass, Alex contemplated the gravity of the moment. He was determined to seize this opportunity, not to betray the trust of his teammates. He leaped high and unleashed a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, swishing through the net and reversing the score. Lillard, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt into the air exclaiming, "Alex, you are our hero." Subsequently, the Celtics launched their offensive. Tatum drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Li Hao. Tatum approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which leveled the score once more. With only a minute remaining, the Nets held possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Spotting Jack Thompson in the paint with an open lane, he swiftly delivered the ball. Jack, receiving the pass, soared into the air and scored while also drawing a foul from his opponent. He completed the subsequent free throw, putting the Nets ahead 99-96. In a frantic final push, the Celtics launched a desperate offensive. Brown drove towards the basket, aiming for a layup. However, rookie Alex Chen swiftly rotated and leaped high, successfully blocking Brown's shot. Moments later, Lillard secured the rebound as the game concluded, with the Brooklyn Nets triumphing over the Boston Celtics, 99-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets rejoiced exuberantly, embracing each other in a flurry of excitement. In the absence of Harden, they triumphed over the formidable Celtics, propelled by their indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and the emergence of rookie players. Lillard, Li Hao, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as the heroes of the team, their remarkable performances and pivotal contributions during critical moments leading to the team's victorious outcome. Coach Nash observed the jubilant players with a satisfied smile, aware that the team had not only secured victory in this match, but had also demonstrated formidable cohesion and depth, laying a solid foundation for their pursuit of the championship in the upcoming season. Chapter 53. The fiery clash in Cleveland following their successful conquest of the Celtics in Boston. The Nets continued to extend their winning streak, etching their name into the annals of the league's legends. Yet, each player understood that victory is but a fleeting moment. With new challenges on the horizon, their next destination is Cleveland, where they will face the Cavaliers, led by Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and Donovan Mitchell. The Cavaliers boast a robust interior defense and an efficient offensive system. Garland's playmaking and shooting prowess, Mobley's defensive intimidation in the paint, and Mitchell's explosive scoring ability render them a formidable adversary. Additionally, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse has always served as a stronghold for the Cavaliers, with fervent home fans whose thunderous cheers provide unwavering support, undoubtedly imposing significant pressure on the Nets. Before the match, on the training court of the Brooklyn Nets, players were engaged in a rigorous and orderly practice session. Harden's injury was gradually improving, yet he remained unable to participate. Coach Nash gathered the team, his expression serious as he analyzed. The Cavaliers' half-court offense exhibits remarkable patience. Garland's passing and playmaking ability will relentlessly seek out vulnerabilities in our defense. Mobley excels in rim protection and rebounding, while Mitchell possesses a diverse array of scoring techniques. We must enhance the cohesiveness of our defense and improve our offensive efficiency. Avoiding a drawn-out battle in their half-court game, Lillard and Li Hao listened intently, occasionally exchanging thoughts with the coach. Rookies Jack Thompson and Alex Chin were equally focused, eager to prove themselves once more in this contest. After training concluded, Lillard pulled the rookies aside, speaking earnestly. "This game will undoubtedly be challenging, but we must trust one another. Jack, focus on securing rebounds in the paint to create second-chance opportunities for us. Alex, maintain your aggressiveness from the perimeter, and be decisive when chances arise. Remember, we are a team, and regardless of the obstacles we face, we will shoulder them together." Jack and Alex nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with determination. On the day of the match, the Nets arrived in Cleveland, stepping into the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, where the atmosphere was as fervent as a blazing fire. Cavaliers fans donned their wine-red jerseys, waving flags and creating a cacophony of cheers. As the Nets players took to the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd. Yet, their eyes reflected unwavering determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenge. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Cavaliers initiated the game. Garland dribbled past half court and executed a patient pick-and-roll with Mobley. Utilizing Mobley's screen, Garland deftly maneuvered past Lillard's defense and lofted the ball to Mobley in the paint. With his remarkable height and wingspan, Mobley effortlessly completed a hook shot over Li Hao, securing the first 2 points for the Cavaliers. As the Nets launched their offense, Lillard advanced the ball to the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Spotting Jack Thompson positioning himself in the paint, he passed the ball. Jack, using his robust physique, attempted to overpower Mobley, but Mobley's defense was resolute, resulting in a turnover as Mobley intercepted the ball. Quickly, Mobley passed it to Garland, who ignited a fast break, dribbling with speed before executing a spectacular alley-oop with Mitchell, who scored effortlessly, putting the Cavaliers ahead 4-0. Throughout the ensuing match, the Cavaliers continued to leverage their positional offensive prowess. Garland excelled in both scoring and orchestrating plays, consistently delivering pinpoint passes to open teammates. Mitchell's scoring explosiveness began to shine through, as his drives and three-pointers left the Nets' defense scrambling. Mobley's rim protection and rebounding significantly hindered the Nets' offensive efforts. On the Nets side, Lillard and Li Hao worked diligently to close the gap. Lillard's three-point shots and penetrations remained sharp, persistently challenging the Cavaliers' defense and creating opportunities for his teammates. Li Hao actively fought for rebounds in the paint, and with his speed and agility, he posed a considerable threat to the Cavaliers' interior defense. Rookie Alex Chin also sought to find his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in an effort to contribute to the team. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Cavaliers' head coach, J.B. Bickerstaff, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Lillard and Li Hao, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an effort to curtail the Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they maintained patience in their half-court offense, persistently seeking out the vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense found itself in disarray, resulting in an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Cavaliers at 1 point leading by as much as 15 points. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He addressed his players, urging them to remain composed. "Let us not rush. We must stabilize our mindset. Their defense and half-court offense have indeed caused us significant trouble, but we must have faith in our strategy, enhance communication and rotation on defense, and minimize our turnovers. Offensively, let us adhere to the rhythm of our training and not be disrupted by their defense. Rookies, do not fear making mistakes. Continue to play boldly. Lillard, orchestrate the offense and guide our rhythm. Li Hao, be more aggressive in the paint." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team intensified their defensive efforts, with players communicating more effectively and executing rotations with greater timeliness. Offensively, they exhibited increased patience in ball movement, diligently seeking optimal shot opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetration to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Rookie Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the pace of the game, showcasing remarkable performance in both interior offense and rebound protection. In the second half, the Cavaliers continued to bolster their defense, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive possession, Lillard drove with the ball but found himself surrounded by 3 Cavaliers defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, yet the ball was intercepted by Mitchell. Mitchell swiftly ignited a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and, facing the Nets' defense, leaped high to sink a long-range three-pointer, extending the score differential to 18 points. Once again, Coach Nash called for a timeout, locking eyes with his players and encouraging them. Do not be disheartened. This is but a temporary setback. We must believe in our abilities and our strategy. On defense, let us focus on restricting Garland, Mitchell, and Mobley, severing their connections. On offense, we must remain patient and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we can surely turn the tide. Lillard stood up, proclaiming, "Brothers, we cannot simply give up. We must win this game. Let us all put forth our utmost effort and trust one another." His teammates rallied in response, their spirits lifted. With the implementation of a new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly improved, successfully limiting the offensive contributions of Garland, Mitchell, and Mobley. On the offensive end, the synergy between Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies flourished. Lillard leveraged his drives to attract defensive attention, creating opportunities for Li Hao and the rookies to take open shots. Li Hao has gradually found his rhythm in the interior offense, with his scoring and rebounding providing significant support for the team's efforts to close the gap. As the game progressed into the final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually narrowed. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Cavaliers held a 7-point lead over the Nets at 92-85. At this moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his speed and agility, Li Hao penetrated the paint, drawing the Cavaliers' defenders to him. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chen stationed beyond the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex launched a deep three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, reducing the deficit to 4 points. Subsequently, the Cavaliers mounted an offensive drive, with Mitchell attacking the basket and drawing a foul from Li Hao. Mitchell stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which brought the score to 93-88 in favor of the Cavaliers. With 3 minutes left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court and spotting Jack Thompson wide open under the basket. He quickly delivered the ball. Jack caught the pass, leaped high, and scored while also drawing a foul from his opponent. Jack converted the ensuing free throw, bringing the Nets within 2 points at 91-93. In the final moments, the Cavaliers initiated another offensive sequence. Garland dribbled over half-court, attempting to break through Lillard's steadfast defense, who denied him any opportunity. Left with no choice, Garland passed the ball to Mitchell on the perimeter. As Mitchell prepared to shoot a three-pointer, Alex Chen rapidly closed in, successfully contesting Mitchell's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, allowing Li Hao to secure the rebound. The Nets swiftly counterattacked, with Lillard dribbling past half-court and passing to an unguarded Jack Thompson. Jack, contemplating the gravity of the moment, resolved to seize the opportunity. He soared into the air, releasing a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball arched magnificently through the air, finding nothing but net, allowing the Nets to surge ahead at 94-93. In the closing seconds, the Cavaliers launched one last offensive effort. Mobley received the ball in the paint, attempting to score with a strong move. However, Li Hao quickly rotated over, leaping to successfully block Mobley's shot. Lillard secured the rebound as time expired, and the Nets triumphed narrowly over the Cavaliers, with a final score of 94-93. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another in an expression of sheer exhilaration. In the absence of Harden, they triumphed over the formidable Cavaliers through their indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and tactical adjustments in the face of adversity. Lillard, Li Hao, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as pivotal figures, their stellar performances and clutch plays at crucial moments securing the victory for the team. Coach Nash observed the elated players with a smile of contentment, recognizing that their triumph not only signified a win but also showcased their formidable cohesion and adaptability, instilling them with renewed confidence for their pursuit of the championship in the forthcoming season. Chapter 54. The resurgence of Atlanta following their thrilling victory against the Cavaliers in Cleveland. The Nets' winning streak solidified, capturing the attention of the entire league. Each victory penned a new chapter in their saga. Yet every member of the team understood that behind the glory lay relentless challenges, with the next match poised to be the true test. This time, they would journey to Atlanta to confront the Hawks, led by Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, and Clint Capella, renowned for their incisive defensive counterattacks. The Hawks boasted Trae Young's extraordinary playmaking abilities and sharpshooting finesse, while DeJounte Murray's defensive prowess and penetration skills were second to none. Clint Capella's dominance on the boards and the paint instilled fear in their adversaries. The Hawks' home arena, State Farm Arena, had long been a bastion of strength, where fervent fans donned vibrant red jerseys, waving flags in support of their team. As the game commenced, the deafening roars echoed throughout the arena, undoubtedly placing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Before the match, an atmosphere of tension and fervor permeated the training facility of the Brooklyn Nets. Harden had begun to partake in certain training activities, yet the uncertainty of his appearance in the game loomed large. Coach Nash, with a grave expression, gathered the players and analyzed the situation. The Atlanta Hawks possess a lightning-fast counterattack, and Trae Young's passing vision is extraordinarily expansive. His three-point shooting is particularly lethal, presenting a formidable challenge to our defense. Murray's aggressive defense and penetration can easily disrupt our offensive rhythm, while Capella's rebounding prowess significantly diminishes our second-chance opportunities. Therefore, on the defensive end, we must maintain acute focus and execute swift transitions, ensuring we do not allow them to launch effortless counterattacks. Offensively, we should leverage our teamwork, minimize errors, and enhance our scoring efficiency. Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies listened intently, occasionally interjecting their insights, each eager to continue the streak of victories in this upcoming match. After training, Lillard and Li Hao proactively approached the rookies for discussions. Lillard patted Jack Thompson and Alex Chin on the shoulders, offering words of encouragement. This game will undoubtedly be challenging, but we are a cohesive unit. As long as we stand united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Jack, be vigilant in the paint regarding Capella's rebounding and disrupt his second-chance efforts. Alex, actively seek opportunities from the perimeter, shoot boldly, and do not hesitate. Li Hao then added, indeed, we must have faith in our capabilities and adhere strictly to the coach's tactics. We shall secure victory in this game. The rookies, upon hearing this, were filled with renewed confidence, pledging to give their utmost effort. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Atlanta. As they entered the State Farm Arena, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them. The cheers and roars of the Hawks fans intertwined, creating a palpable energy that seemed ready to lift the arena off its foundations. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, despite the immense pressure from the home crowd, their expressions conveyed determination and fearlessness, as if declaring to all that they would forge ahead, unafraid of any challenge. The piercing sound of the opening whistle signaled the Hawks to initiate play. Trae Young, like a nimble specter, dribbled past half-court, quickly engaging in a pick-and-roll with Clint Capella. Utilizing Capella's screen, he executed a swift change of direction, deftly slipping past Damian Lillard's defense before delivering a precise pass to Capella, who was cutting toward the basket. Rising high, Capella unleashed a thunderous dunk over Li Hao, securing the first points for the Hawks. Upon landing, he joyfully celebrated with his teammates, the crowd's cheers reaching a fever pitch. As the Nets took their turn on offense, Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, his gaze sharp and discerning as he assessed the unfolding play, seeking an opportunity to attack. Spotting rookie Alex Chin in a favorable position beyond the arc, he wasted no time in passing the ball. Alex, catching it with confidence, launched a decisive three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard, brimming with excitement, rushed over to high-five Alex, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex. Keep it up." Throughout the ensuing game, the Hawks showcased their advantage in defensive counterattacks with remarkable effectiveness. Trae Young excelled in both offense and playmaking. His passes were akin to precision missiles, consistently finding teammates in open positions. Murray's defensive intensity posed significant challenges for the Nets' offense, as his steals and disruptions led to a cascade of errors from Brooklyn. Capella's dominance on the boards and his second-chance efforts further strained the Nets' defense. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Li Hao exerted every effort to keep the score close. Lillard's three-point shots and penetrating drives remained razor-sharp, repeatedly slicing through the Hawks' defense and creating invaluable opportunities for his teammates. Li Hao aggressively pursued rebounds in the paint, leveraging his speed and agility to pose a considerable threat to the Hawks' interior. Meanwhile, rookie Jack Thompson endeavored to find his rhythm, engaging in fierce battles against Capella in an attempt to curtail his impact. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the Hawks head coach, Nate McMillan, decisively called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Li Hao, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in a bid to thoroughly stifle the Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they hastened the pace of their fast breaks, rendering the Nets' defense increasingly vulnerable. Under this formidable defensive pressure, the Nets found themselves in a predicament, committing more turnovers as the score gap widened, with the Hawks at one point leading by as much as 12 points. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players, he earnestly advised, "Stay composed and maintain your focus. Their defensive plays and counterattacks are indeed causing us significant trouble, but we must trust our tactics. On defense, enhance communication and rotations, and minimize errors. On offense, adhere strictly to our training rhythm and do not let their defense disrupt our flow. Rookies, do not fear mistakes. Continue to play boldly. Lillard, engage your teammates and energize the entire offense. Li Hao, be more assertive in the paint and bring forth your spirit. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team's defensive intensity was markedly elevated, with players communicating more effectively and executing timely defensive rotations. On the offensive front, they exhibited greater patience, continuously circulating the ball in search of optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetrating drives to draw defenders, creating excellent open shot chances for his teammates. Rookie Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's fierce tempo, showcasing remarkable performance in both inside scoring and rebounding. In the second half, the Hawks continued to bolster their defense, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard drove the ball, but was tightly encircled by three Hawks defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, yet the ball was swiftly intercepted by Murray. Murray quickly launched a counterattack, gliding across the court with the agility of a breeze. Faced with the Nets' defense, he leaped high and sank a long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 15 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, his gaze unwavering as he encouraged his players, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our strength and trust our tactics." On defense, focus on restricting Trae Young, Murray, and Capella while severing their connections. On offense, continue to exercise patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we can certainly turn the tide. Lillard rose to his feet, proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, we cannot concede defeat like this. We must win this game. Let us all unleash our full potential and trust in one another." His teammates responded fervently, their morale instantly revitalized. With the execution of a new strategy, the Nets significantly enhanced their defensive intensity, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Trae Young, Murray, and Capella. On the offensive end, the synergy among Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies grew increasingly harmonious. Lillard adeptly harnesses his penetrating abilities to draw in defenders, thereby creating opportunities for Li Hao and the rookies to take open shots. Li Hao has gradually found his rhythm in interior offense, and his scoring alongside his prowess in rebounding has provided substantial support for the team in their pursuit of closing the gap. As the match approached its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With only 5 minutes remaining, the Hawks led the Nets by 6 points, 90-84. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Lillard dribbling past half-court and passing the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his speed and agility, Li Hao penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of multiple Hawks defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chun on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Alex thought to himself, "This is the decisive moment. I must seize this opportunity." Without hesitation, he leaped high and launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the score gap to 3 points. Subsequently, the Hawks pressed forward, with Trae Young driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Li Hao. Young stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thus extending the Hawks' lead to 91-87. With 3 minutes left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying the court and spotting Jack Thompson in an unguarded position beneath the basket. He quickly delivered the pass. Jack received the ball, soared into the air, and scored while drawing a foul from the opponent. He successfully completed the subsequent free throw, bringing the Nets within 1 point at 90-91. In the closing moments, the Hawks launched an offensive, with Murray dribbling past half-court, attempting to break through Lillard's formidable defense, which was as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving him with no options. In desperation, Murray passed the ball to Trae Young on the perimeter. As Young prepared to shoot a three-pointer, Alex Chin swiftly closed in, successfully contesting the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Li Hao, with quick reflexes, grabbed the rebound. The Nets promptly initiated a counterattack, with Lillard advancing the ball past half-court and passing it to the unguarded Alex Chun. With a singular focus on the momentous occasion, Alex leaped and released a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, executing a stunning arc before swishing through the net, allowing the Nets to take the lead at 93-91. In the final moments, the Hawks attempted to respond once more, with Capella receiving the ball in the paint and trying to score aggressively. However, Li Hao quickly rotated over, leaping high to successfully block Capella's shot. Shortly thereafter, Lillard secured the rebound as the game time expired, leading the Nets to a narrow victory over the Hawks, 93-91. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted with jubilation, embracing one another in a display of exhilaration. In the face of uncertainty regarding Harden's participation, they triumphed over the formidable Atlanta Hawks through their indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and tactical adjustments amidst adversity. Lillard, Li Hao, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chun emerged as pivotal figures, their stellar performances and critical contributions at decisive moments securing the team's victory. Coach Nash observed the elated players, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Fully aware that the team had not only claimed victory but also showcased a remarkable sense of cohesion and adaptability. This would undoubtedly bolster their confidence as they aspired for the championship in the forthcoming season. Chapter 55, the pinnacle showdown of the Denver Highlands. Following their impressive comeback against the Hawks in Atlanta, the Nets' winning streak has grown increasingly formidable, establishing them as a team that commands respect throughout the league. Yet, each player is acutely aware that the joy of victory is fleeting, and new challenges are quietly on the horizon. Their next destination is Denver, where they will face the Denver Nuggets, led by Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Michael Porter Jr. The Nuggets boast the league's premier center, Jokic, whose unparalleled passing skills and dominance in the paint can invigorate the entire team's offense single-handedly. Murray's explosive scoring ability and clutch performances in critical moments render him a lethal weapon for the team's offense. Meanwhile, Porter Jr.'s three-point shooting proficiency and exceptional physical attributes further enhance the Nuggets' offensive arsenal. The high-altitude ball arena has always been a daunting venue for visiting teams, as the thin air not only tests the stamina of opposing players but also exerts immense psychological pressure on them. Before the match, the atmosphere at the Nets training facility was one of seriousness and focus. Harden's injury was gradually improving, yet he had not fully regained his competitive form. Coach Nash gathered the players to sit together, his expression grave as he analyzed. The Nuggets' offensive system revolves around Jokic. His passing vision and playmaking ability are among the elite in the league. We must place significant emphasis on him, restricting his passing lanes. Murray's drives and three-point shooting are also considerable threats, and if Michael Porter Jr. finds his rhythm from beyond the arc, it could pose significant challenges for us. Furthermore, the high-altitude environment of Denver will test our physical stamina immensely. We must judiciously manage our playing time to maintain efficiency on both offensive and defensive ends. Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies listened intently, occasionally voicing their thoughts and questions, each preparing thoroughly for the arduous contest ahead. After training, Lillard took the rookies aside. Speaking earnestly, this game in Denver will undoubtedly be challenging. Altitude sickness may affect our physical condition, but we cannot afford to lose mentally. Jack, utilize your footwork in the paint to disrupt Jokic's offensive rhythm. Alex, maintain your aggressiveness on the perimeter and be decisive when opportunities arise, undeterred by the environment. We are a team, and as long as we stand united, no difficulty can hinder us. Jack and Alex nodded resolutely, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire and determination for the upcoming game. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Denver. Upon disembarking from the plane, the players were acutely aware of the discomfort brought on by the high-altitude environment, experiencing shortness of breath and a certain fatigue. However, they were not daunted by these challenges. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the ball arena for pre-game warm-ups. Entering the venue, the atmosphere was electric, akin to a blazing inferno. With Denver Nuggets fans clad in blue jerseys, brandishing flags, their cheers and chants resounding like thunder. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes shone with determination and fearlessness, as if to declare to all that they would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenge. As the opening whistle blew, the Nuggets initiated the play. Jokic positioned himself in the paint, and after receiving a pass from Murray, he deftly used his formidable physique and exceptional footwork to pivot and shake off Li Hao's defense. Rising high, he executed a graceful hook shot, securing the first 2 points for the Nuggets. Upon landing, Jokic enthusiastically high-fived his teammates, and the crowd's roar reached a fever pitch. The Nets launched their offense, with Lillard dribbling to the top of the arc, keenly assessing the situation on the court for scoring opportunities. Spotting rookie Jack Thompson in the paint, he delivered a pass. Jack, upon receiving the ball, attempted to overpower Jokic, yet the latter's defense proved stalwart, resulting in a turnover as Jokic intercepted the ball. Quickly, he passed it to Murray, who ignited a fast break, weaving through defenders and executing a spectacular alley-oop with Michael Porter Jr. upon receiving the pass. Porter effortlessly laid it in, putting the Nuggets ahead 4-0. In the ensuing gameplay, the Nuggets continued to capitalize on their offensive prowess. With Jokic excelling both in scoring and playmaking, his passes consistently finding teammates in open positions, Murray's explosive scoring began to surface. As his drives and three-pointers kept the Nets' defense scrambling, Porter Jr. also made frequent successful attempts from beyond the arc, exerting considerable pressure on the Nets' defense. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Li Hao endeavored to close the gap. Lillard's three-point shots and penetrating drives remained incisive, relentlessly challenging the Nuggets' defense and creating opportunities for his teammates. Meanwhile, Li Hao actively contested rebounds in the paint and, utilizing his speed and agility, posed a significant threat to the Nuggets' interior defense. Rookie Alex Chin was also striving to find his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in a bid to contribute to the team's efforts. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, the Denver Nuggets head coach, Michael Malone, called for a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Lillard and Li Hao, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an effort to curtail the Nets' offensive prowess. Simultaneously, they focused on enhancing the fluidity of their own offense, continuously probing for weaknesses in the Nets' defense. Under these circumstances, the Nets' offense faltered, leading to an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Nuggets at one point holding a 15-point lead over the Nets. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He addressed his players, urging them to remain composed and maintain their mental fortitude. He acknowledged the challenges posed by their opponent's defense and offense, but emphasized their need to trust in their strategy. He encouraged improved communication and rotation on defense, as well as a reduction in errors. On offense, he instructed them to adhere to the rhythm they practiced, undisturbed by the opposing defense. To the rookies, he advised them not to fear mistakes but to play boldly. Lillard, orchestrate the play and set the pace for our offense. Li Hao, be more aggressive in the paint. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court with renewed vigor. Following the coach's directives, they ramped up their defensive intensity, fostering closer communication among players and ensuring more timely rotations. On the offensive end, they exhibited greater patience in ball movement, diligently seeking optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard leveraged his ability to penetrate defenses, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Rookie Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the pace of the game, showcasing impressive performance in both scoring and rebounding. In the second half, the Nuggets maintained their defensive pressure, which placed unprecedented strain on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard drove towards the basket but found himself ensnared by three Nuggets defenders. Attempting to pass to a teammate, he was instead intercepted by Murray. Murray swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling across half-court, and, faced with the Nets' defense, leapt high to sink a long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 18 points. Coach Nash called another timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players and encouraging them, do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our capabilities and our strategy. On defense, let's intensify our focus on limiting Jokic, Murray, and Michael Porter Jr., severing their connections. Offensively, let's continue to exhibit patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we shall surely turn the tide. Lillard stood up, proclaiming, "Brothers, we cannot surrender like this. We must win this game. Let us all give our utmost and trust in one another." His teammates responded with enthusiasm, their spirits lifted. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity markedly improved, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Jokic, Murray, and Michael Porter Jr. on the offensive front. The synergy among Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies flourished. Lillard, utilizing his penetration skills, created open shooting opportunities for Li Hao and the other newcomers. Li Hao has gradually found his rhythm in the paint, with his scoring and rebounding providing valuable support for the team's efforts to close the gap. As the match approached its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Denver Nuggets held a 7-point lead over the Brooklyn Nets, 95-88. At that moment, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his speed and agility, Li Hao penetrated the paint, attracting the attention of multiple Nuggets defenders. He swiftly delivered the ball to the perimeter where Alex Chin awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex launched a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. Subsequently, The Nuggets responded offensively. Murray drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Li Hao. He stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, extending the Nuggets' lead to 96-91. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Observing Jack Thompson in an unguarded position beneath the basket, he quickly passed the ball. Jack received it, leaped high, and scored while drawing a foul from his opponent. He converted the additional free throw, closing the gap to 94-96, trailing by a mere 2 points. In the final moments, the Nuggets launched another offensive effort. Jokic received the ball inside, attempting to score aggressively. However, Li Hao swiftly rotated over, leaping to successfully contest Jokic's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard secured the rebound. The Nets rapidly transitioned to counterattack. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed to the unguarded Alexchen. With the weight of the moment upon him, Alex thought to himself, "This is the decisive moment. I must seize this opportunity." He soared into the air and unleashed a stunning long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a brilliant arc before swishing through the net, propelling the Nets ahead at 97-96. In the dying seconds, the Nuggets mounted one last offensive thrust. Murray drove to the hoop, attempting to score. Yet, Alexchen quickly rotated over, leaping high to successfully block Murray's shot. Lillard then secured the rebound as time expired, and the Nets triumphed narrowly over the Nuggets, 97-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in joyous celebration, embracing one another with fervor. In the absence of Harden, they demonstrated unwavering determination, exceptional teamwork, and an adaptive strategy in the face of adversity, ultimately overcoming the formidable Denver Nuggets in a challenging away game. Lillard, Li Hao, Jack Thompson, and Alexchen emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and crucial contributions at critical junctures securing the team's triumph. Coach Nash gazed upon his exuberant players, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. He understood that the victory was not merely a win, but a testament to the profound cohesion and adaptability of the team, instilling formidable confidence as they aspired for the championship in the forthcoming season. Chapter 56. The battle for Brooklyn's defense. Having endured a grueling contest in the Denver Highlands and triumphed over the Nuggets, the Nets continued to extend their winning streak, establishing themselves as one of the most coveted teams in the league. Each victory served as a brick added to their championship aspirations. However, every team member recognized that behind the glory lay endless sweat and challenges, with new battles perpetually on the horizon. Now, the Nets would return to their home arena, the Barclays Center, to face the Golden State Warriors, led by Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins. The Warriors are renowned for their extraordinary three-point shooting strategy, with Curry being a legendary figure in this domain. His shooting speed is remarkable, with a range extending to half-court, often making seemingly impossible high-difficulty three-pointers. Thompson's three-point shooting is equally stable and explosive. When he finds his rhythm, he can ignite successive scoring surges. Wiggins boasts explosive athleticism, playing a crucial role on both offensive and defensive fronts, with his fast breaks and perimeter defense providing steadfast support for the team. Before the match, the training grounds of the Nets were imbued with a palpable tension and fervor. Harden's injury was gradually improving, and he had begun to participate in full team practices. Yet his availability for this pivotal game remained uncertain. Coach Nash gathered the players, his demeanor serious as he analyzed. The Warriors possess an exceptionally formidable three-point shooting capability, with Curry and Thompson's shots being nearly impossible to defend. We must enhance our defensive perimeter to restrict their opportunities to shoot. Moreover, Wiggins' drives and fast breaks could pose significant challenges, necessitating our readiness for defensive rotations. On the offensive front, we must capitalize on our interior advantages and team synergy to disrupt their defensive rhythm. Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies listened intently, occasionally offering their insights, all diligently preparing for this highly anticipated contest. After practice, Lillard approached Jack Thompson and Alexchen, offering words of encouragement. "This match is crucial for us to protect our winning streak at home. The Warriors are formidable opponents, but we are equally capable. Jack, focus on securing rebounds in the paint to create second-chance opportunities for us. Alex, don't hesitate to take your shots from the perimeter, and do not let their defensive intensity intimidate you. Remember, we are a team, and as long as we stand united, nothing can hinder our progress." Jack and Alex nodded resolutely, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire for victory. On the day of the match, the Barclays Center was filled to capacity, with fervent Nets fans donning their black and white team uniforms, waving flags, and creating a cacophony of cheers and chants. They rallied for their team with unmatched enthusiasm, hoping to witness the continuation of their winning streak. As the Nets players took to the court, they were buoyed by the overwhelming support from their home crowd. Their eyes brimming with confidence and determination, as if proclaiming to all that they would defend their honor on this sacred ground. The opening whistle blew. In the Warriors' initiated play, Curry dribbled past half-court, engaging in a simple yet effective pick-and-roll with Thompson. Utilizing Thompson's screen, Curry executed a swift change of direction, eluding Lillard's defense, and leaped high beyond the three-point arc to release a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net, granting the Warriors an early 3 points. Upon landing, Curry jubilantly high-fived Thompson, igniting a wave of cheers from the Warriors supporters. The Nets retaliated with an offensive surge, as Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Noticing Li Hao positioning himself in the paint, he delivered a pass. Upon receiving the ball, Li Hao leveraged his robust physique to overpower Wiggins, drawing a foul in the process. He stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thereby securing the Nets' first point. In the ensuing minutes, the Warriors capitalized on their three-point prowess. With Curry and Thompson frequently launching shots from beyond the arc, their attempts raining down like missiles, relentlessly bombarding the Nets' defense. Wiggins excelled on both ends of the court, his fast breaks and perimeter defense significantly hampering the Nets' offensive efforts. For the Nets, Lillard and Li Hao endeavored to keep the score close. Lillard's three-point shooting and penetrating drives remained sharp as he continually attacked the Warriors' defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Li Hao was tenacious and battling for rebounds in the paint, using his speed and agility to pose a considerable threat to the Warriors' interior defense. Meanwhile, rookie Alex Chun was diligently searching for his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in hopes of contributing to his team's efforts. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the Golden State Warriors head coach, Steve Kerr, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Li Hao, implementing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Concurrently, they continued to enhance their three-point shooting, persistently seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense found itself in a quagmire, with an increase in turnovers leading to a widening score gap, at one point trailing the Warriors by as much as 12 points. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He addressed his players, urging them to remain composed. There's no need to panic. We must maintain our poise. Their defense and three-point shooting are indeed causing us significant trouble, but we must trust in our tactics. Let us enhance our defensive communication and rotation while minimizing mistakes. On offense, let us adhere to the rhythm we have practiced and not allow their defense to disrupt us. Rookies, do not fear making mistakes. Continue to play boldly. Lillard, take the initiative to organize and elevate our offensive tempo. Li Hao, be more aggressive in the paint. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, they bolstered their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and executing timely rotations. On the offensive front, they exhibited greater patience in ball movement, seeking optimal shot opportunities. Lillard exploited his drives to draw defenders, thereby creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Rookie Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's tempo, showcasing remarkable performance in both scoring and rebounding. In the second half, the Warriors maintained their defensive rigor, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. In one offensive play, Lillard, while driving with the ball, found himself surrounded by 3 Warriors defenders, attempting to pass to a teammate. The ball was intercepted by Thompson. Thompson swiftly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and faced with the Nets' defense, leaped high to sink a long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 15 points. Coach Nash called another timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players, he encouraged, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our strength and in our strategy. On defense, we need to tighten our restrictions on Curry, Thompson, and Wiggins, severing their connections. On offense, let us continue to exercise patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we stand united, we can surely turn the tide." Lillard stood up, exclaiming, "Brothers, we cannot give up just like that. We must win this game. Let us all give our utmost strength and trust our teammates." His words resonated with his teammates, significantly boosting their morale. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity improved markedly, successfully containing the offensive efforts of Curry, Thompson, and Wiggins. On the offensive end, the synergy between Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies flourished. Lillard leveraged his drives to attract defenders, creating open shooting opportunities for Li Hao and the rookies. Li Hao, finding his rhythm in the paint, contributed significantly to the team's scoring and rebounding efforts, aiding in their pursuit of the deficit. As the game entered its final quarter, the score gap between the teams gradually diminished. With merely 5 minutes remaining, the Warriors led the Nets by 7 points, 92-85. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Li Hao. Utilizing his speed and agility, Li Hao penetrated the paint, drawing the Warriors' defenders into a double team. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chen stationed beyond the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the deficit to 4 points. Subsequently, the Warriors took to the offensive, with Curry driving towards the basket and drawing a foul from Li Hao. Curry stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, bringing the score to 93-88 in favor of the Warriors. With 3 minutes left on the clock, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, assessing the court's dynamics. Spotting Jack Thompson open beneath the basket, he swiftly delivered the ball. Jack caught it, leapt high, and scored while drawing a foul from the opponent. Jack converted the subsequent free throw, bringing the Nets to within 2 points at 91-93. In the final moments, the Warriors mounted another attack. Wiggins drove to the basket, attempting a layup. However, Li Hao quickly rotated over, leaping high to successfully contest Wiggins' shot, which ricocheted off the rim. Lillard seized the rebound. The Nets swiftly launched a counterattack. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed to an unguarded Alex Chen. As Alex received the ball, he thought to himself, "This is the decisive moment, and I must seize this opportunity." He leapt high and released a long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced magnificently through the air, swishing cleanly through the net, allowing the Nets to take a 94-93 lead. In the final moments, the Warriors attempted another offensive play. Curry drove towards the basket, seeking to score. Yet, Alex Chen quickly rotated over, leaping high to successfully block Curry's shot. Lillard then secured the rebound as time expired, leading the Nets to a narrow victory over the Warriors, 94-93. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another in a display of elation. In the face of the potential absence of Harden, they triumphed over the formidable Golden State Warriors at home. Propelled by their indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and tactical adjustments made in the throes of adversity, Lillard, Li Hao, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as pivotal figures. Their remarkable performances and critical contributions at decisive moments securing the victory for the team. Coach Nash observed the ecstatic players with a satisfied smile, recognizing that their achievement not only represented a win but also showcased a formidable team cohesion and adaptability, instilling a robust confidence as they embarked on their quest for the championship in the upcoming season. Chapter 57. The Thorny Path in Miami. At the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, the Nets valiantly defended their home court, narrowly defeating the Golden State Warriors. This victory further amplified their winning momentum, surging forth like a mighty wave that swept across the entire league. Each one etched a profound and resplendent mark upon their pursuit of the championship. However, every member of the team remained acutely aware that behind the glory lay endless sweat and challenges. New and arduous battles awaited them on the horizon. Now, the Nets set forth on their journey to Miami, where they would face the Miami Heat, led by Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Tyler Herro. The Heat, renowned across the league, were distinguished by their unwavering tenacity, impenetrable defense, and an unpredictable tactical framework. As the team's unequivocal core, Butler's robust playing style shone particularly in moments of intense competition. His ability to penetrate defenses was unparalleled. He consistently stepped up in crucial situations, dismantling opponents' defenses with forceful drives or stabilizing the scoring with precise mid-range shots. Adebayo loomed in the paint like a towering mountain, his defensive prowess imposing. Each leap to block a shot seeming to declare the sanctity of the restricted area. Additionally, he exhibited exceptional playmaking skills, orchestrating opportunities for his teammates beyond the arc. Meanwhile, Herro functioned as a sharp blade in the Heat's offensive arsenal, his scoring ability an indispensable source of firepower. His three-pointers struck with pinpoint accuracy in critical moments, and his driving skills posed a significant threat, especially when he entered the game as a substitute, often igniting scoring surges that disrupted the opponent's defensive rhythm. The Miami-Dade Arena, the Heat's home ground, stood as an impregnable fortress, The fervent home fans, donned in vibrant red jerseys, waved flags emblazoned with the Heat's emblem, and as the game commenced, their thunderous cheers reverberated through the arena like a tidal wave, imposing immense psychological pressure on the visiting Nets. Before the match, the atmosphere at the Nets training facility was tense and oppressive, as if the very air had grown heavy. Although Harden's injury had improved, the toll of consecutive high-intensity games left his body weary, and his participation in this crucial match remained shrouded in uncertainty. Coach Nash, with a grave expression, gathered the players and earnestly analyzed. The Heat's defensive intensity and tactical versatility undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for us. Butler's aggressive drives are lethal. Adebayo's interior defense is as solid as a rock, and Harrow's scoring ability cannot be underestimated. We must pay close attention to these factors and devise targeted defensive strategies. On the defensive end, we must maintain unwavering focus and tenacity, refusing to be daunted by their formidable defensive momentum. Offensively, we should fully exploit our speed advantage, enhance our teamwork, and employ fluid ball movement to dismantle their tight defensive scheme. Lillard, Li Hao, and the rookies listened intently, occasionally voicing their insights and inquiries. As each individual prepared meticulously for the arduous contest, striving for perfection in every detail. After training, Lillard called over rookies Jack Thompson and Alex Chun and spoke earnestly. This match will take place on the Heat's home court, where their fans will exert tremendous pressure on us, making it a challenging endeavor. However, we must not waver. Jack, while contending in the paint, be vigilant of Adebayo's defensive maneuvers, seize every opportunity to score and secure rebounds, establishing our presence inside. Alex, maintain your composure on the perimeter. Do not let the opponent's defense disrupt your mindset. Patiently seek the best shooting opportunities, avoiding impulsive shots. Remember, we are a tightly knit team. As long as we share a common purpose and exert our efforts collectively, there are no obstacles we cannot overcome, no adversaries we cannot defeat. Jack and Alex nodded resolutely, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire for victory and an unwavering determination, as if they were already prepared to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. On the day of the match, the Nets arrived in Miami. As they stepped into the Miami-Dade County Arena, the electrifying atmosphere enveloped them, reminiscent of being engulfed in a blazing inferno. The fervent Heat fans, brimming with enthusiasm, created a cacophony of cheers and chants that reverberated through the venue, seemingly threatening to overturn the entire arena. When the Nets players took to the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd. Yet their eyes radiated determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that no matter the challenges ahead, they would forge ahead undaunted by any obstacle. With the sharp sound of the opening whistle, the Heat initiated the play. Butler, akin to a nimble cheetah, swiftly dribbled past half-court and executed an exquisite pick-and-roll with Adebayo. Skillfully leveraging Adebayo's screen, Butler made a rapid change of direction, evading Lillard's defense, and surged towards the paint like a released arrow. Unfazed by Li Hao's defense, he leaped high, twisting in midair to complete a remarkably forceful layup, securing the first 2 points for the Heat. Upon landing, Butler celebrated exuberantly with Adebayo, igniting an eruption of cheers from the Heat fans that resonated throughout the arena. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, his gaze sharp as he swiftly assessed the court for opportunities. Spotting Li Hao positioning himself in the paint, he unhesitatingly passed the ball. After receiving it, Li Hao, using his robust physique, attempted to overpower Adebayo. However, Adebayo's defense was impenetrable, standing resolutely like a formidable wall, successfully stifling Li Hao's offensive efforts. Adebayo intercepted Li Hao's shot and swiftly passed the ball back to Butler. Immediately, Butler launched a fast break, his speed akin to a whirlwind as he swept across the court. During the fast break, he executed a spectacular alley-oop with Harrow, who, upon receiving the ball, effortlessly scored, extending the Heat's lead to 4-0. As the game progressed, the Heat continued to exploit their defensive advantage to the fullest. Butler excelled on both ends of the floor, his tenacious defense suffocating the Nets players, while his scoring ability in crucial moments rendered the Nets' defense shaky. Adebayo's intimidating presence in the paint and his rebounding prowess further hampered the Nets' offensive efforts, making each attempt exceedingly arduous. After coming off the bench, Harrow swiftly showcased his formidable scoring ability, with his three-pointers and drives causing chaos within the Nets' defense. On the Nets side, Lillard and Li Hao exerted every effort to narrow the deficit. Lillard's three-point shots and drives remained razor-sharp, akin to a keen dagger, repeatedly slicing through the Heat's defense and creating precious opportunities for his teammates. Meanwhile, Li Hao actively fought for rebounds in the paint, utilizing his speed and agility to pose a significant threat to the Heat's interior defense. Rookie Alex Chun is diligently striving to find his rhythm in the game. He actively takes shots from the perimeter, endeavoring to contribute to his team. Although his performance still exhibits a certain naivety, each attempt he makes is imbued with a fervent determination. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Miami Heat's head coach, Erik Spoelstra, decisively called a timeout to meticulously devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Li Hao, employing a more aggressive trapping and zone defense approach, aiming to fundamentally stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offensive capabilities. Simultaneously, they reinforced the cohesiveness of their defense, with players exhibiting enhanced synergy, persistently probing for weaknesses in the Nets' defense. Once an opportunity was identified, they swiftly launched their counterattacks. Under this immense defensive pressure, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire, leading to an increase in player errors and a widening score gap, with the Heat at one point holding a 15-point lead over the Nets. Observing this predicament, Coach Nash immediately called a timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players, he earnestly advised, "Do not panic. It is crucial to maintain your composure. Their defense is indeed posing significant challenges, but we must have confidence in our tactics. On defense, enhance your communication, maintain tight rotations, and minimize mistakes. On offense, adhere strictly to the rhythm we practiced, and do not let their defense disrupt our flow. Rookies, do not fear making mistakes. Boldly showcase your skills. Lillard, engage your teammates and energize our offensive rhythm. Li Hao, be more assertive in the paint and let us establish our presence." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's instructions, the team's defensive intensity markedly improved, with players communicating more closely and executing timely rotations. On the offensive end, they became more patient, consistently moving the ball to find the optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetrating ability to draw defenders, creating numerous open shooting chances for his teammates. Rookie Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the fierce pace of the game, delivering impressive performances in both offensive plays and rebounding. His every effort infused with passion, providing vital support in the paint for the team. However, the dynamics of the game suddenly shifted. During a fierce defensive exchange, Li Hao engaged in a vigorous physical confrontation with Adebayo while contesting a rebound. Unfortunately, as Li Hao jumped and landed, he twisted his ankle. Collapsing to the floor in agony, his face contorted in pain. The team physician promptly rushed onto the court to administer emergency care. Coach Nash and his teammates gathered anxiously around, acutely aware of Li Hao's significance to the team as a crucial pillar in the paint. His absence would undoubtedly impose a substantial impact on their performance. Following a brief examination, Li Hao was assisted back to the bench, his ankle visibly swollen and rendering him unable to continue. This unforeseen circumstance plunged the Nets into an even deeper predicament, as Li Hao's absence severely diminished their interior strength. Seizing the opportunity, the Heat ramped up their offensive assault, further extending their lead. Yet, the Nets did not capitulate. Lillard emerged as a valiant leader, shouldering the responsibility for both offense and orchestration. He continually encouraged his teammates, "Stay composed. We are a team." With Li Hao absent, we must unite even more resolutely. We must have faith in our capabilities. As long as we unite in purpose, we can certainly reclaim the score. Under Lillard's leadership, rookie Jack Thompson stepped up, exerting every ounce of effort in the paint. With indomitable spirit and exceptional physical prowess, he endeavored to compensate for Li Hao's absence, pouring his heart into every offensive and defensive play. In the second half, the Heat intensified their defense, applying unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard, with the ball, attempted to penetrate but found himself ensnared by three defenders from the Heat. He sought to pass to a teammate, yet Butler, with remarkable agility, intercepted the ball. Swiftly launching a counterattack, Butler dribbled past half-court, faced with the Nets' defense, leaped high, and sank a long-range three-pointer, widening the score gap to 20 points. Coach Nash called for another timeout. Gazing into the eyes of his players, he resolutely encouraged them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary predicament. We must trust in our abilities and the strategies we have meticulously crafted. On defense, we must tighten our grip on Butler, Adebayo, and Harrow, severing their connections to disrupt their offensive flow. On offense, we must maintain patience, seek opportunities, and avoid haste. We are a team, and as long as we stand united, we can surely turn the tide." Lillard rose, proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, we cannot simply surrender. "We must win this game. Let us all unleash our full potential. Trust in one another, and we shall create miracles." His teammates responded enthusiastically, their spirits reignited with determination. Under the new strategy, the Nets significantly elevated their defensive intensity, successfully curtailing the offensive efforts of Butler, Adebayo, and Harrell. On offense, the synergy among Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen flourished. Lillard drew defenders with his drives, creating open shooting opportunities for Jack Thompson and Alex Chen. Jack Thompson gradually found his rhythm in the paint, his scoring and rebounding providing crucial support in the team's pursuit of points. Each of his interior attacks radiated strength, exerting tremendous pressure on the Heat's interior defense. As the game entered its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Miami Heat held a 10-point lead over the Brooklyn Nets at 98-88. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Lillard dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Jack Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Jack Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the Heat's defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chen on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Alex Chen was resolute in his belief. This was a pivotal moment to close the gap, and he must seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, he leaped high and launched an extraordinary three-pointer. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net, narrowing the score to a mere 7 points. Subsequently, the Heat advanced with the ball. Hero drove towards the basket, resulting in a foul from Jack Thompson. Hero approached the free throw line, making one of 2 attempts, extending the Heat's lead to 99-91. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Noticing Jack Thompson in a favorable position beneath the basket, he quickly passed the ball. Jack Thompson caught it, soared upwards, and scored while also drawing a foul from the opponent. He converted the additional free throw, bringing the Nets closer at 94-99, trailing by just 5 points. In the closing moments, the Heat launched an offensive maneuver. Butler drove towards the basket, attempting a layup. However, Alex Chen swiftly rotated to provide defense, leaping high to successfully contest Butler's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard reacted quickly, securing the rebound. The Nets promptly initiated a counterattack, with Lillard dribbling across half-court and passing to a wide-open Alex Chen. With thoughts of the decisive moment racing in his mind, Alex Chen received the ball, determined to capitalize on the opportunity. He leaped high and released a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball soared in a magnificent arc, swishing through the net, bringing the Nets within 2 points at 97-99. With merely 10 seconds remaining in the contest, the Miami Heat initiated their offensive play. Bam Adebayo received the ball in the paint, attempting to assertively challenge Jack Thompson. However, Thompson swiftly positioned himself defensively, utilizing his exceptional defensive acumen and indomitable spirit to successfully disrupt Adebayo's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Damian Lillard seized the rebound. He promptly dribbled across half-court, and as the clock ticked down to a mere 3 seconds, Lillard soared into the air, launching an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, while the audience collectively held their breath, fixated on the trajectory of the ball. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with every gaze riveted upon the soaring basketball. Ultimately, the ball swished through the net, and the Brooklyn Nets completed a breathtaking comeback, triumphing over the Miami Heat with a score of 100-99. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with tears of joy welling in their eyes. Despite uncertainties surrounding Harden's participation and the unexpected injury to Li Hao, they triumphed over the formidable Heat through unwavering determination, exceptional teamwork, and tactical adjustments in the face of adversity. Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as the heroes of the evening, their remarkable performances and pivotal contributions steering the team to a well-earned victory. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a satisfied smile, cognizant that the team had not only claimed victory, but also demonstrated formidable cohesion and indomitable spirit, instilling them with renewed confidence for their pursuit of the championship in the forthcoming season. Chapter 58. The Starlet Showdown in Los Angeles. Following an astonishing comeback victory against the Heat in Miami, the Nets have continued to extend their winning streak, establishing themselves as the luminaries of the league. Each triumph serves as a solid cornerstone on their illustrious path to the championship. However, every member of the team is acutely aware that the road ahead remains fraught with challenges, as new adversities quietly loom. Their next destination is Los Angeles, where they shall face the Lakers, led by the illustrious LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook. The Lakers boast a rich historical legacy and a plethora of star players. James, as a legendary figure in the league, exhibits unparalleled versatility and leadership, making significant contributions in scoring, rebounding, and assists. Davis commands the interior with a daunting presence and defensive prowess, his shot blocking and rebounding skills being crucial to the Lakers' defensive strategy. Westbrook's explosive energy and drive render him a formidable offensive weapon, often disrupting opponents' defensive rhythms with his incisive drives and fast breaks. The Staples Center, the Lakers' steadfast stronghold, is renowned for its fervent atmosphere, where passionate fans create a thunderous chorus of support, undoubtedly placing immense pressure on the Nets. In the week leading up to the match, the entire basketball community was captivated by the impending showdown. Media outlets eagerly speculated on the outcome, while fans engaged in fervent discussions across social media platforms. Each player on the Nets felt the weight of external attention and anticipation, eliciting a mix of excitement and anxiety. As one of the team's key figures, Lillard understood the significance of this game. His heart was filled with a longing for victory, coupled with a profound sense of responsibility towards his team. Often, after practice, he would find himself sitting alone on the sidelines, contemplating strategies to counter the formidable lineup of the Lakers. This match represented a monumental challenge for us, as the Lakers' prowess should not be underestimated. Yet, we possess our own strengths. Our teamwork and speed serve as our formidable assets. I must guide the team to showcase our unique style and not disappoint the expectations placed upon us, Lillard reflected quietly. Simultaneously, Harden's recovery from injury became the focal point of concern for both the team and its supporters. Coach Nash communicated daily with the medical staff to stay informed about Harden's progress. Harden himself was diligently undergoing rehabilitation, eager to take the court in this pivotal game and contribute to his team's efforts. I know everyone is anticipating my return, and I am equally eager to rejoin my brothers on the court. This game is crucial for our championship aspirations, and I cannot afford to miss it, Harden stated during an interview. Before the match, the atmosphere at the Nets training facility was both tense and filled with anticipation. Coach Nash gathered the players, his demeanor serious as he meticulously analyzed. The Lakers possess a formidable lineup, excelling in both offense and defense. The versatility of LeBron James, the dominance of Anthony Davis in the paint, and the explosive nature of Russell Westbrook all demand our utmost attention. We must bolster our defensive efforts to curtail their impact, particularly focusing on James' passing lanes and Davis' interior scoring. Offensively, we should capitalize on our speed and team synergy, executing a fast-paced game to disrupt their defensive rhythm. Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chun listened intently, occasionally offering their insights, all diligently preparing for this highly anticipated showdown. After practice, Lillard called Jack Thompson and Alex Chun over, encouraging them. We face immense pressure in this game, yet it is also an opportunity to prove ourselves. Jack, be vigilant of Davis' defensive maneuvers in the paint. Seize opportunities to score and secure rebounds. Alex, maintain your composure on the perimeter, seek out optimal shooting chances, and do not let their defensive intensity overwhelm you. Remember, we are a team. As long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. Jack and Alex nodded resolutely, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire and determination for the forthcoming battle. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Los Angeles, entering the Staples Center. The atmosphere was vibrant, akin to a blazing inferno. The Lakers fans, adorned in purple and gold jerseys, waved their team's banners, and the cacophony of cheers and shouts resonated through the arena. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd. However, determination and fearlessness glimmered in their eyes, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenge. Lillard took a deep breath, silently rallying himself. This was a formidable contest, yet they were prepared. He intended to lead his team to establish their rhythm and showcase their prowess. Turning to his teammates, he noticed Jack and Alex, though somewhat anxious, were filled with fighting spirit. He nodded slightly, further solidifying his conviction. As the opening whistle blew, the Lakers initiated the game. LeBron James dribbled past half court and executed a brilliant pick and roll with Anthony Davis. Utilizing Davis's screen, James swiftly changed direction, eluding Lillard's defense, and charged toward the paint. Elevated above Jack Thompson's defense, he completed a powerful layup, scoring the first 2 points for the Lakers. Upon landing, James exuberantly high-fived Davis, eliciting an exhilarating roar from the Lakers fans that reached a crescendo. The Nets commenced their offensive play as Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Spotting Alex Chen unmarked on the perimeter, he passed the ball to him. Alex, seizing the moment, decisively shot a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net and leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard sprinted over to congratulate Alex, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex. Keep it up." At that moment, Lillard thought, "This is a promising start. We must maintain this momentum and not allow the Lakers to easily extend their lead." In the subsequent phases of the match, the Lakers continued to leverage their offensive strength. James excelled in both scoring and orchestrating plays, his passes consistently finding teammates in open positions. Davis's dominance in the paint began to manifest, as his blocks and rebounding significantly hindered the Nets' offense. Westbrook's explosive drives also posed considerable challenges for the Nets' defense, his penetrations and fast breaks leaving the Nets' backline vulnerable. On the Nets side, Lillard and Jack Thompson diligently sought to keep the score competitive. Lillard's three-point shooting and penetrating drives remained incisive, as he relentlessly tested the Lakers' defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson actively contested for rebounds in the paint and, utilizing his speed and agility, posed a tangible threat to the Lakers' interior defense. Alex Chen was also striving to find his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in an attempt to contribute to the team's efforts. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, Lakers head coach Frank Vogel called for a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to curtail the Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they focused on enhancing the fluidity of their own offensive plays, persistently seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense found itself ensnared in difficulties, leading to an increase in turnovers and a gradual widening of the score gap, with the Lakers at one point leading by as much as 12 points. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout, urging his players not to panic and to maintain their composure. He acknowledged the significant challenges posed by their opponent's defense and offense, but insisted on faith in their tactics. He emphasized the importance of improved communication and rotation in defense while minimizing errors. On offense, he instructed them to adhere to the rhythm practiced in training. Undistracted by the Lakers' defense, rookies, fear not mistakes, continue to play boldly. Lillard, take charge of the offense. Jack, be more aggressive in the paint. Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. In accordance with the coach's directives, they ramped up their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and executing timely rotations. On offense, they exercised greater patience in ball movement, striving to identify the optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetrative skills to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's tempo, showcasing remarkable performance in offensive plays and rebounding. In the second half, the Lakers persisted in their defensive fortitude, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard drove to the basket but was met with a tight triple team from the Lakers. Attempting to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Westbrook. Swiftly initiating a counterattack, Westbrook dribbled past half court, faced with the Nets' defense. He leapt high and sank a long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 15 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, gazing into the eyes of his players with encouragement. "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must trust in our abilities and our strategy. On defense, we need to restrict James, Davis, and Westbrook, severing their connections. On offense, maintain our patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we can surely turn the tide." Lillard stood up, proclaiming, "Brothers, we cannot concede defeat like this. We must win this game. Let us all give our utmost strength and trust in each other." His teammates rallied in response, their spirits buoyed. With the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity markedly improved, successfully limiting the offensive capabilities of James, Davis, and Westbrook. Offensively, the synergy between Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen flourished. Lillard again leveraged his penetrating ability to draw defenders, crafting open shooting opportunities for Jack Thompson and Alex Chen. Jack Thompson's offensive prowess in the paint has gradually found its rhythm, with his scoring and rebounding significantly aiding the team's efforts to close the gap. As the game entered its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers held a 7-point lead over the Nets, standing at 95-88. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard dribbling past the half-court line before passing the ball to Jack Thompson. Thompson, utilizing his speed and agility, penetrated the lane, drawing the Lakers defenders to him. In a swift motion, he passed the ball to the perimeter, where Alex Chen awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen launched an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the score to a mere 4 points. Subsequently, the Lakers took possession, with Davis driving towards the basket, resulting in a foul by Jack Thompson. Davis approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, which brought the score to 96-91 in favor of the Lakers. With 3 minutes left on the clock, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court, and spotted Thompson positioned under the basket. He swiftly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Thompson leaped high, scoring while also drawing a foul from his opponent. After successfully completing the free throw, the Nets inched closer, trailing 94-96. In the closing moments, the Lakers mounted an offensive, with LeBron James attempting a drive to score. However, Alex Chen swiftly rotated over, leaping high to effectively disrupt James's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, allowing Lillard to secure the rebound. The Nets quickly transitioned to counterattack, with Lillard advancing past the half-court and passing to the unguarded Alex Chen. In that decisive moment, Chen thought to himself, "This is the moment that determines victory. I must seize this opportunity." He soared into the air, releasing another long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced magnificently through the air and swished through the net, propelling the Nets to a 97-96 lead. In the final moments, the Lakers attempted yet another offense, with Westbrook driving towards the basket. However, Jack Thompson quickly rotated over, leaping to successfully block Westbrook's shot. Lillard then secured the rebound as time expired, and the Nets triumphed narrowly over the Lakers with a final score of 97-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with palpable excitement. In the face of uncertainty surrounding Harden's participation, they triumphed over the formidable Los Angeles Lakers through sheer determination, exceptional teamwork, and a tactical adaptability in adversity. Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as pivotal figures, their stellar performance and decisive plays at critical junctures securing the victory for the team. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a smile of satisfaction, knowing that the team had not only claimed victory, but had also showcased remarkable unity and an indomitable spirit, which would bolster their confidence in the pursuit of the championship in the upcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard stated, "This victory belongs to our entire team. We did not falter in the face of difficulties. Instead, we became even more united. This embodies our spirit, and we shall carry this ethos forward in our quest for the championship." Chapter 59, the epic battle in Phoenix at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. The Brooklyn Nets narrowly triumphed over the Lakers, their winning streak soaring to new heights, captivating the entire league with their formidable prowess. Each victory brings them a step closer to their championship aspirations. However, every member of the team understands that behind each triumph lies an array of relentless challenges, heralding the commencement of a new journey. Their next destination leads them to Phoenix, where they will confront the Phoenix Suns, led by Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton. The Suns boast remarkable team synergy and a robust tactical framework. Booker's scoring ability is unparalleled, posing a significant threat to opponents with his mid-range shooting and three-point prowess. Paul, as the cerebral force of the team, orchestrates the offense with fluidity, consistently making the most astute decisions in critical moments. Ayton's dominance in the paint cannot be overlooked, as his rebounding prowess and scoring ability beneath the basket serve as vital offensive strategies for the Suns. Moreover, the Suns' home court, a bastion of support, resonates with the thunderous cheers of fervent fans, undoubtedly imposing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Prior to the match, all eyes within the realm of basketball were once again drawn to this event. This game not only captivated a multitude of fervent fans, but also attracted the presence of the legendary star, Michael Jordan, who attended to witness the spectacle. Upon the announcement of his attendance, the basketball community erupted in excitement, with fans speculating whether Jordan's presence would exert a unique influence on the game. For the players of the Nets, Jordan's arrival represented both an inspiration and an intangible pressure. In an interview, Lillard expressed, "To encounter Jordan during a game is an immense honor. He is the deity of basketball, and his presence will render this match even more extraordinary. We shall transform this motivation into our driving force and give our all on the court." Meanwhile, the selection of the officiating crew became a focal point of public interest. The referees assigned to this game are renowned for their stringent standards and precise judgments, instilling a sense of caution in both teams. Coach Nash emphasized during the pre-game strategy meeting, the referees will uphold a rigorous standard. We must be mindful of our defensive actions to avoid unnecessary fouls. Simultaneously, we must maintain the rhythm on the offensive end and seize every opportunity. On the day of the match, the Nets arrived in Phoenix. As they entered the Footprint Center, the atmosphere was electric, akin to a blazing inferno. Suns fans donned their orange jerseys, waving flags and cheering with thunderous enthusiasm. The players of the Nets stepped onto the court, feeling the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, as if declaring to all that they would forge ahead, unafraid of any challenge. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Suns initiated play. Paul dribbled past half court and executed a seamless pick and roll with Ayton. Utilizing Ayton's screen, Paul made a swift directional change, evading Lillard's defense, and promptly passed the ball to Ayton, who had cut into the lane. Upon receiving the ball, Ayton leapt high, delivering a powerful dunk over Jack Thompson, securing the first 2 points for the Suns. As Ayton landed, he exuberantly high-fived his teammates, and the roar of the Suns fans reached a fever pitch. The Nets retaliated with an offensive push. Lillard dribbled to the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Spotting Alex Chin open beyond the three-point line, he delivered the ball with precision. Alex, with unwavering resolve, took the shot, releasing a three-pointer that arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard rushed over to celebrate with Alex, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex, keep it up." In the ensuing minutes, the Suns continued to leverage their team's synergy, with Paul excelling in orchestrating plays, his passes consistently finding teammates in open positions. Booker's scoring prowess began to shine, as his mid-range shots and three-pointers left the Nets' defense scrambling. Ayton's prowess in securing rebounds and attacking the basket further intensified the pressure on the Nets' defense. Meanwhile, Lillard and Jack Thompson endeavored to keep the Nets competitive. Lillard's sharp three-point shooting and relentless drives continued to challenge the Suns' defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson was tenacious in battling for rebounds in the paint, while his speed and agility posed a significant threat to the Suns' interior defense. Alex Chin also sought to find his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in hopes of contributing to the team's efforts. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, the head coach of the Suns, Monty Williams, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Lillard and Klay Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to stifle the Nets' offensive efforts. Concurrently, they continued to enhance the fluidity of their team offense, persistently seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under these circumstances, the Nets' offense found itself beleaguered, resulting in an increase in turnovers and a gradual widening of the score gap, with the Suns leading by as much as 15 points at one point. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He addressed his players, urging them to remain composed and steady. "We must not panic," he advised. "Their defense and offense are indeed posing significant challenges, but we must have faith in our tactics. Let us enhance our communication and rotations on defense and minimize our errors. Offensively, let us adhere to the rhythm we've practiced and not allow their defense to disrupt our flow. Rookies, do not fear mistakes. Continue to play boldly. Lillard, take charge and elevate the pace of our offense. Klay, be more aggressive in the paint." Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. In accordance with the coach's directives, the team fortified their defensive intensity, with players communicating more closely and executing timely rotations. On the offensive end, they exhibited greater patience and ball movement, searching for optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his driving ability to attract defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Klay Thompson gradually acclimatized to the game's rhythm, showcasing impressive performances in both interior scoring and rebounding. As the second half unfolded, the tension escalated. During a fierce confrontation, Lillard drove towards the basket but was tripped by a Suns defender. The referee quickly blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul on the Suns. However, the Suns players expressed their discontent with the call, asserting that Lillard had flopped. After a brief review, the referee upheld the original decision. This ruling incited a chorus of boos from the Suns fans, contributing to an increasingly tense atmosphere. Lillard stepped to the free throw line and sank both shots, narrowing the gap by 2 points. At that moment, Lillard thought, "This is a pivotal call. We must seize the opportunity to close the score." As the game progressed, Both teams exchanged leads. With just 3 minutes remaining, the Suns held a narrow 98-95 advantage. The Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing to Klay Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Klay penetrated the interior, drawing the Suns' defenders into a double team. He swiftly delivered the ball to the perimeter, where Alex Chin awaited. Upon receiving the pass, Alex decisively launched a three-pointer. The basketball arched beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and leveling the score. The Suns responded with an offensive play as Paul drove towards the basket, attempting to score. Yet Lillard swiftly closed in, leaping high to successfully disrupt Paul's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Jack Thompson seized the rebound. The Nets swiftly launched a counterattack, with Lillard dribbling past the half-court line, keenly assessing the dynamics on the court in search of the optimum offensive opportunity. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Jordan sitting courtside, igniting a fierce determination within him. "I must secure victory before Jordan," Lillard mused inwardly. He utilized his drive to draw the defense, then passed the ball to the unguarded Alex Chun. Upon receiving the pass, Alex soared high and launched a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air before swishing through the net, propelling the Nets ahead with a score of 101-98. In the final moments, the Suns mounted an offensive, with Booker driving in an attempt to score. However, Jack Thompson swiftly came to the rescue, leaping high to successfully block Booker's shot. Subsequently, Lillard secured the rebound as the final buzzer sounded, sealing the Nets' narrow victory over the Suns at 101-98. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with palpable excitement. Despite uncertainty surrounding Harden's participation, they triumphed over the formidable Suns through indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and adaptive strategies in the face of adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chin emerged as pivotal figures, their outstanding performances and critical contributions at key moments leading the team to victory. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a satisfied smile, fully aware that the team had not merely secured a win, but had also showcased formidable cohesion and resilience, qualities that would bolster their confidence as they pursued the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory is profoundly significant. Jordan's presence has greatly inspired us. We faced numerous challenges during the game, yet we did not relent. We believed in our capabilities. This victory belongs to our entire team, and we shall continue to strive toward our championship aspirations." Chapter 60. The glorious journey of Boston. Having emerged victorious in a grueling battle against the Suns in Phoenix, the Nets' momentum has only intensified, establishing them as a force to be reckoned with in the league. Each victory serves as a beacon illuminating their path to glory. However, every member of the team is acutely aware that behind such honor lie relentless challenges, with new trials quietly approaching. Their next destination is Boston, where they will face the Celtics, led by Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Marcus Smart. The Celtics boast a rich historical legacy and formidable roster strength, with Tatum's scoring prowess and clutch playmaking considered elite. His mid-range jump shots and three-point attempts often yield crucial points in critical moments. Brown, with his explosive athleticism, plays a vital role on both offense and defense, making his drives and defensive intensity a challenge for opponents. Smart, as the defensive linchpin, infuses the Celtics' defensive framework with vigor through his defensive awareness and stealing ability, while also providing stable support on offense with his three-point shooting and playmaking skills. Furthermore, the TD Garden, the Celtics' home arena, has long been a steadfast stronghold, where fervent home fans amplify their support with thunderous roars, undoubtedly imposing significant pressure on the visiting Nets. Prior to the match, a report from a renowned sports media outlet stirred considerable controversy. The article questioned the merit of the Brooklyn Nets' consecutive victories, suggesting that luck played a significant role in their success against formidable opponents, while also casting doubt on the team's tactical framework and individual player capabilities. This report quickly disseminated among fans and the media, sparking extensive discourse. Upon learning of the article, the Nets players felt a surge of determination. They yearned to counter the skepticism with their performance in the upcoming game. Lillard remarked during a team training session, "They claim our success is merely luck. Let us demonstrate in this match that each of our victories is earned through sheer skill." His teammates nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing a resolute spirit and an unwillingness to concede defeat. Concurrently, the Celtics' home fans initiated a special rallying effort before the game. They organized through social media, planning to disrupt the Nets players with a unified chant and rhythmic cheers during the match. Renowned for their passionate and fervent support, Celtics fans often exert tremendous psychological pressure on their opponents. Upon hearing this news, Coach Nash conducted a psychological briefing, advising his players to remain unfazed by external distractions, to concentrate on the game itself, and to adhere to their tactical approach to secure victory through their undeniable prowess. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Boston. As they entered the TD Garden, the atmosphere was electric, akin to a roaring flame. The Celtics fans donned vibrant green jerseys, brandishing flags and erupting in deafening cheers and chants. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd. Yet their eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenges. Just as the Nets were preparing for warm-ups, a mysterious guest made a surprise appearance at the venue. The guest was none other than the legendary basketball icon Larry Bird, whose presence ignited a fervor throughout the arena. Bird approached the Nets bench, shaking hands with each player and offering words of encouragement. "I have watched your games, and you are a formidable team. Today, I believe you will showcase your talents." Bird's encouragement uplifted the spirits of the Nets players tremendously. After conversing with Bird, Lillard expressed, "Receiving encouragement from a legend like Bird is a tremendous honor for us. We will give our all and not disappoint his expectations." As the opening whistle sounded, the Celtics initiated the game. Tatum dribbled past half court and executed a brilliant pick and roll with Jaylen Brown. Utilizing Brown's screen, Tatum made a sharp change of direction, eluding Lillard's defense, and surged towards the paint. Elevated under the defense of Jack Thompson, he completed a powerful layup, scoring the first 2 points for the Celtics. Upon landing, Tatum exuberantly high-fived Brown, and the cheers from the Celtics fans reached a crescendo. On the Nets' offensive play, Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, scanning the court for opportunities. Spotting Alex Chen open on the perimeter, he delivered a pass. Alex received the ball and, with conviction, launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net and leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard rushed over to celebrate with Alex, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex, keep it up." As the game progressed, the Celtics continued to leverage their team dynamics. Tatum excelled in both scoring and playmaking, consistently posing a significant threat to the Nets' defense. Jaylen Brown's penetrating drives and defensive intensity further hampered the Nets' offensive efforts. Smart's active defense and timely three-pointers provided the Celtics with stable support. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Jack Thompson worked diligently to maintain the score. Lillard's three-point shooting and aggressive drives remained sharp as he relentlessly challenged the Celtics' defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson aggressively contested rebounds inside while leveraging his speed and agility to pose a threat to the Celtics' interior defense. Alex Chen also sought to find his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in hopes of contributing to the team's efforts. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Boston Celtics head coach, Joe Mazzulla, called for a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Damian Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a more aggressive double-team and zone defense in an attempt to thoroughly stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Concurrently, they continued to enhance the fluidity of their team offense, perpetually seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under the weight of this formidable defensive pressure, the Nets found themselves struggling offensively, with an increase in turnovers, resulting in the Celtics establishing a lead of up to 15 points. Observing this predicament, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He reassured his players, urging them to remain composed and steadfast. He acknowledged that their defense and offense had indeed posed significant challenges, yet he encouraged them to trust in their tactics. He emphasized the importance of improving communication and rotations on defense while minimizing errors. On offense, he reminded them to adhere to the rhythm established in practice and not to allow the Celtics' defense to disrupt their flow. To the rookies, he advised them not to fear making mistakes and to continue playing boldly. Lillard was instructed to take on a more prominent role in orchestrating the offense, while Jack was encouraged to be more aggressive in the paint. Upon resuming play after the timeout, the Nets returned to the court with renewed vigor. Following the coach's directives, they intensified their defensive efforts, with players communicating more effectively and executing rotations with greater timeliness. On the offensive end, they exhibited patience in ball movement, diligently searching for optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his driving ability to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's tempo, showcasing impressive performances in both offensive plays and rebounding. As the second half unfolded, the tension of the match escalated. During a fierce contest for a rebound in the paint, Jack Thompson collided with a Celtics player. The referee swiftly intervened, separating the players and issuing warnings to both sides. This confrontation heightened the atmosphere on the court, with emotions running high among the players. Coaches Nash and Mazzulla stood at the sidelines, calming their respective teams and reminding them to maintain their composure and focus on the game. As the game progressed, the score fluctuated back and forth. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Celtics led the Nets by a score of 95-90. During this pivotal moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Lillard dribbling past half-court and passing the ball to Jack Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Jack penetrated the defense, drawing the attention of the Celtics defenders. In a swift motion, he passed the ball to Alex Chun on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Alex decisively launched a three-point shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. Subsequently, the Celtics took to the offense, with Jaylen Brown driving towards the basket, resulting in a foul committed by Jack Thompson. Jaylen approached the free throw line and converted one of his 2 attempts, extending the Celtics' lead to 96-93. With just 3 minutes remaining in the game, the Nets regained possession of the ball. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, keenly observing the dynamics on the court. Noticing Jack Thompson positioned under the basket, he swiftly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Jack Thompson leaped high into the air, successfully scoring while also drawing a foul from the opponent. With a successful free throw, Thompson brought the Nets level at 96-96. In the closing moments, the Celtics initiated their offense. Tatum, with the ball, attempted to drive for a layup. However, Lillard quickly rotated to provide defensive support, leaping to effectively disrupt Tatum's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Jack Thompson seized the rebound. The Nets rapidly transitioned into counterattack. Lillard advanced past half-court, surveying the scene for the optimal offensive opportunity. At that moment, he recalled Bird's pre-game encouragement, igniting a fierce determination within him. "We must secure this victory," Lillard silently resolved. He exploited his drive to attract the defense, then passed to the unguarded Alex Chun. Upon receiving the ball, Alex Chun soared into the air and launched a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, swishing cleanly through the net, propelling the Nets ahead at 99-96. In a final attempt, the Celtics surged forward once more. Smart drove towards the basket, aiming for a layup. Yet, Jack Thompson rapidly closed in, leaping to successfully block Smart's shot. Subsequently, Lillard secured the rebound. And as the final whistle blew, the Nets triumphed narrowly over the Celtics with a score of 99-96. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with palpable excitement. Despite uncertainties surrounding Harden's participation, their indomitable spirit, exemplary teamwork, and tactical adjustments in the face of adversity enabled them to secure a hard-fought victory against the formidable Boston Celtics on their home turf. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chun emerged as pivotal figures. Their stellar performances and decisive plays at critical moments led the team to triumph. Coach Nash, observing his elated players, wore a satisfied smile, recognizing that the victory not only signified a win but also showcased the team's remarkable cohesion and unwavering resilience, instilling robust confidence as they pursue the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory serves as the finest response to those who doubted us. We have proven our worth through our performance, and we shall maintain this momentum as we strive towards our championship goal." Chapter 61. The grueling challenge in Sacramento. On the courts of Boston, the Brooklyn Nets, fueled by their tenacity and harmonious synergy, successfully overturned the odds to defeat the powerful Boston Celtics. Their winning streak surged like a roaring tide, creating a significant stir throughout the NBA. Each victory marked yet another resplendent milestone on their illustrious path towards championship glory. However, every member of the team is acutely aware that this radiant journey is fraught with challenges. The road ahead remains beset with thorns, and numerous trials await their conquest. Now, they are poised to venture into Sacramento, ready to face a fierce confrontation with the Sacramento Kings, a match that undoubtedly represents yet another substantial challenge on their journey. The Kings are renowned within the league for their vigorous fast-break tactics and precise three-point shooting. The team's linchpin, De'Aaron Fox, possesses a speed akin to a tempest, a flash of lightning slicing through the night sky. Once he ignites, he is nearly impossible to halt. His lightning-fast breakthroughs and swift transitions often disrupt the meticulously orchestrated defensive rhythms of opponents, leaving them vulnerable. Domantas Sabonis stands as an impenetrable bastion in the paint, offering steadfast support for the Kings' offense with his exceptional playmaking abilities and formidable rebounding prowess, while also erecting a robust defensive line that complicates opponents' interior attacks. Malik Monk serves as the team's lethal weapon from the perimeter. His three-point shots are akin to bombs ready to detonate, consistently providing explosive scoring that shifts the momentum in crucial moments. The Kings' home venue, Golden One Center, has always been their unyielding fortress, where fervent fans gather to create an electrifying and passionate atmosphere, an immense home court advantage that poses a formidable challenge to every visiting team. Before the match, a subtle discord emerged within the Brooklyn Nets. The rookie, Alex Chun, displayed a lackluster performance during practice, committing a series of errors that drew criticism from some of his teammates. Confronted by their doubts, Alex felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and frustration. His confidence was severely shaken, leading him to question his abilities and even lose faith in the forthcoming game. Damian Lillard, perceptive to the shifting tides of Alex's emotions, took it upon himself to reach out to the young teammate. With heartfelt sincerity, he remarked, "Do not be disheartened. In the realm of basketball, everyone experiences moments of inadequacy, and this is merely a fleeting phase. Reflect on your previous games. There have been numerous highlights that attest to your talent. We are a closely knit team, and we will always support you from behind. Believe in yourself. You are capable of greatness." Encouraged by Lillard's words, Alex gradually regained his composure, a renewed spark of determination igniting in his gaze. He resolutely vowed to prove his worth in the upcoming game. Simultaneously, this highly anticipated match garnered considerable attention beyond the court. The immense interest in the event led to a surge in ticket sales, prompting scalpers to exploit the situation by reselling tickets at exorbitant prices. Many devoted fans expressed their dissatisfaction and grievances online due to their inability to purchase tickets at the original price. This phenomenon not only marred the viewing experience for fans but also cast a shadow over what was meant to be an eagerly awaited event. The NBA took this matter seriously, swiftly implementing a series of stringent measures to combat scalping, aiming to ensure that fans could purchase tickets fairly and smoothly, thereby maintaining the integrity and order of the event. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Sacramento. As they stepped into the Golden One Center, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them, akin to being immersed in a surging sea of purple. The Kings fans, adorned in coordinated purple jerseys, waved flags that symbolized the glory of their team, their cheers and chants intertwining to create a deafening roar that seemed poised to lift the entire arena. Despite the immense pressure from the home crowd, the Nets players displayed only determination and fearlessness in their eyes as they confidently strode onto the court, their presence seemingly proclaiming that no matter the challenges ahead, they would forge ahead unflinchingly. With the sharp sound of the opening whistle, the game commenced. The Kings initiated the first possession, and Fox darted across the half-court like an arrow, engaging in a concise yet effective pick-and-roll with Sabonis. Skillfully leveraging Sabonis' screen, Fox executed a rapid change of direction, effortlessly eluding Lillard's defense. He then surged toward the basket like a cheetah, leaping high to execute a magnificent floater that gracefully arced through the air, securing the first 2 points for the Kings. Upon landing, Fox jubilantly high-fived his teammates, and the cheers from the Kings supporters reached a crescendo, enveloping the entire arena in a euphoric atmosphere. As the Nets took their turn on offense, Lillard brought the ball to the arc, his gaze sharp as he swiftly assessed the unfolding situation in search of the optimal scoring opportunity. Spotting Jack Thompson successfully positioning himself in the paint, Lillard wasted no time in delivering a precise pass. Upon receiving the ball, Jack capitalized on his physical advantage, driving hard against Sabonis and drawing a foul. He then approached the free throw line, and although slightly tense, he calmly sank the first shot, earning a valuable point for the Nets. In the ensuing moments, the Kings exploited their fast break advantage to great effect. Fox, like a whirlwind on offense, displayed such speed and agility that the Nets defenders found themselves scrambling, revealing numerous gaps in their defense. Sabonis' support and rebounding prowess in the paint facilitated a fluid offensive flow for the Kings, akin to a well-oiled machine. Monk, too, was on fire from beyond the arc, his three-pointers striking like projectiles, intensifying the pressure on the Nets' defense and gradually widening the scoring gap. Conversely, the Nets relied heavily on Lillard and Jack Thompson to keep pace. Lillard's three-point shooting and incisive drives remained remarkably sharp, akin to a finely honed dagger as he relentlessly attacked the Kings' defense, creating numerous prime scoring opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson aggressively pursued rebounds in the paint while posing a considerable threat with his speed and agility. However, a cause for concern arose as Alex Chen struggled to find his rhythm in the early stages of the game, missing several attempts and suffering a blow to his confidence, leading to a further decline in his spirits. As the match progressed into the second quarter, Coach Mike Brown of the Kings decisively called for a timeout, meticulously devising a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a combination of zone defense and double teaming in an effort to completely stifle the Nets' offensive maneuvers. Concurrently, they accelerated the pace of their fast breaks, relentlessly seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense, launching one vigorous assault after another. Under the Kings' formidable offensive pressure, the Nets found themselves in dire straits, plagued by frequent turnovers, and the score gap widened, with the Kings leading by as much as 18 points at one point. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. With a calm demeanor, he addressed his players with unwavering conviction. Do not panic. Maintain your composure. The Kings' defense and fast breaks have indeed posed significant challenges, but we must have faith in our tactical framework. Enhance communication and rotation on defense, and minimize mistakes. On offense, adhere strictly to our practiced rhythm, and do not let their defense disrupt our flow. Alex, shed any psychological burdens and play boldly. We all believe in your capabilities. Upon resuming the game, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team quickly fortified their defensive intensity, enhancing communication among players, resulting in more timely and efficient defensive rotations. On the offensive front, they exhibited greater patience in ball movement, seeking optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetration to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's rhythm, demonstrating remarkable performance in both interior offense and rebounding, helping the team stabilize the situation. Just as the match reached a critical juncture, a commotion erupted in the stands. Two fans had engaged in a heated argument over seating arrangements, instantly heightening the tension in the arena. Security personnel swiftly intervened, attempting to quell the conflict. The game was interrupted for several minutes due to this unforeseen circumstance, which affected the rhythm of both teams and rendered the on-court situation increasingly enigmatic. In the second half, the game resumed. The Kings continued to amplify their defensive efforts, imposing unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard drove with the ball, only to be tightly ensnared by three defenders from the Kings. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the alert Monk intercepted the ball. Following the steal, Monk quickly initiated a fast break, dribbling at breakneck speed. Upon crossing half-court and confronting the Nets' defense, he leaped high, adjusting his form midair before sinking a long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 20 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, his gaze resolutely fixed on each player as he encouraged, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must trust in our abilities and our strategic arrangements. On defense, we need to tighten our grip on Fox, Sabonis, and Monk, severing their connections. On offense, maintain patience and seize every opportunity. We are a united team, and as long as we stand together, no challenge is insurmountable. We shall certainly turn the tide in our favor." Lillard rose to his feet and proclaimed emphatically, "Brothers, we cannot surrender like this. We must secure victory in this game." Everyone summoned their utmost strength, placing their trust in one another. We are capable of achieving greatness. Inspired by Lillard's fervor, his teammates rallied, their spirits soaring, and a renewed determination ignited in their eyes. Under the execution of a new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly improved, successfully stifling the offensive efforts of Fox, Sabonis, and Monk, severing their connections. On the offensive end, the synergy among Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chen flourished. Lillard utilized his penetrating drives to draw defenders, creating open shooting opportunities for Thompson and Chen. Klay Thompson gradually found his rhythm in the paint, contributing vital points and securing rebounds that bolstered the team's pursuit of victory. As the match entered its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With merely 5 minutes remaining, the Kings led the Nets by 10 points, 105-95. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Lillard dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Klay Thompson, utilizing his speed and agility. Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the Kings' defenders into a double team. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chen on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Chen recalled Lillard's earlier encouragement, took a deep breath to calm his nerves, and decisively launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net, reducing the deficit to 7 points. Subsequently, the Kings mounted an offense, with Fox driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Klay Thompson. Fox stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, bringing the score to 106-98 in favor of the Kings. With 3 minutes left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court, and noticing Thompson was open under the basket. He quickly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Thompson leapt high, scoring while also drawing a foul from the opponent. Converting the subsequent free throw, the Nets narrowed the score to 101-106, trailing by just 5 points. In the final moments, the Kings launched an attack. Sabonis received the ball in the paint, attempting to overpower Thompson. However, Thompson swiftly positioned himself defensively, utilizing his exceptional defensive instincts and agility to successfully contest Sabonis' shot, which bounced off the rim. Lillard, quick to react, secured the rebound. The Nets promptly counterattacked. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed to an unguarded Alex Chun. As Chun received the ball, he thought to himself, "This is my moment to prove myself. I must not betray their trust." He leapt high and unleashed another extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared, tracing a dazzling arc before swishing through the net, bringing the score to 104-106, now just a mere 2 points behind. With merely 10 seconds remaining in the contest, the Kings initiated their offensive play. Monk, possessing the ball, endeavored to penetrate the defense and execute a layup. However, Alex Chun swiftly arrived to provide support, soaring into the air with outstretched arms, successfully disrupting Monk's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard seized the rebound. In a flurry of motion, he dribbled past half-court, and as the clock ticked down to the final 3 seconds, Lillard leapt high, launching an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, eliciting a collective gasp from the audience, all eyes fixated on its trajectory. Time seemed to suspend in that fleeting moment, as everyone awaited the verdict of fate. Ultimately, the ball swished through the net, and the Nets accomplished a breathtaking comeback, triumphing over the Kings with a score of 107-106. At the moment the game concluded, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another in a heartfelt display of joy and exhilaration. Despite uncertainties surrounding Harden's participation, minor disturbances within the team, and various unforeseen challenges during the match, they triumphed over the formidable Kings through relentless determination, exceptional teamwork, and strategic adjustments in the face of adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chun emerged as the heroes of the game, their remarkable performances and pivotal contributions ensuring the team's victory. Coach Nash observed the elated players, a content smile gracing his face. He understood that this victory was not merely about winning, but also showcased the team's formidable cohesion and indomitable spirit, instilling them with immense confidence for their pursuit of the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-game interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory was hard-earned. We faced numerous difficulties and setbacks throughout the game, yet we never lost hope. This embodies our team's spirit, no matter the challenges we encounter. We stand united and forge ahead. We will carry this spirit forward as we strive wholeheartedly towards our championship aspirations." Chapter 62. A new challenge in Indiana. Having achieved an incredible comeback against the Kings in Sacramento, the Brooklyn Nets' winning streak has gained remarkable momentum, capturing the attention of the entire league. Each victory draws them closer to their championship dream. However, every member of the team is acutely aware that behind the glory lies an endless array of challenges, with new trials quietly approaching. This time, they will journey to Indiana to face the Pacers, led by Tyrese Halliburton, Miles Turner, and Buddy Hield. The Pacers are renowned for their balanced roster and exceptional team synergy. Halliburton, as the team's core guard, possesses elite organizational skills and a keen court vision, consistently identifying optimal offensive opportunities and delivering the ball with precision to his teammates. Turner excels in the paint, showcasing remarkable shot-blocking abilities and offensive prowess, with his blocks and mid-range shooting often pivotal in altering the course of crucial moments in games. Hield serves as the external firepower for the team, boasting an impressive three-point shooting percentage. When he finds his rhythm, he can unleash a torrential downpour of three-pointers, leaving opponents helpless. Furthermore, the Pacers' home arena, Gainbridge Fieldhouse, has always been a steadfast stronghold, with fervent fans producing deafening roars to rally their team. undoubtedly placing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Before the match, the team sponsor unexpectedly issued a request for the players to don newly designed uniforms for the game. This demand disrupted the team's rhythm, as the players were still acclimating to the comfort and performance of the new gear, leading to minor issues during training. After practice, Lillard remarked that adapting to the new uniforms indeed requires some time, which may impact our performance in the game. However, we will make the necessary adjustments swiftly and will not allow this to serve as an excuse for a potential loss. Meanwhile, local media in Indiana extensively covered the upcoming match, expressing a prevailing optimism that the Pacers would triumph over the Nets on their home court. This external pressure fueled the Nets players' determination. They were eager to defy the media's predictions through their prowess on the court. Coach Nash emphasized during the pre-game tactical meeting the importance of not being swayed by external opinions, urging the team to focus solely on the game itself. The Pacers are a formidable team whose synergy and defensive capabilities should not be underestimated. We must bolster our defensive efforts to restrict their plays, particularly targeting Halliburton's passing routes and Turner's interior attacks. Offensively, we must leverage our speed and teamwork to establish our rhythm. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Indiana. As they entered the Gainbridge Fieldhouse, the atmosphere was as fervent as a blazing inferno, with Pacers fans donning blue jerseys, waving banners, and their cheers resonating like thunder. The Nets players stepped onto the court, acutely aware of the immense pressure from the home crowd. Yet their eyes gleamed with determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, undaunted by any challenge. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Pacers initiated the game. Halliburton dribbled across half-court, executing a masterful pick-and-roll with Turner. Utilizing Turner's screen, Halliburton deftly maneuvered past Lillard's defense and swiftly passed the ball to the cutting Turner. Upon receiving the pass, Turner soared high, delivering a powerful dunk over Jack Thompson, scoring the first 2 points for the Pacers. As he landed, he exuberantly high-fived his teammates, the cheers from the Pacers fans reaching a fever pitch. The Nets launched their offense, with Lillard advancing to the arc, surveying the court for an opportunity. Spotting Alex Chen unmarked on the perimeter, he delivered the ball. Alex, seizing the moment, unleashed a decisive three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard rushed over to share a celebratory high-five with Alex, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex, keep it up." As the game progressed, the Pacers continued to leverage their team synergy, with Halliburton excelling in orchestrating plays, his passes consistently finding open teammates. Turner's defensive prowess and offensive capabilities began to manifest, his blocks and mid-range shots significantly hampering the Nets' attacks. Hield also frequently found success from beyond the arc, applying substantial pressure to the Nets' defense. On the other side, Lillard and Jack Thompson endeavored to maintain their competitive edge. Lillard's three-point shooting and incisive drives remained formidable, relentlessly challenging the Pacers' defensive line and creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson actively contested rebounds in the paint while leveraging his speed and agility to pose a threat to the Pacers' interior defense. Meanwhile, Alex Chen was diligently seeking his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter to contribute to his team's efforts. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Indiana Pacers head coach, Rick Carlisle, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Damian Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an effort to curtail the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they sought to enhance the fluidity of their own team offense, persistently searching for vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under these circumstances, the Nets' offense became beleaguered, leading to an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Pacers at one point holding a 15-point lead over the Nets. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He reassured his players, urging them not to panic and to maintain their composure. While their defensive strategies had indeed posed significant challenges, he emphasized the importance of trusting their own tactics. He called for enhanced communication and rotation on defense while reducing errors. On offense, he instructed them to adhere to the rhythm established in practice and not to be disrupted by the opposing defense. He encouraged the rookies to play boldly without fear of making mistakes. Lillard was tasked with orchestrating the offense and setting the pace, while Jack was urged to be more aggressive in the paint. Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court with renewed vigor. In accordance with the coach's directives, they bolstered their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and rotating defensively with greater timeliness. On offense, they exhibited patience and ball movement, diligently seeking optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard leveraged his ability to penetrate, drawing defenders and creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's tempo, delivering commendable performances in both offensive plays and rebounding. As the second half unfolded, the tension in the game escalated. During a fierce confrontation, Lillard drove to the basket but was tripped by a Pacers defender. The referee quickly blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul against the Pacers. However, the Pacers players expressed their discontent with the call, contending that Lillard had flopped. After a brief review, the officials upheld the original decision, prompting a chorus of boos from the Pacers fans and heightening the atmosphere of tension in the arena. Lillard approached the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots to narrow the deficit by 2 points. At that moment, he thought, "This is a critical call. We must seize the opportunity to close the gap." As the game progressed, the score oscillated between the two teams. With 3 minutes remaining, the Pacers led the Nets 98-95. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Lillard dribbled across half-court before passing to Jack Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Jack penetrated the interior, attracting the Pacers defenders for a double team. He swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter, where Alex Chen awaited. Upon receiving the pass, Alex decisively launched a three-point shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding nothing but net, thereby equalizing the score. The Pacers responded with an offensive attempt as Haliburton drove to the basket, seeking to score. Yet, Lillard swiftly closed in, leaping high to successfully contest Haliburton's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim as Jack Thompson seized the rebound. The Nets swiftly initiated a counterattack. Lillard dribbled past half-court, keenly assessing the dynamics on the court in search of the optimal offensive opportunity. At that moment, he caught sight of the team owner seated on the sidelines, a surge of fierce determination igniting within him. "I shall secure victory for the team," Lillard mused inwardly. He employed his drive to draw defenders in, then passed the ball to the unguarded Alex Chen. Upon receiving the pass, Alex Chen leapt high into the air, executing a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air before swishing through the net, propelling the Nets ahead with a score of 101-98. In the final moments, the Pacers launched their offensive, heeled, with the ball, attempted to penetrate for a layup. However, Jack Thompson swiftly rotated over, leaping high to successfully block Hield's shot. Subsequently, Lillard secured the rebound as the game clock expired, and the Nets narrowly triumphed over the Pacers with a final score of 101-98. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets rejoiced, embracing one another with palpable excitement. Amid uncertainty regarding Harden's participation, the challenges of adapting to new equipment, and the weight of external scrutiny, they triumphed over the formidable Indiana Pacers through unwavering determination, exceptional teamwork, and a tactical adaptability in the face of adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and clutch plays securing the victory for the team. Coach Nash, observing the exhilaration of his players, wore a satisfied smile, recognizing that this win not only represented a triumph but also showcased the team's formidable cohesion and indomitable spirit, instilling them with great confidence for their quest towards the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-game interview, Lillard remarked on the significance of the victory, stating that they had overcome numerous obstacles, responding to external doubts with their prowess and vowing to maintain this momentum as they pursue their championship aspirations. Chapter 63. The turbulent waters of New Orleans. At the Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indiana, the Brooklyn Nets, driven by tenacity and remarkable teamwork, narrowly defeated the Pacers, their winning streak shining like brilliant stars in the sky of the league. Each victory added a luminous stone to their path toward championship glory. Yet every member of the team understood that behind this honor lay endless challenges. A new journey had commenced, fraught with uncertainty. Their next destination was New Orleans, where they would face the Pelicans, led by Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, and C.J. McCollum. The Pelicans boasted a strikingly impactful roster. Williamson's formidable physical prowess and dominance in the paint rendered him an unstoppable force, each drive and dunk sending tremors through the opponent's defense. Ingram, with his diverse offensive skills, often unlocked crucial moments with his mid-range shooting and ability to penetrate, while McCollum provided a steady scoring presence from the perimeter, his three-point shooting and clutch performances consistently aiding the team. The Smoothie King Center, the Pelicans' home ground, stood as a robust fortress where fervent fans would rally with thunderous cheers, igniting an atmosphere that could set the entire arena ablaze. undoubtedly placing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. On the eve of the competition, a mysterious guest graced the training grounds of the Brooklyn Nets. He was none other than the legendary center Hakeem Olajuwon, whose arrival invigorated the entire team. Olajuwon shared with the players his wealth of experiences and anecdotes from his illustrious career, particularly emphasizing the importance of maintaining composure and focus when faced with formidable opponents. He provided specific guidance to Jack Thompson regarding footwork and defensive techniques in the paint, advising him to harness his body and footwork rather than relying solely on strength, urging him to be as fluid as water and to identify the vulnerabilities of his adversaries. Olajuwon's words deeply inspired Jack Thompson, who quietly resolved to apply the lessons learned in the forthcoming match. Meanwhile, the broadcasting network announced the implementation of cutting-edge high-definition camera technology, striving to present a more captivating viewing experience for the audience. However, during pre-match testing, this new technology encountered minor malfunctions. Although technicians were engaged in urgent repairs, both teams remained somewhat apprehensive, fearing that this might disrupt the normal course of the game. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in New Orleans. As they stepped into the Smoothie King Center, the atmosphere was fervent, akin to a blazing inferno. Pelicans fans, donned in their black and gold attire, waved their banners, and the cacophony of cheers and chants resonated throughout the arena. As the Nets players took to the court, they felt the immense pressure emanating from the home crowd. However, their eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that they would press forward, undeterred by any challenge. With the opening whistle, the Pelicans initiated the play. Williamson, like a rampaging bull, received the ball and barreled into the paint. Utilizing his robust physique and remarkable explosiveness, he leapt over Jack Thompson's defense, executing a thunderous dunk that secured the first 2 points for the Pelicans. Upon landing, Williamson joyfully pounded his chest, and the cheers from Pelicans fans reached a fever pitch. As the Nets mounted their offense, Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for opportunities to strike. Spotting Alex Chun in an open position beyond the arc, he swiftly passed the ball. Alex, seizing the moment, confidently shot a three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, swishing through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard rushed over to high-five Alex, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex. Keep it up." In the ensuing play, the Pelicans maintained their offensive advantage, with Williamson's dominance in the paint leaving the Nets' defense in disarray. Ingram's offensive prowess began to shine, as his mid-range shots and drives exploited gaps in the Nets' defense. McCollum's consistent three-pointers further exacerbated the pressure on the Nets' defense. On the Nets side, Lillard and Jack Thompson strived to keep the score close. Lillard's three-point shooting and driving remained sharp, repeatedly challenging the Pelicans' defense and creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson aggressively pursued rebounds in the paint, employing techniques imparted by Olajuwon, posing a significant threat to the Pelicans' interior defense. Alex Chin was also diligently seeking his rhythm, actively shooting from the perimeter in an effort to contribute to the team's cause. As the match entered the second quarter, Pelicans head coach Willie Green called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to curtail the Nets' offensive maneuvers. Simultaneously, they continued to enhance the fluidity of their own offense, persistently seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense faltered, leading to an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Pelicans at one point leading by as much as 18 points. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He advised his players not to panic, urging them to maintain their composure. He acknowledged the challenges posed by the opponent's defense and offense, but implored them to trust in their tactical approach. He emphasized the need for improved communication and rotation on defense while minimizing errors. On offense, he instructed them to adhere to the rhythm established in training, resisting disruption from the opposing defense. Rookies, do not fear mistakes. Continue to play boldly. Lillard, take the initiative to orchestrate the offense. Jack, be more aggressive in the paint, utilizing the footwork techniques taught by Olajuwon. Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. In accordance with the coach's directives, they amplified their defensive intensity, fostering closer communication among players and ensuring timely defensive rotations. On the offensive end, they exhibited greater patience and ball movement, seeking optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard leveraged his ability to penetrate the defense, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's tempo, showcasing exceptional prowess in interior scoring and rebounding, skillfully employing the footwork techniques imparted by Elijah to score multiple times. As the second half unfolded, the tension escalated. Just as the game approached a critical juncture, the high-definition cameras malfunctioned, causing a brief interruption with stuttering and blurriness in the broadcast. The referees had no choice but to pause the game while technicians addressed the issue. This unforeseen circumstance affected the rhythm of both teams, creating a subtly altered atmosphere on the court. After a few minutes of repairs, the game resumed. The Pelicans continued to bolster their defense, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard attempted to penetrate, but was met with a tight triple team from the Pelicans. He sought to pass to a teammate, yet the ball was intercepted by Ingram. Ingram quickly initiated a counterattack, dribbling past half-court, and facing the Nets' defense, he leapt high to score an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, extending the score gap to 20 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, looking into the eyes of his players and encouraging them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our strengths and our strategy. On defense, we need to tighten our grip on Williamson, Ingram, and McCollum, severing their connections. On offense, we must maintain patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite in purpose, we can surely turn the tide." Lillard stood up and declared loudly, "Brothers, we cannot give up like this. We must win this game." Everyone has unleashed their full potential, placing unwavering trust in their teammates. In response, the team rallied together, their spirits soaring. Under the execution of a new strategy, the Brooklyn Nets significantly elevated their defensive intensity, successfully restraining the offensive efforts of Williamson, Ingram, and McCollum. On the offensive end, the synergy among Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chin became increasingly harmonious. Lillard, with his penetrating drives, attracted defensive attention, creating open shooting opportunities for Thompson and Chin. Thompson gradually regained his touch in the paint, with his scoring and rebounding providing crucial support in the team's pursuit of points. As the match entered its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Pelicans held a 10-point lead over the Nets, 105-95. At this moment, the Nets initiated an offensive play. Lillard dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Jack Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Jack Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the Pelicans defenders. He swiftly relayed the ball to Alex Chin positioned beyond the arc. Upon receiving the pass, Alex Chin decisively took a shot, launching a spectacular long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding nothing but net, thereby narrowing the score gap to 7 points. Subsequently, the Pelicans took their turn on offense. McCollum drove towards the basket and drew a foul from Jack Thompson. McCollum stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, bringing the score to 106-98 in favor of the Pelicans. With 3 minutes left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Noticing Jack Thompson unmarked under the basket, he quickly passed the ball. Jack Thompson received the pass, leaped high, and scored while also drawing a foul from his opponent. After making the subsequent free throw, the Nets closed the gap to 101-106, trailing by only 5 points. In the final moments, the Pelicans launched an offensive attack, with Williamson receiving the ball in the paint, attempting to overpower Jack Thompson. However, Jack Thompson swiftly positioned himself to defend, successfully disrupting Williamson's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard seized the rebound. The Nets quickly counterattacked. Lillard dribbled past the half-court line and passed to the unguarded Alex Chin. With determination coursing through him, Alex Chin thought, "This is the pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity." He soared into the air and unleashed a long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced magnificently through the air, swishing through the net, bringing the Nets to within 2 points at 104-106. With merely 10 seconds remaining in the contest, the Pelicans initiated their offensive play. Ingram, clutching the ball, made a daring drive towards the basket, aiming for a layup. However, Alex Chin swiftly arrived to provide defensive support, leaping high to successfully disrupt Ingram's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard seized the opportunity to grab the rebound. In a flash, he dribbled across half-court. And with just 3 seconds left on the clock, Lillard soared into the air, launching an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air, as the audience collectively held their breath, captivated by its trajectory. Ultimately, the basketball swished through the net, completing a breathtaking turnaround for the Nets, who triumphed over the Pelicans with a score of 107-106. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another in an expression of their exhilaration. Faced with uncertainty surrounding Harden's participation, technical malfunctions of new camera technology, and a formidable opponent, they triumphed over the powerful Pelicans through sheer tenacity, exceptional teamwork, and a tactical adaptability that shone through adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chun emerged as pivotal figures for the team, their remarkable performances and critical contributions during crucial moments securing the victory. Coach Nash observed the elated players with a smile of satisfaction, fully aware that the team had achieved not merely a win, but had also demonstrated a profound sense of unity and an indomitable spirit, instilling a robust confidence as they set their sights on the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard stated, "This victory is a testament to our collective effort. We did not falter in the face of difficulties, but rather grew more unified. We shall maintain this momentum, striving wholeheartedly towards our championship aspirations." Chapter 64. The pinnacle showdown in Denver at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans. The Nets executed a stunning comeback, defeating the Pelicans and solidifying their winning streak, creating a whirlwind within the league. Each victory brought them a step closer to the coveted championship trophy. However, every team member understood that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, with new adversaries awaiting their conquest. Their next destination is Denver, where they will face the Denver Nuggets. Led by Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Michael Porter Jr., the Nuggets are renowned for their distinctive team offense and formidable interior strength. Jokic, as the team's linchpin, boasts an exceptional passing vision and comprehensive offensive skills, often delivering astonishing performances that propel the Nuggets' offense with finesse. Murray serves as the backcourt engine, his scoring ability and poise in critical moments rendering him a vital offensive asset. Meanwhile, Michael Porter Jr. is a sharp weapon from the perimeter, with his three-point shooting and remarkable athleticism posing a significant threat on the offensive end. The Nuggets' home ground, the Ball Arena, has long been their impregnable fortress, where passionate home fans raise thunderous cheers to rally the team, creating an atmosphere so vibrant it seems to ignite the entire arena, undoubtedly imposing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Prior to the match, the team encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Alex Chun, while en route to the arena, inadvertently twisted his ankle. Although the team physician provided immediate care, his condition remained a cause for concern. Upon learning of this, Lillard promptly sought out Alex, offering words of encouragement. "Do not worry. We all believe in you. Regardless of your condition, you are an indispensable member of our team. If it comes to it, we shall bear the burden together." Simultaneously, the training schedule was thrown into disarray due to a last-minute venue change, which disrupted the players' preparation rhythm. Meanwhile, local media in Denver extensively covered the upcoming match, expressing a prevailing optimism that the Nuggets would end the Nets' winning streak on home turf. This external pressure fueled the Nets players' determination. They yearned to prove the media's predictions wrong through sheer performance. Coach Nash, during the tactical meeting before the game, emphasized, "We need not heed the external noise. Our focus must remain on the game itself. The Nuggets are a formidable team. Their collective offense and interior strength should not be underestimated. We must enhance our defensive strategies to limit their effectiveness, particularly concerning Jokic's passing and inside scoring. Offensively, we must leverage our speed and team advantages to establish our rhythm." On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Denver. As they entered the Ball Arena, the atmosphere was as fervent as a raging inferno. With Nuggets fans donned in blue jerseys, waving flags, their cheers and chants resonating like thunder, the players of the Nets stepped onto the court, feeling the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, unafraid of any challenge. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Nuggets initiated the game. Upon receiving the ball, Jokic, with his exceptional passing vision, swiftly delivered it to Murray, who cut into the paint. Murray, after receiving the pass, executed a sudden change of direction, evading Lillard's defense, then leaped high to complete a splendid floater, securing the first 2 points for the Nuggets. As Murray landed, he exuberantly high-fived Jokic, and the cheers from the Nuggets fans surged to a crescendo. As the Nets commenced their offensive play, Lillard dribbled to the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Spotting Jack Thompson positioning himself in the paint, he passed the ball. After receiving it, Jack utilized the footwork techniques imparted by Olajuwon to aggressively challenge Jokic, drawing a foul. Jack approached the free throw line, sinking one of 2 attempts, thus marking the Nets' first point. Throughout the ensuing match, the Nuggets continued to exploit their team offensive prowess. Jokic excelled both in scoring and playmaking, his passes consistently finding teammates in open positions. Murray's scoring ability began to shine through, as his drives and three-pointers left the Nets' defense scrambling. Meanwhile, Michael Porter Jr. frequently connected from beyond the arc, placing considerable pressure on Brooklyn's defensive setup. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Jack Thompson diligently worked to keep the score competitive. Lillard's three-point shots and drives remained incisive, as he relentlessly attacked the Nuggets' defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson actively fought for rebounds in the paint and, leveraging the techniques learned from Olajuwon, posed a significant threat to the Nuggets' interior defense. Despite Alex Chin's ankle injury hindering his performance, he persistently sought opportunities on the court, striving to contribute to his team's efforts. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Denver Nuggets head coach, Michael Malone, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Damian Lillard and Klay Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an effort to stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they continued to enhance the fluidity of their team offense, persistently searching for vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense became ensnared in difficulties, leading to an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Nuggets at one point holding a 20-point lead over the Nets. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He encouraged his players, saying, "Let us remain composed and steady. Their defense and offense are indeed presenting us with significant challenges, but we must trust our tactics. Let us enhance our defensive communication and rotations and minimize our mistakes. Offensively, let us adhere to the rhythm we practiced and not allow their defense to disrupt us. Alex, if you feel unwell, please speak up, and we will make adjustments. Damian, you need to facilitate and elevate the offensive tempo for everyone. Klay, be more aggressive inside." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team bolstered their defensive intensity, with players communicating more closely and their rotations becoming more timely. Offensively, they exhibited greater patience in ball movement, seeking the optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetrating ability to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Klay Thompson gradually acclimated to the rhythm of the game, showcasing remarkable performance in both interior offense and rebounding. In the second half, the tension of the game escalated. As the match approached a critical juncture, the Nuggets' home fans initiated a peculiar form of distraction. Through rhythmic chants and noise-making, they sought to disrupt the Nets' players' tempo. This indeed posed a considerable challenge for the Nets, as their players felt the impact on both offense and defense. However, the Nets did not succumb to this disturbance. Lillard rallied his teammates during a timeout, stating, "They wish to disrupt us, but we shall not allow them to succeed. Let us focus on our game, execute our tactics, and treat their noise as mere background sound." Inspired by Lillard's words, the Nets players regained their composure. In one offensive play, Lillard drove to the basket, attracting the attention of three Nuggets defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Klay Thompson on the perimeter. Klay, upon receiving the pass, decisively launched a three-point shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, bringing the Nets 3 points closer. As the game continued, the point differential gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Nuggets led the Nets by 108-100. At this moment, the Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing to Klay Thompson. Klay, utilizing his speed and agility, penetrated into the paint, drawing the attention of Nuggets defenders in a double team. He quickly passed the ball to Alex Chun on the perimeter. Despite the pain in his ankle, Alex Chun summoned his courage and decisively launched a deep three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, narrowing the score gap to a mere 5 points. Subsequently, the Nuggets initiated their offensive play, with Murray driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Klay Thompson. Murray stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, leaving the Nuggets with a 109-103 lead. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets gained possession of the ball. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Noticing Klay Thompson open beneath the basket, he swiftly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Thompson leapt high and scored, simultaneously drawing a foul from his opponent. Thompson converted the additional free throw, bringing the Nets within 3 points at 106-109. In the closing moments, the Nuggets launched an offensive, with Jokic receiving the ball in the paint, attempting to overpower Thompson. However, Thompson quickly established his defensive stance, successfully contesting Jokic's shot, which ricocheted off the rim into Lillard's hands. The Nets swiftly counterattacked. Lillard crossed half-court and passed to the unguarded Chen. As Chen caught the ball, he thought to himself, "This is my moment to shine." He soared into the air, launching another deep three-pointer. The basketball traced a long, elegant arc, and the entire audience held their breath, captivated by its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball swished through the net, leveling the score at 109-109, and the team stood equal. As the game transitioned into overtime, both teams exerted every ounce of effort. With merely 30 seconds remaining in the extra period, the Denver Nuggets held a slender lead of 118-116 against the Brooklyn Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offensive play. Lillard skillfully dribbled past half-court, surveying the court for the most opportune moment to strike. Noticing Klay Thompson positioning himself beneath the basket, he deftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Klay Thompson leveraged his physical prowess to forcefully challenge Jokic, resulting in a foul being called on the latter. Thompson approached the free throw line and with composure, converted both attempts, bringing the teams to a deadlock once more. The Nuggets responded with their own offensive thrust as Murray drove towards the basket, aiming for a score. However, Lillard swiftly moved to provide defensive support, leaping high to successfully contest Murray's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Klay Thompson seized the rebound. The Nets promptly launched a counterattack. Lillard dribbled past half-court, and with just 5 seconds left on the clock, he soared into the air, releasing a breathtaking three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air before swishing through the net, securing a 121-118 victory for the Brooklyn Nets over the Denver Nuggets. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with palpable excitement. Despite uncertainties surrounding Harden's participation, Chen's injury, and the chaotic atmosphere filled with home crowd distractions, they triumphed over the formidable Denver Nuggets through sheer determination, exceptional teamwork, and a tactical adaptability in the face of adversity. Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Chen emerged as the heroes of the game, their remarkable performances and pivotal plays securing the victory for their team. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a satisfied smile, fully aware that their victory not only represented a win but also showcased their formidable team cohesion and unwavering spirit, bolstering their confidence for the championship chase in the upcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory was hard-earned. We have faced numerous challenges, yet we never wavered. This embodies our team spirit. No matter the obstacles, we unite and strive towards our championship goal." Chapter 65. The glory of Brooklyn in the fiery atmosphere of the Ball Arena in Denver, the Nets endured the harsh trials of overtime, successfully repelling the robust Denver Nuggets. This victory intensified their winning streak, creating ripples throughout the entire NBA, with each win firmly establishing a step towards the pinnacle of the championship. However, every member of the team understood that behind the glory lay countless hardships, and new challenges were quietly approaching their home turf. This time, they would confront the Dallas Mavericks, led by Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, and Kristaps Porzingis at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. The Mavericks roster is undeniably brimming with talent. Doncic, as the team's unequivocal core, astounds with his remarkable basketball IQ. On the court, he resembles a general commanding an army, his timing impeccable in passing, and his scoring methods varied and unpredictable. Whether confidently launching long-range shots beyond the arc or executing his signature Eurostep to elude defenders, he presents an ever-present challenge. Frequently, he records triple-doubles, masterfully controlling the game's flow and rhythm. Irving, with his exquisite ball-handling skills, appears to have the basketball as an extension of his own body, manipulating it with effortless grace. His one-on-one capabilities are exceptional. Whenever the game reaches an impasse, he skillfully pierces through defenses with sharp drives and accurate shooting, creating openings for victory. Porzingis stands as the stabilizing force within the Mavericks' interior, boasting impressive height and wingspan. Offensively, his mid-range shooting and strong inside attacks are formidable, while defensively, his shot blocking and rebounding prowess render opponents' attempts inside exceedingly challenging. On the eve of the game, a distinguished guest entered the Brooklyn Nets locker room, the legendary Jason Kidd. His arrival instantly ignited the players' enthusiasm as they gathered around him. Kidd nostalgically recounted the glorious days of his championship victory with the Nets, sharing insights on how to adjust one's mindset when facing formidable opponents. With unwavering determination, he gazed at Lillard and earnestly advised, when playing at home, the cheers of the fans serve as your most steadfast support. This is your inherent advantage. However, It is imperative to remain focused and not let past victories cloud your judgment. Treat each game as a fresh challenge. His words acted as a potent elixir, infusing each player with a sense of purpose as they recalled the team's arduous journey over the years. Simultaneously, ticket sales for the upcoming match surged to unprecedented levels. Even before dawn, numerous fans had gathered outside the arena, forming long lines in eager anticipation of securing tickets to this highly anticipated showdown. Excited discussions erupted among the crowd, fueling a lively atmosphere that even sparked minor chaos. Fortunately, security personnel swiftly arrived to restore order. This scene profoundly impressed upon the team the extraordinary attention this match had garnered. On social media, fans engaged in vigorous discussions, expressing their hopes for the Nets' continued winning streak while also acknowledging the Mavericks' formidable strength, unanimously agreeing that this would be a fierce contest of skill and determination. On the day of the match, the Barclays Center was filled to capacity, the atmosphere so electric it seemed capable of lifting the roof off. Fans of the Brooklyn Nets, donned in black and white uniforms, waved vibrant team flags with fervor, chanting the team's slogan in unison, their voices resonating loudly, as though channeling all their energy to the players on the court. The players of the Nets strode onto the floor amidst this overwhelming wave of cheers, their eyes reflecting determination and confidence, as if proclaiming to the world that they would defend their glory on this familiar ground. With the sharp sound of the opening whistle, the game commenced. The Nets initiated the first possession. Lillard surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, dribbling swiftly across half court. He and Klay Thompson executed a brilliant pick-and-roll play with seamless coordination. Utilizing Thompson's screen, Lillard made a swift change of direction, effortlessly evading Irving's defense, and then, akin to a cheetah, charged toward the basket. He leapt high, stretching his body in midair, gently flicking the ball with his fingertips, which traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net, granting the Nets an early lead. Upon landing, Lillard celebrated with a triumphant high-five with Thompson, and the cheers from the Nets fans reached a fever pitch, enveloping the entire arena in a wave of exuberance. As it was the Mavericks' turn to attack, Doncic confidently dribbled to the top of the arc, his keen gaze scanning the court like a seasoned hunter seeking the slightest crack in its praised defenses. Spotting Porzingis successfully establishing position in the paint, he delivered a precise pass without hesitation. Porzingis, with the advantage of his height, towered like a majestic mountain as he attempted to overpower Thompson. Despite Thompson's valiant resistance, Porzingis drew a foul, stepping to the free throw line. Porzingis inhaled deeply and calmly sank the first shot, securing the Mavericks' initial point. In the ensuing moments, the Mavericks showcased their formidable offensive prowess. Doncic navigated both scoring and playmaking with remarkable ease, his passes slicing through the air like precise surgical instruments, consistently finding open teammates and leaving the Nets' defense scrambling. Irving's one-on-one capabilities began to shine, as his exceptional ball handling and agile footwork allowed him to penetrate the Nets' defenses repeatedly, his shots fired like lethal projectiles, exhausting the Nets' defenders. Porzingis was equally relentless in his offensive maneuvers and rebounding, soaring time and again to seize the boards, while simultaneously exerting immense pressure on the Nets' interior defense. In contrast, the Nets, led by Lillard and Thompson, fought valiantly to keep pace. Lillard's three-point shooting and drives remained razor-sharp, striking the Mavericks' defense like a keen dagger, creating numerous prime offensive opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson aggressively contested rebounds in the paint, embodying the ferocity of a bull. With his speed and agility, he repeatedly penetrated the interior, posing a significant threat to the Mavericks' defense. Rookie Alex Chin, despite experiencing a lingering discomfort in his ankle, remained undeterred on the defensive end, relentlessly pursuing every ball and striving to restrict his opponent's perimeter shooting, showcasing an indomitable spirit. As the match transitioned into the second quarter, the Dallas Mavericks head coach, Jason Kidd, decisively called for a timeout. He swiftly delineated a new defensive strategy on the tactical board, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination and confidence. Upon resumption, the Mavericks intensified their defense against Damian Lillard and Klay Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense, aiming to thoroughly stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Concurrently, they accelerated their own offensive tempo, relentlessly probing for gaps in the Nets' defense, launching wave after wave of aggressive attacks. Under the Mavericks' formidable offensive onslaught, the Nets found themselves in dire straits, plagued by frequent turnovers, and the score began to widen, with the Mavericks at one point leading by as much as 15 points. Noticing the shift in momentum, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he addressed his players with resolute conviction, "Remain calm and steady your minds. The Mavericks' defense and offense are indeed causing us significant trouble, yet we must trust in our tactical framework, enhance communication and rotations on defense, and strive to minimize errors. On offense, adhere strictly to the rhythm we practiced. Do not allow their defense to disrupt our flow. Alex, continue to exhibit defensive tenacity and seize opportunities to shoot boldly. Lillard, focus on orchestrating the offense and elevating the team's pace. Clay, be more aggressive in the paint and fully leverage the advantages of playing at home. Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. In accordance with their coach's directives, they rapidly amplified their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and executing timely, efficient rotations. On the offensive front, they displayed greater patience and ball movement, seeking optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his drives to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Klay Thompson gradually acclimated to the game's rhythm, delivering commendable performances in both interior scoring and rebounding, consistently responding to the opponent's advances with tenacity. As the second half unfolded, the atmosphere thickened with tension, the stakes rising palpably. During a fierce confrontation, Klay Thompson engaged in a vigorous battle for a rebound with Kristaps Porzingis, resulting in a heated physical clash. The two players became entangled, and the atmosphere in the arena shifted to one of palpable hostility. The referees swiftly intervened, separating the players and issuing stern warnings to both parties. This incident heightened the tension on the court, with players from both teams exhibiting heightened emotions, as if conflict could erupt anew at any moment. Just then, a controversial call by the referees awarded possession, which should have belonged to the Nets, to the Mavericks, igniting a wave of anger from both the Nets players and their home crowd, with boos echoing throughout the arena and discontent palpable among the spectators. In response, Lillard quickly stepped forward, vociferously calling out to his teammates, gesturing animatedly in an effort to quell their agitation. Forget about those calls. Let us focus on the game and secure this victory through our skill. We are a team, and as long as we unite in purpose, nothing can stand in our way. Under the leadership of Lillard, the players of the Nets gradually regained their composure, redirecting their focus back to the game. As the match progressed, the scores alternated, with each offensive and defensive maneuver teetering on the edge of excitement. With merely 5 minutes remaining, the Mavericks held a slim lead of 95-90 over the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled past half-court, his gaze reflecting determination and decisiveness. He swiftly passed the ball to Jack Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Jack Thompson surged towards the paint like a high-speed tank, drawing the Mavericks defenders into a double team. With remarkable quickness, he passed the ball to the open Alex Chin on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Alex Chin felt a singular thought. He could not betray the trust placed in him. He took a decisive shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the deficit to 2 points. Subsequently, the Mavericks launched their offense, with Irving breaking through and drawing a foul from Jack Thompson. Approaching the free throw line, Irving took a deep breath, calibrating his focus. He made the first free throw, but the second bounced off the rim, leaving the Mavericks ahead 96-93. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets gained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for the optimal offensive opportunity. Spotting Jack Thompson in the paint with an open lane, he unhesitatingly delivered the ball. Jack Thompson received it, leapt high, and amidst a fierce confrontation with the defender, successfully scored while drawing a foul. He converted the additional free throw, leveling the score at 96-96. In the closing moments, the Mavericks mounted another offensive push. With Doncic driving towards the basket, his eyes aflame with a fierce desire to win, akin to a ravenous beast. However, Lillard quickly rotated to provide help, leaping high with unwavering focus, effectively contesting Doncic's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Jack Thompson, with swift reflexes, seized the rebound. The Nets swiftly counterattacked. Lillard dribbled past half-court, memories of Jason Kidd's pregame encouragement flashing in his mind, igniting a fierce resolve. They must secure victory at home. He drew the defense with his penetration and then passed to the unguarded Alex Chin. As Alex received the ball, he thought, "This is my moment." He soared into the air, releasing a game-winning three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. The crowd held its breath, eyes fixated on the ball's trajectory. Ultimately, it swished through the net, propelling the Nets to a 99-96 lead. In a final attempt, the Mavericks surged forward once more. Porzingis received the ball in the paint, attempting to overpower Jack Thompson. Summoning all his strength, he aimed to equalize the score. Yet, Jack Thompson swiftly positioned himself, resembling an impenetrable fortress, successfully contesting Porzingis' shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard secured the rebound. Subsequently, Lillard dribbled the ball, consuming the remaining time of the match, leading the Nets to a narrow victory over the Mavericks with a score of 99-96. At the moment the game concluded, the Barclays Center erupted with fervor. The players of the Nets rejoiced exuberantly, embracing one another as they unreservedly expressed their elation and excitement. Confronted with formidable offensive prowess from their adversaries, contentious referee decisions, and player altercations, they triumphed over the robust Mavericks through their indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and continually adaptive strategies amidst adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chen emerged as the heroes of the match, their stellar performances and pivotal contributions securing the victory for their team. Coach Nash, observing the exhilarated players, smiled with satisfaction, fully aware that their triumph not only marked a victory, but also showcased their formidable team cohesion and unwavering spirit, bolstering their confidence as they aspired to contend for the championship in the upcoming season. In a post-game interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory is the result of our collective effort. We faced numerous challenges during the game, yet we did not falter. We shall maintain this momentum as we strive towards our championship goal. We are a team, and we fear nothing." Chapter 66. The Ice and Snow Battle of Minnesota. At the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, the Nets successfully defended their home glory, overcoming the formidable Mavericks. And their winning streak continued to captivate discussions throughout the league. Each victory added a radiant glow to their path towards the championship. However, every member of the team understood that behind this glory lay endless challenges, as a new journey had commenced, fraught with uncertainties. Their next destination was Minnesota, where they would face the Timberwolves, led by Anthony Edwards, Karl-Anthony Towns, and D'Angelo Russell. The Timberwolves boasted an exceptionally impactful lineup. Edwards, with his remarkable athleticism and potent scoring ability, roamed the court like a fierce beast, each drive and shot posing a significant threat to his opponent's defense. Towns, as the core of the team's interior, displayed a rich array of offensive skills, achieving high shooting percentages whether from mid-range or beyond the arc, while also excelling in rebounding and defensive plays. Russell, the orchestrator of the backcourt, provided clarity to the team's offensive structure with his playmaking and three-point shooting prowess, stepping up in critical moments to aid his team with vital scores. The Timberwolves' home arena, Target Center, had always served as their formidable fortress, where fervent fans would rally with deafening cheers, igniting an electrifying atmosphere that undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Before the match, the team sponsor unexpectedly arranged a large-scale commercial event, requiring the attendance of all players. This arrangement disrupted the original training schedule, causing the players to expend considerable energy during the event, which severely compressed their training time and affected their overall condition. After the event, Lillard remarked that the commercial activity indeed left them somewhat fatigued, but they would swiftly adjust their state, as the game was their paramount task at present. Simultaneously, the team received news that the Timberwolves' home court had recently undergone renovations, and the new floor material and hoop height might subtly influence the game. This added an extra layer of concern for the Nets players as they approached the match. Meanwhile, local media in Minnesota extensively covered the upcoming game, generally expressing optimism that the Timberwolves could end the Nets' winning streak on their home turf. This media pressure fueled the Nets players' determination. They were eager to defy the predictions with their performance. Coach Nash emphasized in the pre-game tactical meeting that external opinions should not distract them, urging the team to focus solely on the game itself. The Timberwolves are a formidable team, and their offensive prowess and interior strength should not be underestimated. We must bolster our defensive efforts against their key players, particularly in limiting Edwards' drives and Towns' shooting. Offensively, we need to leverage our speed and teamwork to establish our rhythm. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Minnesota. As they entered the Target Center, the atmosphere was as fervent as a blazing inferno, with fans of the Timberwolves clad in green jerseys, waving their team flags, their cheers and shouts echoing loudly. The players of the Nets stepped onto the court, acutely aware of the immense pressure from the home crowd, yet their eyes reflected a resolute and fearless determination, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, undaunted by any challenge. As the opening whistle blew, the Timberwolves initiated the game. Edwards darted across the court like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly dribbling past half-court, where he executed a succinct and efficient pick-and-roll with Towns. Utilizing Towns' screen, Edwards made a sudden change of direction, easily evading Lillard's defense, and charged towards the basket, soaring high to execute a spectacular dunk, scoring the first 2 points for the Timberwolves. Upon landing, Edwards jubilantly high-fived his teammates, and the cheers from the Timberwolves supporters reached a fever pitch. The Nets responded with their offensive play. Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying the court in search of scoring opportunities. Noticing Jack Thompson positioned in the paint, he delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Jack leveraged his physical advantage to forcefully challenge Towns, resulting in a foul. Jack approached the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thus securing the Nets' first point. As the game progressed, the Timberwolves continued to exploit their offensive strengths. Edwards' speed and penetration skills put the Nets' defense under relentless pressure. Towns' offensive prowess in the paint and his rebounding protection further enhanced the Timberwolves' fluidity in attack. Russell's frequent three-pointers added to the mounting pressure faced by the Nets' defense. On the Nets side, Lillard and Jack Thompson strived to keep the score competitive. Lillard's three-point shooting and penetrative drives remained incisive, as he relentlessly challenged the Timberwolves' defensive line, creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson aggressively contested rebounds in the paint while utilizing his speed and agility to pose a significant threat to the Timberwolves' interior defense. Meanwhile, Alex Chun was diligently seeking his rhythm, actively taking shots from the perimeter in an attempt to contribute to the team's efforts. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Minnesota Timberwolves head coach, Chris Finch, called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they sought to enhance the fluidity of their own offensive play, relentlessly searching for weaknesses in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense found itself in disarray, leading to an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Timberwolves at one point leading by as much as 18 points. Observing the situation, Coach Nash immediately called a timeout. He addressed his players, urging them to remain calm and composed. Their defense and offense are indeed causing us significant challenges, but we must trust in our tactics, enhance communication and rotations on defense, and minimize turnovers. On offense, let us adhere to the rhythm we practiced, without allowing their defense to disrupt us. Rookies, do not fear making mistakes. Play boldly. Lillard, you must facilitate and elevate our offensive tempo. Jack, be more aggressive in the paint. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team bolstered their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and executing rotations more promptly. On offense, they exhibited greater patience in ball movement, seeking the optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard leveraged his drives to attract defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually acclimated to the pace of the game, showcasing impressive performances in both offensive plays and rebounding. As the second half commenced, the tension on the court escalated. Just as the game reached a critical juncture, the lights at the target center suddenly malfunctioned, plunging the arena into darkness. The referees were compelled to pause the game, awaiting technicians to rectify the issue. This unforeseen circumstance disrupted the rhythm of both teams, creating a subtly altered atmosphere. After several minutes of repairs, the game resumed. The Timberwolves continued to amplify their defensive pressure, instilling an unprecedented sense of urgency in the Nets players. During one offensive sequence, Lillard drove to the basket, only to be enveloped by 3 Timberwolves defenders. He attempted to pass to a teammate, but the ball was intercepted by Russell. Swiftly initiating a counterattack, Russell dribbled past half-court and facing the Nets defense. He soared into the air, sinking a remarkable long-range three-pointer, extending the score differential to 20 points. Coach Nash called another timeout, gazing into the eyes of his players, encouraging them with words of resilience. Do not be disheartened. This is merely a temporary setback. We must believe in our capabilities and our strategy. On defense, we need to restrict Edwards, Towns, and Russell, severing their connections. On offense, maintain our patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite in purpose, we can surely turn the tide. Lillard rose to his feet, proclaiming fervently, "Brothers, we cannot surrender like this. We must win this game. Let us all give our utmost and trust one another." The teammates responded enthusiastically, their morale soaring. Under the implementation of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity saw a remarkable enhancement, effectively curtailing the offensive efforts of Edwards, Towns, and Russell. On the offensive end, the synergy among Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Alex Chun became increasingly harmonious. Lillard adeptly utilized his drives to draw defenders, creating open shooting opportunities for both Jack Thompson and Alex Chin. Jack Thompson gradually regained his rhythm in the paint, with his scoring and rebounding efforts significantly aiding the team's pursuit of points. As the match approached its final quarter, the score gap between the two teams gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Timberwolves held a 10-point lead over the Nets, 105-95. At this juncture, the Nets initiated an offensive play, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Klay Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the Timberwolves defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chin on the perimeter. Upon receiving it, Chin decisively launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. Subsequently, the Timberwolves countered with an offensive drive. As Russell advanced with the ball and drew a foul from Klay Thompson, Russell stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thereby extending the Timberwolves' lead to 106-98. With 3 minutes left on the clock, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court when he noticed Thompson had found space beneath the basket. He quickly delivered the ball to him. Thompson caught it, leaped high, and scored while drawing a foul from his opponent. He successfully completed the three-point play, bringing the Nets closer at 101-106, trailing by just 5 points. In the closing moments, the Timberwolves launched another offensive effort. Towns received the ball inside, attempting to overpower Thompson. However, Thompson swiftly positioned himself defensively, effectively contesting Towns' shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, allowing Lillard to secure the rebound. The Nets promptly initiated a fast break, with Lillard advancing the ball past half-court and passing to the unguarded Alex Chin. In that moment, Chin thought to himself, "This is my opportunity to shine." He soared into the air and unleashed another long-range three-pointer. The basketball arched magnificently through the air, finding its mark in the net, bringing the Nets to 104. Just 2 points shy of the Timberwolves, 106. With merely 10 seconds remaining in the contest, the Timberwolves initiated their offensive play. Edwards, clutching the ball, embarked on a drive towards the basket, aiming for a layup. However, Alex swiftly closed in, leaping high to successfully disrupt Edwards' shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard seized the rebound. In a flash, he dribbled past half-court, and with only 3 seconds left on the clock, Lillard soared into the air, unleashing a breathtaking long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, as the entire audience held their breath, captivated by its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball swished through the net, culminating in a stunning comeback for the Nets, who triumphed over the Timberwolves with a score of 107-106. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another with palpable excitement. Despite uncertainties surrounding Harden's participation, distractions from sponsor events, challenging venue conditions, and the formidable opposition they faced, they triumphed over the mighty Minnesota Timberwolves through their indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and tactical adjustments in the face of adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chin emerged as pivotal figures, their remarkable performances and clutch plays securing the team's hard-fought victory. Coach Nash observed the exhilarated players, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that this victory represented not only a win but also a demonstration of their robust team cohesion and unwavering resilience, instilling formidable confidence as they pursued the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard expressed, "This victory was hard-earned. We faced numerous challenges, yet we never wavered. This embodies our team's spirit. Regardless of the obstacles, we unite with unwavering resolve, striving wholeheartedly towards our championship goal." Chapter 67, The Thorny Path of Portland. At the Target Center in Minnesota, the Nets experienced a roller coaster of emotions, executing a breathtaking comeback to conquer the Timberwolves. Their winning streak grew increasingly unstoppable, akin to a storm sweeping through the league, with each victory etching a deeper mark on their path toward the championship. However, every member of the team comprehended that behind the glory lay a series of looming challenges. A new journey had commenced, and the road ahead was fraught with thorns. Their next destination was Portland, where they would face the Trail Blazers, led by Damian Lillard, the same name as the Nets' Lillard, hereinafter referred to as Blazers Lillard, Jeremy Grant, and Anthony Simons. The Trail Blazers boasted a uniquely formidable roster. Blazers Lillard, the soul of the team, possessed an unparalleled three-point shooting ability. His signature long-range shots often pierced through critical moments, altering the course of the game. Grant infused the team with vibrant energy through his versatility, excelling in both precise outside shooting and formidable inside scoring, coupled with exceptional defensive prowess. Simons emerged as the team's rising star. His speed and explosiveness were awe-inspiring. His offensive breakthroughs and three-point shooting posed significant threats, adding unpredictability to the Blazers' offense. The Moda Center, the Blazers' stronghold, resonated with the thunderous cheers of passionate home fans, creating an atmosphere so electrifying it seemed to elevate the very temperature of the arena, undoubtedly imposing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Before the match, an unusual incident transpired within the team. Several key players, including Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chin, received anonymous letters. These missives, devoid of signatures, brimmed with skepticism and provocation, insinuating that their string of victories was merely a stroke of luck and that they were ill-equipped to confront their forthcoming adversaries. The letters cast a shadow over the players' mental state, causing a palpable unease during their training sessions. Lillard convened the team, stating, "It is evident that someone seeks to disrupt our morale. We must not allow these baseless provocations to affect us. It is imperative that we let our performance speak for itself." Nevertheless, the incident loomed over the team like a dark cloud. Concurrently, the local media in Portland inundated the coverage of the upcoming game, largely asserting that the Trail Blazers held a significant advantage on their home turf and were highly likely to bring the Nets' winning streak to an end. This pressure from public opinion intensified the players' desire to prove themselves in the match. Coach Nash, during the pre-game tactical meeting, emphasized, "We must not be swayed by external noise. Our focus should remain steadfast on our own game. The Trail Blazers are a formidable team, and their offensive prowess and teamwork should not be underestimated. We need to bolster our defense against them, particularly in limiting Lillard's three-point shooting and Simmons' drives. Offensively, we must maintain our speed and leverage our team advantages to establish our rhythm." On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Portland. As they entered the Moda Center, the atmosphere was electrifying, akin to a blazing fire. The Trail Blazers fans, adorned in red jerseys, waved their flags, their cheers and roars resonating deafeningly. The players of the Nets stepped onto the court, acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from the home crowd. Yet their eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, as if proclaiming to all that they would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenges. As the opening whistle sounded, the Trail Blazers initiated play. Damian Lillard maneuvered the ball past half-court, executing a masterful pick-and-roll with Jeremy Grant. Utilizing Grant's screen, Lillard made a swift change of direction, evading the Nets' defense before rapidly passing the ball to Grant, who had cut into the paint. Grant received the pass and leapt high, delivering a powerful dunk over the head of Jack Thompson, securing the first 2 points for the Trail Blazers. Upon landing, Grant exuberantly high-fived his teammates, and the cheers from the home crowd surged to a crescendo. The Nets launched their offense, with Lillard bringing the ball to the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Spotting Alex Chin open on the perimeter, he delivered a pass. Chin, seizing the moment, shot a decisive three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing cleanly through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard rushed over to celebrate with Chin, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex, keep it up." Throughout the ensuing game, the Trail Blazers continued to exploit their offensive prowess. Lillard's three-point threat kept the Nets' defense on high alert. Grant's versatility began to shine, as his aggressive drives to the basket and perimeter shooting left the Nets' defense scrambling. Simmons' speed and breakthrough ability on the offensive end also exerted considerable pressure on the Nets' defense. On the Nets' side, Lillard and Jack Thompson strived to keep their team competitive. Lillard's three-point shots and penetrating drives remained sharp, consistently challenging the Trail Blazers' defense and creating opportunities for his teammates. Thompson actively contested rebounds in the paint, leveraging his speed and agility to pose a threat to the Trail Blazers' interior defense. Meanwhile, Alex Chin diligently sought his rhythm, taking shots from the perimeter in an effort to contribute to the team's success. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the head coach of the Trail Blazers, Chauncey Billups, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defense against Damian Lillard and Klay Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an effort to stifle the Nets' offense. Simultaneously, they continued to enhance the fluidity of their team offense, persistently seeking out weaknesses in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense became ensnared in difficulties, leading to an increase in turnovers and a widening score gap, with the Trail Blazers at one point leading by as much as 15 points. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. he addressed his players, urging them not to panic but to maintain their composure. He acknowledged the difficulties posed by the opponent's defense and offense but implored them to trust in their tactics. He emphasized the importance of bolstering communication and rotation on defense while minimizing mistakes. On offense, he encouraged them to adhere to the rhythm established in practice, advising against letting their flow be disrupted by the opposing defense. To the rookies, he reassured them not to fear mistakes and to continue playing boldly. Lillard was urged to facilitate and energize the offensive tempo, while Thompson was encouraged to be more aggressive in the paint. Following the timeout, the Nets returned to the court rejuvenated. In accordance with the coach's directives, they intensified their defensive efforts, with players communicating more effectively and rotating defensively with improved timing. On the offensive front, they exhibited greater patience and ball movement, diligently seeking optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his driving ability to draw defenders, thereby creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Thompson gradually adapted to the pace of the game, demonstrating commendable performance in both offensive plays and rebounding protection. As the second half unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At a critical juncture in the game, a fan in the stands suddenly lost control and rushed onto the court, attempting to disrupt the match. Security personnel swiftly subdued the individual and escorted them away, yet this unforeseen incident did affect the rhythm of both teams, creating a palpable tension in the arena. After a brief pause, the game resumed. The Trailblazers continued to fortify their defense, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive play, Lillard drove the ball, but found himself ensnared by three defenders from the Trailblazers. As he attempted to pass to a teammate, the ball was intercepted by Simmons. Simmons quickly launched a counterattack, dribbling past half court, and faced with the Nets defense, he leapt high to sink an exceptionally long three-pointer, extending the score gap to 18 points. Coach Nash called another timeout. Looking into the eyes of his players, he encouraged, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our abilities and our strategy. On defense, we need to strengthen our restrictions on Lillard, Grant, and Simmons, severing their connections. On offense, we must maintain patience and seek opportunities. We are a team, and as long as we unite, we can surely turn the tide." Lillard stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, we cannot surrender like this. We must win this game. Let us all give our utmost and trust in our teammates." The teammates responded enthusiastically, their spirits soaring. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity saw a remarkable enhancement, successfully curbing the offensive efforts of the Trailblazers' Lillard, Grant, and Simons. On the offensive front, the synergy among Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chun grew increasingly harmonious. Lillard, leveraging his ability to penetrate, drew the defense towards him, thus creating open shooting opportunities for both Klay Thompson and Alex Chun. Klay Thompson gradually regained his rhythm in the paint, with his scoring and rebounding prowess contributing significantly to the team's efforts to close the gap. As the match entered its final quarter, the gap in the score between the two teams gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Trailblazers led the Nets by 8 points, 108-100. At this moment, the Nets launched an offensive, with Lillard dribbling past half court and passing the ball to Jack Thompson, utilizing his speed and agility. Jack Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the Trailblazers defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to Alex Chun on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Alex Chun decisively took a shot, launching a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced elegantly through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the score difference to 5 points. Subsequently, the Trailblazers initiated their offense. Lillard drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Jack Thompson. Lillard approached the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, which brought the score to 109-103 in favor of the Trailblazers. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, assessing the court's dynamics. Noticing Jack Thompson had found space beneath the basket, he quickly delivered the ball. Jack Thompson received the pass and soared high, scoring while also drawing a foul from his opponent. He successfully completed the free throw, closing the gap to 106-109, now only 3 points behind. In the closing moments, the Trailblazers launched an attack, with Grant receiving the ball in the paint, attempting to overpower Jack Thompson. However, Jack Thompson swiftly positioned himself defensively, successfully contesting Grant's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard seized the rebound. The Nets swiftly countered, with Lillard dribbling past half court and finding an unguarded Alex Chun. With the weight of the moment upon him, Alex Chun leapt high, executing another long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, swishing through the net, bringing the score to a tie at 109-109. As the match progressed into overtime, both teams exerted their utmost efforts. With merely 30 seconds remaining in the overtime period, the Trailblazers held a slender lead of 118-116 against the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense. Lillard dribbled past half-court, meticulously surveying the court for the most opportune moment to strike. Spotting Jack Thompson positioning himself near the basket, he deftly passed the ball in his direction. Upon receiving the pass, Jack Thompson leveraged his physical advantage to assertively challenge Grant, drawing a foul in the process. He confidently approached the free throw line and converted both attempts, thus leveling the score once more. The Trailblazers took possession as Simmons drove towards the basket in an attempt to score. However, Lillard swiftly made his way over, leaping high to successfully disrupt Simmons' shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Jack Thompson seized the rebound. The Nets launched a rapid counterattack as Lillard crossed half-court. With only 5 seconds left in the match, he leapt into the air and released a desperate three-pointer. The basketball sailed through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, securing a triumphant victory for the Nets at 121-118 over the Trailblazers. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in exuberant celebration, embracing each other with overwhelming excitement. Faced with uncertainty surrounding Harden's participation, the interference of mysterious letters, unexpected incidents in the stands, and formidable opponents, they triumphed over the powerful Portland Trailblazers through unwavering determination, exceptional teamwork, and constantly evolving tactics in the face of adversity. Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chin emerged as the heroes of the night, their remarkable performances and pivotal contributions securing the victory for the team. Coach Nash, observing the jubilant players, wore a satisfied smile, recognizing that the team had not only claimed victory, but had also demonstrated formidable cohesion and resilience, instilling a robust confidence for their championship aspirations in the forthcoming season. In a post-game interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory did not come easily. We encountered numerous challenges, yet we never wavered. This embodies the spirit of our team. Regardless of the obstacles we face, we unite and strive wholeheartedly towards our championship goal." Chapter 68. The pinnacle clash in Los Angeles at the Moda Center in Portland. The Brooklyn Nets emerged victorious after a grueling overtime battle against the Trailblazers, their winning streak growing ever more resolute, stirring stronger ripples throughout the league. Each victory brought them closer to their championship dream. However, every member of the team understood that behind the glory lay endless challenges, and new trials were silently approaching. Their next destination was Los Angeles, where they would challenge the Los Angeles Lakers, led by LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and D'Angelo Russell. The Lakers boasted an undeniably lavish roster, with James, a legendary figure in basketball, showcasing astonishing versatility. His scoring prowess, be it through drives, shooting, or three-point attempts, posed a significant threat to opponents. Complemented by his elite vision and organizational skills, often delivering exquisite passes that invigorated the team's offense, Davis, as the linchpin of the interior, possessed remarkable physical attributes and comprehensive basketball skills, dominating both offensive and defensive plays in the paint. His shot blocking and rebounding capabilities rendered opposing offenses nearly futile. Russell served as a crucial orchestrator and scorer in the backcourt, his three-point shooting and driving ability adding considerable firepower to the team's offense. The Lakers' home arena, Crypto.com Arena, had long stood as their impregnable fortress, where fervent home fans would rally with deafening cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere that seemed capable of igniting the entire venue, undoubtedly imposing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. Before the match commenced, subtle changes began to manifest within the team. During a tactical discussion, Damian Lillard and Jack Thompson found themselves at an impasse regarding the offensive strategy. Lillard advocated for capitalizing on the team's speed, emphasizing a fast-break approach, while Thompson contended that the focus should shift towards strengthening the interior offense, leveraging their physical dominance in the paint. Each held steadfast to their perspective, leading to a palpable tension in the air. Observing the escalating discord, Coach Nash intervened promptly, reminding everyone that their intentions were aligned with the team's welfare. He suggested a synthesis of both strategies, adaptable to the dynamics of the game. Unity and collaboration were essential for maximizing their competitive edge. Although the conflict was temporarily set aside following the coach's mediation, the underlying differences remained, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the upcoming match. Simultaneously, the broadcasting company announced the implementation of a groundbreaking virtual reality (VR) live streaming technology designed to immerse viewers in the game experience. However, compatibility issues arose during pre-match testing, causing concern among both teams regarding the potential disruption to the game's flow. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Los Angeles, entering the Crinto Arena. They were greeted by an electrifying atmosphere, akin to a blazing inferno. Lakers fans donned their purple and gold jerseys, brandishing flags and producing an uproarious chorus of cheers and chants. As the Nets players took to the court, they felt the immense pressure from the home crowd. Yet their expressions conveyed determination and fearlessness, as if declaring their intent to face any challenge head-on. With the opening whistle, the Lakers initiated play. LeBron James advanced the ball past half-court, executing a brilliant pick-and-roll with Anthony Davis. Utilizing Davis's screen, James deftly maneuvered past Lillard's defense, charging toward the basket, soaring high to complete a thunderous dunk, securing the first 2 points for the Lakers. Upon landing, James celebrated with fervent chest thumps, eliciting a crescendo of cheers from the Lakers supporters. As the Nets embarked on their offensive foray, Lillard brought the ball to the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Spotting Alex Chin unmarked beyond the three-point line, he delivered a precise pass. Chin, seizing the moment, launched a decisive three-pointer, which arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net, leveling the score for the Nets. Lillard rushed over to exchange a high-five with Chun, exclaiming, "Well done, Alex." Just like that. In the ensuing exchanges, the Lakers continued to exploit their offensive prowess. James excelled both as a scorer and facilitator, consistently delivering pinpoint passes to open teammates. Davis's dominance in the paint began to manifest, with his blocks and scoring exerting pressure on the Nets' defense. Meanwhile, Russell's frequent success from beyond the arc added significant strain to the Nets' defensive efforts. On the side of the Brooklyn Nets, Lillard and Jack Thompson tirelessly endeavored to maintain the score. Lillard's three-point shots and penetrative drives remained sharp as he relentlessly assaulted the Lakers' defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson was active in battling for rebounds in the paint while leveraging his speed and agility to pose a significant threat to the Lakers' interior defense. Alex Chin was also striving to find his rhythm, taking shots from the perimeter in an attempt to contribute to the team's efforts. As the game progressed into the second quarter, Lakers head coach Darvin Ham called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Jack Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to curtail the Nets' offensive flow. Concurrently, they continued to enhance the fluidity of their team offense, persistently seeking vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under these circumstances, the Nets' offense became ensnared in difficulties, resulting in an increase in turnovers, and the score gradually widened, with the Lakers leading by as much as 20 points at one point. Seeing this, Coach Nash swiftly called a timeout, urging his players to remain composed. He acknowledged the challenges posed by their opponent's defense and offense but encouraged them to trust their strategy. He emphasized the importance of communication and rotation in defense, as well as minimizing mistakes. On offense, he instructed them to adhere to the rhythm established in practice and not to be disrupted by the Lakers' defense. Nash reassured the rookies not to fear making mistakes and to continue playing boldly. He advised Lillard to take on more of a playmaking role to facilitate the offensive rhythm, while urging Jack to adopt a more aggressive stance in the paint. He reminded them to flexibly apply the tactics they had previously discussed based on the flow of the game. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court with renewed vigor. Following the coach's directives, they intensified their defensive efforts, enhancing communication among players and improving the timeliness of their defensive rotations. On the offensive end, they exhibited greater patience in ball movement, searching for optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard utilized his penetration to draw defenders, creating open shooting chances for his teammates. Jack Thompson gradually adapted to the pace of the game, showcasing exceptional performance in offensive plays and rebound protection in the paint. He began to integrate his ideas with Lillard's, combining aggressive drives with coordination with perimeter players. As the second half unfolded, the intensity of the game escalated. Just as the match approached a critical juncture, the VR live streaming equipment experienced a sudden malfunction, causing severe lag and distortion on the big screen. The referees were compelled to halt the game, awaiting technical personnel for repairs. This unforeseen situation disrupted the rhythm of both teams and rendered the atmosphere on the court somewhat delicate. After several minutes of repair, the game resumed. The Lakers continued to bolster their defensive efforts, exerting unprecedented pressure on the Nets players. During one offensive possession, Lillard, while penetrating the lane. Found himself ensnared by 3 Lakers defenders. He attempted to pass the ball to his teammate, but it was intercepted by Russell. In a flash, Russell initiated a counterattack. Dribbling past half-court. Faced with the Nets' defense, he soared high and sank an incredibly long three-pointer, extending the score gap to 25 points. Coach Nash called for a timeout once again, locking eyes with his players and encouraging them, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely temporary. We must believe in our capabilities and trust our tactics. On defense, let's intensify our efforts to restrict James, Davis, and Russell, severing their connections. Offensively, let us maintain our patience and seek opportunities. We are a team. As long as we unite, we can surely turn the tide." Lillard stood up, exclaiming, "Brothers, we cannot surrender like this. We must win this game. Everyone, give it your all and trust your teammates. Let us set aside our previous disagreements and strive together for victory." His teammates responded with fervor, their morale soaring. Under the execution of the new strategy, the Nets' defensive intensity significantly improved, successfully limiting the offensive prowess of James, Davis, and Russell. On the offensive end, the synergy among Lillard, Klay Thompson, and Alex Chen became increasingly harmonious. Lillard utilized his drives to draw defenders, creating open shooting opportunities for Klay Thompson and Alex Chen. Klay Thompson began to find his rhythm in the paint, his scoring and rebounding providing crucial support in the team's pursuit of points. As the game entered the final quarter, the score gap began to narrow. With 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers led the Nets 115-100. At this moment, the Nets launched an offensive. Lillard dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Klay Thompson. Klay, with his speed and agility, broke into the paint, drawing a double team from the Lakers defenders. He quickly passed the ball to Alex Chen on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Alex Chen decisively shot a long three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and swished through the net, reducing the score gap to 12 points. Following that, the Lakers attacked. James drove the ball, drawing a foul from Klay Thompson. James stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, bringing the Lakers' lead to 116-103. With 3 minutes left in the game, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court. Spotting Klay Thompson wide open under the basket, he swiftly passed the ball. Klay Thompson leapt high to score, simultaneously drawing a foul from his opponent. Klay converted the free throw, closing the gap to 106-116, now trailing by only 10 points. In the final moments, the Lakers launched an offensive. Davis received the ball in the paint, attempting to overpower Klay Thompson. However, Klay quickly positioned himself defensively, successfully contesting Davis's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Lillard secured the rebound. The Nets swiftly launched a counterattack as Lillard dribbled past half-court, delivering the ball to the unguarded Alex Chen. Upon receiving the pass, Alex Chen thought to himself, "This is my moment to prove my worth." He leaped high into the air and unleashed a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air before swishing through the net, narrowing the score to 109-116, now only a 7-point deficit. The competition remains fiercely intense. Whether the Nets can achieve a stunning turnaround in the final moments and triumph over the formidable Lakers is a spectacle to behold. Chapter 69, The Resilient Counterattack of Los Angeles. In the previous chapter, the epic clash between the Nets and the Lakers at the Crinto Arena in Los Angeles reached a fever pitch. The Lakers, bolstered by their opulent roster and seamless synergy, once held a significant lead. However, the Nets did not succumb to despair. Through their indomitable spirit and exquisite teamwork, they gradually narrowed the point gap. As the match entered its concluding phase, the Nets trailed the Lakers by a mere 7 points, and the atmosphere in the arena seemed to crystallize with tension. Every spectator held their breath, their eyes fixated on the court, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. The match continues with the Lakers on the offensive. James, akin to a swift leopard, advances with the ball at an impressive pace. He astutely perceives the shift in the Nets' defensive strategy, a glimmer of decisiveness flashing in his eyes as he resolves to penetrate Lillard's defense. Lillard, fully aware of James's formidable prowess, remains intensely focused, adhering closely to him. His feet seemingly anchored to the ground, embodying a resolute determination to defend. James attempts several breakthroughs but finds no success. He swiftly decides to pass the ball to Russell, who stands unguarded at the perimeter. Without hesitation, Russell raises his arms for a three-point shot, the ball tracing a graceful arc through the air, only to ricochet off the rim in disappointment. In that fleeting moment, Jack Thompson leaps like a bolt of black lightning, utilizing his exceptional vertical leap and keen instinct for rebounding to secure the crucial board. The Nets quickly initiate a counterattack, with Lillard dribbling like a whirlwind across the court. As he surveys his teammates' positions, his mind races, contemplating how to dismantle the Lakers' staunch defense. At that moment, he spots Jack Thompson successfully establishing position in the paint, promptly executing a convincing feint to elude his defender and delivering a precise pass to Thompson. Upon receiving the ball, Jack, leveraging his robust physique, engages in a back-to-basket confrontation with Davis. Davis's defense is formidable. He presses against Thompson, striving to thwart his advance. Yet, through remarkable basketball finesse and tenacity, Jack manages to pivot amidst the contact, drawing a foul from Davis. Approaching the free throw line, Jack inhales deeply, calming his nerves, and confidently sinks both free throws, narrowing the score to 111-116. Sensing the urgency, Lakers head coach Darvin Ham promptly calls for a timeout. Standing before the tactical board with a serious demeanor, he swiftly outlines a new strategy, emphasizing the need to bolster defense against Lillard and Jack Thompson while encouraging his players to maintain composure and not to let the Nets' momentum disrupt their rhythm. As the timeout concludes, the Lakers return to the court, their eyes reflecting resolve and confidence. They mount another offensive, with Davis receiving a pass from James and engaging in a one-on-one battle against Jack Thompson in the paint. Utilizing his height and wingspan advantage, Davis attempts a strong play. Jack, exerting every ounce of effort in defense, braces himself against Davis, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Just as Davis prepares to pivot for a shot, Jack suddenly leaps, his arms elevated high, successfully disrupting Davis's attempt. The ball again bounces off the rim, and Lillard, with quick reflexes, seizes the rebound, igniting yet another fast break. Dribbling beyond the three-point line, Lillard's remarkable performance draws the attention of several Lakers defenders converging on him. Yet Lillard remained undaunted, calmly surveying the positions of his teammates on the court. In a pivotal moment, he passed the ball to the open Alex Chin. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex Chin, with a gaze brimming with determination and confidence, decisively took the shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net. This crucial three-pointer brought the Nets within 2 points, narrowing the score to 114-116. At that moment, the Lakers' home crowd began to feel the tension. Their earlier exuberance had faded, and the atmosphere in the arena turned unusually silent, with everyone holding their breath and closely monitoring the unfolding situation. Conversely, the Nets players were invigorated, sensing that the dawn of victory was within reach. Each one was filled with fighting spirit, their eyes radiating resolute brilliance. As the Lakers mounted another attack, James, with the ball, made a penetrating drive. Leveraging his exceptional individual prowess and extensive game experience, he successfully breached the Nets' defense, poised to score. In that critical instant, Lillard swiftly closed in from the side, leaping high like an eagle soaring through the skies, successfully blocking James' shot. The ball was deflected out of bounds, causing the Lakers to squander a prime scoring opportunity. With possession now in the hands of the Nets, Lillard dribbled past half-court. With just 30 seconds remaining in the game, it was a splendid opportunity for the Nets to take the lead. Lillard scanned the court, acutely aware that the hopes of the entire team rested upon him at this moment. His gaze was steadfast and fervent, fueled by a singular conviction: they must win this game. Utilizing his speed and finesse, Lillard maneuvered past the Lakers' defense and then passed to the unguarded Jack Thompson. Upon receiving the ball, Jack Thompson leaped high, preparing to shoot. However, a Lakers defender swiftly closed in, attempting to disrupt his shot. Despite losing his balance, Jack Thompson exerted all his strength to release the ball. The basketball soared through the air, following a peculiar arc, ultimately swishing through the net. The Nets successfully reversed the score, leading 116-114. The Lakers called for a final timeout, having just 15 seconds left to decide the outcome of the match. After the break, James advanced the ball past half-court, shouldering the weight of the team's aspirations, his eyes reflecting a fierce desire for victory. Facing Lillard's defense, he skillfully shifted his footwork, searching for an attacking opportunity. With just 5 seconds remaining, James made a decisive move, launching a long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, and the entire audience held their breath, fixated on its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball struck the rim and bounced away, allowing the Nets to maintain their slim lead. As the referee's final whistle echoed, the Nets triumphed over the formidable Lakers with a score of 116 to 114. The Nets players erupted in jubilation, embracing one another in excitement. Some even moved to tears by the momentous victory. In this match, they confronted formidable adversaries, internal tactical disagreements, and various unforeseen circumstances. Yet, they never wavered, demonstrating indomitable spirit, exceptional teamwork, and a capacity to adapt their strategies amidst adversity, ultimately achieving a remarkable comeback. After the game, Lillard expressed his exhilaration in an interview, stating, "This victory is the result of our collective effort as a team. We encountered numerous challenges during the match, but we always had faith in one another. We set aside our previous differences and fought for a common goal. This embodies our team spirit, regardless of the obstacles we face. We will unite and continue our pursuit of the championship." Coach Nash gazed at the elated players, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that this triumph not only propelled the team further along their winning streak, but also significantly enhanced their cohesion, instilling powerful confidence for their championship aspirations in the upcoming season. Chapter 70. The epic battle in Golden State at the Crinto Arena in Los Angeles. The Nets executed a stunning turnaround against the Lakers, extending their winning streak to an astonishing height that captured the attention of the entire league. The team's morale soared, with each player enveloped in the joy of victory. However, they had little time to celebrate as new challenges loomed ahead. Their next destination was Golden State, where they would face the Warriors, led by Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. The Warriors boasted a unique and formidable roster. Curry, a superstar who has revolutionized modern basketball, possesses a three-point shooting ability that is truly historic. His release is rapid and his range is extensive, often making shots from seemingly impossible positions, leaving opponents' defenses utterly bewildered. Thompson is likewise a premier shooter, whose catch-and-shoot proficiency and scoring consistency under intense defense provide immense firepower to the Warriors' perimeter offense. Green serves as the team's defensive linchpin and offensive orchestrator, with exceptional defensive awareness and passing vision, capable of stifling opponents' scoring while invigorating his team's offense through his playmaking. The Warriors' home court, the Chase Center, has always been a formidable fortress. The fervent home crowd rallies behind their team with thunderous cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere that seemingly amplifies the energy within the arena, undoubtedly placing immense pressure on the visiting Nets. To compound matters, this was a back-to-back game, and the Nets players were already feeling the strain of fatigue. Furthermore, the Warriors had conducted an in-depth analysis of the Nets game footage prior to their match, devising a specialized defensive strategy aimed at neutralizing Lillard and Jack Thompson's impact, while intensifying their efforts on the boards in an attempt to disrupt the Nets' rhythm on the defensive end. Before the match, the Brooklyn Nets welcomed a new addition to their ranks, the young point guard Adrian Brown. Although he is a rookie, he has demonstrated exceptional ball handling and organizational skills in the development league. Coach Nash decided to grant him a certain amount of playing time in this game, hoping he could bring a fresh perspective to the team. On the day of the game, the Nets arrived in Golden State. As they entered the Chase Center, the atmosphere was as fervent as a blazing fire, with Warriors fans donned in golden jerseys, waving flags and producing a deafening chorus of cheers and chants. The Nets players stepped onto the court, their faces betraying a hint of fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with determination and fearlessness, as if declaring to the world that they would forge ahead, undaunted by any challenge. As the opening whistle blew, the Warriors initiated the play. Curry dribbled across half-court and executed a clever pick-and-roll with Green. Using Green's screen, Curry made a swift directional change, evading Lillard's defense, and promptly passed the ball to Green, who cut into the lane. Upon receiving the pass, Green soared high, executing a powerful dunk over Klay Thompson, granting the Warriors an early 2 points. Upon landing, Green exuberantly high-fived his teammates, and the cheers from the Warriors fans reached a crescendo. In their offensive possession, Lillard dribbled to the arc, surveying the court for opportunities. Noticing Adrian Brown in a prime position beyond the arc, he passed the ball. Although initially nervous, Brown quickly steadied himself and decisively launched a three-pointer. The ball arced beautifully through the air, but unfortunately missed the basket. Thompson seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. After receiving Thompson's pass, Curry, positioned beyond the three-point line, faced Lillard's defense and unhesitatingly took the shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc, swishing through the net to add 3 more points for the Warriors. Curry leaped in excitement, performing his signature celebration, eliciting another roar from the crowd. As the game progressed, The Warriors continued to exploit their offensive prowess, with Curry and Thompson's three-pointers leaving the Nets' defense disoriented. Green's vigorous rebounding on the defensive end and his orchestrating on the offensive front further enhanced the fluidity of the Warriors' attacks. Meanwhile, the Nets found themselves struggling offensively due to fatigue and the targeted defensive strategies of their opponents, which limited the effectiveness of Lillard and Thompson. As the second quarter unfolded, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Thompson while encouraging their players to maintain their offensive firepower beyond the three-point line. Following the timeout, the Warriors' offense became even more ferocious, with Curry and Thompson sinking consecutive three-pointers, gradually widening the score gap to a maximum lead of 18 points over the Nets. Observing the situation, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout, urging his players not to be disheartened and to believe in their own capabilities. Their defense and offense indeed pose significant challenges for us, yet we must not be defeated. Adrian, continue to showcase your organizational skills and elevate the offensive rhythm of the team. Lillard, seek opportunities to penetrate their defense and create chances for your teammates. Jack, be more aggressive in the paint and battle for those rebounds. We need to adjust our defensive strategy, enhancing our perimeter defense against Curry and Thompson. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team intensified their defense on Curry and Thompson, with Lillard and Alex Chen alternating and closely guarding Curry, attempting to restrict his three-point attempts. On the offensive front, Adrian Brown began to exhibit his playmaking abilities, crafting clever passes that generated open shooting opportunities for his teammates. Jack Thompson also amplified his efforts in the paint, leveraging his physicality to secure crucial rebounds and drawing fouls from the opponents on the offensive end. As the second half unfolded, the intensity of the game escalated. Although the Warriors maintained their lead, the Nets' relentless resistance instilled a sense of urgency in them. During one offensive play, Lillard utilized his speed and finesse to break through the Warriors' defense and then passed the ball to an unguarded Jack Thompson. Upon receiving the pass, Jack Thompson leaped high, preparing to shoot. However, Green swiftly closed in, attempting to disrupt Jack Thompson's shot. Despite losing his balance, Jack Thompson managed to release the ball with great effort. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before finding the net, simultaneously resulting in a foul on Green. Jack Thompson successfully converted the free throw, narrowing the deficit for the Nets. As the game progressed, the score gap gradually diminished. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Warriors led the Nets 105-95 by 10 points. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard dribbling past half court and passing to Adrian Brown. Observing the situation on the court, Adrian quickly passed the ball to Alex Chen, who was open on the perimeter. Alex Chen, upon receiving the pass, decisively took a shot, launching an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, following a beautiful arc, and swished through the net, reducing the gap to 7 points. Shortly thereafter, the Warriors mounted their offense, with Thompson driving to the basket, resulting in a foul by Jack Thompson. Thompson approached the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, extending the Warriors' lead to 106-98. With just 3 minutes remaining in the game, the Brooklyn Nets held possession of the ball. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, meticulously assessing the dynamics on the court in search of the optimal offensive opportunity. Spotting Adrian Brown unmarked beyond the three-point line, he swiftly delivered the ball. Adrian, upon receiving the pass, inhaled deeply, acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment. He leapt high into the air and released a three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the score to 101-106, leaving them just 5 points adrift. In the closing moments, the Warriors mounted an offensive surge. Curry, with the ball, drove towards the basket, attempting a layup. However, Lillard quickly closed in, soaring high to successfully contest Curry's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, landing in the hands of Klay Thompson, who secured the rebound. The Nets promptly initiated a counterattack. Lillard advanced past half court and passed to the unguarded Alex Chen. Upon receiving the ball, Alex rose high and launched a three-pointer. Unfortunately, the shot veered off course and missed the basket. Draymond Green claimed the rebound as only 10 seconds remained on the clock, with the Warriors leading 106-101. The Warriors inbound the ball, with Curry dribbling to run down the clock. Just as the game was nearing its conclusion, Lillard made a sudden move to intercept, successfully snatching the ball away and swiftly passing it back to Adrian Brown. Without hesitation, Adrian launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball soared through the air in a long arc, and the entire crowd held its breath, fixated on its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball struck the rim and bounced out, resulting in a narrow defeat for the Brooklyn Nets at 101-106 against the Warriors. After the match, although the players of the Nets felt a sense of disappointment, they did not succumb to despair. They recognized that they had given their utmost in the face of formidable opponents and numerous adversities, demonstrating unwavering determination. Coach Nash consoled the players, stating, "Though we lost this game, we have gleaned invaluable lessons. We must reflect on our experiences and prepare diligently for the next match. Adrian, your performance today was commendable. Keep striving. Let us not lose heart. Our aspirations remain unchanged, and we shall continue our pursuit of the championship." Lillard also remarked, "This defeat is merely a minor setback. We shall emerge stronger. We will prove ourselves in the forthcoming games." On the other hand, Curry of the Warriors expressed post-game, "The Nets are a formidable opponent. Their resilience made our victory hard-earned. This win holds great significance for us, and we will strive to maintain this momentum." Although the match has concluded, it undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for the Nets, clarifying their shortcomings and accumulating precious experience for the journey ahead. Chapter 71. A new challenge in Houston. After experiencing a noble defeat at the Chase Center, the Nets swiftly regrouped to prepare for their next challenge. They were set to travel to Houston, facing the Rockets, led by Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alperen Sengun. Following their loss, the Nets conducted an in-depth review. Coach Nash and his staff meticulously analyzed game footage, identifying significant vulnerabilities in their perimeter defense and rebounding. In training, they engaged in rigorous exercises to enhance the players' defensive rotations and rebounding awareness. Simultaneously, Coach Nash encouraged the players to explore diverse tactical combinations on the offensive end to unearth new scoring opportunities. Just before the match, the NBA unexpectedly announced a temporary adjustment to the rules to enhance the entertainment value and fluidity of the game. The enforcement of fouls committed off the ball would be more stringent over the coming week. This sudden rule change caught all teams off guard, including the Nets. Coach Nash urgently convened the players to analyze the implications of this adjustment on their strategy, reformulating their defensive tactics and emphasizing the importance of mindful defensive actions to avoid unnecessary fouls. On the Rockets side, the youthful exuberance of their team was palpable. Jalen Green possessed remarkable speed and explosiveness, making his drives and three-point shooting nearly impossible to defend against. Jabari Smith Jr., as a rookie, exhibited exceptional shooting touch and defensive awareness, contributing significantly to the Rockets' strength with his offensive versatility and proactive defense. Alperen Sengun showcased solid fundamentals in the paint and remarkable passing ability, capable of scoring through powerful inside plays while also creating opportunities for his perimeter teammates through his assists. The Toyota Center, home to the Rockets, has always been a fervent arena where the passionate cheers of the fans frequently transform into the team's sixth man, imposing considerable pressure on their opponents. On the day of the match, the Brooklyn Nets arrived in Houston. Entering the Toyota Center, the atmosphere was electric, with Rockets fans adorned in crimson jerseys, fervently waving flags and erupting in cheers and chants. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, their gazes reflected determination and focus. Despite previous setbacks, they yearned to prove themselves in this contest. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Nets initiated the game. Lillard dribbled past half-court, surveying the scene for offensive opportunities. He executed a new pick-and-roll with Jack Thompson, utilizing Thompson's screen to penetrate the paint, drawing the defense in, and then passing the ball to the open Alex Chun on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Chun decisively launched a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net, granting the Nets an early 3 points. The Rockets responded with their own offensive surge, as Jalen Green swiftly dribbled past half-court, leveraging his speed. He maneuvered past Lillard's defense, driving towards the basket. Rising high, he executed a spectacular reverse layup over Jack Thompson's defense, securing 2 points for the Rockets. The ensuing game saw both teams engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. The Nets continually experimented with new tactical combinations on offense. The collaboration between Lillard and Jack Thompson's pick-and-roll, along with Adrian Brown's orchestrations, rendered their offensive flow increasingly seamless. Conversely, the Rockets relied on Jalen Green's individual prowess and cohesive teamwork, matching the Nets' offensive intensity. Jabari Smith Jr.'s three-point shooting from the perimeter and Alperen Sengun's aggressive plays in the paint exerted considerable pressure on the Nets' defense. As the game progressed into the second quarter, the Houston Rockets head coach, Ime Udoka, called for a timeout to implement a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Damian Lillard and Klay Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an endeavor to stifle the Brooklyn Nets' offense. Concurrently, they continued to enhance their offensive cohesion, seeking out vulnerabilities in the Nets' defense. Under such circumstances, the Nets' offense found itself in a brief predicament, marked by an increase in turnovers. As the Rockets gradually closed the scoring gap, observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He addressed his players, urging them to remain composed and maintain their mental fortitude. Their defense has indeed posed challenges, he said, but we must trust in our tactics. Adrian, continue to leverage your organizational skills to set the rhythm. Lillard, use your drives to attract defenders and create opportunities for your teammates. Klay, be more aggressive in the paint and battle for rebounds. Let's be mindful of the new rules and avoid unnecessary fouls. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. In accordance with the coach's directives, the team heightened their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and exhibiting timely defensive rotations. On the offensive end, they displayed greater patience in ball movement, diligently searching for optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard adeptly utilized his driving ability to draw defenders, creating open shots for his teammates. Klay Thompson also intensified his efforts in the paint, using his physicality to secure crucial rebounds and drawing fouls from opponents on the offensive end. As the second half unfolded, the tension in the game escalated. The score fluctuated between both teams, with each offensive and defensive exchange gripping the audience's attention. During one offensive play, Lillard penetrated the defense, attracting a trio of Rockets defenders. He swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter where Adrian Brown awaited. Without hesitation, Brown launched a decisive, long-range three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net and granting the Nets a lead. Nevertheless, the Rockets remained undeterred. Jalen Green exhibited heightened aggressiveness on offense, utilizing his speed and driving prowess to breach the Nets' defense repeatedly, contributing to the Rockets' scoring. Alperen Sengun also intensified his offensive presence in the paint, executing effective pick-and-rolls with Jalen Green that left the Nets' defense scrambling. As the match progressed into the final quarter, the score remained fiercely contested. With just 5 minutes left on the clock, the Rockets held a slender lead of 100-98 against the Nets. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Klay Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the Rockets' defenders. He swiftly delivered the ball to the perimeter, where Alex Chin awaited. Upon receiving the pass, Chin took decisive action and launched a three-point shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net, propelling the Nets ahead with a score of 101-100. Shortly thereafter, the Rockets retaliated, with Jalen Green driving towards the basket and drawing a foul from Klay Thompson. Green stepped up to the free throw line, executing both shots flawlessly, thus restoring the Rockets' lead at 102-101. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying the court for the optimal offensive opportunity. Spotting Adrian Brown open beyond the three-point line, he quickly passed the ball in his direction. Brown, taking a deep breath, leapt high and released a three-point shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, finding its mark and allowing the Nets to take a 104-102 lead once more. In the dying moments of the game, the Rockets mounted an offensive surge. Jabari Smith, stationed at the perimeter, received the ball and attempted a three-point shot to equalize the score. However, Lillard's defensive prowess was swiftly evident as he disrupted Smith's attempt. The ball ricocheted off the rim, allowing Klay Thompson to secure the rebound. The Nets quickly transitioned into a counterattack, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing to the unguarded Alex Chin. Chin, upon receiving the ball, soared high and launched another three-point shot. The basketball once again traced a beautiful arc, swishing through the net and extending the Nets' advantage to 107-102. With nearly 10 seconds remaining in the match, the Rockets found themselves beyond redemption. As the referee's final whistle echoed through the arena, the Nets triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 107-102. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Nets rejoiced exuberantly, embracing one another in a display of exhilaration. This victory was hard-won. They triumphed over formidable opponents and navigated the complexities of rule adjustments through collective effort and tactical refinements. Coach Nash, observing the elation of his players, wore a smile of satisfaction, fully aware that the team had not only secured a win but had also evolved through adversity. bolstering their confidence for the impending championship chase in the forthcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory holds significant importance for us. We have gleaned lessons from our defeats and adjusted our strategies. We shall persist in this momentum as we pursue our championship aspirations." Chapter 72. The glory of Brooklyn renewed at the Toyota Center in Houston. The Nets achieved a commendable victory over the youthful and spirited Rockets, which significantly uplifted the team's morale. The players returned to Brooklyn brimming with confidence, poised for their next encounter. They were set to face the Washington Wizards, led by Bradley Beal, Kyle Kuzma, and Montrezl Harrell at the Barclays Center. Upon returning home, the Nets were greeted with an enthusiastic welcome from their fans, who expressed their unwavering support on social media, eagerly anticipating the continuation of their winning streak on home soil. Concurrently, the team's sponsors orchestrated a special celebratory banquet to commend the players for their outstanding performances during the matches. Nevertheless, the team remained undeterred. Coach Nash understood that each game presented its own challenges and organized targeted training sessions, devising meticulous strategies tailored to counter the Wizards' characteristics. The Wizards were not to be underestimated. Beal, a guard with exceptional scoring prowess, excelled in mid-range shooting and penetration, frequently amassing high points in games. Kuzma showcased a diverse offensive arsenal, posing a threat to the opponent's defense with his long-range shooting as well as his aggressive maneuvers in the paint. Harrell, with his commanding presence in the interior, provided formidable rebounding and scoring capabilities, establishing himself as a pivotal pillar within the Wizards' front line. On the eve of the match, the Barclays Center hosted a grand fan engagement event. During the festivities, the Nets mascot showcased its quirky talents, engaging in a variety of entertaining interactive games with the fans. However, during one segment of the games, the mascot accidentally fell, scattering props across the floor and causing a momentary stir among the crowd. Although the staff promptly cleared the area, this unforeseen incident did manage to distract the players somewhat before the game. On the day of the match, the Barclays Center was filled to capacity, with an extraordinary atmosphere permeating the venue. Enthusiastic fans donned the Nets jerseys, waving flags and fervently cheering for their team. As the players of the Nets entered the court amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, their eyes radiated confidence and determination, as if proclaiming to all that they would defend their honor on home soil. As the opening whistle sounded, the Nets took possession first. Lillard skillfully dribbled past half-court and executed a brilliant pick-and-roll with Jack Thompson. Utilizing Thompson's screen, Lillard penetrated the lane, drawing the defense, and subsequently passed the ball to the wide-open Adrian Brown on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Adrian released a three-point shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net, granting the Nets an initial 3 points. In response, the Wizards launched their attack. Beal swiftly dribbled past half-court, leveraging his speed and finesse to break through Lillard's defense. He surged towards the basket, leaping high to execute a stunning fadeaway jumper over Jack Thompson, securing 2 points for the Wizards. The ensuing match saw both teams engage in a fierce offensive exchange. The Nets continued to capitalize on their collective strength in attack, with the synergy among Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Adrian Brown consistently contributing to the scoreboard. Meanwhile, the Wizards, relying on Beal's individual prowess and their cohesive teamwork, also demonstrated formidable offensive capabilities. Kuzma's three-point shooting from the perimeter and Harrell's aggressive incursions into the paint exerted considerable pressure on the Nets' defense. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, the Wizards' head coach, Wes Unseld Jr., called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Klay Thompson, employing a combination of double-teaming and zone defense in an attempt to curtail the Nets' offensive maneuvers. Simultaneously, they continued to enhance their offensive cohesion, seeking to exploit any weaknesses in the Nets' defense. Under these circumstances, the Nets found themselves in a brief offensive slump, plagued by turnovers, allowing the Wizards to gradually equalize the score. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He urged his players to remain composed and to maintain their focus. "Their defense is indeed causing us difficulties, but we must trust our tactics. Adrian, continue to leverage your playmaking skills to set the rhythm for the team. Lillard, utilize your penetration to draw defenders and create opportunities for your teammates. Klay, be more aggressive in the paint and battle for rebounds. Let us concentrate on the game and not be swayed by external factors." After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court revitalized. Following their coach's directives, they ramped up their defensive intensity, with players communicating more effectively and executing their defensive rotations with greater timeliness. Offensively, they exhibited patience and ball movement, diligently searching for optimal shooting opportunities. Lillard, with his penetrating style, attracted defensive attention, creating open looks for his teammates. Klay Thompson also bolstered his efforts in the paint, utilizing his physicality to secure pivotal rebounds and drawing fouls from opponents on the offensive end. As the second half unfolded, the tension of the game escalated. The score oscillated back and forth, with each offensive and defensive play resonating with excitement. During one offensive sequence, Lillard drove towards the basket, drawing a triple team from the Wizards. He swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter to Alex Chun. Without hesitation, Chun launched a decisive long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a magnificent arc before swishing through the net, granting the Nets a slender lead. However, the Wizards were undeterred. Beal became increasingly assertive on the offensive end, leveraging his scoring prowess to repeatedly breach the Nets' defense, while Harrell amplified the offensive efforts in the paint, executing pick-and-rolls with Beal that left the Nets' defense vulnerable. As the match approached its final quarter, the score remained fiercely contested. With just 5 minutes left on the clock, the Wizards held a slender lead over the Nets at 105-103. At this moment, the Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Klay Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Thompson penetrated the paint, drawing the Wizards' defenders into a double team. He swiftly dished the ball out to the perimeter, where Adrian Brown awaited. Brown, catching the ball with confidence, unleashed a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net, allowing the Nets to take the lead at 106-105. Subsequently, the Wizards responded with an offensive push as Beal drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Klay Thompson. Beal stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, thus leveling the score at 106-106. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard advanced to the top of the arc, surveying the court for the optimal scoring opportunity. Spotting Alex Chun open beyond the arc, he swiftly delivered the pass. Chun, taking a deep breath, leaped high and launched a three-pointer. The ball arched through the air, finding the net with precision, and the Nets reclaimed the lead at 109-106. In the closing moments, the Wizards mounted a final offensive surge. Kuzma received the ball on the perimeter, attempting a three-pointer to equalize. However, Lillard quickly closed the gap, effectively contesting the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Thompson secured the rebound. The Nets swiftly transitioned into a counterattack, with Lillard pushing the ball past half-court and passing it to the unguarded Adrian Brown. Brown, catching the ball, soared into the air and released another three-pointer. The basketball arced beautifully before swishing through the net, extending the Nets' lead to 112-106. With merely 10 seconds remaining in the match, the Wizards found themselves unable to reverse their fortunes. As the final whistle of the referee echoed, the Nets triumphed over the Wizards with a score of 112-106. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with fervor. This victory not only allowed the team to extend their winning streak at home, but also showcased their formidable psychological resilience and team cohesion in the face of various challenges. Coach Nash observed the exhilarated players with a contented smile, aware that the team had once again validated their prowess in this game, instilling further confidence as they pursued the championship in the upcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory is the result of our collective efforts as a team. We encountered numerous difficulties throughout the game, yet we never relinquished our resolve. We shall maintain this momentum and ardently strive towards our championship aspirations." Chapter 73. The daunting challenge in Memphis at Brooklyn's Barclays Center, the Nets triumphed over the Wizards, continuing their illustrious home winning streak. The team's morale soared, and the echoes of the fans' cheers lingered in the air. However, the players refrained from indulging in the euphoria of victory for too long, fully aware that new challenges are ever present. Their next destination was Memphis, where they would face the formidable Memphis Grizzlies, led by Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr. To reach Memphis, the Nets departed early for the airport. Yet, unexpectedly, the team bus encountered a malfunction en route, with smoke billowing from the engine, forcing them to pull over to the roadside. The players could only anxiously await assistance, significantly compressing their valuable rest time. Lillard furrowed his brow as he gazed at the stalled bus and remarked, "This is not an auspicious sign, but we must remain composed. The game awaits us." Fortunately, after a series of tribulations, the team ultimately arrived in Memphis. Nevertheless, this unforeseen incident had a slight impact on the players' condition, as they urgently needed time to adjust. The Grizzlies are renowned for their tenacious defense and rapid-paced offense. Morant, akin to a cheetah, possesses astonishing speed and explosiveness. Capable of tearing through opponents' defenses and facilitating his teammates with exceptional passes at crucial moments, Bane serves as the team's reliable sharpshooter, always poised to deliver a lethal blow from beyond the arc, while Jaren Jackson Jr. boasts formidable shot blocking and rim protection abilities with an increasingly diverse offensive repertoire, maintaining commendable accuracy from mid-range and three-point territory. On the eve of the match, the head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies, Taylor Jenkins, meticulously examined the game footage of the Brooklyn Nets, devising a defensive strategy tailored specifically for the core players of the opposing team. He underscored the necessity of applying relentless pressure on Lillard, severing his connections with teammates to thwart his ability to orchestrate offensive plays. Concurrently, in response to Jack Thompson's advantages in the paint, he designated Jaren Jackson Jr. for targeted defense, aiming to restrict both his scoring and rebounding capabilities. On the day of the match, the FedEx Forum was filled to capacity, the atmosphere pulsating with an intensity akin to a blazing fire. Fans of the Grizzlies donned their blue jerseys, waving the team's flags, their cheers and shouts resonating like thunder. Despite the setback of a bus malfunction, the players of the Nets stepped onto the court with resolute and fearless expressions. As the opening whistle blew, the Grizzlies initiated the game. Morant, like a streak of black lightning, dribbled swiftly past half court and executed a succinct and efficient pick and roll with Bane. Utilizing Bane's screen, Morant made a sudden change of direction, evading Lillard's defense, and surged towards the basket, soaring high to deliver a spectacular dunk, securing the first 2 points for the Grizzlies. Upon landing, Morant exuberantly exchanged high fives with his teammates, and the cheers from the Grizzlies fans reached a crescendo. The Nets launched their offensive, with Lillard bringing the ball to the arc, seeking an opportunity to penetrate. However, the Grizzlies defenders clung to him closely, thwarting his attempts to pass. Lillard could only reluctantly dish the ball to Jack Thompson. Upon receiving the pass, Jack faced the staunch defense of Jaren Jackson Jr. in the paint, but his aggressive move proved futile as the ball was successfully blocked by Jackson. As the game progressed, the Grizzlies continued to exploit their offensive prowess, with Morant's drives and passes creating defensive chaos for the Nets. Bane's three-point shots from the perimeter frequently found their mark, placing immense pressure on the Nets' defense. Conversely, the Nets struggled offensively, as the targeted defense from their opponents severely limited the contributions of Lillard and Jack Thompson, leaving the team in a quandary. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, the head coach of the Grizzlies, Taylor Jenkins, called for a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard and Klay Thompson while encouraging their players to maintain a rapid pace in their offensive play. Upon resuming the game, the Grizzlies launched a more vigorous offensive, with Morant and Bane scoring consecutively, gradually widening the score gap to a maximum lead of 15 points over the Nets. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called a timeout. He urged his players not to lose heart, emphasizing the importance of believing in their abilities. Though their defense and offense posed significant challenges, he insisted they must not be defeated. Adrian, step up and facilitate our offense, setting the rhythm for the team. Lillard, seek opportunities to evade your defender and create chances for your teammates. Klay, be more aggressive in securing rebounds inside, leveraging your physicality to draw fouls. We need to adjust our offensive strategy by increasing our three-point attempts to create space. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, implementing the coach's directives. The team intensified their three-point attempts, with Alex Chun and Adrian Brown actively seeking shooting opportunities from beyond the arc. Lillard began to attempt to shake off defenders through off-ball movement, looking for chances to shoot. Klay Thompson also became more aggressive in battling for rebounds in the paint, repeatedly drawing fouls from his opponents due to his physical advantages. As the second half commenced, the intensity of the game escalated. Following their tactical adjustments, the Nets gradually regained some momentum, narrowing the score gap. In one offensive play, Lillard evaded a defender through off-ball movement, received a pass from Adrian Brown, and decisively shot from beyond the three-point line. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and reclaiming 3 points for the Nets. However, the Grizzlies remained undeterred. Morant demonstrated an even more proactive approach on offense, utilizing his speed and ability to penetrate, repeatedly breaching the Nets' defense to score for the Grizzlies. Meanwhile, Jaren Jackson Jr. fortified the defense in the paint, his shot blocking and rebounding prowess making it exceedingly difficult for the Nets to mount an effective interior offense. As the game entered its final quarter, the the score remained a closely contested affair. With merely 5 minutes left, the Memphis Grizzlies held a slender lead over the Brooklyn Nets, 108-105. At this juncture, the Nets launched an offensive, with Lillard dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Adrian Brown. Adrian, assessing the situation on the court, spotted Alex Chin in a vacant position beyond the arc and swiftly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Alex took decisive action, launching an audacious long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, swishing through the net and narrowing the deficit to a single point. Subsequently, the Grizzlies initiated their offense, with Morant driving towards the basket and drawing a foul from Jack Thompson. Morant stepped to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts, thus placing the Grizzlies ahead at 109-108. With 3 minutes remaining, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, meticulously surveying the court for the optimal offensive opportunity. He noticed Jack Thompson in a favorable position near the basket and promptly passed the ball to him. Jack, upon receiving it, leapt high, scoring while also drawing a foul from his opponent. He converted the additional free throw, allowing the Nets to surge ahead, 111-109. In the closing moments, the Grizzlies mounted an offensive charge. Bane received the ball on the perimeter, attempting a three-pointer to equalize the score. However, Lillard swiftly closed in, successfully contesting his shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, landing in Jack Thompson's hands for the rebound. The Nets quickly counterattacked, with Lillard crossing half-court and passing to a wide-open Alex Chin. Alex, upon receiving the ball, elevated and released another three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air but unfortunately veered off course, missing the basket. Jaren Jackson Jr. secured the rebound, with only 5 seconds remaining on the clock, leaving the Grizzlies trailing 109-111. The Grizzlies executed an inbound play as Morant dribbled past half-court. With just 1 second remaining, he launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared in a lengthy arc as the entire arena held its breath, captivated by its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball struck the rim and bounced away, allowing the Nets to preserve their lead and triumph over the Grizzlies with a final score of 111-109. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with unrestrained excitement. This hard-fought victory was not easily attained. They overcame numerous challenges, including a malfunctioning team bus and the opponent's targeted defense. Through their indomitable spirit and remarkable teamwork, they triumphed over the formidable Memphis Grizzlies on their home court. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a satisfied smile, fully aware that the team had not only secured a win but also showcased their formidable mental resilience and unyielding spirit. This triumph infused them with considerable confidence as they pursued the championship in the forthcoming season. In a post-match interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory is the result of our collective effort as a team. We faced numerous obstacles during the game, yet we never wavered. We shall maintain this momentum as we relentlessly strive towards our championship goal." Chapter 74, Brooklyn's charitable battle within the iconic FedEx Forum in Memphis. The Nets engaged in a thrilling contest, ultimately overcoming the Grizzlies. This victory not only preserved the team's winning streak but also bolstered the players' confidence as they returned to Brooklyn. Soon, they were set to face a highly anticipated match at the Barclays Center against the Chicago Bulls, led by Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Nikola Vucevic. Before the game, the Nets eagerly participated in a charitable endeavor, partnering with a local charity to host a heartwarming event. On the day of the activity, a group of children from underprivileged backgrounds were invited to the arena, where they engaged closely with the players. Lillard, along with Klay Thompson and others, patiently guided the children in basketball, generously sharing their expertise and skills. During a break, Lillard gently patted Thompson on the shoulder, reflecting, "Seeing the sparkle in these children's eyes reminds me of my pure love for basketball in my youth. In this game, we must play with fervor." Thompson responded with a smile, "Absolutely, we cannot let the kids down." Their heartfelt exchange resonated with their teammates, instilling a silent vow among them to give their utmost in the upcoming match. The Bulls also boasted a formidable roster. LaVine possessed astonishing athleticism and remarkable scoring ability, his dunks and three-pointers often igniting the crowd's fervor. DeRozan's mid-range shooting was exceptional, with his back-to-the-basket plays and clutch scoring making him the core offensive threat. Vucevic anchored the team's interior, providing robust support on both ends with his exceptional rebounding and playmaking skills. However, on the eve of the match, the Bulls encountered an unexpected setback. Starting point guard Lonzo Ball unfortunately sprained his ankle during practice, and it was confirmed he would be unable to participate in the game. This sudden injury disrupted the Bulls' tactical plans, forcing head coach Billy Donovan to urgently adjust the starting lineup and strategic arrangements. On the day of the match, the Barclays Center was filled to capacity, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled fervor. In addition to the passionate fans, children participating in charitable activities were also present, cheering enthusiastically for the Nets, as the players of the Nets stepped onto the court to the thunderous applause of the audience. Their eyes radiated unwavering confidence and a profound sense of responsibility. With the sounding of the opening whistle, the Nets initiated the game. Lillard swiftly dribbled across the halfway line, executing a masterful pick-and-roll with Jack Thompson. Utilizing Thompson's screen, Lillard surged into the paint like a bolt of lightning, drawing the defense before deftly passing to the open Adrian Brown on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Adrian released a decisive three-point shot that swished through the net, giving the Nets an early lead. Following the basket, Lillard exuberantly rushed over to Adrian, celebrating with a vigorous high five, exclaiming, "That was splendid, Adrian. Let's keep this momentum going." A proud smile illuminated Adrian's face as he replied, "It was the captain's brilliant pass that made it happen." As the Bulls mounted their offense, Levine showcased his remarkable speed and skill, swiftly advancing past half-court and successfully breaching Lillard's defense. He soared towards the basket, executing a spectacular layup over Jack Thompson's staunch defense, securing 2 points for the Bulls. The ensuing match saw both teams engage in an intense offensive duel. The Nets capitalized on their teamwork, with Lillard, Jack Thompson, and Adrian Brown demonstrating seamless coordination, continuously racking up points like a flowing stream. Meanwhile, the Bulls relied on the formidable individual talents of Levine and DeRozan, showcasing impressive offensive prowess. Vucevic's exceptional playmaking and rebounding inside also created numerous scoring opportunities for his team. As the match progressed into the second quarter, the Bulls head coach, Billy Donovan, decisively called for a timeout to reconfigure their defensive strategy. In light of Ball's absence, they intensified their perimeter defense, aiming to restrict the Nets' three-point attempts. Simultaneously, on the offensive end, they encouraged Levine and DeRozan to engage in more individual plays, seeking opportunities to breach the Nets' defense. Following the timeout, the Bulls' defensive intensity markedly increased, thereby affecting the Nets' three-point shooting percentage. Observing this, Coach Nash promptly called for a timeout. He calmly addressed his players, saying, "Let us remain composed. Their defensive adjustments have indeed posed challenges, but we must have faith in our capabilities. Lillard, harness your driving and passing skills to dismantle their zone defense. Jack, be more aggressive in securing rebounds inside, creating second-chance opportunities for us. Adrian, continue to orchestrate our offense and swiftly look for your teammates' open opportunities. We must enhance our inside attack to break through their zone." At that moment, Jack Thompson patted Lillard's arm and assured him, "Lillard, you can trust me to protect you inside. Go ahead and drive." Lillard nodded resolutely, responding, "All right. Let us work together to shatter this zone." The other players offered mutual encouragement, and their morale surged. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court, implementing the coach's directives with a strengthened focus on interior offense. The pick-and-roll collaboration between Lillard and Jack Thompson became increasingly frequent, as Lillard drove and drew defensive attention. He accurately passed the ball multiple times to Jack Thompson in the paint. Utilizing his physical advantage, Jack successfully attacked Vucevic, drawing fouls in the process. Following each successful play, the two exchanged knowing glances filled with trust and determination. In the second half, the intensity of the game escalated further. The Bulls, led by Levine and DeRozan, continuously kept the score close. During one offensive sequence, Levine received a pass from DeRozan and, facing Lillard's tight defense beyond the three-point line, took a decisive shot. The basketball arced through the air in a perfect trajectory, swishing through the net, allowing the Bulls to take the lead. However, the Nets remained undeterred. Lillard became even more proactive on offense, leveraging his speed and driving ability to penetrate the Bulls' defense, creating excellent opportunities for his teammates. Alex Chen also found his rhythm from beyond the arc, hitting a three-pointer that helped the Nets regain the lead. After the shot, Lillard excitedly rushed over to embrace Alex Chen, exclaiming, "That was magnificent, Chen. That shot was crucial." Alex Chen responded with a shy smile. "I owe it all to you for drawing the defense. That gave me such a great opportunity." As the match entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 5 minutes left on the clock, the Chicago Bulls held a slender lead of 105-103 against the Brooklyn Nets. At this juncture, the Nets mounted an offensive, with Lillard dribbling past half-court, before passing the ball to Jack Thompson. Utilizing his speed and agility, Thompson maneuvered into the paint, drawing the Bulls defenders into a double team. He swiftly dispatched the ball to the perimeter where Adrian Brown awaited. Without hesitation, Brown seized the opportunity and launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net, allowing the Nets to reclaim the lead at 106-105. Following this pivotal three-pointer, Brown was immediately surrounded by his teammates, with Lillard enthusiastically patting him on the back, exclaiming, "Well done. That's the crucial shot we needed." A flushed Adrian replied, "It's all thanks to everyone's trust in me and the excellent opportunity you created." Subsequently, the Bulls initiated their offense, with DeRozan driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Jack Thompson. Stepping up to the free throw line, DeRozan converted one of his two attempts, leveling the score once again at 106-106 with 3 minutes remaining in the game. The Nets regained possession. Lillard, with poise, dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for the optimal offensive opportunity. Spotting Alex Chun open beyond the three-point line, he swiftly delivered the ball. Chun, catching the pass, took a deep breath, leaped high, and released a three-pointer. The ball arched gracefully through the air, finding the net, and the Nets surged ahead once more at 109-106. After Chun's successful shot, Lillard ran towards him, shouting, "Incredible, Chun. Keep that shooting rhythm alive." Chun nodded vigorously, affirming, "Absolutely." In a desperate final push, the Bulls launched a fierce offensive. Levine received the ball on the perimeter, attempting a three-pointer to tie the game. However, Lillard quickly closed in, effectively contesting the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Jack Thompson secured the rebound. The Nets immediately counterattacked, with Lillard dribbling across half-court and passing to the unguarded Adrian Brown. Brown, upon receiving the ball, leaped and launched another three-pointer. The basketball once again arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net, extending the Nets' lead to 112-106. With only 10 seconds remaining, the Bulls were left with little hope for a comeback, as the referee's final whistle echoed through the arena. The Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Chicago Bulls with a score of 112-106. After the conclusion of the match, the players of the Brooklyn Nets erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another with exuberance. Lillard leapt into the air, exclaiming, "We did it, brothers. This is a triumph born of our collective efforts." The atmosphere was electric as everyone exchanged words of joy, reveling in their victory. Coach Nash, observing the elated players, wore a smile of satisfaction, fully aware that the team had not only secured a win, but had also demonstrated remarkable cohesion and unity. In a post-game interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory holds great significance. Our charitable endeavors have invigorated our spirits. We shall maintain this momentum as we ardently pursue the championship title." Chapter 75. The thorny path of San Antonio. Within the confines of Brooklyn's Barclays Center, the Nets triumphed over the Bulls, continuing their ascendant streak with mounting vigor. The team basked in the euphoria of their victory. However, they remained undaunted, for a new challenge loomed on the horizon. Their next destination was San Antonio, where they would face the formidable Spurs, led by DeJounte Murray, Keldon Johnson, and Jakob Poeltl. Renowned for their tenacious defense and team-oriented play, the Spurs presented a significant obstacle. Murray, the core of the backcourt, exhibited exceptional ball handling and organizational skills, adeptly controlling the tempo of the game. While his defensive acumen and ability to create turnovers often posed difficulties for opponents, Johnson boasted impressive physical attributes and a diverse offensive repertoire, effortlessly executing both long-range shots and aggressive drives to the basket. Poeltl served as a stalwart presence in the paint, his rebounding prowess and shot-blocking abilities forming a formidable barrier for the Spurs' interior defense. As the Nets journeyed towards San Antonio, newcomer Adrian Brown appeared somewhat apprehensive, as this marked his inaugural significant role in a crucial away game. Veteran Lillard, perceiving his unease, took the initiative to offer words of encouragement. "Adrian, don't be nervous. Just approach it as you would in practice and showcase your abilities. We all believe in you." Adrian nodded gratefully, responding, "Thank you, Lillard. I will give it my all." This exchange significantly eased Adrian's mindset. On the eve of the match, the at Center, home of the Spurs, hosted a grand basketball cultural festival. Local basketball enthusiasts gathered to showcase various skills and unique basketball culture, creating a vibrant atmosphere in anticipation of the upcoming game. This allowed the Nets players to feel the profound love and rich basketball heritage that the city of San Antonio possesses. On game day, The at-T Center was filled to capacity, with an extraordinarily lively atmosphere permeating the venue. Spurs fans donned their silver and black jerseys, waving flags and producing thunderous cheers and chants. As the Nets players stepped onto the court, their expressions revealed determination and focus, despite being the visiting team. They yearned to extend their winning streak. With the sound of the opening whistle, the Spurs initiated the game. Murray dribbled past half court and executed a splendid pick-and-roll with Poeltl. Utilizing Poeltl's screen, Murray penetrated the lane, drawing defensive attention. Then swiftly passed the ball to the open Johnson beyond the arc. Johnson, upon receiving the pass, decisively shot a three-pointer. The ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net, granting the Spurs an early 3 points. As the Nets launched their offense, Lillard brought the ball to the top of the key, engaging in their signature pick-and-roll with Jack Thompson. After breaking through, Lillard attracted a double team from the Spurs defenders and quickly passed the ball to Thompson, who was cutting toward the basket. Thompson caught the ball, leaped high, and, under Poeltl's defensive pressure, took a contested shot that drew a foul from Poeltl, converting both free throws and securing 2 points for the Nets. As the game progressed, both teams engaged in fierce competition. The Spurs, with their exceptional team defense, frequently thwarted the Nets' offensive efforts, while the Nets relied heavily on the individual prowess of Lillard and Thompson to sustain their offensive output. The match reached a tense stalemate, with the score fluctuating. As the second quarter commenced, Greg Popovich, the head coach of the Spurs, called a timeout to devise a new defensive strategy. They intensified their defensive efforts against Lillard, employing a double-team approach to curtail his passing and scoring opportunities. Simultaneously, on the offensive front, they continued to emphasize teamwork, seeking to exploit the Nets' defensive vulnerabilities. Following the timeout, the Spurs' defensive effectiveness became evident, significantly limiting Lillard's passing and penetration, causing the Nets' offense to momentarily falter. Observing this, Coach Nash immediately called a timeout. He reassured his players, urging them to remain composed. Their defense is indeed targeted, but we possess our own strengths. Adrian, step up. Take charge of the ball and dictate the pace of our offense. Lillard, look for opportunities to evade the double team and create chances for your teammates. Jack, be more aggressive in battling for rebounds in the paint. Leverage your physicality to draw fouls. We must enhance our off-ball movement, creating opportunities through positioning. At this moment, Lillard encouraged Adrian, be bold, trust your abilities, and take decisive shots when the opportunity arises. Adrian nodded resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination. After the timeout, the Nets returned to the court. Following the coach's directives, the team intensified their off-ball movement, resulting in more frequent passing among players. Adrian began to showcase his playmaking skills, crafting open shooting opportunities for his teammates through astute passing. Lillard also successfully navigated the Spurs double team with persistent off-ball movement, generating scoring chances for his companions. As the second half unfolded, the tension escalated. During one offensive play, Lillard drove to the basket, preparing to score. However, at the moment he jumped, Poeltl executed a substantial defensive maneuver, resulting in a fierce physical collision between the two. Lillard fell to the ground, yet the referee did not call a foul, inciting dissatisfaction among the Nets players. Rising to his feet, Lillard appealed to the referee, but the decision stood unchanged. This ruling stirred some emotional unrest among the Nets players, while the Spurs seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, surging ahead to widen their lead to 8 points. Coach Nash promptly called for another timeout, calming his players. Everyone, let's compose ourselves. We cannot change the referee's decision, but we must not let it affect our game. Our focus must remain on the match itself, adhering to our strategy. Lillard also urged his teammates, forget about that call. We need to win this game through our own merit. Under Lillard's leadership, the players gradually regained their composure and re-established their rhythm in the game. As the game entered its final quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With just 5 minutes left on the clock, the Spurs trailed the Nets by a slender margin of 2 points, 102-100. At this juncture, the Nets initiated their offense, with Lillard advancing the ball across half court before passing it to Adrian Brown. Adrian, keenly assessing the dynamics on the court, spotted Alex Chun in an unguarded position beyond the arc and swiftly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Alex decisively launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball sailed through the air, tracing a graceful arc before swishing through the net, allowing the Nets to overtake the Spurs with a score of 103-102. Subsequently, the Spurs countered with an offensive play. Murray drove towards the basket, drawing a foul from Jack Thompson. Murray stepped up to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts to equalize the score at 103. With 3 minutes remaining in the game, the Nets regained possession. Lillard dribbled to the top of the arc, surveying the court for an optimal scoring opportunity. Spotting Jack Thompson in an unguarded position beneath the basket, he quickly passed the ball. Jack received the pass, elevated high, and scored while drawing a foul from his opponent. Jack converted the ensuing free throw, propelling the Nets to a 106-103 lead. In the closing moments, the Spurs launched an offensive strategy. Johnson received the ball on the perimeter, attempting a three-pointer to level the score. However, Lillard swiftly closed in, effectively contesting the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Jack Thompson secured the rebound. The Nets swiftly transitioned into a counterattack, with Lillard dribbling across half court and passing to the unguarded Adrian Brown. Upon receiving the ball, Adrian leapt high and launched another three-pointer. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, finding the net and extending the Nets' lead to 109-103. With just 10 seconds remaining, the Spurs found themselves in dire straits. As the referee's final whistle echoed through the arena, the Nets emerged victorious, defeating the Spurs 109-103. Following the game, the Nets players erupted in jubilant celebration, embracing one another in excitement. This hard-fought victory was a testament to their resilience against a formidable opponent and contentious officiating, showcasing their tenacity and exceptional teamwork, thereby extending their winning streak. Coach Nash observed his elated players with a satisfied smile, knowing that the team had not only secured victory but had also demonstrated remarkable mental fortitude and cohesion amidst adversity. This triumph would undoubtedly bolster their confidence as they pursued the championship in the upcoming season. In a post-game interview, Lillard remarked, "This victory is a collective effort from our entire team. We faced numerous challenges, yet we persevered without losing hope. We will maintain this momentum as we strive wholeheartedly for the championship." Chapter 76. The pinnacle showdown at Denver Highlands within the iconic AT&T Center in San Antonio, the Nets, showcasing remarkable performance and indomitable spirit, triumphed over the Spurs, solidifying their winning streak and creating ripples throughout the league. Each victory serves as a steadfast footprint in their relentless ascent towards the coveted championship trophy, capturing the attention of the entire league. However, every member of the team is acutely aware that the path to glory is fraught with challenges. Behind their resplendent achievements lies an immeasurable reservoir of sweat and hardship. Next, they shall journey to Denver, where they will face the formidable Denver Nuggets, led by the illustrious Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Michael Porter Jr. The Nuggets roster is nothing short of opulent, with talents that are undeniably formidable. Jokic, the Serbian center affectionately dubbed the Joker, possesses an astonishing all-around skill set. In the paint, his footwork is impeccable, and his touch is delicate. Scoring in isolation and securing rebounds come effortlessly to him. Moreover, he is a masterful passer, often delivering exquisite assists from seemingly impossible angles, effortlessly orchestrating the offensive rhythm of his team. Regardless of how tense the game may become, he remains composed and poised,